When Yan Lin saw this purple lightning, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. But still refused to give up the last bit of hope, shouting loudly. "Now Chao, you'd better die." "Wait a minute, Ziyun." At the last moment, when Ziyun was about to take action, Qila reached out to stop Ziyun. "What? You want to favor this guy?" Ziyun looked at Qilu with some displeasure. "Of course not, it's just that I don't want to see the real criminal go free." Qila shook his head, then glanced at Yan Lin, who was lying limply on the ground, and said loudly, "I'm afraid there is someone else who really stole the spirit dragon eggs. Because just setting up this breath-containing magic circle is not something this guy can do." This is not because Qi Lu is looking down on Yan Lin. In fact, in Qi Li's eyes, the breath-containing magic circle that was easily broken by Qi Lu and Gu Ke might just be a slightly valuable magic circle. But in this world, that is an incredible advanced magic circle. Therefore, it is definitely impossible to arrange it with the means Yan Lin has. Otherwise Yan Lin wouldn't be like this now. That said, it seems to make some sense. Ziyun frowned, seeming not to be interested in such things that require a lot of thinking. "So you'd better wait until I ask first." Qi Lu waved his hand and then looked at Yan Lin. "Then please tell me. You said you knew who it was before, but who is the person you know?" Since the spirit dragon eggs will appear in Green Water Manor, even if Yan Lin didn't do it, it must be related to it. Otherwise, how could the spirit dragon egg be hidden here quietly if such a big living person lived here? "Yes, it's the person in charge of the Yojia in Yuanshan City, it must be Hat Guy. He told me about a month ago that he met a strong man outside Yuanshan City and hoped that I could provide him with a place to stay. I didn't find it strange at the time, because in Yuanshan City, the Yan family is in charge of the Fian Chamber of Commerce's real estate, so I gave him the address of Green Water Manor. If something like this happens now, he must have done it." Yan Lin said this in a somewhat confused manner, with a panicked and fast tone. But Qi Lu still sorted out the meaning of his words. "So, that guy is no longer in Yuanshan City," Qi Lu said with some regret. If it is true as Yan Lin said, then the person in charge of the Yojia must have slipped away from Yuanshan City the moment the wave of monsters appeared. And he was in such a hurry that he didn't even take away the spiritual dragon eggs. However, it is not ruled out that the guy left the spirit dragon eggs here specifically to frame the Yan family in Yuanshan City. Then he took this opportunity to let the purple lightning spirit dragon vent its anger to the Yan family in Fian City. As a result, the Bu family was already in decline under the joint attack of the Yu family and the Yan family. Then the Yan family was targeted again by the purple electric spirit dragon. Then it won't be long before the Fian Chamber of Commerce will all fall into the hands of Yojia. It's really a good idea. But, now there is still a question. That is what kind of strong person the person in charge of Yujia in Yuanshan City knows, who can carry out this plan. Because if you want to steal the spirit dragon egg, you can't do it until the purple lightning spirit dragon is dying. So based on this judgment, the most likely possibility is that the hero-level powerhouse went to the Xidian forest for a sneak attack on the day when the Xidian spiritual dragon shed its skin. After thinking about this, Qi Lu took a deep look at Ziyun. "Did you find anything?" Ziyun was a little surprised by Qi Li's eyes. "No, what I want to ask is why did that guy sneak up on you?" Qi Lu asked carefully. There are countless examples of snakes being killed instead of being killed. If you offend a strange beast like the purple lightning spirit dragon, if you fail to kill it in one go, what you will get is probably endless revenge. However, the hero-level strongman still did so. There must be a reason. After all, cultivators who can advance to the heroic level must have very good minds. "Why did you sneak attack me? Do humans still need a reason for their despicable behavior?" Ziyun snorted coldly and said disdainfully. No, Profit is the driving force that drives such a strong person to take risks. I think you must have some incredible treasures in your body. Qile shook his fingers and spoke slowly. There was nothing wrong with offending a purple lightning dragon in the heroic realm, unless his brain was caught in the door. But the hero-level strong man's brain was caught in the door, so he'll probably be fine. Maybe it was a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. If you insist on saying so, I do have something here, but I don't know if it is the treasure you mentioned. Xian frowned and thought for a long time before answering aloud. Then, he took out a palm-sized disc from his arms. This disc is about 1 finger thick, and is completely black, but it shines with the luster of jade, which looks quite strange. This is an item I dug out of the ground a long time ago. Because the texture is extremely hard, I keep it with me all the time. Xian introduced the origin of this disc. How hard is it? Qile asked, curiously. Even now, I can't leave any trace. Xian answered immediately without any hesitation. Hiss. When everyone present heard this, they immediately took a breath of cold air. Qile looked confused. The question I asked, why did you gasp for air? However, Qile was too embarrassed to ask this sentence, because according to the situation introduced by Ziyun, if it was true. So if this disc is not a treasure, then what is a treasure? Even the purple electric spirit dragon in the heroic realm cannot leave a trace on the disc. Just based on its hardness, it can be regarded as a top-notch treasure. He took it out just like that, looking nonchalant. Is it really good? System, host. Hello host, is the host here? At this moment, the long-lost system came out again, and also changed the way-off greeting. I'm here. If you have anything to say, please tell me. Qile's eyes twitched slightly, and then quickly returned to normal. System, that's it, host, there is a black disc in front of you, and it exudes the luster of jade. Have you seen it? Qile listened to the system's description and didn't know how to speak for a moment. According to the level of detail in this description, I'm afraid it's the disc in Xian's hand. I saw it, so what? System, as long as the host sees it, I will tell you the truth. This disc is a treasure of extremely high quality. The host must find a way to get it. System, again, please ask the host to think of a solution. This? Qile was once again stumped by the system's words. Sure enough, the only way for the system to show up proactively is when it encounters a treasure, except when issuing tasks. And when the mission is completed and you want to receive the reward, you will start to become invisible, and you have to shout with joy. And it's still grinding. However, if it can be judged as a treasure of extremely high quality by the system, it must not be much different. At the very least, it must be something at the level of an immortal or magical weapon. If you can get it, it's definitely not a loss. However, wouldn't it be a good idea to ask someone for a treasure when they meet for the first time? Qile asked himself whether he was so thick-skinned. So I'm in trouble now. Qile, do you have something to say? Seeing Qile's hesitant expression, Xian couldn't help but ask. It's not that important. Let me think about it again and wait for a while. Qile raised a hand to indicate that he was still thinking. In fact, it is bargaining with the system. System, when we meet, you ask me to snatch the treasures from other people's hands. Isn't this inappropriate? My relationship with Ziyun is not that close. Wouldn't it be very damaging to my image? Qile analyzed it rationally. To be honest, this kind of robbery is really not Qile's style. Unless you're trying to steal something from the system, that's pretty much it. After all, the relationship between the two and the degree of intimacy are basically irrespective of each other's level, so Qile feels no pressure at all when the system is tricked. System, of course this system knows, so it asked the host to think of a solution. This is quite reasonable to say. However, Qi Lu and the system cheated each other on a daily basis, so Qi Lei was not surprised at all by the system's confident tone. In short, this guy will definitely try his best to get the treasure discovered by the system. In the past, when the Erbi system's IQ was still low, it would kindly send a task and give some rewards for the previous task. Maybe this is my first time working on a system, so I don't have much experience. But now, this stingy system basically goes directly to Qi Lu and then lets Qi Lu figure out a solution. As for the mission rewards, as long as Qi Lu himself doesn't mention it, then this stingy system must be pretending to be stupid and will never take the initiative to mention it. Just like now, Qi Lu has already said it was not appropriate to do this by oneself. The implication is that as long as you give some task rewards, this will be appropriate. However, this two-bill system does not. Okay, let's stop playing charades and just talk frankly. Qi Lu knew that if he continued to hint, there would be no results. The most I can do is appreciate how this Erbi system pretends to be stupid, which shows its excellent acting skills. Acting like a real fool. So after Qi Lu paused for a moment and considered his words, he said bluntly, let's put it this way. If I get that black disc in my hands, will it benefit you more or me? This is a question that cuts to the core. Those good things that the system encountered in the past can basically all be handed over to the system. Because almost all of them were raw materials, it was useless for Qi Lu to take them. But now this black disc is different. A treasure of extremely high quality, which means Qi Lu can use it himself, so doesn't have to hand it over to the system. System, this is a very complex issue. Stop, don't go too far with me, just say what you need to say, otherwise let's forget about it. Qi Lu quickly stopped the system's tendency to speak at length and spoke firmly. System, actually, we can discuss this issue after you, the host, get the black disc. No, either say it now or don't say it at all. Qi Lu once again stopped the system from trying to dictate his thoughts. Rewards must be made clear first. Otherwise, after the incident, with the stingy and greedy nature of the system, he would probably try his best to get over it. System, then let this system tell the truth. Hearing this, Qi Lu immediately raised his eyebrows. Knowing how to compromise is a good thing. If the small system still wants to compete with the host, it is better to learn it for a few more years. System, actually, this system only sees that the black disc is a treasure, but until it is in hand, this system cannot determine what the function of this treasure is. System, so this system is temporarily unable to answer the host's question. This answer is somewhat unexpected. In this case, let's not discuss the function of this black disc. Qi Lu silently raised his hand, rubbed his chin, and said slowly, you asked me to help you get the black disc, so it should be a matter of course that you pay me a little reward. System. Silence, silence is tonight's Kong. No, it should be the black disc now. But the silence didn't last long. System, okay, deal is done. As long as the host can submit the black disc taught his system, then this system will give you the latest developed product. Oh? The latest developed product? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something more, but when he opened his mouth, the words still did not come out, but became two words. Make a deal. Although I don't know what the new product developed by the system is. But in the usual style. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. So no matter how bad this new product is, it shouldn't be much worse. Ziyun. Huh? Are you done thinking? Ziyun heard Qi Li's voice and asked subconsciously. I'm done thinking. Qi Li nodded slowly, then squinted his eyes and said in a pretentious tone, this matter can be said to be simple, but it can also be said to be complicated. I wonder if you could show me this disc. There might be some clues on it. Although I still don't know what this black disc is. Even the system can't see it now. But there's no guarantee that the hero-level strongman who sneak attacked Ziyun wasn't here for this thing. You must know that a disc that cannot even be damaged by a purple electric spirit dragon at the heroic level is a priceless good, whether it is a treasure or a forging material. But, if this is really the case, then, there is a problem with the hero-level strongman who sneaked up on Ziyun. That is, where did this guy who came here specially for a sneak attack get the news that this black disc was on Ziyun's body? Do you want to see this? Then take it and see it. Actually, I can give it to you, just think of it as a thank you gift for helping me find the child. Ziyun saw Qilu looking at the black disc in her hand with stern eyes, and handed it to Qilu generously without asking why. After all, the scales of the purple electric spirit dragon are not weak in defense. No matter how hard this black disc is, it doesn't mean much to Ziyun. Can you give it to me? Qilu just took the black disc into his hand and was stunned for a moment when heard Ziyun's next words. Yes, I actually dug up this disc a few years ago, but I never found any use for it. Ziyun nodded and answered, obviously not knowing the value of this black disc. Thank you very much. I owe you a favor for this. Qilu quickly handed over his hands and thanked him. I was still thinking about how to get this black disc. Who knew that Ziyun didn't care at all and just gave it away? This is really hard to find, and it takes no effort at all. You're welcome. If you know the true origin of this disc, it will be your fate. Ziyun said quite freely. Ziyun has a very profound understanding of the sentence, treasures are held by those who are virtuous. But it may not mean that there is no intention of diverting misfortunes to the east. Because if this black disc is really the source of Ziyun being targeted by those powerful human beings, then giving it to Qilu is equivalent to drawing the attention of those powerful human beings to Qilu. In Ziyun's view, if Qilu can have a strong man like Gu Ke as his housekeeper, the power behind him must be considerable. Even if it's not a giant that dominates one side, it's still almost the same. Using force to fight is an advanced skill. Ziyun did this just to protect herself. So no matter what Ziyun was thinking when she did this, Qilu still had to accept the favor. Okay, then the next thing to do is to blockade Yuanshan City. Until the matter comes to light, no one from the Fian Chamber of Commerce is allowed to leave Yuanshan City. Qilu put away the black disc and submitted it to the system before speaking out. When things have reached this point, it is actually very clear. As long as the person in charge of Yojia in Yuanshan City can be found, everything will become clear. I leave this matter to you, City Lordly. Qilu looked at Li Tsongrong. It would be an easy task for Qilu to get rid of all the people in Fian Chamber of Commerce. But sealing off Yuanshan City is still relatively difficult for Qilu alone. Happy to oblige. Li Tsongrong responded and left the place to arrange the blockade of Yuanshan City. And what can be done next has actually come to an end. It was a leisurely time until he caught the person Yan Lin was talking about. So after Li Tsongrong left, Qilu chatted with Bu Yuyin for a few words and left together. As for Gu Ku, he naturally returned to the vending point. Ziyun found the spirit dragon egg, and of course she had to return to the purple lightning forest, and then conceived the little purple lightning spirit dragon inside the spirit dragon egg. So Ziyun and Qilu left the manor area together. On the way, Qilu glanced at Ziyun and asked, curiously, well, I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me who the father of the child is? Of course, if it's inconvenient, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I'm just curious. Qilu specifically emphasized the reason why he asked this question, saying that he had absolutely no other purpose. After all, species isolation does not exist for most monsters and alien beasts. Even for a considerable part of the races, it does not exist. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, how can it be explained by technological theories? Therefore, Qilu is not sure that Ziyun's other half must be another purple electric spirit dragon. You know, there is a saying that dragons give birth to 9 sons, each of whom is different. This dragon gave birth to 9 children, who were bred from 9 different species, and each had different abilities and talents. It is enough to show how much influence the blood inheritance of parents has in their children. It's nothing inconvenient. It's just that he died a few years ago, at the hands of those damn humans. When Qi Lu suddenly asked this question, Ziyun's eyes darkened. But he quickly recovered and added, "Sorry, I wasn't talking about you. I know you haven't finished speaking, and I don't mind." Qi Lu waved his hand. "Of course, I'm also sorry for bringing up your sadness." After apologizing, Qi Lu didn't ask any more questions. No wonder Ziyun had such a big reaction after the spiritual dragon egg was lost. It turned out to be the son of her late husband. As for why the spiritual dragon egg has not hatched yet, that is also a very simple question. The dragon race has a very interesting characteristic when it comes to breeding offspring. That is, the longer it takes for a dragon egg to hatch, the higher the potential and the better the qualifications of the hatched individual. Because dragon eggs need to absorb a considerable amount of energy during the hatching process. The longer the incubation time is, the more energy is absorbed. This is also what every dragon who is about to become a parent wants to see. However, the longer it takes to incubate, the more dangers it may encounter. Therefore, when dragons hatch eggs, they usually find a hidden place and wait quietly for the eggs to break out of their shells. When the spirit dragon eggs appear to have characteristics similar to those aftergone eggs, it proves that Ziyun's other half is a pure-blooded dragon. Send Ziyun outside Yuanshan City and watch her leave. Qi Lu returned to Yuanshan City again. Then he couldn't wait to shout in his mind, "System, you received the black disc." "System, don't worry, host, this system will not forget your reward." This time the system is quite generous. So Qi Lu immediately thought that the black disc must be an incredible treasure. "Don't worry about the reward, it won't be able to escape anyway. However, you should have detected what that black disc is." Qi Lu immediately asked in his mind. The tone is quite firm. "System, yes, this system has indeed detected it, and it is stronger than imagined." "Really? Then tell me quickly, what is that thing? Then tell me quickly, what is that black disc?" Qi Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited when he heard the system say it's stronger than imagined. If it can be stronger than what the system imagined, it must be an incredible treasure. "System, host, don't worry. This black disc is called the casting jade disc. It contains a large number of forging methods, as well as various ancient runes, magic arrays, and other things. System, moreover, this cast jade plate can also be used to derive the destiny of heaven and earth, and to carry the power of faith." Deriving the destiny of heaven and earth? Qi Lu didn't pay much attention to what the system said earlier. After all, those forging methods, ancient runes, magic arrays, and other things are really useless to Qi Lu. It's better to leave it to the Irby system to learn. However, these latter functions, such as derivating the destiny of heaven and earth and carrying the power of faith, are of great use to Qi Lu. Luck of heaven and earth is the key to achieving the strong level. The power of faith is a necessary item to open the purchase channel for the fairy and demon battlefield. Both of these are good things. System, yes, this cast jade plate can generate the luck of heaven and earth. After this system is thoroughly studied, it will definitely be able to produce the luck of heaven and earth more quickly. Well. As soon as these words came out, Qi Li's excitement was suddenly reduced by half. "I almost forgot that although this two-stroke system is usually very confusing, in terms of hard power, it is very powerful without any compromise. The luck of heaven and earth is indeed precious. But the system seems to be able to produce normally, maybe it's just a little slower. However, the function of producing the luck of heaven and earth is indeed rare when it is not available. But after that, the speed is not so important. After all, the luck of heaven and earth may not necessarily be used in normal battles. Even the battles between strong men and powerful people, which are not life and death battles and use the luck of heaven and earth to draw on the power of heaven and earth, are quite rare. Because it is so precious. Even if it is a powerful person, unless he can aspire to reach the legendary peak level of strong person. Otherwise, the luck of heaven and earth will be used a little less, and who would be willing to waste it for fun when they have nothing to do? Wait, system, you seem to have said just now that this cast jade plate can also carry the power of faith. Qilu asked next after coming back to his senses. System, yes. Then what is the use of this function? Qilu asked with some confusion. It carries the power of faith, but does not derive the power of faith. Why does this function still seem so useless? System, the cast jade plate has the function of carrying the power of faith. When the host trades in this world, the upper limit of the power of faith that can be collected in each transaction can be increased by about 50%. What? Increase the single collection limit of the power of faith. It can be increased so much. Qi Li's eyes suddenly widened with a look of surprise on his face. The single collection limit of the power of faith is definitely an extremely deceptive setting. It greatly slowed down Qi Li's ability to collect the power of faith. However, there is nothing we can do about it. Because the power of one's faith is limited. This thing is not like gold coins. You can earn as much as you want. The power of faith requires a person's ideological belief, and it also depends on whether he is pious, so collecting it all at once is tantamount to killing the goose that takes the egg. The limitations of the system in this aspect are also for the sake of the overall situation. However, the appearance of the cast jade plate really solved Qi Li's urgent need. It abruptly increased the collection speed of the power of faith by 50%, and there may be much more. And this is 50% real, not fake at all. Finally found a function that is useful to me. Qilu said to himself happily. However, other than that, the other functions of the cast jade plate are of little use to Qilu. But for the system, there may be many places where it can be used. Especially the knowledge about forging methods, ancient runes, and magic circles contained in the casting jade plate. You know, knowledge is power. As long as this knowledge falls into the hands of the system, and with a little time, it can be learned and used quickly. For example, improved laser light, and Guku. Those are all things created by the system based on the ancient runes learned not long ago and the technological methods discovered from Qi Li's memory. And it's all good stuff. At this point, the system's talent is indeed not a guarantee. Qi Li can't accept it. Therefore, although the function of casting jade plates is of little use to Qi Li, as long as it is useful to the system, it is a good thing. Because of these uses, they will still be fed back to Qi Li in the end. For example, from various new products. By the way, talking about new products. Qi Li suddenly thought of this problem. System, since the casting jade plate is of no use to me, you should hurry up and hand over the new products to me. Qi Li is quite looking forward to the new products. System, okay, host, please wait a moment. System, the new product this time may be a bit large. Please review the new product information before making a decision. Big? Qi Li was confused by the system's words. To be honest, in Qi Li's impression, the only products that can be called huge products are the pets summoned by those pet cards. For example, the wind-flying dragon and the bronze giant soldier. But other products, to be honest, are not really big in size. However, since the system kindly reminded him, Qi Li was still very curious and opened the store manager's back end. Then I clicked on the information about the new product. No way. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li looked dull. Because this new product is really beyond Qi Li's expectations. Bomb delivery airship, It was transformed from a basic helium airship and blessed with a large number of ancient runes. The airship is 545 meters long, and the manned room is 50 meters long, 42 meters wide and 9 meters high. A total of 10 bomb delivery ports and 2 railguns were carried. The bomb drop port can continuously project explosive magic light bombs to the target, causing huge destructive power. The railgun can fire high-compression magic light bullets, which can penetrate the body-protecting fighting spirit and magic shields of heroes in the primary realm. The energy storage gems carried by the bomb-dropping airship can sustain high-intensity combat for more than 300 hours. Oh my god, you actually made this stuff out. Qilu was really dumbfounded. This is an airship. An airship with a total length of 545 meters, this thing flying in the air is bigger than the purple electric spirit dragon that was hovering over the distant mountain city before. Moreover, this bomb-dropping airship is also equipped with 10 bomb-dropping ports and 2 railguns. Qilu won't say what the bombing port is, because there is nothing to say. Everyone knows the power of magic light bullets. The explosive magic light bullets just strengthen the power of the normal version of magic light bullets. The destructive power caused is probably equivalent to the full blast of an improved version of laser light. In other words, a magician at the pinnacle of the master level tried his best to attack. It's just that the improved laser light can only burst once, so the energy storage gem must be replenished with magic power. The bomb-dropping port of the bomb-dropping airship can continuously throw such powerful magic light bombs, and it can also cause secondary explosions. But that's not the most important thing. The most powerful thing about this bomb-dropping airship is the 2 railguns mounted on it. As for the principle of the railgun, I won't go into details. Anyway, according to the character of the system, after learning a little bit, you dare to start making finished products based on your imagination. If you don't understand something, just use the power of ancient runes to make up for it. Otherwise, why didn't we make it before? So even if the principle is stated, I'm afraid it's of little use. Because the principles on the technology side are fundamentally different. However, the strongest thing about the railgun is the terrifying burst speed when launched, which results in terrifying destructive power and super-penetrating power. As stated in the information, the high-compression magic light bullets fired by the railguns can penetrate even the body-protecting fighting energy and magic shields of the powerful warriors at the primary level of the hero level. This may be due to the high-compression magic light bullet. But the railgun itself is indispensable. Moreover, this high-compression magic light bullet is different from ordinary magic light bullets. This magic light bullet has extremely strong penetrating power. But it won't explode. However, sometimes, the question of whether it will burst or not has no impact. On the contrary, it is a high-compression magic light bullet that will not explode and can explode with a more terrifying impact. This is very scary. However, what is even more powerful is the last sentence. The energy storage gems carried by the bomb-dropping airship can sustain high-intensity combat for more than 300 hours. What is this concept? The so-called high-intensity combat refers to the situation when the bomb drop port and railgun firepower are fully opened. This can last for 300 hours. Then under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem at all for 2 months. Moreover, if the bomb-dropping airship does not enter combat status, it will just hover in the sky and consume little energy at all, which is almost negligible. This is definitely a weapon for protecting the city. As long as there is a bomb-dropping airship floating in the sky above the city-state, even an ordinary hero-level powerhouse will have to carefully consider it. To be honest, although Qilu thought of this new product, the system would make a fuss about thermal weapons. But I didn't expect that the system's interests seem to have changed again. It has changed from sophisticated technology, like simulated robots, to rough technology, like bomb-dropping airships. The difference was so big that Qilu was caught off guard. But according to the combat effectiveness of the bomb-dropping airship, what price should be set? After being surprised for a moment, Qi Lu began to think about new questions. The combat effectiveness of a bomb-dropping airship is a little exaggerated. It can take on 5 or 6 strong men at the primary level of hero level, and there is no problem at all. It can even be said to be more than enough. Especially in terms of sustained combat capability and offensive intensity, it is even worse. In addition, the status of a hero-level strongman in this world does not even have the luck of heaven and earth. Therefore, the price of a bomb-dropping airship must be an astronomical figure. There are probably only a handful of people who can afford it. System, host, I forgot to tell you, there is only one bombing airship. Qi Lu, who was still thinking about how to price the bomb-dropping airship, was suddenly choked by the system's words. There is only one ship, so if you say a hammer, your excitement will be in vain. It's really uncomfortable to feel angry with a hint of helplessness, but it's also embarrassing to criticize the system. After all, the system only said that new products would be given away before, but not the quantity. System, this system has detected that the host has experienced severe mood swings, and would like to ask the host to calm down a little. System, the amount of materials required to manufacture bomb-dropping airships is too large, so mass production is inconvenient. That's what I guessed. Qi Lu said with his forehead raised. The system's rare explanation also made Qi Li's helplessness dissipate a little. This is the familiar stingy system. The cost of building this bomb-dropping airship is at least as much as hundreds of thousands of improved laser beams, and it may be more. Of course, it is impossible to give them away in large quantities. It would be considered generous of the system to send one as a gift. But forget it, the reward this time is like a free gift anyway, so don't be too greedy. The process of obtaining the cast jade plate was so easy that Qi Lu was embarrassed to take credit. Since there is no excuse to fool the system, let's wait until next time. Anyway, there are plenty of opportunities, so there is no rush. But now, there is another thing that interests Qi Lu. That is to see with your own eyes how huge this bombing airship is, and what the interior decoration is like. However, given the size of the bomb-dropping airship, if it were summoned directly in Yuanshan City, it would be too conspicuous and would definitely cause a lot of damage. So the first place Qi Lu thought of was the sky. The destination of the bomb-dropping airship is the vast sky. So Qi Lu immediately used the power of the skybreaking boots to open the door to space, and instantly reached an altitude of thousands of miles. In this place, even the distant mountain city on the ground is almost invisible. Therefore, summoning the bomb-dropping airship here will not attract the attention of interested people. Okay, system, take out the bomb-dropping airship for me, and let me appreciate the reward you gave me this time. Qi Lu shouted something in his mind, and then stepped back. The next second, a white light flashed, and a huge bomb-dropping airship appeared out of thin air in front of Qi Lu. The first impression that the bombing airship gave Qi Lu was that it was big. The total length is 545 meters. What is the concept? If calculated according to the standard of a 3-meter one-story building, the 545 meters would be 181 floors, and there would still be some room for surplus. If a 181-story building were to stand on the ground, it would be so high that it would be impossible to see the top at a glance. And now, this bomb-dropping airship is floating in the sky, giving people a great visual impact. With Qi Li's size, standing in front of this bomb-dropping airship, he was really too small. However, the total length of 545 meters is not the manned room of the bomb-dropping airship, but the airship airbag above, which is similar to the shape of a rugby ball. At the tail of the airship airbag, there are also 4 tail fins, which can be used to adjust the direction and elevation of the bomb-dropping airship. The surface of the airbag is covered with various obscure ancient runes. They were covered in layers. If it hadn't been for a prompt from the system, even Qi Lu wouldn't have recognized these ancient runes at the first time. This was after Qi Lu had learned ancient runes. That's not to mention other people who don't know the ancient runes at all. Looking at these obscure lines, without knowing it, I'm afraid they might look more like random graffiti than ancient runes. After difficult identification, Qi Lu finally managed to recognize a small part of these ancient runes. It includes airbag runes at the front and back, as well as defensive runes. There are also quite a few strengthening runes and breath-gathering runes. The configuration is quite complete. System, you have blessed this airbag with so many runes. Can you tell me about its specific anti-strike ability? Qi Lu felt dizzy looking at these ancient runes, and finally could only ask one question in his mind. No way, it's one thing to know these ancient runes, but it's another thing to know their specific functions. Qi Lu doesn't know how to forge, and he doesn't need these ancient runes. So being able to recognize him is the limit. System, it can probably withstand a full blow from a hero-level mid-level strongman without being damaged, but it will be damaged to a certain extent. The defense is so strong. No wonder this thing can't be mass-produced. Qi Lu suddenly realized what he said. Because just think about how precious those armors that can withstand a full blow from a hero-level mid-level strongman are. You can understand the value of this bomb-dropping airship. Just these ancient runes probably consumed a lot of energy. All of a sudden, this bomb-dropping airship was really not something that ordinary people could afford. I'm afraid it would be difficult to spend all the financial resources of a city-state. After all, most city-states are not guarded by strong men at the heroic level. If one could buy a bomb-dropping airship, it would definitely be a qualitative change for the city-state's overall strength. Looking further down, there is the pod hung under the airbag of the airship, which is the so-called manned room. Judging from the appearance of the manned room, there are also many ancient runes engraved on it. Although the volume is completely smaller than that of an airship airbag, the total length is 50 meters, the total width is 42 meters, and the height is 9 meters. It is divided into 3 floors. The top floor is the living area. This is where the pilots of bomb-dropping airships live, with various rooms. For example, there are rooms such as bathrooms, kitchens, dining rooms, toilets, etc., and the most common among them is the bedroom. The second floor is the airship control room. The control room in the center has a very broad field of vision, able to overview all the situations surrounding the bomb-dropping airship, and also has devices to assist in locking on the enemy. It is a magic version of radar that the system has improved based on the energy fluctuation detector. The magic version of the radar can effectively detect the enemy's strength and location based on energy fluctuations. It can also help the railgun lock onto the enemy and be used to assist in combat, which is quite convenient. The third floor is the storage room, as well as the bomb drop port and railgun. The bomb release port is located at the bottom of the manned room, and their railgun can move in 5 directions around and at the bottom. Moreover, the magic light bombs used by the bombing airship all come from energy storage gems installed in the airbag of the airship, so there is no munition depot. Seeing this, Qi Lu already had a general understanding of the configuration of this bomb-dropping airship. Fierce firepower and tyrannical combat effectiveness. When the storage room is fully filled, it can accommodate hundreds of people living on the airship for nearly a month without any supplies. Definitely a true moving fortress. The only drawback is probably that it is more troublesome when stopping for supplies. After all, it is quite difficult to fully charge the energy storage gems on the bombing airship with magic power. Even a magician at the heroic level would probably have to go through more than 10 rounds to fully charge an energy storage gem with such a huge energy storage capacity. Not to mention relying on those master-level magicians. Every time you replenish the magic power for the bomb-dropping airship, you may not dare to let the bomb-dropping airship take off unless you are busy for several days. But there is no need for Qi Lu to worry about these things. Anyway, Qi Lu doesn't need a bomb-dropping airship himself, so it's better to leave the bomb-dropping airship buyer to deal with the headache. I'm very satisfied with the reward, and the system's delivery speed is also fast. If there are still such tasks, please remember to call me next time. While Qi Lu was thinking about the comments in his mind, he asked the system to help put away the bomb-dropping airship. System, I almost forgot, the host, together with the bomb-dropping airship, also has a special storage ring, which is specially used to store the bomb-dropping airship. What the hell? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment. Is there anything you have to say that Yotsant finish in one go? The reward will also be distributed in 2 parts. System, this is purely a mistake. Host, please rest assured. The next time this system forgets something like this, you're going to compensate me extra? Qi Lu immediately responded. System, no, this system will treat the remaining rewards as non-existent. The smile on Qi Li's face disappeared immediately, and he felt that he would never be happy again. There are already so many intrigues in real life, why do you have to play tricks in this second stroke system? But having said that, you still have to get your hands on the specially made a storage ring. The system was teasing, but it moved very quickly. The storage ring was quickly distributed to Qi Lu. This is a featureless ring. At first glance, it looks more like a small iron ring, but on this small iron ring, there is also a pattern of an airship engraved on it. It's just that the scratches are quite light and you can't really see them unless you look carefully. After putting the bomb-dropping airship into the storage ring, Qi Li immediately returned to Yuanshan City. At this time, Li Tsongrong was letting people clean up the battlefield. Although the tide of warcraft is extremely dangerous, but the benefits after the battle are also quite considerable. A large number of magic cores, as well as various raw materials such as monster fur, meat, bones, and teeth, can cover various industries such as clothing, food, and forging. As long as it can survive the wave of warcraft, it will be an all-round improvement for a city-state. Although after this battle, the city guards and practitioners of Yuanshan City also suffered many casualties. But how can there be no casualties in a war? After getting used to seeing life and death, of course you have to remember the dead, but more importantly, you have to consider the living. The dead sleep in the earth forever, but the living have to move on. Master Qi, everyone from the Fian Chamber of Commerce has stayed in Yuanshan City, and no one has left. As soon as Li Tsongrong saw Qi Lu, he immediately spoke out. Thanks a lot. Qi Lu nodded. Don't worry, this matter is not only the matter of Mr. Qi, but also the matter of Yuanshan City. It's all because of that guy that Yuanshan City suffered such a huge loss. He deserves to be severely punished. When Li Tsongrong talked about this, he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Qi Lizai and if Guku didn't lend a helping hand this time, Yuanshan City would have been destroyed by this wave of monsters. No one could withstand the attack of the purple electric spirit dragon. By the way, Mr. Qi, I don't know what kind of improved laser light it is. Li Tsongrong said, suddenly remembering this matter. For the improved version of laser light, City Master Li should go to Bu Yuyan. I have already handed everything over to her. Qi Lu waved his hand and interrupted Li Tsongrong's words. Now that you have chosen an agent for yourself, there is no need to get involved in these things. Otherwise, when Qi Lu leaves this world and returns to the northern mountains, Bu Yuyan has not managed the vending point well, and there will be a problem. Somewhere in this world, in an extremely luxurious mansion, an old man with white beard and hair was sitting on the main seat of the hall, his head slightly lowered, his fingers intertwined, not knowing what he was thinking. In the main hall, there was a young man kneeling on one knee, his head lowered, not daring to look directly at the old man. The young man's black attire was already stained with blood. His body was swaying a little and his breath was unstable. It was obvious at first glance that he was seriously injured. However, the old man above the main seat did not pay attention. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to be frozen, no one moved and there was no sound. It wasn't until a long while that the old man slowly raised his head and looked at the young man. You have been waiting for so long, but you still failed. Why? The old man's voice was old and deep, with a little bit of imperceptible anger, and he asked, slowly. I underestimated the combat power of the purple electric spirit dragon. I didn't expect it to explode with such powerful power in the end. I deserve death. The young man lowered his head deeply, not daring to refute, but just confessed. Listening to the meaning of the words, there is no doubt that this young man is the hero-level powerhouse who attacked the purple electric spirit dragon before. However, even a hero-level strongman still had to bow before this old man. This is enough to show the high status of this old man. How dare you look down on a semi-pure-blooded dragon? You will receive your punishment later, the old man snorted coldly. If it weren't for your contribution over the years, this alone would be enough to destroy you. Yes. Thank you very much for your kindness. I am so grateful. When the young man heard this, he felt relieved and thanked him quickly. Where's that thing? The old man ignored the young man's thanks and continued to ask. The things are still on the purple electric spirit dragon. Please give me another chance. I will definitely bring the things back this time. The young man replied quickly, with a very excited tone. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The cast jade plate that was taken away by the purple lightning-winged dragon must not be lost. This time, we must bring the cast jade plate back. The old man glanced coldly at the young man kneeling in the hall, shook his head, and then spoke slowly. Pass my order. All the people from the Fian Chamber of Commerce who stayed in Yuanshan City have been interrogated. But the guy Yanlin mentioned was not found. That is, the person in charge arranged by Yojia in Yuanshan City. It looked like he had escaped. Therefore, Yuanshan City remained dormant for a few days during this period. In the past few days, the Hammer mercenary team also became famous in Yuanshan City because of the previous battle against the Warcraft Tide. It is also for this reason that the improved version of laser light has become really popular, attracting those wealthy businessmen to snap up. Even though the rules of the vending point are a bit strange, these wealthy businessmen dare not ask why. One person can only buy one improved version of the laser, so just call more people and take turns buying it. There may not be many strong people in Yuanshan City, but ordinary people can still grab a lot of them. Being able to pay only with gold coins is a trivial matter. Among these wealthy businessmen were those who opened banks, and the exchange of gold coins and gold tickets only took a matter of minutes. In short, in one sentence, when it comes to purchasing an improved version of laser light, all problems are not problems. This is not to please Qi Lu or Bu Yuyan. Of course, this reason cannot be ruled out. But more importantly, it is because the function of the improved laser is too powerful for these wealthy businessmen. The mere fact that anyone can use it makes it a must-buy. After all, compared to one's own wealth and life, a little extraneous possessions are nothing. And it's not a big problem that a magician is needed to replenish the magic power of the energy storage gem. For most magicians who are not very powerful, it is still a happy thing to be able to exchange a little magic power for a lot of income. In addition to these wealthy businessmen, another big purchaser is Li Tsongrong. To be precise, they should be the city guards of Yuanshan City. After understanding the functions, advantages, and disadvantages of the improved laser light, Li Tsongrong waved his hand and prepared to replace 1/3 of the city guards with the improved laser light. This ratio is just right. Because if it is all an improved version of laser light, it will have no resistance at all when faced with a charge. Li Tsongrong, who has been on the battlefield for a long time, will naturally not make such a stupid mistake. In addition to this, there are the idol cultivators from Yuanshan City and the mercenary team that participated in this battle of Warcraft. One after another began to inquire about the origin of the improved laser light. So in the past few days, Bu Yuyan has been very busy. Coupled with the supportively calm and the deliberate flattery of the wealthy businessman, no one dared to cause trouble. Soon, several shops near the vending point were bought by Bu Yuyan. Then he started doing business in other industries. If a chamber of commerce wants to develop and grow, it is impossible to unlight a one kind of business. Even in the stores opened by Qi Lu, the products inside are never of a single type. So Bu Yuyan's move can be said to be very smart. Know how to take advantage of the situation. With the east wind, it will soar into the sky and be unstoppable. And the only one who can take off with this stock wind is the Bu family where Bu Yuyan belongs. It has nothing to do with Fian Chamber of Commerce anymore. As for the Yu family and Yan family, they can no longer stay in Yuanshan City. Yan Lin, who luckily escaped from the claws of the purple lightning dragon, also left Yuanshan City in despair. This move was also done intentionally by Bu Yuyan. As long as Yan Lin can return to Fian City and tell this story, it will definitely provoke conflicts between the Yan family and the Yu family. Because of this incident, the Yu family was the first to plot against the Yan family. When the time comes, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will naturally collapse due to internal disunity. The Bu family was able to escape unscathed. As for Yan Lin not returning to Fian City, that naturally has his value. And this value lies in Master Qi, we have been arrested. Li Tsungrong knocked on the door of Qi Li's room and shouted respectfully at door. Fortunately, Qi Li stayed in the Bu families in these days, otherwise Here Li wouldn't be able to find anyone. Is it so fast? It's faster than I thought. Qi Lu, who seemed to have expected this incident, was not too surprised. Instead, he replied in a calm tone and opened the door to the room. Li Tsungrong stood at the door, and closely behind him were two strong city guards. As well as a man whose arms were held behind his back by the two city guards and detained in the middle. This man's hair was messy, there were a lot of bloodstains on his face and body, and his clothes had a lot of tears. It seemed that he had struggled. It's just that he was facing two strong city guards, plus a master-level Li Com. This man was just an ordinary man, and his struggle was in vain. Young Master Qi really did not miss anything. As soon as Yan Lin left the city, he was intercepted and killed before he had even left Yuanshan City. Li Tsungrong had a look of admiration on his face and said it half complimentally and half sincerely. The man who was detained was none other than the person in charge of Yuanshan City arranged by the Yu family, Yu Mu. When the wave of monsters attacked Yuanshan City, Yu Mu learned the news in advance and escaped from Yuanshan City, while also plotting against the Yan family. However, Yugi did not escape far away, but stayed in a nearby city-state, paying close attention to the news of Yuanshan City. It wasn't until he learned that Toyama Castle had repelled the wave of monsters that Yugi began to feel uneasy. There is no other reason. Yumu's plot against the Yan family was based on the fact that the tide of monsters could break through Yuanshan City. If it succeeds, then over time, Fian Chamber of Commerce will all fall into the hands of Yojia. In this case, Yumu can also become a great contributor to the Yu family. However, without this foundation, Yumu's actions would be tantamount to forcing the Yan family from being allies of the Yu family to becoming enemies. When the time comes, Yojia will not only fall into disgrace, but will also become the target of public criticism. Then Yumu is the sinner of the Yu family. Therefore, in order to prevent this situation from happening, Yumu must intercept and kill Yan Lin or the people from the Yan family who were returning to Fian City on the way back to Fian City to prevent the news from leaking out. Although Qi Lu doesn't like intrigues, he still knows this kind of thing as soon as he thinks about it. So he asked Li Tsungrong to send people to follow Yan Lin secretly and capture all those who tried to intercept Yan Lin. After all, Yugi's identity and status only amounted to this, and the people he called higher were probably not that high in strength. It's enough to let Li Tsungrong deal with it. What's more, the people Li Songrong sent out were carrying improved laser beams. In an unexpected situation, not many people can defend against magic light bullets. As for Yan Lin, he will naturally be released back to Fian City. When the Fian Chamber of Commerce is in chaos, it still needs to add fuel to the fire. It's just a simple speculation. I didn't expect this guy to be so anxious. The time to take action was much earlier than I expected. Qilu responded casually, then glanced at Yumu. But he saw Yumu's eyes were numb and dull, with a look of constant panic on his face. Can someone with such a mind be able to meet a powerful hero? Qilu couldn't help but have some doubts. Logically speaking, the affairs of the Fian Chamber of Commerce should be handled by Bu Yuyan and have nothing to do with Qilu. However, this was not the case after Qilu took Ziyun's cast jade plate. We must consider what kind of force the people who attacked Ziyun came from before. So the key figure among them is Yumu. Because only Yugi has come into contact with the hero-level powerhouse who is no missing. Since the people have been brought here, I won't stay any longer. There are still many things to deal with in the city lord's mansion. After Li Songrong and Qilu exchanged a few pleasantries, they said goodbye. Now is the stage where the overall strength of Yuanshan City is improving rapidly, and there are many more things that need to be dealt with than usual. City Master Li can do whatever he wants. No one can escape from me without my consent. Qilu nodded and did not hold back. That's natural. Although Li Songrong didn't know Qi Li's strength, as long as Goku was there, he would probably be hard-pressed to find an opponent in Yuanshan City. And Yugi is just an ordinary person who can't practice, let alone a threat at all. So Li Songrong left with 2 city guards. Yumu was left standing alone with no one watching over him, while Qilu stood at the door and looked at him with squinted eyes. This made Yugi think again. No one wants to die. Even if there is a glimmer of hope in despair, they will desperately grab it. Yumu actually struggled when he was captured by Li Songrong, but in the end hadn't have the ability to escape, so he was a little desperate. After all, if Li Songrong and others find out about what happened this time. Not to mention that Li Songrong would kill him, even the Yan family and the Yu family would not let him go. To plot against the Yan family, you have to find a scapegoat to take the blame. Moreover, the plot against the Yan family was the result of Yumu's insistence going his own way, and the rest of the Yu family didn't even know about it. Especially the current head of the Yu family, Yu Qiyuan, has never even heard of him. If it succeeds, that's fine, Yugi can still be a big contributor. But the current situation is a failure. In this situation, Yumu would definitely die. But now, if he could escape, he might still be alive. I advise you not to use these little thoughts, because it will not be good for you. Qilu looked at Yumu's changing expression and knew what he was thinking, so he issued a warning. No good? I'm going to die and still think about it so much. Yumu ignored Qi Li's warning and saw that Li Songrong and the 2 city guards had left for a long time. He seized the opportunity and fled towards the stairs of the inn. I told you, running away will do you no good. Qilu shook his head. He didn't like people who didn't listen to advice. Snapped. A snap of his fingers, accompanied by 2 wisps of fighting spirit, instantly pierced Yumu's legs. There was no blood splattering as expected, but Yugi, who was running, suddenly fell to the ground. His legs seemed to have disappeared and he couldn't use any strength. Legs, my legs. They're gone, they're all gone, they're all gone. When he fell to the ground, he also shattered the last glimmer of hope in Yugi's heart. I told you not to run, but you still have to run. If you don't run after I finish asking questions, it won't be a big deal. Qilu walked slowly to Yumu, squatted down, and said expressionlessly. This is the Bu family's inn, and Bu Yuyan specially ordered it. So there was no way to disturb Qilu at all. Unless Qilu calls someone himself. Question? What do you want to ask? I don't know anything. When Yumu saw Qi Lu, there was fear in his eyes, but he still shouted subconsciously. Don't worry, if you insist on not answering, I won't force you. I just hope you don't regret it. Qi Lu said with a slight smile, without any reluctance. Qi Lu doesn't know how to search for souls, but the system does. If Yugi doesn't want to answer, there's no need to answer, just leave it to the system to search for souls. It's okay to let me answer your questions, but you have to ensure that I can't survive, otherwise I will let you know what is false and true, true and false. After hearing Qi Li's words, Yumu rolled his eyes and spoke quickly. It may be difficult to keep you alive. All you can ask for now is a quick death. Qi Lu shook his head, the smile on his face unchanged. Qi Lu is generally not willing to do things like pretending and giving in, especially at this time. Just say what you have to say, why lie? If a person does something wrong, he must bear responsibility. If Yumu hadn't stolen the spirit dragon egg, Yuanshan City would not have suffered this disaster. Many of the city guards and cultivators in Yuanshan City died at the claws of the monster because of his actions. Therefore, it is impossible to survive, so I just want to die quickly. Otherwise, there would still be many people waiting to make Yugi unable to survive or die. No, it's impossible. If that's the case, I won't answer your question. Don Tevin, think about it. Yugi shouted hysterically with a look of horror on his face. I've already said it, it doesn't matter whether you answer me or not, because I don't need your answer. Qi Lu spread his hands and became a little impatient with this guy. Self-righteousness without self-knowledge. No wonder it caused so much trouble for Yojia. System, if you want to search for souls, you should be fine. System, of course you can, but the souls of ordinary people are relatively fragile and may cause irreversible damage. Then let's get started. Don't worry about damage or anything like that. Just do whatever you want. Yugi was destined not to survive anyway, so this little damage was nothing more than a minor problem. Maybe after giving Yugi cerebral palsy, he would express his gratitude. After all, sometimes, death is a very luxurious thing. What do you want to do? Yumu saw Qi Lu being silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand, grabbed his head, and immediately backed away with his hands on the ground. However, even if Yumu could still run, he couldn't escape Qi Li's speed. What's more, even his legs are useless now. Start. Qi Lu grabbed the top of Yumu's head and shouted in his heart. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Yugi heard a miserable howl, then his eyes turned white and his whole body trembled. But after a few seconds, he fell to the ground. He's not dead yet. Let City Lordly send a few people to take care of it when the time comes. Qi Lu stood up and turned back to his room without even looking at Yumu, who was lying on the ground. And the system quickly sorted out Yumu's memories. Mainly about the memory of that heroic powerhouse. In Yugi's memory, the hero-level strongman looked like a young man, wearing a black outfit and a very arrogant attitude. After successfully rescuing Yugi, who was trapped by a monster near the Xidian forest, he asked Yugi to find him a place to live. It seems that he is waiting for the day when the purple lightning spirit will shed its skin. After all, when the purple electric spirit dragon will shed its skin is something that can't be determined with certainty, so we can only calculate a rough time range, and then just wait. Then there was a period of calm. When this hero-level powerhouse left for the purple lightning forest, Yuji immediately hired a team of mercenaries and followed him to the purple lightning forest. I originally wanted to pick up something cheap, but I accidentally stole the purple electric spirit dragon's egg. To be honest, judging from the appearance of the spirit dragon egg, it is indeed too eye-catching. Anyone with a discerning eye will know it is a treasure at a glance. So Yugi was so greedy for profit that he boldly planned this incident. Seeing the purple lightning dragon appear in the sky above Yuanshan City, the plan was about to succeed, but at the last moment, it fell short. He also leaked his plan. I have to say, it's up to people to plan things, but it's up to God to make things happen. Yugi dared to think that this was indeed a talent. But for the sake of selfish desires, he ignored the entire distant mountain city and ended up not getting a good end. He must have deserved it. As for the origin of that hero-level powerhouse, there were only a few words in Yugi's memory. The most likely word among them is the Palace of Foundry. As expected, I came here to cast jade plates. The name already speaks for itself. When Chi-Lu saw this, he almost understood everything. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Even if there are, they won't all happen to the same thing. Therefore, Chi-Lu can almost conclude that this casting hall attacked Xian just to cast jade plates. It was only because he was frightened by the fighting power of the purple electric spirit dragon that he became cautious. Of course, it's possible that he was taking care of other things, but Chi-Lu didn't know about it. After all, Chi-Lu is also quite unfamiliar with the power of the Foundry Hall. You still have to find someone to ask for clarification. Fian City, the main residence of the Bu family. Walking empty sitting in his study, reading the letter in his hand. All the writing on it has been processed with masking magic, and only designated people can see the writing on it. Or the caster of the concealing magic can remove the concealing magic, allowing others to see the text inside. If the shielding magic is forcibly destroyed, the letter will be burned automatically. The people from the Yu family actually took the initiative to plot against the Yin family. Are they planning to start internal strife? Xing Kong was thinking while reading the letter. Bu Yuyan wrote a lot in the letter, including the conspiracy of the Yu family and the Yin family, and the encounter with Chi-Lu on the way to Yuanshan City. Probably not. Yu Qiyuan is not this kind of person. Internal strife at this time will only reduce his own strength. He has no reason to do this. Then, this is Yugi's decision. It seems that even if Yan Lin returns to Fian City, he may not be able to directly confront the Yu family and the Yin family. At most, he will be treated coldly. Walking in the void, you can see this kind of thing more clearly. Yu Mu's plot against the Yin family will at most make Yan Qianshan more wary of the Yu family. But at this time, the Yin family and the Yu family fell out, so the party that benefited the most was the Bu family. This is something neither Yan Qianshan nor Yu Qiyuan want to see. However, at least this matter can make the Bu family feel a lot more relaxed. Allies are most afraid of alienation. Once there is no trust, no matter how solid an alliance is, it will quickly collapse. Human greed is always endless. If you want to swallow up the Bu family, you will also worry that the other party wants to plot against you. This incident is just a trigger. Fortunately, nothing happened to Yu Yan. Otherwise, even if we fight to make the Fian Chamber of Commerce disappear, you two will not be able to live well. The bottom line for walking empty is clear. That is your own family. Bu Yuyan lost her mother when she was young, and Bu Yuyan was very caring and doting on her. If it weren't for the helpless situation, Xing Kong would not give in to Yu Yan and go to Yuanshan City to develop alone. But now it seems that Bu Yuyan's opportunity may have come. It can only be said that Bu Yuyan is lucky to meet a young master like Chi-Lu is likely to come from a big power, and to be protected by Gu Ku, a heroic powerhouse. I don't know if Mr. Chi is married, but Yu Yan's appearance is pretty good. Yuanshan City, in the city lord's mansion. As soon as Chi Li's senses opened up, he quickly found Li calm in handling various matters. City Lord Li, sorry to bother you. Hearing this, Li Tsongrong was shocked. He quickly looked up and saw Chi-Li standing not far in front of him with a smile on his face. It turns out to be Mr. Chi. Don't bother me. I wonder what Mr. Chi has come to do this time? Li Tsongrong said with some surprise. For Qi Lu to appear here silently, he was not aware of it, and his heart was full of shock. From this point of view, the strength of this young Master Qi is probably not low. Don't be nervous, City Master Li. I came here this time just to inquire about a certain force with City Master Li. Qi Lu, straight to the point, stated the purpose of his visit. I don't know what kind of force can make Mr. Qi come here specially. If it is a force that is too famous and unknown, I don't know. Li Tsungrong didn't dare to vouch for this kind of thing. Because those who can achieve the position of city lord are basically loners. The city-state itself is a powerful force, and naturally it will not be influenced by other forces. Of course, if it were those behemoths that dominated one side, that would be a different story. It is still easy to control several city-states. Therefore, Li Tsungrong actually didn't know much about some small forces with little reputation. In Li Tsungrong's view, since Qi Lu was born among those behemoths, he was naturally no stranger to big forces of the same level. The people who would make Qi Lu come to inquire must be some unknown little people. That's why Li Tsungrong said such things. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I just came here to ask. I wonder if City Master Li has ever heard of the name Jiu Palace? Qi Lu waved his hand and then asked aloud. The Palace of Foundry. Haven't Master Qi heard of this name? At this moment, Li Tsungrong was really shocked, with a look of dumbfounded expression on his face, and couldn't believe it. Is it famous? Qi Lu saw something amiss from Li Tsungrong's expression. Not only is he famous, he is known to everyone, Mr. Qi. The gods worshipped by the Foundry Palace are the gods of forging. They claim to be the spokesperson of the god of forging, and the master of the Foundry Palace is Duan Wenxin, the forging master recognized as having the highest forging skills. Li Tsungrong introduced, with a pious look. There was once again a trace of doubt about Qi Li's identity. In this world that believes in the god of forging, it is extremely rare not to recognize the forging hall, which claims to be the spokesperson of the god of forging. Unless they are children who are babbling. Or those delirious fools and lunatics. Otherwise, everyone would know the name of the Jiu Palace and look forward to being appreciated by the Jiu Palace. In the casting hall, there are countless blacksmiths and forging masters, and they also have an amount of resources that ordinary practitioners cannot imagine. Joining the Foundry Hall means embarking on a promising road. Even some powerful heroes would find it difficult to resist this temptation. However, Qi Lu didn't know about the Jiu Palace. Did he slip out from some extremely closed place not long ago? I see, I understand. Excuse me, City Master Li. Qi Lu didn't care about the doubts in Li Tsungrong's eyes. After getting the answer he wanted, he left immediately. However, the high status of the Jiu Palace was somewhat beyond Qi Lu's expectation. Spokesperson of the god of forging. If this name were placed in the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains, people might sneer at it. But if you put it in this world, it would be terrible. Faith is such a magical thing. Then why are they looking for cast jade plates? Could it be? Qi Lu rubbed his chin, thinking in his mind, and then frowned as if he remembered something. The casting jade plate contains knowledge about forging. The people in the casting hall definitely know how precious the knowledge contained in the casting jade plate is. If you believe in the god of forging, you must have a fanatical obsession with forging skills. If you think about it this way, it makes sense. After all, the cast jade plate might just be an indestructible jade plate in the hands of others. If you don't know how to read the knowledge inside. However, if it fell into the hands of the people in the casting hall, it would be an irreplaceable treasure. Most of the knowledge contained in the cast jade plate has not even been seen in the system and needs to be relearned, which is enough to show how precious this knowledge is. So, some of the things I said are still correct. Knowledge is really power. Without this knowledge, the system would not be able to develop new products so quickly. What's more, for Qi Lu, the role of the cast jade plate is more than that. Derive the destiny of heaven and earth, and carry the power of faith. Those are all essential features. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Lu to give up casting jade plates. Then there is only one final conclusion left. There was a head-on talk with the Jiu Palace to resolve the issue of ownership of the jade plate. As for whether it is a real talk or a real fight, it is not clear. I worked really hard for a cast jade plate. System, you only gave me one bomb-dropping airship for this task. Isn't it a little missing? I strongly request that the reward be increased, otherwise the consequences will not be dealt with. Qi Lu thought about the future and felt that he was at a disadvantage again. System, host, you are joking. If you are really capable, why don't you try to deal with the aftermath? Qi Lu was really choked by the system's words this time, and was so choked that his heart ached. It is true that if a wise man thinks a lot, he will make a mistake. If a fool thinks a lot, he will gain something. Why haven't I considered this before? Now I am being laughed at by the system. However, it was impossible for Qi Lu to hand over the cast jade plate. It's one thing to be unwilling. The key is that if you hand over the cast jade plate, you will get a lot less benefit. This is absolutely impossible. Okay, if you don't help, then if you have any treasures you want, don't commento me again. Because I'm very busy dealing with the aftermath. So Qi Lu quickly found a way to deal with it. Cooperation will benefit both sides, while fighting will hurt both. Just figure it out. System, host, you are joking again. This system did not say it would not help. Compromise comes pretty quickly. After all, the system and Qi Lu are still one and the same. It's okay to bicker at ordinary times, but there is really no benefit in fighting. For a stingy system, it is better to do less of this kind of thing that is not worth the gain. It's good that you know. I will call you when I need it, but don't let Medon. Qi Lu snorted and then spoke slowly. System, that's natural. The host's business is the system's business. If necessary, please feel free to give us instructions. Don't worry, I won't be polite. Qi Lu said with a smile, and suddenly his expression changed. Oops, Ziyun. Because of the presence of the purple lightning dragon in the Xidian forest, few people are willing to come here to hunt. There are always many monsters in the Warcraft forest. It is not worth it to accidentally risk your own life for some uncertain harvest. However, for hero-level experts, there is no such concern. The Foundry Palace is the largest force in the world, and it can be said that it includes nearly half of the hero-level powerhouses. His strength is unmatched by anyone. Naturally, he would not pay attention to a Xidian forest. If the purple electric pterosaur from back then was still there, maybe the Foundry Hall would still be wary of it. After all, the purple electric pterodactyl is a real pure-blood dragon, and Idis also at the peak of the heroic level. An ordinary hero-level strongman would be defeated or even beheaded on the spot if he couldn't make even 10 moves in front of the purple electric pterosaur. But today, among the powerful beasts guarding the purple lightning forest, there is only one purple lightning spiritual dragon left. It is really not enough to see the hero-level primary realm. Back then, the purple lightning-winged dragon took away the casting jade plate. Due to the strength of the purple lightning-winged dragon, the casting palace did not dare to speak. However, today, I have become more courageous. This time, thanks to the trust of the Lord of the Palace, we can entrust us with the task of retrieving the cast jade plate, so we must not make any mistakes. Among the 5 powerful heroes who came outside the Xidian forest, the leader was named Tong Wu. He was born with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and his face was filled with evil spirits. He is also the only one among the 5 who has reached the intermediate level of hero level. As for the other 4, they are all in the primary realm of hero level, and their strength cannot be compared with Tong Wu. So when Tongwu spoke at this time, the other 4 people nodded in agreement. Now, disperse immediately, and use the things the Lord Palace Master gave us to set up an array. We must not let the purple electric spirit dragon escape. Tongwu glanced around the edge of the Xidian forest, and then ordered the matter. Then, he walked into the Xidian forest alone. The remaining 4 people looked at each other, then turned around, each Chosi direction, and flew away quickly. After Ziyun returned to Xidian forest, she has been dormant in her own territory to recuperate. First, he was attacked by someone when he was molting, and then, when he went to attack Yuanshan City, he was seriously injured by Guku. If it weren't for the strong dragon blood in Ziyun's body, it would greatly enhance her recovery ability. I'm afraid he is still seriously injured and dying at this moment. Fortunately, the purple electric spirit dragon's physique is already strong, and coupled with its extremely strong recovery ability, most of its injuries have healed after these days of rest. It's just that there is still some distance between recovery and recovery, so hibernation is still needed to speed up recovery. But today, while Ziyun was still sleeping, a sudden breath suddenly woke Ziyun up. Another hero-level cultivator broke into the purple lightning forest. What did he want to do? Ziyun stood with her head held high, her huge body looking particularly eye-catching in the lush jungle. Ziyun has been much more alert since she was attacked earlier. Especially for this kind of hero-level powerhouse with unknown origins, he is particularly vigilant. I didn't expect you to be able to notice my arrival. Is this formation all come to me? Tongwu soon arrived at Ziyun's territory and couldn't help but sneer when he saw the purple electric spirit dragon's eyes locked on him. Welcome? Humph, if you leave now, I can forget about it, but if you don't listen to the advice, then I won't be polite and will let you know what the price is. Ziyun could naturally see Tongwu's evil intentions and immediately warned him. Although Ziyun's injuries have not yet healed, there is absolutely no doubt about the combat effectiveness of the purple electric spirit dragon. Even if he faced a strong man in the middle level of hero level, he still could not lose half of his momentum. After all, there is a big gap between the combat power of the human race and the dragon race. Under the same realm, it is almost impossible for human cultivators to be opponents of dragons. Even if the difference is a small level, the cultivators of the human race do not say that they can definitely defeat the dragon race. Otherwise, why would the hero-level strongman sent for the first time by the casting palace choose to wait for the opportunity to make a sneak attack instead of fighting head-on? If you can make me pay the price, then I would like to see what you are capable of, but I'm afraid you can't do it. Tongwu was extremely confident in his own strength, so he naturally scoffed at Ziyun's warning. A seriously injured purple electric spirit dragon dares to speak nonsense here, but don't come to scare people. Then you come and die. Ziyun has never had a good impression of human cultivators. The weak fear it, the strong covet it. No one would face a powerful purple electric spirit dragon with a normal attitude, so Ziyun naturally couldn't afford to communicate with these people. Anyone who dares to invade will be killed. Don't talk so much. Tongwu sneered and said, if you are willing to hand over the jade plate of castings, then I will leave naturally, but if you are not willing, then I will also let you understand the price of offending the casting palace. Tongwu and others came to Xidian Forest this time to cast jade plates. If he could get something without fighting, Tongwu wouldn't want to waste his energy. After all, Tongwu is not a fighting maniac. Cast jade plate? I don't have what you're talking about here. Ziyun thought about it for a moment, then she answered coldly, paused briefly, and then said, however, I also want to see what your casting hall is capable of. Stubborn. Tongwu would not believe Ziyun's words. The cast jade plate, that was the order given by Duan Wenxin, the master of the cast hall, to get the cast jade plate back from the purple lightning dragon. There is no need to say more about who Tongwu will believe. If you don't drink the toast, you'll have to drink wine as a penalty. Since you're unwilling to hand it over, I have no choice but to find the cast jade plate from your body with my own hands." Before he finished speaking, Tongwu waved his right hand, and a large sword as black as ink appeared in his hand. This is the weapon Duan Wenxing forged for Tongwu for this mission. The armor-breaking power is particularly powerful, and it was created to break through the scales of the purple electric spirit dragon. "Humph, you're so arrogant." Ziyun roared, her body hundreds of meters long stretched out, and the huge dragon tail swept towards Tongwu. Along the way, all obstacles in front of Jiaowei were destroyed. Tall trees and hard boulders were all reduced to powder, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. The speed is so fast that it can almost reach you in the blink of an eye. Body protecting fighting spirit, armor. Tongwu's speed was also not slow, and he reacted in an instant. The fighting energy in his body suddenly surged, and then condensed in front of him, forming an extremely strong shield. Bang! The dragon's tail collided with the shield condensed with fighting spirit, and a wave of air burst out in an instant, spreading towards the surroundings. Wherever the air waves hit, trees and rocks were crushed. The ground was also shattered, with spider web-like cracks exploding, spreading rapidly towards the surrounding area. The terrifying power also made Tongwu take a few steps back, and the blood surged in his chest, causing him to feel depressed. The power of the Dragon Clan is truly terrifying. Tongwu took a breath and moved his wrist. Although the purple lightning spirit Jiao is not a pure-blood dragon, in terms of bloodline strength, it is no worse than a pure-blood dragon. Giant dragons and dragons are originally two branches of the Dragon Clan. It's just that dragons are rarer than giant dragons. The reaction speed is indeed very fast. It's a pity that trying to defeat Mu at this level of power is just a dream. Ziyun also found out some details about Tongwu from the temptation just now. It's just that based on these things alone, it's not possible to completely determine Tongwu's strength. But that's almost enough. There seems to be a small difference between the primary level of hero level and the intermediate level of hero level. However, sometimes, the difference between this small realm may only be a small level. 5 small levels constitute a small realm. The difference between this small level can be completely made up between the Dragon Clan and the human race. After all, this small level difference is not the difference between the hero level and the strong level. That kind of gap really cannot be bridged. But at this moment, Ziyun had already realized that Tongwu's combat effectiveness was actually almost the same as her own. Even Ziyun can rely on her strong physique to overpower Tongwu. Phew! The Lord of the Palace is right. The power of the Dragon Clan cannot be underestimated. It will be difficult for me to capture you alone, but it will be difficult to prevent you from escaping. Ziyun is testing, and Tongwu is also taking the opportunity to test. Between offense and defense, no matter which side it is, there is a chance to find out the details of the opponent. When it comes to true combat effectiveness, Tongwu and Ziyun are indeed between equals. In this case, not only is the outcome difficult to determine, but if one party wants to escape, the other party basically has no way to keep them. Escape? It's better to leave this word to yourself. Ziyun said disdainfully. Then the dragon's tail carried huge power and whipped out again. In an instant, the wind near the dragon's tail roared like a sharp roar, and the wind blades were rolled up and slashed towards Tongwu. Don't underestimate people. This time, Tongwu did not dodge or dodge. A black light flashed on the blade off the big knife in his hand, and he raised his hand to chop. Buzz! A sharp neighing sound sounded. Immediately afterwards, a black light slashed out from the blade, like a jet-black thunder, extremely dazzling. The two attacks collided together, and the two terrifying forces also collided. In an instant, the earth was shattered and huge rocks were crushed into powder. This time, there were no cracks on the ground. There were just stone powder all over the ground and a bottomless crack. That was the cleft cut out by Tong Wu's sword. It stretches across the ground, is over 1,000 meters long, and is as black as ink like the blade of light. When people see it, they feel chills in their hearts. No wonder you dare to say such big words, you really have some ability. There was also a look of solemnity on Ziyun's face, and then she swung her body and rose up from the ground into the sky. For the purple lightning spirit Jiao, the sky is the real home field. Fighting on the ground will only weaken your own strength. You can actually block my slash. No wonder that guy failed to complete the task. It seems to be excusable. The that guy in Tong Wu's mouth naturally refers to the young man who came here for the first time. In the casting hall, Tong Wu's strength can be ranked at the forefront. Coupled with the weapons forged by Duan Wenxin himself, Tong Wu was even more powerful. Compared to the man who came here for the first time, he was much stronger. However, even so, Tong Wu could only fight evenly against the purple electric spirit dragon. That's why Tong Wu said this. However, the mission that has already failed once will not fail again in my hands, Tong Wu. After Tong Wu sighed, he kicked off his feet and reached the sky. But he saw thunderclouds in the sky. Rolling thunder gathered in the dark clouds, surging and making a deafening roar. This is the talent of the purple lightning spirit Jiao, which can use the power of thunder for its own use. It is also the source of the purple lightning dragon's tyrannical fighting power. Dragons never fight solely with their powerful dragon bodies. That is what only the lowest level dragons can do. Dragon breath and dragon language magic are all powerful fighting methods. A dragon that abandons these strong points and does not use them can only be said to be a fool. As a purple electric spirit dragon, Ziyun does not know dragon breath or dragon language magic, but her affinity and control over the power of thunder are her strongest talents. This is also the innate ability inherited from the purple lightning wing dragon. You know, the purple electric pterodactyl back then had two innate abilities, the power of thunder and the power of wind. However, when it comes to Ziyun, there is only one kind of thunder power left. But this is enough. I admire you for daring to come up, because this will be your burial place. Most of Ziyun's huge body was hidden in the thunderclouds. Seeing Tong Wu Dorito catch up to the sky, she couldn't help but laugh ferociously. While he was talking, the thunder in the sky had already struck towards Tong Wu. When facing the enemy, there is no need to talk about morality. A life and death fight is not a martial arts competition. This kind of battle lies both about superiority and inferiority, and it is also about life and death. If you are slightly negligent, you will be doomed. What a powerful force. This power of thunder can be so terrifying. Tong Wu suddenly saw the thunder in the sky coming towards him and couldn't help but be a little stunned. In the flash of purple light, Lei Lei appeared in front of Tong Wu. But at this critical moment, Tong Wu also reacted, and the fighting energy in his body suddenly burst out. The majestic sea-like fighting spirit was like a wave of waves, slapping towards the thunder coming from the sky, as if two waves collided together. A purple wave of thunder, and an almost colorless wave of fighting energy. Boom! Waves of explosions roared out, resounding in the sky. The violent power suddenly scattered in all directions, and in an instant, the space was distorted. Where the two violent forces collided, the originally peaceful space became a little ferocious, and then traces of cracks emerged. Then, every inch was shattered. Cough. Tong Wu felt so tight in his chest that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood before he felt a little better. However, Ziyun's attack did not stop. Taking advantage of a victory and pursuing it is something that every practitioner who is proficient in combat will do. The fighting instinct possessed by the purple electric spirit dragon is also not weak. So while Tong Wu spit out blood, Ziyun once again condensed the thunder light that filled the sky. And this time, the color of the thunder surging in the thunderclouds was even more dazzling purple. Thunder! Ziyun roared, and then shouted angrily. The rolling thunder and the thundercloud also roared together, and the sound of thunder was shocking. Boom! Countless thunderbolts condensed into streaks of thunder and struck towards Tongwu again. But this time, the purple light condensed by the lightning was so deep that it was almost impossible to look directly at it, as if one more look would make you intoxicated. However, under this deep purple light, there is an unimaginable danger hidden. Damn it! Tongwu took a deep breath, tightened the sword in his hand, and faced the thunder that was about to come, and slashed dozens of knives in an instant. Every time the sword is drawn, a black sword light can be condensed. Almost in the blink of an eye, dozens of black sword lights appeared in front of Tongwu, and then he faced the thunder in the sky and faced it. Bang bang! The sword light and thunder kept colliding. The roaring sound is endless. The cracks in the sky are also expanding, spreading to the surroundings, like a broken mirror. The space continues to collapse. The violent air waves that spread out and the residual power that escaped during the collision immediately dispersed the clouds in the sky, leaving only the thunderclouds gathered by Ziyun. The Xidian forest below also suffered. Wherever the remnant power reaches, trees shatter, the earth collapses, and rivers reverse. Almost nothing is left intact. And the monsters in the Xidian forest, under such terrifying power, were all laying on the ground trembling, not daring to move. The battle between heroes is so terrifying. Dash. Suddenly, there was a faint sound that passed through the body, followed by a flash of blood. Tongwu immediately snorted and covered his shoulders, blood flowing out from between his fingers. Having your body pierced by the power of thunder is definitely not fun. The violent power of thunder will make it difficult to recover from wounds and even stop bleeding. A talent like the power of thunder is really terrifying. Tongwu took a few breaths and turned a little pale. It's not because of fear or pain, it's just because of blood loss. Hero-level experts are also human beings. They will still die if they lose too much blood, but they just last longer than ordinary people. On the other hand, a powerful person can still use the luck of heaven and earth to prolong his life for a while. But it is also impossible to be immortal. Let alone a hero-level powerhouse. Are these your last words? Ziyun stared at Tongwu and said in a cold tone. Using the power of thunder is not an easy task. If it can be done quickly, Ziyun will not delay it. Ziyun has no interest in humiliating the enemy, and has no need to do it. No, this is just a sentiment. You can take it as my compliment to you, because you are indeed very strong. It's just a pity that you are going to lose soon. Tongwu said while using fighting spirit to clean the thunder power from the wound. Even now, do you still have such unrealistic fantasies? Then just take your sweet dreams and die together. Ziyun said something disdainfully, and immediately activated the thunder in the thunder clouds. However, at this moment, four chains formed by the vast magic power suddenly appeared on the horizon. Tongwu also looked happy, then took out a token from his arms, bit his finger and smeared blood on it. The formation is complete, lock it. As soon as these words came out, the token in Tongwu's hand was also thrown out. Crack! As soon as the token was released, it shattered into fragments that filled the sky, and then flew towards Ziyun. At this moment, four magic chains appeared on the horizon, as if they had crossed space, and suddenly appeared on Ziyun's four paws. There was no reaction time at all. Oops! The moment she was chained, Ziyun felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, while the chain blocked Ziyun's ability to move, it also blocked the flow of energy in Ziyun's body. The thunderclouds in the sky dissipated without a trace in just an instant. It was as if it had never appeared. Bang! Then the next moment, a huge muffled sound echoed throughout the world. Ziyun's huge body was pulled down from the sky by these four magic chains and slammed to the ground. A huge hole was made. The four directions locking dragon formation is something that the Lord of the Palace specially built for you. You should feel honored. Tongwu also came to the ground and walked up to Ziyun. Looking at the purple electric spirit dragon lying in front of him, unable to move, Tongwu felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Although he didn't defeat this purple lightning dragon by himself, what does it matter? The four directions locking dragon pillar has four foundation pillars, standing in the four directions, east, west, north and south. They are blessed by four hero-level experts and guarded in place. The token on Tongwu's body is used to determine the target of the blockade. As long as it is hit by the token, the four directions locking dragon formation can instantly block all the target's power and even suppress its ability to move. Unless the target's strength exceeds the people guarding the four pillars of the four directions locking dragon formation. However, it is a pity that a purple electric spirit dragon at the beginning level of hero level cannot compete with four practitioners at the beginning level of hero level. As long as the four pillars remain, there is no possibility of escape. Damn human cultivators are still as despicable as ever. Shameless. Ziyun gritted her teeth and cursed. The body of the purple electric spirit dragon was huge. Tongwu stood in front of Ziyun, as small as an ant, but at this moment he was showing off his power, which made Ziyun unable to help but feel angry. If Tongwu relied on his own strength to defeat her, Ziyun would have nothing to say. But now, relying on such insidious means to win can only make Ziyun feel that they are despicable and have lost their reputation as heroic heroes. Despicable? Don't you still understand the principle of winning a king and losing a bandit? Tongwu sneered and didn't care about Ziyun's curse. For those who do whatever it takes to win, the loser's curse is never a sarcasm, but a compliment. It is just the loser's powerlessness. Tongwu enjoyed this process, and his eyes when looking at the purple lightning dragon were full of teasing. It's useless to talk more. You'd better hand over the cast jade plate quickly, and I can let you die a more dignified death. If you continue to persist in your stubbornness, I believe that the Lord of the Palace will still be happy to use you as a forging material to add some strength to the next weapon. The things disassembled from every member of the dragon clan are all top-notch forging materials. Dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon teeth, dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon blood. This is true for giant dragons, and it is no exception for dragons. I have already said that I don't know what a cast jade plate is. Besides, even if the cast jade plate is with me, a despicable villain like you can't get the cast jade plate from me. Ziyun roared angrily, but there was also a hint of contempt in her tone. Although dragons are greedy by nature, they will never be cowards. If persuasion doesn't work, then you brought this upon yourself, so don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Tongwu was not angry or annoyed, but raised the sword in his hand with a sneer. Above the blade, black light lingered. This is a type of corrosive enchantment, specially used to break armor and has significant power. Even facing the dragon scale armor, it can be easily broken. Dash. The black sword light flashed past, and the sharp blade had already pierced into the body of the purple electric spirit dragon, splashing light golden spirit dragon blood. The scales flew, and pale golden blood mixed with blood fell to the ground. A corrosive enchantment that prevents wounds from healing. Even with the resilience of the purple lightning spirit Jiao, it was unable to stop this corrosive effect and could only allow the wound to spread. Moreover, the four directions locking dragon formation also blocked all of Ziyun's power, making it unable to resist Tongwu's attack and unable to dispel the magic power carried by the corrosive enchantment. Roar. Ziyun let out a low roar, suppressing her cry of pain. The erosion of magic power is dozens of times more painful than a simple wound. Near the scales that had been torn apart by the broadsword, the wounds had begun to turn a frightening ink color. Don't worry, the four directions locking dragon formation can last for a long time, until you completely die. Listening to the suppressed roar of the purple lightning dragon, Tong Wu suddenly showed a cruel smile on his face and said in a cold tone, "I have wanted to do something like slaying dragons for a long time, but I just never found the opportunity. Today, thanks to the great kindness of the Lord of the Palace, he has entrusted me with the task of retrieving the cast jade plate. Of course I will not let him down. I just hope that you can hold on for a while longer." In order to find the cast jade plate, Tong Wu will naturally use any means. Searching for souls was an advanced method, and of course Tong Wu didn't know it, so he had to use other methods. "Damn human cultivator, you will never get a cast jade plate." "Never." Ziyin gritted her teeth and said weakly. But his attitude was as firm and contemptuous as ever. The dignity of the dragon clan cannot be trampled on, even in the face of the threat of death. "Then let's take it slow. Don't worry, you will definitely tell us." Tong Wu didn't think that with the character of the purple lightning dragon, he would tell where the cast jade plate was so quickly. But one's integrity can be slowly worn away. As long as you can bring the cast jade plate back to the casting hall, it will be a great achievement. What a waste of time. The 4 foundation pillars of the 4 directions locking dragon formation are guarded by 4 powerful hero-level men. There is no need to worry about sudden collapse, and it will not be a problem even if it takes several months. The broadsword enchanted with corrosion and armor-piercing slashed through the purple electric spirit dragon. The scales were peeled off, mixed with the pale golden spirit dragon blood, and then collected by Tong Wu. These are top-grade forging materials, which are usually expensive but not available in the market. Naturally, Tong Wu will not waste them. The severe pain made Ziyun's whole body tremble, but she was blocked by 4 magic chains and could not move at all. But what's the use of guarding the cast jade plate? You don't know how to use it at all. Why don't you hand it over now, and we'll all be happy? Tong Wu kept persuading while collecting the scales that had been cut off from the purple lightning spirit Jiao. Pain can make people awake, but it can also make people lose their rationality. However, Ziyun didn't answer Tong Wu's words, she just looked at him coldly, her cold eyes seemed to freeze people. Such a look is not good, very bad. Tong Wu sighed, then moved the big knife in his hand and leaned over. There is the location of Long Jin. Once the dragon's tendons are broken, no matter how strong the purple electric spirit dragon is, half of it is useless. It will definitely be unable to rely on its dragon body to fight in the future. You should know that with this one blow, you will never have a chance again. Tong Wu said while adjusting the angle of the blade. Trying to use words to defeat the purple electric spirit dragon's defenses, Sothat, he can get the jade plate back as soon as possible. If you want to do it, hurry up and don't let me look down on you. Ziyun's voice was a little lower, but her tone was fierce. Huh, then you're asking for this. Tong Wu snorted coldly. He understood the simple provocation of the purple electric spirit dragon, but he had no intention of stopping. The big knife in his hand turned around and was about to slash forward. Clang! A stream of light flashed, accompanied by a crisp sound. When neither Tong Wu nor Ziyun could react, they galloped past Tong Wu and then stabbed into the ground next to them. It was a bright silver halberd. This, impossible. The sword forged by the Lord of the Palace actually broke. Tong Wu was not in the mood to see what the halberd looked like at the moment. Instead, he looked at the handle of the knife in his hand in astonishment. Yes, only the hilt remains. The blade of the shining black light had turned into fragments under the collision with the halberd. This is a weapon created by Duan Wenxin, the world's most recognized blacksmith. A lot of high-quality materials are used, and the texture is extremely sturdy. Not to mention being used as a weapon, even if it is used as a small shield, it is more than enough. However, at this moment, a halberd of unknown origin was smashed into pieces all over the ground. How is this possible? It's a pity that no matter how hard Tong Wu believed it, the fact happened before his eyes. Who? Who is it? Tong Wu suddenly turned around, looked at the direction from which the halberd was flying, and shouted angrily, "Who is it? You dare to take care of the affairs of the Jiu Hui Palace? Are you tired of living?" "It's not clear whether I'm tired of living, but you definitely won't be able to go back alive today." At the same time as this cold voice came out, Qi Lu appeared in front of Tong Wu as if he had stepped through the void. Tong Wu was so shocked that he took 3 steps back and looked at Qi Lu in surprise. Who are you?" Even Tong Wu couldn't help but feel a little frightened by such an ability to control space. But when he thought about how powerful the casting hall behind him was, Tong Wu suddenly became hardened again. "Dare you come to disturb the work of the casting hall? But do you want to come here to die?" As one of the most powerful forces in the world, the Jiu Hui Palace is truly a behemoth, and almost no one dares to disobey the Jiu Hui Palace. This is also the reason why Tong Wu is confident. Warcraft and alien beasts may not care how powerful the forging hall is. After all, they have different races and are difficult to intimidate. But in Tong Wu's view, this strong man who suddenly appeared was a member of the human race. How could he not know the power of the casting hall? "Are you working in the foundry hall?" Qi Lu looked at Tong Wu with a cold face and sneered, "What's the difference between this kind of behavior and that of a robber? Can you do evil everywhere just by wearing a hat from the foundry hall? This cast jade plate belongs to my casting hall. I came here to retrieve it. Is there anything wrong with it?" Tong Wu immediately retorted and took advantage of it first. "Things from the casting hall? Are you worthy of them?" When Qi Lu heard Tong Wu's rebuttal, he immediately showed a look of disdain. If the casting jade plate is really from the casting palace, how could there not be a powerful person in this world? The cast jade plate can derive the destiny of heaven and earth by itself. This is the opportunity to achieve the strong level. It is also the most precious opportunity for the strong men in the heroic realm in this world. In comparison, the other functions of the cast jade plate are not important at all. However, it seems that the Jiu Hui Palace has no idea that the jade tray has this function, so how could the jade tray be from the palace of Jiu Hui? Is it just because the names are the same? What did you say? When Tong Wu heard this, he shouted angrily on the spot. You know what I said, so you don't need me to say it a second time. Qi Lu said with a sneer, his face still cold. Wait a minute, what you mean by this is that you also know about the casting off the jade plate. Are you an accomplice? Tong Wu was not stupid after all. As soon as the previous excitement passed, he immediately thought of this matter. The name casting jade plate is a secret of the casting palace. Even in the casting hall, there are only a few people who know. However, when this uninvited man heard the name cast jade plate, he didn't even look surprised or confused at all. You must have heard of it. Maybe the cast jade plate is on this guy. Thinking of this, Tong Wu's eyes suddenly shone when he looked at Qi Lu. Master Qi, why are you here? Ziyun also asked a question at this time, but she seemed a little weak. To be honest, Ziyun didn't react to Qi Li's sudden appearance. There is still a long distance between Zidian Forest and Yuanshan City. Who would come here specially if they have nothing to do? That's really a lot of time to eat and have nothing to do. Suddenly I remembered that I wanted to see you for something, so I came over to have a look. Qi Lu answered casually. Of course, it is impossible to say that after knowing about the Jiu Hui Hall, he came here specifically to see if the Jiu Hui Palace continued to send people over. That would be too embarrassing. It seemed as if Qi Lu had something up his sleeve. I see. I'm really sorry that I couldn't entertain you properly, Mr. Qi. With Ziyun's intelligence, she naturally heard the concealment in Qi Lu's words, so she didn't point it out. It's just that the power of the Jiu Hui Palace is too great. I'm afraid that I'll drag Mr. Qi down, so I'd better ask you to leave first. You're already like this, and you're still talking like this. Qi Lu pointed at the magic chain on Ziyun's claws and said in a dumbfounded voice. Although Qi Lu has never seen the four directions locking dragon formation, with Qi Li's current knowledge, he can basically understand it as long as he senses it for a while. I have to sigh, there are indeed many kinds of forging skills in this world. It was actually possible to separate the layout of the magic array and then add it to the forging of the array implements. When necessary, as long as you have the equipment to set up the formation, you can set up the formation as quickly as possible. There is quite an epic-making flavor in it. Now is not the time for you to reminisce about the past. I don't care what your relationship is, but I will definitely get the jade plate. When Tongwu said this, he took out another token from his arms. The four directions locking dragon formation may have only 4 base pillars, but there is always more than one token used to lock the target. After all, this token is a consumable item, how could there be only one? Master Qi, be careful. Ziyun could still remember the token in Tongwu's hand, and she quickly shouted. What? Sifang lock dragon. Lock it to me. Before Qi Lu could react, Tongwu threw out the bloodstained token. The token exploded in the air and turned into fragments flying towards Qi Lu. 4 magic chains followed closely, appearing instantly on Qi Li's wrists and ankles as if they had spanned space. It's over. Ziyun's eyes widened and her face looked dull. When she was in Yuanshan City before, Ziyun didn't think Qi Lu was an ordinary person. After all, how could someone who could communicate with Gu Ke through the air be an ordinary person? However, according to Ziyun's guess, although Qi Lu has some strength, he should not be that strong, otherwise there would be no need for Gu Ke to protect him. So now that Qi Lu was locked by the magic chain, Ziyun was so rude. Gu Ke should be nearby. With the last glimmer of hope, Ziyun asked in a dry voice. No, Gu Ke is in Yuanshan City. Qi Lu answered Ziyun's words naturally, and then began to look at the magic chain on his wrist. This 4-way locking dragon formation seems to have some merits. Because Qi Lu can feel that the power in his body has obviously begun token, as if he has begun to hibernate. Moreover, the speed at which these 4 magic chains appeared was extremely fast. It seems that it can still lock the target and there is no escape. This is a bit interesting. However, Qi Li's expression, in Ziyun's eyes, seemed like he had accepted his fate, and after learning that Gu Ke was still in Yuanshan City. It's really over now. Ziyun said with a wry smile. You don't need to look any further. It's impossible for you to break free from these 4 chains. You're just a big talker. Tongwu looked at Qi Li's actions and couldn't help but said with some contempt, you can only talk, but you have no ability. Are you able to discuss the palace of objects? The Sifang dragon locking formation gave Tongwu great confidence. In this world, there is no one who can break free from the 4-way dragon locking formation guarded by 4 hero-level strong men. This is one of the masterpieces of Duan Wenxin, the master of the Zhiwu Palace. You seem quite confident in this thing. Seeing Tongwu's arrogant look, Qi Lu couldn't help shaking the magic chain on his wrist and said something funny. Oh, listen to you. Do you still want to break free from this magic chain? Stop wishing. Seeing Qi Li's expression, Tongwu just snorted coldly, his face full of teasing. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This is a common thing, it just needs more education. Chong. After saying this, Tongwu drew out another steel knife. The sword was shattered by Qi Li's halberd. Only one handle was left, and it was useless to keep it. Boy, if you want to blame, you can only blame your own bad luck. After I deal with you, I will slowly cook the purple electric dragon. Tongwu held the steel knife and looked at Qi Lu sadly. It seems that some people still don't understand their situation clearly. Qi Lu looked at the steel knife with cold light, squinted his eyes, moved his wrist slightly, and then suddenly exerted force. Crack crack dash. The magic chain that was tightly locked on Qi Li's wrist actually broke instantly, shattered into several pieces, and then turned into fragments again and dissipated in the air. How can this be? Ziyun was the first to exclaim, with uncontrollable shock appearing on her face. After being sealed off by the Sifang Dragon Lock formation, Ziyun clearly knew how terrifying these 4 magic chains were. It can block all the power in the body of the sealed person, so that he can't even lift up the slightest strength. In this case, it is impossible for anyone to break free from the magic chain. However, Qi Li shattered the magic chain so lightly, it was almost like he was dreaming. And Tong Wu, who was standing aside, had a dull expression on his face at this moment. I felt horrified in my heart. Shocked, shattered, the magic chain was shattered. Seeing this scene, Tong Wu was so horrified that he didn't even know what to say. He was stammering and couldn't believe his eyes at all. This is the masterpiece of the world's recognized master forger. How can one believe that he was broken free so easily? This magic circle does have its merits, but it's okay to lock the weak. But locking me is a bit less interesting. As Qi Li spoke, his feet shook violently, and the remaining 2 magic chains locked on his ankles were also shattered. The 4 directions locking dragon formation, which Tong Wu was so proud of, was useless in front of Qi Li. It's a bit less interesting. Hearing these words, Tong Wu felt extremely harsh. What he said before was more like a slap in the face, hitting him hard on the face. Tong Wu's face turned purple. Then, as if he thought of something, Tong Wu suddenly raised his head and shouted, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of the casting palace. Then no matter how strong you are, as long as you are targeted by the casting hall, there will be no place for you in this world." Before, Tong Wu thought that Qi Li was just a stupid young man who dared to make random noises just because he had some strength. However, now it seems that this is not the case at all. Qi Li's strength is so strong that he can ignore himself and others. Tong Wu had never even thought about how powerful he could be to easily break away from the 4-sided dragon locking formation. So at this moment, thinking of what Qi Li said, Tong Wu felt a little panic in his heart. I never care about the foundry hall, so you don't need to say anything anymore. The most important thing for a person is to keep your word. If you say Yotsant go back alive, then you just can't go back alive. As soon as he said these words, Qi Li followed up with a move with his right hand, and the halberd stuck on the ground returned to his hand instantly. Then it was like a flash of silver light. In an instant, Qi Li turned around and stood back to his original position. The casting hall will not let you go. Tong Wu felt a sweetness in his throat, blood quickly poured into his mouth, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Tong Wu fell to the ground. Qi Li has always been fierce in his attacks, and he has always fought with a quick and decisive approach. After all, during the training in the trial space, if you don't learn to fight quickly, you may experience death several times more. It was really a dark memory, like a nightmare. Solution solved? Ziyun looked on stunned, not knowing what to say. I used to think that although Qi Li had some strength, it was just that. But looking at it now, this is more than just some strength. I am afraid it is more than 10 times stronger than Goku. Simply appalling. Are the young masters from the big forces so powerful now? Facing the last hero-level strongman, he did it as soon as he was told, and he was solved in one move. Does this allow others to live? Of course it's solved. Isn't it going to take 10 days and a half off fighting? How tiring it would be. Qi Li gave Ziyun a strange look and said it naturally. Not to mention a hero-level strongman, even a strongman-level powerful person, Qi Li has failed one before. Now this kind of scene is a waste. Then, isn't Goku here to protect you? Ziyun asked next. Of course not. Why do you think Goku is here to protect me? When did I say that? Qi Lu asked in surprise. From beginning to end, Qi Lu seemed to have never said anything like this. This? Ziyan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Qi Lu really never said that Gu Ku appeared in Yuanshan City to protect him. However, when ordinary people see the two identities of housekeeper and young master, who would have imagined that the young master would be so strong? Aren't all housekeepers terrifyingly powerful? When we arrived at Qi Li's place, why was it the other way around? No, it didn't seem to be the other way around. It just became that these two guys were frighteningly strong. By the way, I almost forgot, there are still 4 people we haven't solved yet. After chatting for a while, Qi Lu caught a glimpse of the magic chain on Ziyan's claws, and suddenly remembered it. Just wait here and don't move around. I'll come as soon as I go. Can I walk? Ziyan looked at Qi Li's leaving figure, and then looked at the magic chains on her paws, silently. Not long after, Ziyan saw the magic chain on her claws shattered. Qi Lu also ran back with 4 waist-thick foundation pillars. I didn't expect these guys to come here with gifts. Returning the pellets to the warehouse is a small gain. As he spoke, Qi Lu casually gave the base pillar of the Sifang dragon locking formation to the system, expressing his gratitude for lending some power to the system just now. Although with Qi Li's own strength, it is not difficult to defeat Tong Wu. But it is still somewhat difficult to defeat the enemy with one move. What's more, if he wants to break free from the shackles of the 4 directions locking dragon formation, Qi Lu really can't do it based on his own level. After all, Qi Lu is only powerful in combat, not in a high realm. So I can only borrow a little power from that stingy system. And this is actually where Qi Li's confidence lies. The only thing I was a little unhappy about was that the money-grubbing character of the system had not changed. When I saw the 4 pillars, I immediately came up with the idea of studying them. Thank you, Mr. Qi, for your help. The little lady is very grateful. After Ziyan saw Qi Lu, the first thing she said was thank you. No, you are no longer a little girl. Qi Lu quickly stopped Ziyan from using this self-identification. He had no choice but to bear the thought of a purple lightning spirit dragon using the self-identification. Even if Ziyan takes the form of a human, she should still be a young woman. He even has children. Hey, don't you humans all like to call yourself this way? Ziyan took a deep breath, and then transformed from the form of the purple electric spirit dragon into a human form. She was wearing a purple dress, but it was mostly damaged. Moreover, there were many wounds of different sizes on the exposed fair skin, and there was still light golden blood. I don't know about the others, but I don't like them that much. Qi Lu waved his hand, then glanced at Ziyan's dress, and found that it seemed different from the last time, so he asked, are your clothes made of your scales? Yes. Ziyan nodded. No wonder, I don't know how many women would be envious of this ability to change clothes at will. Qi Lu touched his chin and thought thoughtfully. Without the magic chain to seal off the town, with the resilience of the purple electric dragon, Qi Lu didn't need much help, so Qi Lu didn't ask. Instead, he was secretly thinking about what would happen next. After confronting the foundry hall, this time, there will definitely be no way to get better. Since the two sides are already facing each other with swords, what will happen next will inevitably be a fight until only one of them is left. Otherwise, the casting hall cannot afford to lose this face. These are 5 powerful heroes, and they were left in the Zidian forest forever by Qi Lu. Even though the family in Jiwu Hall has a big business, I'm afraid I'm going to be in pain for a while. In addition, the cast jade plate is still in Qi Li's hands. Therefore, in addition to face, losses in strength and interests will also make Qi Lu and Jiwu Palace incompatible with each other. Although Qi Lu himself is not afraid of these things. But staying at the vending point in Yuanshan City is not an option. Even with Guke guarding you, you have to have customers to buy things, otherwise what's the point of just opening a store? Once the fight between the two sides becomes known to the world, then the automatic vending point set up by Qi Lu will probably close down due to the reputation and power of the Jiu Palace. This is not the result Qi Lu wants to see. So there is only one way left. As long as the casting hall is gone, Qi Lu can rest assured. However, how to destroy the foundry hall requires long-term planning. The success of such a huge force cannot be achieved in a day. Defeat does not happen in a day. Qi Lu doesn't think that if he goes to deal with the master of the Jiu Palace now, the Jiu Palace will disappear. There must be many people in the casting hall who are eyeing the position of the master of the casting hall and are secretly accumulating strength. When the time comes, once the old palace master dies, these guys will show Yupand become even more troublesome. Therefore, Qi Lu must think of other ways to contain the casting palace, and then slowly figure it out, so that it can be solved once and for all. However, what kind of solution must be thought of? This is a question. Qi Lu hasn't thought of it yet. Master Qi, if my prediction is correct, the cast jade plate should be on your body. Just when Qi Lu was thinking about it for a long time, Ziyin suddenly spoke. Although it was a question, his tone was quite firm. As a purple electric spirit dragon that has lived for so many years, Ziyin is certainly not stupid. From a few clues, she can deduce quite a lot of things. The black disc that was given to Qi Lu before appeared in the process of speculation. It is indeed here with me. Do you want to take it back? Qi Lu did not deny it, but nodded directly. Then after a pause, he asked one more question. After all, the cast jade plate was originally obtained from Ziyun. Although Qi Lu didn't like the palace of objects, if Ziyun wanted to take it back, she still had to return it to its original owner. No need. It's useless to put the cast jade plate in my hand. Just think of it as a thank you to Mr. Qi for saving your life. Ziyun shook her head and said without hesitation. Obviously, it is also determined what the cast jade plate is. The black disc that had been in his hand for several years without showing any effect would probably still be of no use if he took it back now. On the contrary, it will make Ziyun herself become inconsistent. It's better not to. In that case, thank you very much. Qi Lu nodded slightly, then raised his hands and said. You're welcome, Mr. Qi. In fact, I have also heard about this cast jade plate. But I also learned about these things from my mother's mouth. Ziyun waved her hand and then continued. Legend has it that the cast jade plate is a treasure born naturally when the heaven and earth condense their luck. As soon as it is born, the heaven and earth will create strange phenomena, attracting all the strong men in the world to fight for it. After a great battle, the cast jade plate was captured by one of the strong men, but he didn't know how to use it or what the role of the cast jade plate was. He only knew that the cast jade plate was indestructible, and there was nothing else. Usefulness. After several years of research, this powerful man finally gave up and continued research. So in the end, the casting jade plate went through several twists and turns, and finally fell into the hands of the purple lightning pterosaur during a battle between the purple lightning pterosaur and the casting hall. And the place where senior purple lightning pterosaur last appeared was this purple lightning forest. Ziyun spoke slowly, and Qi Lu was also listening silently. But in his heart, he was also secretly pondering the real purpose of the purple lightning-winged dragon in snatching the cast jade plate. Logically speaking, if the will of heaven and earth dissipates in this world, and the destiny of heaven and earth disappears without a trace, it is impossible for a powerful person to appear. But the cast jade plate is something that can break this iron law. Just like the legend Ziyun said. The cast jade plate may really be a treasure born from the condensation of destiny in this piece of heaven and earth. The most likely possibility is that it exists as the seed of the will of heaven and earth. Or it can be used to replace the will of heaven and earth to derive the destiny of heaven and earth and help the world accelerate and become stronger. It's just that the process is not smooth. As a result, the cast jade plate began to seal itself and turned into an indestructible stone, waiting for the day when it could start to generate the destiny of heaven and earth again. And with the strength of the purple electric pterosaur at the peak of the heroic level, it is impossible to fight with the foundry hall over a stubborn stone. Because it's simply not worth it. You know, with the size of the cast jade plate, it is not even qualified to make a breast shield for the purple electric pterosaur. So the most likely possibility is that the purple lightning-winged dragon knows what the true ability of the cast jade plate is. However, knowing it does not mean knowing how to use it. Otherwise, this world would probably have one more powerful level purple electric pterosaur. After all, the dragon clan does not need any trial crystals to advance to the next level. However, these things are just Qi Li's guesses. Qi Lu doesn't know the specific truth. So Qi Lu didn't talk to Ziyun about these things. Because there will still be a long time before Ziyun needs to use the luck off heaven and earth. At this time, telling Ziyun about the cast jade plate only made her more troubled. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The Zhuwu Palace sent people to the Xidian forest today, but they all died here. With the spirit of the Zhuwu Palace, I'm afraid they won't let you go, so you might as well come to Yuanshan City. Qi Lu skipped the topic Ziyun mentioned before and invited him out loud. You can also have someone to take care of you. With Gu Ku in Yuanshan City, even if Qi Lu does not stay in this world anymore, a certain degree of safety can be guaranteed. Moreover, Ziyun's own strength is not bad. By staying in Yuanshan City, not only can he and Gu Ku be taken care of, but can also help guard the vending point. Young Master Qi is right. The Foundry Palace has never achieved its goal. If you don't give up, continuing to stay in the Xidian forest will not be good for the child who is about to be born. Ziyun knew that Qi Lu was right, so she didn't refuse. When the spirit dragon egg may be in danger, the purple lightning spirit dragon can swallow the spirit dragon egg into its belly to protect it. This is also the unique ability of the purple lightning dragon. It's just that after being swallowed, the spirit dragon egg cannot absorb energy and continue to hatch. That's why Ziyun is worried. If he continued to stay in the Xidian forest, he would probably have 3 surprises a day. He would be busy worrying about the attack from the casting hall, and forget about hatching the spirit dragon eggs. Jin Datsai is feeling very proud these days. Bu Yuyan still needed to deal with the affairs of the Bu family and the Fian Chamber of Commerce, so Jin Datsai, who stood firmly in Bu Yuyan's camp, began his happy journey of expansion. Because the Yomu incident broke out, the relationship between the Yu family and the Yan family instantly became tense. The Bu family can take the opportunity to stabilize the situation and win over allies. When doing business, monopoly can indeed maximize profits. But you can't earn all the gold coins. Monopoly may bring temporary huge profits, but if there is no absolute power to back it up, it will definitely fail in the end. Gu Ku alone could only protect Bu Yuyan in Yuanshan City. But in other city-states, the Bu family can only rely on themselves. So Bu Yuyan needs allies, or in other words, the Bu family needs allies, and they are powerful allies. Then fight the risks together. The most important thing between allies is trust. So Jin Datsai became a pawn and asked his people to bring the improved version of laser light and begin to expand the coverage of the industry in other city-states where the Bu family was located. After all, no matter how friendly the allies are on the surface, they are not more trustworthy than the allies you cultivate. And the results are gratifying. Domineering strength is the guarantee for businessmen to expand their business. When the quality of goods is the same, customers will always prefer the stronger merchant. And after seeing that Jin Datsai's people had such tyrannical power, the local forces in those city-states did not dare to offend them rashly. In addition, the Yubu family is helping. This back and forth allowed Jin Datsai's industry to take root in those city-states, and also allowed the power of the Bu family to become stronger. A win-win situation is something that every businessman is happy to see. Jin Datsai is naturally no exception. And more importantly, being able to achieve such great success proves that Jin Datsai is tightly tied to the Bu family, which is a great thing. As for getting Qi Li's favor, Jin Datsai no longer dared to think about it. Jin Datsai was very satisfied just to be able to hug Bujia's thigh. As a human being, the most important thing is to have self-awareness. Even now, Jin Datsai is still able to thrive. How many people are there outside? Jin Datsai put down the spoon in his hand, wiped his mouth, and asked, casually. Doing business well means that there will be many people asking for cooperation. Especially those businessmen from other city-states who are interested in the improved version of laser light are flocking to it, even chasing it to the distant mountain city, just looking for a chance to cooperate. After all, the outlet for the improved laser light is in Bu Yuyan's hands. As long as Bu Yuyan doesn't mess around, Qi Li won't say anything. As for marketing methods, Qi Li Hui, of course Bu Yuyan, who was born in a business family, also knows it. So why does Qi Li need to point fingers? Jin Datsai is currently the only ally who cooperates with Bu Yuyan. Since Bu Yuyan was dealing with Fian Chamber of Commerce and could not be contacted, these businessmen could only contact Jin Datsai. There are about 30 other people, all from surrounding city-states. A servant standing nearby answered. There are more than 30 people. I really admire their perseverance. They came all the way to Yuanshan City and still had the patience to wait outside for so long. After Jin Datsai wiped his mouth, he leaned lazily on the armchair without any intention of getting up. When the initiative for cooperation falls completely into the hands of one of the parties, the cooperation is actually no longer equal. Like now. Jin Datsai knew very well that the businessman waiting outside his manor, Kamito, begged to cooperate with him, so Jin Datsai was qualified to put on airs. It doesn't matter even if they are left out, as long as they can wait for the opportunity to cooperate, those businessmen will still be happy to do so. Moreover, the harder something is to obtain, the more it can be cherished. So there is nothing wrong with Jin Datsai putting on airs. On the contrary, it will make the leadership of cooperation clearer and more firmly in one's own hands. Yuanshan City, Manor District, outside Jin Datsai's manor. A large group of people gathered in the open space outside, looking at the manor with anxious and longing eyes, but no one showed any impatience. There is no other reason. Just because the function of the improved laser light is too powerful. As long as you can get the opportunity to cooperate with Jin Datsai and buy an improved version of laser, you can easily enhance the strength of the industry you own. So no one will think that this wait is not worth it. What if this is a test? So these businessmen stayed outside the manor. Of course, this group of people also included the guys who came to Yuanshan City with these businessmen. After all, Jin Datsai, who was supported by the Bu family, was not weak at all among those city-states. Businessmen who thought they were qualified to cooperate with Jin Datsai were basically well-known figures in the city-state to which they belonged. As for those small businessmen, they can't even leave their own city-states, so how can they talk about cooperation? So when this group of businessmen travel, it is normal for them to bring a few guys with them to help out. Wow, it's so lively here. When did Jin Datsai's place become so attractive? When Qi Li brought Ziyan outside the manor area, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the crowd surrounding Jin Datsai manor. Hundreds of people gathered outside the manor. Are they planning to break in? I didn't see the city guards coming to maintain order. Hey, here comes another one. It looks quite unfamiliar. I don't know which city-state it came from. Hey, this guy brought a woman with him. Did he want to bribe Boss Jean? Yes, why didn't I think of that? Yes, I'm just thinking about giving gifts. If Boss Jean doesn't like receiving gifts, this is the only one. The arrival of Qi Lu and Zi Yun caused a slight commotion after being seen by this group of businessmen. But it soon returned to calm, and there weren't many waves. Anyway, there are not just one or two people who come to Yuanshan City to seek cooperation with Jin Datsai. There are hundreds of people waiting here, and 2 more people will not have much impact. On the contrary, Qi Lu curiously patted the shoulder of a man who looked quite honest, and asked aloud, "What do you plan to do when you gather here?" "Huh? Aren't you here to cooperate with Boss Jin?" When asked by Qi Lu, the honest man was stunned for a moment, and then asked a question subconsciously. "Ah? What kind of cooperation?" Qi Lu was also stunned by this rhetorical question, and then quickly understood. It turned out that the group of people outside Jin Datsai's manor came to cooperate with Jin Datsai. Qi Lu thought that Jin Datsai had offended someone, so he was knocked on the door. However, according to Jin Datsai's character of disliking poverty and loving wealth, and tending to follow the crowd, it is not impossible. The honest man saw Qi Li's dull expression and explained aloud, "It's the cooperation with Boss Jin. In the past few days, Boss Jin suddenly appeared in our city-state, and he also brought a weapon called an improved version of laser light, which is very powerful. We people are all very greedy. It's just that this improved version of laser light is only available in Yuanshan City, so we can only wait here." Qi Lu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Not long after the wave of warcraft attacked Yuanshan City, Bu Yuyan had already expanded the sales scope of the improved laser light. Sure enough, people from business families are different. Know how to rationally utilize the resources around you to maximize your benefits. To be honest, because of the existence of the system, Qi Lu has never thought about the concept of cooperation, so it is inevitable that there will be some blind spots in thinking. However, Qi Lu has no intention of changing it. Because there is no need for cooperation or anything like that. You know, the improved version of laser light only sells for 100 gold coins. That's because Qi Lu is collecting the power of faith. If we really judge the price in terms of value, the improved laser light is actually still a luxury product. Since we only operate in the high-end market, the number of customers must not be as many as imagined, so there is no possibility of cooperation. Another thing is that the system is a secret that Qi Lu will never let out. Therefore, the possibility of cooperation is even more eliminated. And even if it is a vending point, the person who replenishes the goods is Guku, the simulation robot blessed with puppet runes, not Bu Yuyan, the partner. It was even more certain that Qi Lu would not cooperate with others. However, just because Qi Lu doesn't cooperate with others, it doesn't mean that he doesn't allow Bu Yuyan to cooperate with others. Vending points are set up to collect the power of faith, so the number of customers becomes the first requirement. This means that it is absolutely impossible to go to the high-end market. Therefore, as long as the export port is grasped, it is also a good thing to pen up markets in other city-states. However, there is another very important issue here. That is the automatic vending point. Only one can be set up in each world. This is a limitation of the barrier gate, and Qi Lu cannot change it. Therefore, the export outlet for various commodities is destined to be only in Yuanshan City. This situation can be considered both good and bad. The good thing is that it is easy to manage, and it is not easy to make mistakes. But there are also bad points, that is, it is difficult to expand the market. However, this difficulty is not due to the lack of customers. On the contrary, looking at the large group of businessmen waiting outside Jindatsai Manor, you can know how broad the market for improved lasers is. However, there is only one vending point, and there are so many rules. It is destined that the shipping speed can only be so fast, and it is quite difficult to improve it. It's a pity that Qi Lu doesn't have any good ideas here. After all, collecting the power of faith is a troublesome matter in itself. Then how long have you been waiting here? Qi Lu asked again while thinking. Although Qi Lu did not intend to dictate how Bu Yuyan wanted to sell the improved laser. But there are some situations that still need to be understood. I have only waited for 2 days, but I heard that there are people who came earlier, and I don't know how long they have been waiting. The honest man smiled and didn't hide anything, he spoke directly. This is not a secret matter. Everyone can see it while waiting outside the manor, so there is no need to hide it. 2 days? Wouldn't that bother you? Qi Lu asked in surprise. To be fair, if Qi Lu is allowed to wait here for 2 days in vain, I am afraid that this manor area will no longer be wanted. Annoying? How could it be? The things in Boss Jin's hand are good, and I heard they are not in large quantities. We don't dare to leave. How can Westel find it annoying? The honest man answered honestly. While talking, he looked towards the manor, seemingly to see if Jin Datsai had come out. I see, thank you for letting me know. After Qi Lu asked clearly about the situation, he smacked his lips twice. The saying that the quantity is not large is definitely not hunger marketing, but simply because the delivery speed is too slow. It is limited that each person can only buy 1 handful per day, and it must be traded in the store, and it must be traded with gold coins. Under these conditions, it is surprising that the delivery speed can be so fast. Faced with this situation, Qi Lu couldn't change it. The only thing that might be able to change this situation is a system that is sometimes reliable and sometimes unreliable. Forget it, forget it. Qi Lu shook his head and decided not to think about these things for the time being. Anyway, Bu Yuyan is watching the vending point now, which is much better than Qi Lu watching by himself. Let's go find Jin Datsai first. So after thanking him and bidding farewell to the honest man, Qi Lu took Ziyun to Jin Datsai's manor. At this time, the businessmen in front were alarmed. You kid, why are you squeezing? Didn't anyone tell you the first come, first served rule? That's right, don't think that Boss Jin will take a second look at you if you stand in front. If you want to cooperate, you have to see how strong you are first. There is a woman beside you. Do you want to give it to Boss Jin? Pretty, she's pretty, but I don't know. The businessmen in front suddenly became angry with the enemy, and they all criticized Qi Lu. As for Ziyun next to Qi Lu, although she is very beautiful and has great temperament, at this time, these businessmen will not focus on women. At most, it's just a few words of ridicule. Stop, don't be angry first. Cutting in line is really wrong, so don't listen to those guys' nonsense. Qi Lu could ignore the accusations from those businessmen, but Ziyun could not. It was because of these businessmen that Ziyun wanted to take action without even saying a few words. Fortunately, Qi Lu dissuaded Ziyun in time, otherwise there would have been a river of blood outside this manor. TCH, forget it, none of the human clan members are good. Ziyun curled her lips and snorted coldly. Qi Lu opened his mouth next to him, really not knowing what to say. I always feel like Ziyun has scolded herself. But at this moment, the door to the main house of the manor was suddenly opened. Jin Datsai and 2 servants appeared at the gate together. The businessmen who had been paying attention to the situation in the manor paused in their accusing voices, and then instantly turned into flattering voices. Boss Jin, you are finally out. Boss Jin, I sincerely want to cooperate with you. You can agree to any conditions, as long as you can sell me the improved laser. Yes, Boss Jin, you can rest assured about the strength of our firm. If you cooperate with us, you will never suffer a loss. Boss Jin, as long as you nod, all conditions will be determined according to the most favorable plan for you. At this time, no one cared about Qi Lu cutting in line, and they all rushed towards Jin Datsai. I just want a chance to cooperate. As long as you can buy an improved version of laser light, it will be a worthwhile trip and the wait these days will be worth it. Don't be anxious, everyone. As I said before, the quantity of this improved version of laser light is really limited, so there are really not many places for this cooperation. Please be more understanding. As soon as Jin Dazai opened his mouth, he was evasive. There was no mention of the specific details of the cooperation, and it was just plainly stated, the number of places for cooperation is limited, and those who give more gifts will get it. However, there are many things about taking kickbacks. No matter where they all rely on their own abilities. But Qi Lu still felt a little weird watching it. Then there was another argument. These businessmen were all fighting for the cooperation quota, and no one was willing to give in. Jin Dazai narrowed his eyes as he watched, feeling quite contented. This feeling of being in control is really good. No wonder so many people like to have absolute dominance in cooperation. This feeling of making others fight for it with red eyes is simply awesome. While enjoying this feeling, Jin Dazai's narrowed eyes also scanned these businessmen. After all, if you want to spread the industry, cooperation is definitely needed. It's just that this partner needs to be carefully selected. Master Qi? Purple, purple, purple. Then while scanning, Jin Dazai's eyes widened suddenly, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Shoo! Qi Lu raised his index finger to his mouth, making a silent gesture. It would be better not to reveal the identity of the purple lightning spirit Jiao, so as not to cause another panic. Yes, yes, yes. Jin Dazai quickly agreed, then hurriedly ran over, rubbed his hands in front of Qi Lu, nodded and bowed and said, "How come Mr. Qi is free to come here today?" And this? Ziyun. Yes, Miss Z, you can come to the small one. The small one is full of brilliance. Jin Dazai did not forget to greet Ziyun. After all, the power of the purple electric spirit dragon was still fresh in his memory. It is definitely someone who cannot offend or even make her unhappy. However, after Jin Dazai greeted Ziyun almost flatteringly, the scene that should have been extremely noisy around him had become dead silent. Everyone looked at this scene with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Looking at Qi Lu and Ziyun. The businessmen who had previously denounced Qi Lu were even more shocked and frightened now, and their backs were wet with cold sweat in an instant. Even Jin Dazai has to nod and bow down, a person who is eager to serve. What are they? He also dared to yell out loud. I'm afraid that I got tired of doing business in the first half of my life, and I want to change my life in the second half of my life. It is no exaggeration to say that with Jin Dazai's current power, it would be absolutely easy to bring down their industry. The influence of the improved laser light is there. An industry that does not have enough power to protect is just a lamb to be slaughtered, a piece of raw meat thrown into the wolves. It won't take long at all for it to be eaten up by other merchants. Merchant, that's it. Not to mention profit-seeking, but when there is fat in front of you, it is absolutely impossible not to eat it. Thinking of this, the businessmen who were at the front wanted to tear their mouths apart. If others jump in line, you just jump in line. Why do you have so many mouths? Now it's good, the opportunity that I have waited for so long may have come to naught, just because of a few words of my own. Okay, don't waste too much time. I don't have much to do here today. Zion will live in Yuanshan City, for the time being, so I came to ask you if you have any spare matter. Qi Lu didn't care about other people's eyes, and asked directly. As for the previous accusations from those businessmen, Qi Lu never thought of fussing over them. It doesn't make any sense. If he really had to worry about such small things every day, Qi Lu would have been exhausted long ago. As a strong person, you should be magnanimous and have a bottom line. You will never be weak when your vengeance must be repaid. But it would be too stingy to argue with a group of guys who have not harmed you in any real way. Miss Z will live in Yuanshan City. Jin Dazai swallowed secretly, and then glanced at Ziyun. I thought to myself that since a purple lightning spirit dragon lives in Yuanshan City, nothing will happen to him. If someone is blind and accidentally offends this beautiful, sexy, noble-looking woman, I'm afraid Yuanshan City will disappear the next day. If not, it doesn't matter. I'll just ask Bu Yuyan. Seeing that Jin Dazai didn't reply for a long time, Qi Le thought he was in trouble. Yes. Of course. When Jin Dazai heard this, he quickly spoke out, almost shouting. If Jin Dazai couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to get close to Qi Lu, it would be better to buy a piece of tofu and kill him. Not to mention that Jin Dazai did have another manner in his hands. Even if it's not, Jin Dazai will say yes. Then immediately ask someone to make arrangements. Aside from Miss C, I wonder if Mr. Qi needs a manner. I still have several manners in my hands. Jin Dazai asked again. It's so close. If you finally find an opportunity, you have to give more. I'll forget it, just make arrangements for Ziyun. Qi Le waved his hand and rejected Jin Dazai's kindness. I don't plan to live in this world for a long time, so there is no point asking for a manner. After all, Qi Le doesn't lack this manner, so why should he owe a favor for such a small thing? You know, Qi Li's favor is very valuable. Yes, let's ask someone to do it now. Jin Dazai responded hurriedly, then immediately turned around and asked a servant next to him to handle the matter. It was said that no matter which manner Ziyun set her sights on, she would win it, no matter what the price. Now that the matter has been taken care of, I won't bother you any more. Qi Le looked back at the merchants who were still silent, with a faint smile in his face, and said, it is a good thing to expand customer channels, but it is still very important to choose partners. Just make steady progress and don't act too hastily. The most important thing in doing business is integrity and equality. Don't be domineering. With these words, Qi Le took Ziyun and left. But Jin Dazai was still thinking about this sentence, and the look he looked at the merchants present became intriguing. The domineering Qi Lu refers to both Jin Dazai and the businessmen present. Follow the trend. Arrogant in the face of the weak, flattery in the face of the strong. It is inevitable for businessmen to pursue profits, and it has become normal and inevitable for businessmen to follow the crowd. But Qi Lu doesn't want to see his partner become like this. Because it's simply not necessary. Just like Jin Dazai, if Qi Le didn't want to stay in this world for a long time, there would be no possibility of cooperation. However, these matters are left to Bu Yuyan to handle. So Qi Le didn't care too much. Because doing business is never a straightforward matter, there are many things to consider. Just like before, if Bu Yuyan wanted to destroy Jin Dazai and others because of some displeasure, then the anger in her heart would be vented. But what about Yuanshan City? Jin Dazai and many other wealthy businessmen control various industries in Yuanshan City and are related to the operation of the entire Yuanshan City. If everything collapses in one go, will Yuanshan City continue to develop? Do the residents of Yuanshan City still want to live? Therefore, if the Bu family wants to grow in Yuanshan City, it does not necessarily have to destroy these wealthy businessmen and incorporate them into their own ranks. It is also a very good choice. This is the principle of combining vertical and horizontal. As long as they ensure their own strength, they will never betray those who follow others. By the way, can you adapt to living in a human house? Qi Le was walking on the road and suddenly asked. It's no problem. What form I keep is just a matter of habit. It has no impact on me, nor does it have any impact on the hatching of spiritual dragon eggs. Ziyu knew what Qi Le was asking, so she answered quickly. The dragon clan is unwilling to maintain the appearance of the human race, mainly because they don't like it, not because the human body is too weak. In fact, no matter what form the dragon clan takes, it will not affect its own strong physique. That's good, you can stay in Yuanshan City with peace of mind during this period. Qi Le nodded first, then lowered his head and began to think deeply. Because of the scene he saw outside Jin.'s manor before, Qi Lu had a plan in mind. A plan that can confront and bring down the Forge Palace. The reputation of the Foundry Palace in this world has been passed down for too long. It is obviously impossible to rashly bring down the Foundry Palace. However, if another force appears, it can confront the Jiu Palace and gradually erode the power of the Jiu Palace. Then replace it at the end. Then there is no problem. It can even devour all the resources originally belonging to the casting Halan, turn them into its own strength. And Qi Li's plan was to create such a force. This will completely destroy the Foundry Palace. The prototype of this force is the current Bu family. With the products and the vending points as the core, we help the Bu family develop. Through continuous cooperation, they finally reach a level that can compete with the Palace of Foundry. Speaking of which, for being able to think of this plan, I have to thank the businessmen waiting outside Jin.'s manor. It was these guys who reminded Qi Lu that partners are also a huge force. As long as there are enough interests, businessmen can do anything. Isn't the temptation of becoming the most powerful force in the world big enough? Mr. Qi, the expression on your face is a bit strange. Ziyin looked at the strange expression gradually emerging on Qi Li's face and couldn't help but give a reminder. Really? I'm sorry. I was thinking about something just now, so I couldn't help myself. When Qi Lu was reminded by Ziyin, he immediately showed a light smile, and then returned to his expressionless look. Facial paralysis always looks majestic, and aloofness can highlight temperament. However, Qi Li's expressionless look was actually because he had always been like this and didn't want to change it. Then I have disturbed Mr. Qi. Ziyin was not interested in asking what Qi Lu was thinking. The key to friendship is to know what to ask and what not to ask. It is very important to know the appropriateness. So after seeing Qi Lu lost in thought again, Ziyin said goodbye. Anyway, both parties are in Yuanshan City, so it is not that difficult to meet. If you have something to say, just wait until then to meet again. Now, it is better to go and see the location of those manors. If there are no accidents, Ziyin will probably live in Yuanshan City for a long time. At least he will have to wait until the threat from the casting palace is no longer so great before leaving Yuanshan City and returning to the Zidian forest. There are only two ways to weaken the threat from the Foundry Palace. One is that the strength of the casting palace has been greatly reduced, and its influence has been greatly weakened. The other one is that Ziyun can possess power that makes the casting palace fearful. For example, the original purple lightning winged dragon was so powerful that it made the casting palace fearful, so it forced the casting palace to not dare to look for the purple lightning winged dragon to take back the casting jade plate. We can only wait until now to bully the descendants of the purple lightning pterosaur. I'm really used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They're just cowards. Qi Lu could only comment like this when he thought about the style of the Jiu Hall. Then he glanced at Ziyun, who was about to leave, and said, although Guqu will always stay in Yuanshan City, it is better for you to meet each other. If you don't know the location, just go find Bu Yuyan, but I think there won't be this problem. No matter how weak the perception of a hero-level expert is, it is impossible not to detect it by someone who is also in the hero-level realm. It's just a matter of unclear perception. So Qi Lu is not worried about Ziyun, but is still thinking about the plan that he came up with before. To be honest, the plan that suddenly burst out was just a rough framework. If you want to perfect this plan, you have to fill in a lot of content into this framework. If it is used to fight against the forces of the Foundry Palace, and the Bu family is used as the prototype, then the safety of Bu Yuyan and others must be guaranteed. Qi Lu touched his chin, confirming these things in his heart. A group of dragons cannot be without a leader, and a force cannot be without a leader. Especially in Qi Li's plan, the key to maintaining the bond of cooperation between this force formed through various vertical and horizontal alliances is the Bu family. In other words, it is Bu Yuyan. As for others, they do not have this prestige, nor are they qualified enough. But having said that, in addition to ensuring the safety of Bu Yuyan and others, there is another problem that needs to be solved. That's how fast products such as improved laser lights can be shipped. If you want to fight against the Foundry Palace, tyrannical force is an indispensable thing. Otherwise, no matter how many forces the Bu family unites with, they are just like chickens and dogs. They may look powerful, but they will be defeated in one blow. It's really easy to think about, but hard to do. The plan will definitely become more complicated the more you think about it, so Qilu also looked sad when he thought about it. It's not that I'm really sad, it's just that I've been thinking about it for a long time, so I'm a little bored. Forget it, I don't think about it anymore, let's get down to business first. Yuanshan City, in an ordinary mansion. This is Bu Yuyan's temporary residence. After the wave of monsters attacked Yuanshan City, the Bu family's status in Yuanshan City suddenly rose. But Bu Yuyan's temperament was not greatly affected. The manor area gave Bu Yuyan some bad memories, although Bu Yuyan would not be so cautious as to care about these things. After all, it takes a very sick person to do something like kill someone just for a few words of ridicule. But just laughing it off seems unlikely in the short term. Women always love to hold grudges. This characteristic has nothing to do with status, and Bu Yuyan is also not exempt from it. It just depends on whether you can take the overall situation into consideration. That's why Bu Yuyan has never lived in the manor area, but has been living in a mansion of the Bu family. Based on the previous situation of the Bu family in Yuanshan City, one can imagine how luxurious the mansion is. Compared to those manors, it is far behind. But Bu Yuyan didn't mind, anyway, where she lived was not important, what was important was who lived there. Mr. Qi is here to see you. Xiaowen knocked on Bu Yuyan's door and called out. Bu Yuyan, who was sitting in the study and looking at the letter in her hand, was slightly startled, and then said, "Then please quickly invite Mr. Qi in." As Qi Lu, coming to the Bu family still needs someone to report, which is entirely out of etiquette. Because even if Qi Lu went in without waiting for anyone to report, no one would dare to stop him, and no one would even dare to have an opinion. The place you live in is still as remote as ever. After Qi Lu followed Xiaowen to Bu Yuyan's study, he couldn't help but say something. The last time I went to find Bu Yuyan, it seemed to be even more remote than here. The Bu family has declined. Even if there is some improvement now, we don't dare to enjoy it. I feel sorry for Mr. Qi. Xiaowen, go make tea for Mr. Qi. Bu Yuyan couldn't answer Qi Li's words, so she just said a few words in a meaningful way. However, Qi Li still heard the implication. That means those guys like Jin Dazai are greedy for enjoyment and are arrogant and domineering. As expected, she is a vengeful woman who never forgets to belittle those wealthy businessmen who have offended her, even if they are now cooperating with them. Forget about making tea. I don't really like drinking tea, so don't bother him. Qi Lu waved his hand and stopped Xiaowen from running out. This is not because Qi Lu is ungrateful, but because he is telling the truth. After all, at Qi Li's age, he is not old enough to like drinking tea, so it is difficult to taste the sweetness and bitterness in tea. I don't know if Mr. Qi is here this time, but what does he want to see me for? Bu Yuyan didn't say much, but asked directly. As for etiquette, it is enough if it is done well. There is no need to foresee it. In that case, it would not be etiquette, but rigidity. Of course there is something, and it's a big plan, but before the plan starts, I need to ensure your safety. Qi Li nodded slightly and said solemnly. Big plan? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Li with confusion on her face, completely unable to imagine that there could be any big plan that would make this Mr. Qi, who had a terrible background, use their Bu family. That's right, a big plan that as long as it succeeds, your Bu family will prosper for thousands of years. Qi Lu nodded in affirmation very seriously, and there was a rare seriousness in his face. In the plan to fight against the Palace of Foundry, although the core is the goods sold and the vending points, the Bu family is also the key point to maintain this powerful force. Because Qi Lu is too lazy to find anyone else. Therefore, Qi Lu will not hide this plan from Bu Yuyan. Because as Qi Lu said, as long as this plan succeeds, the party that will benefit the most is the Bu family. Once successful, it will last forever. Therefore, in the plan, the most dedicated party will be the Bu family. Fight against the Forge Hall. After Bu Yuyan listened, she was immediately shocked by Qi Li's plan and didn't know what to say. In other words, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It goes without saying how powerful the Foundry Palace is. The spokesperson of the god of forging, one of the most gigantic figures in the world. He has countless resources and connections, nearly half of the blacksmiths and masters in the world, and a large number of heroic heroes. In terms of strength, almost no force can match it. However, Qi Lu vowed to replace it. And it's better to give in and replace it. This gave Yu Yan how to calm down for a while. Xiao Wen, who was standing aside, was also stunned at this moment and did not make a sound for a long time. Qi Lu glanced at Xiao Wen and said nothing more. For Bu Yuyan, Xiao Wen, the personal maid, belongs to her, and she and Bu Yuyan are both prosperous and destructive. So even if Xiao Wen knew about this plan, it actually wouldn't matter. Because it is absolutely impossible for Xiao Wen to tell anyone. How's it going? Have you made a decision? Qi Lu found a chair in the study and sat down. He waited for a while for Yu Yan and Xiao Wen to calm down before continuing to ask. Master Qi, Bu Yuyan's face was struggling. Xiao Wen stood nearby, her face turned pale and she said nothing. The Foundry Hall has accumulated prestige for a long time, but not everyone will have the courage to suddenly challenge this behemoth. It's normal to feel entangled and worried. On the contrary, Qi Lu had to worry about those who agreed without saying a word, lest these guys turn around and tell the casting hall their plans. Don't be too nervous. Whether you agree or not, I won't care. Qi Lu crossed his fingers and spoke slowly. Because for Qi Lu, even if the plan fails, nothing will happen. At most, the vending points in this world are closed, but with the strength of the casting hall, it is still a bit difficult to keep Qi Lu. However, for Bu Yuyan, once she agreed to Qi Lu, that would be equivalent to throwing the entire Bu family in. If it succeeds, it will of course be eternal prosperity. Qi Lu will not cheat anyone, he will definitely do what he says. But if the plan fails, the Bu family will be destroyed in an instant. Therefore, there is no room for Bu Yuyan to be careless. This kind of approach of putting the safety of the entire family into the plane is really exciting. The unequal price made Qi Lu very clear about the tangle in Bu Yuyan's heart at this moment, and also the struggle in Bu Yuyan's mind at this moment. One side is eternal prosperity, the other side is eternal disaster. At both ends of the scale, there are two completely opposite results, and there is no third one. Mr. Qi, actually, I believe you, but my father may not have the courage to fight against the Foundry Palace. Bu Yuyan struggled in thought for a long time, until the beads of sweat on her face dripped down her smooth chin and fell to the ground before she said these words. It is true that Bu Yuyan trusts Qi Li's strength. He is just the current head of the Bu family, but he is still walking empty-handed. For ordinary people, it would be impossible for ordinary people to agree to such a thing as rashly confronting the Foundry Hall, unless they were mentally ill on the spot. That's why Bu Yuyan said these words. The decision of the Bu family is not made by Bu Yuyan alone. However, for Qi Lu, you are right. Qi Lu nodded and confirmed Bu Yuyan's statement. However, after a pause, he changed the subject and said, but, I don't care about those guys. I just need you to agree, Because all I need is someone who can control the big force that is about to appear, not the Bu family. Whether they are willing or not is not important at all. For Qi Lu, the Bu family is actually not important. Because all Qi Lu needs is a spokesperson. Whether this spokesperson is a force or a person, the effect is the same. A force that emerged to fight against the Foundry Palace must be controlled by Qi Lu himself. It's just that Qi Lu is not in the mood to manage these things, so he is to find a spokesperson to manage them on his behalf. As for who the spokesperson is, it actually doesn't matter. It just makes you feel more at ease if you let someone you trust manage it for you. Just like when joining vertically and horizontally, a bond is indeed needed. But this bond, whether it is the Bu family, Bu Yuyan, or other people, there is actually not much difference. The only difference is whether there will be any alienation. That's all. But for those who dare to have different intentions, Qi Lu will definitely let them know what it means to regret being born in this world. Really, really? Bu Yuyan couldn't believe what Qi Lu said. Of course, I never lie. Qi Lu smiled and said it very seriously. Okay, then I am willing to believe Mr. Qi, and I am willing to join this plan in my own name. Bu Yuyan gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and spoke solemnly. And I. Xiao Wen, who had been standing aside and anxious for a long time, immediately shouted after her. The personal maid will definitely follow in the footsteps of the eldest lady. Sharing weal and woe, this is what we are talking about. I know, otherwise I wouldn't let you stay here. I'm not a kind person. Qi Lu glanced at Xiao Wen, and a smile appeared on his face. Eliminating all uncertain factors is what a thorough plan should do. Very good. Since you agreed, I must ensure your safety. Gu Kud needs to guard the store, so I will give you another good thing. Qi Lu stood up from the chair and straightened the hem of his clothes. Since in the plan, Yu Yan needs to give in to unite various forces, then it is impossible to stay in Yuanshan City all the time. And Gu Ku will not leave Yuanshan City. Therefore, Qi Lu had no choice but to find another way. The last solution that came to mind was also very simple, which was the reward given to Qi Lu by the system not long ago. Bomb airship. A huge airship with a total length of 545 meters is enough to accommodate a room of hundreds of people. The various ancient runes blessed on the surface are enough to defend against the attacks of the hero-level beginners. With 10 bomb openings, the destructive power is astonishing. The 2 railguns have built-in targeting systems and are powerful enough to penetrate all the defenses of an entry-level hero. It is more than enough to protect Bu Yuyan from being assassinated by the Zhuwu Palace using some dirty means. Even if you lose, you can still protect yourself. Is this the storage ring that holds the bomb-dropping airship? Bu Yuyan looked at the storage ring that Qi Lu gave her, which looked very much like an iron ring, and asked in surprise. Yes, it contains what I call a bomb-dropping airship. It's just that this storage ring can only be used to store bomb-dropping airships. If you want to put anything else in, you can put it in the bomb-dropping airship first. Qi Lu taught Bu Yuyan some tricks. This cannot be called taking advantage of loopholes, it can only be said to be reasonable use of loopholes in the rules. By the way, if you want to see what a bomb-dropping airship looks like, I can take you outside Yuanshan City to see it. At the end, Qi Lu added another sentence. It is impossible to make good use of a bomb-dropping airship without getting familiar with it in advance. Because the combat effectiveness of the bomb-dropping airship is indeed powerful, and it is a good thing. However, in terms of driving style, it is not that smart, at least it cannot match its combat effectiveness. Although the magic power in the energy storage gem installed on the bomb-dropping airship can also be used as a power source, the control still requires a dedicated pilot to keep an eye on it. Really? Thank you very much, Mr. Qi. Bu Yuyan was quite curious about the bomb-dropping airship described by Qi Lu. But considering the size of the bomb-dropping airship, Bu Yuyan also knew that it would be impossible to release it in Yuanshan City. Caught it. Qile took a step forward and put his hands on the shoulders of Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, respectively. Then the power of the empty boots was activated instantly. The next second, the three people appeared in the sky above Yuanshan City. Ah! Suddenly appearing so high in the sky, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen were stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously let out a sharp scream. Then, after the two people finished screaming, they seemed to have lost all their strength. His whole body went limp and he leaned against Qi Lu. After a long while, he cautiously looked at his feet. Looking at the residents of Yuanshan City below, it was like looking at ants, almost invisible. Mr. Qi, you actually. Bu Yuyan stammered for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. The eyes looking at Qi Lu were filled with admiration and astonishment. Flying in the air, this can only be done by at least a hero-level expert. In other words, the young Master Qi in front of him, who usually has no reputation and looks like an ordinary young master, is actually a powerful hero. This is incredible. The development of this plot is completely beyond Bu Yuyan's imagination, and it is all in the blind spot of knowledge. Okay, I know what you want to say. You should calm down your breathing first before talking. Be brave. As long as I am here, you will be fine. Qile raised his hand to stop Bu Yuyan's stammering voice. With this tendency of being protected by others and making his whole body weak, it would be okay if he actually faced the casting hall in the future. Courage still needs to be practiced. After a long time like this, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen finally regained some strength and were able to stand up on their own. Just standing in the void, his feet were still a little weak. It was like stepping on a pile of cotton. I could only stand and couldn't walk at all. Master Qi's surprises are truly unprecedented. Bu Yuyan's voice was still a little weak. But it's much better than before. That's right, if this continues, Mr. Qi will not bully the young lady in the future. Xiaowen muttered from the side. Qile glanced at Xiaowen. Bu Yuyan's face turned red with embarrassment, and she couldn't help scolding her in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense, Xiaowen. But, didn't the master write in the letter? Xiaowen argued a little aggrievedly. Stop it. I won't tell you these things next time. Bu Yuyan interrupted Xiaowen's words in panic, and then warned with her eyes wide open. Qi Lu was looking around, pretending to look at the scenery, trying to prove that he had not heard their conversation. I can't help it, it's just too embarrassing. It always feels like there has been some misunderstanding. Ahem, without further ado, let's take out the bomb-dropping airship first. In the end, Qile opened the topic, cleared his throat, and said to Bu Yuyan. This time, the height of the place where Qile brought Bu Yuyan and Xia Wen was not as high as the place where Qile went alone last time. Because this time, Qile wanted the entire Yuanshan city to see the appearance of the bomb-dropping airship. Not only to build up Bu Yuyan's reputation, but also to deter those young people who might show up with bad intentions. Tell them that I, Qile's partner, is not someone you can covet. Okay. Bu Yuyan nodded, and then took out the storage ring tightly held in her palm. Qile glanced at it and found that Bu Yuyan's hand holding the storage ring was a little blue, probably caused by excessive force. In the situation where the whole body was weak just now, even people were almost scared to death, but they never forgot that they were still holding the storage ring in their hands, and they never relaxed. It's completely subconscious behavior. The storage ring is not for you to hold on to. Wear it on your finger, or find a chain to hang around your neck. Qile shook his head with a smile and said aloud. Wear it on your finger. Bu Yuyan was startled for a moment, then as if she didn't hear anything, she bit her finger casually and dripped blood onto the storage ring. And decided to find a sturdy necklace and put the storage ring around my neck. In order to ensure that the storage ring cannot be used by others after it is obtained by others, it is a necessary process to identify the owner by bleeding. Of course, if Qile came to use it, there would be no such explanation. After all, the storage ring came from the system. No matter how others shed their blood to identify the owner, as long as it returns to Qile's hands, Qile can use it. Where does the store manager's authority lie? But Bu Yuyan couldn't do it, so she had no choice but to bite her finger. A small drop of blood was absorbed by the storage ring, and after confirming Bu Yuyan's soul aura, a vague connection immediately appeared in Bu Yuyan's mind. It's an amazing feeling. At least for Bu Yuyan, who is still an ordinary person, it is very strange. Concentrate, use your consciousness to control the storage ring, and take out the contents. Qile was teaching Bu Yuyan how to use the storage ring. It is not uncommon for practitioners to use spiritual power. But for ordinary people, it was the first time. After several attempts, Bu Yuyan finally successfully communicated with the storage ring, and then took out the bomb-dropping airship inside. Boom! The huge bomb-dropping airship suddenly appeared in the sky, scattering the surrounding clouds. Is this a bombing airship? It's so big. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen were also startled by the sudden appearance of the bombing airship, and looked at the behemoth in front of them in shock. The size of the human race appears quite small in front of the bomb-dropping airship. Even the original purple electric spirit dragon was inferior to the bomb-dropping airship in front of him. Moreover, the majestic pressure exuded by the ancient runes on the surface of the bomb-dropping airship is not weak at all. After all, bomb-dropping airships are tools of war, not transportation. The majestic pressure can also intimidate the enemy. Of course, this kind of coercion is nothing to Qi Lu and has no impact at all. It can even protect Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen beside them, and they are also not affected by the coercion emanating from the bomb-dropping airship. However, for the people in Yuanshan City, this is not the case. Last time, that was where Qile summoned the bomb-dropping airship. The distance from Yuanshan City was too far, so it did not affect Yuanshan City. But this time, it's different. The light was blocked by the bombing airship, and a huge shadow was projected from the sky into Yuanshan City, which also alarmed the residents of Yuanshan City. Everyone who noticed this shadow looked up to the sky. Then his eyes widened. What's that in the sky? Is it a monster? Why is it so huge? Here, when did this appear? Is it another monster that wants to attack Yuanshan City? No way, why would this happen again? The residents of Yuanshan City looked at the bomb-dropping airship in the sky, and the sound of discussion suddenly spread throughout the city-state. The majestic pressure emanating from the ancient runes shrouded the sky above Yuanshan City along with the shadow. Although the pressure permeating the ground is already quite thin, but it can still make people feel depressed. Everyone stopped what they were doing and pointed at the bomb-dropping airship that suddenly appeared. Shock, astonishment, fear, panic, suspicion. Various emotions were mixed together and spread in Yuanshan City. What is that thing, and why does it appear in the sky above Yuanshan City? Li Tsongrong, who was dealing with matters in the study room of the city lordess mansion, was standing by the window at the moment, looking at the sky with uncertainty, full of anxiety. If there is another warcraft attack, Yuanshan City will not be able to hold on. A city with so many disasters cannot retain many residents. The recent wave of monsters attacking Yuanshan City has already alienated the residents, and now is the time to appease them. If there were another wave of warcraft at this time, something big would happen. Huh? What is that? At this time, Ziyun, who was still inspecting the manor in Yuanshan City, also raised her head in astonishment. Then a look of curiosity quickly appeared in his eyes. The businessmen who had previously gathered outside Jin Datsai's manor to compete for cooperation places stopped arguing at this moment. With a mixture of shock, consternation, and panic in his eyes, he looked towards the sky. After Qi Lo left the manor area with Zi Yun, Jin Dazai thought for a long time before deciding to continue cooperation. Only candidates for cooperation will be carefully screened. Once they are unqualified, they will be eliminated directly. As a result, these businessmen competed more fiercely. With fewer places, the profits each person can earn will naturally be greater. This is what every businessman dreams of. Since you can't have a monopoly, just try to reduce the number of people who come to share the cake. However, at this moment, all the businessmen had no intention of competing for a spot, and were all looking at the bomb-dropping airship in the sky. Is this coming to Yuanshan City again? A question emerged in the minds of these businessmen. The incident of the Warcraft tide hadn't happened long ago, so these businessmen had naturally heard of it. Having never experienced the dangers involved, one can only sigh with a sense of gloating that Yuanshan City is really ill-fated. Then, for his own benefit, he came to Yuanshan City to seek opportunities for cooperation. However, when these businessmen encounter these things themselves, they may not be able to rejoice in their misfortune. So when they saw the bombing airship and felt the thin pressure, the first thought of these businessmen was, is Yuanshan City already so unsafe? A city-state that is unsafe will lose its appeal. This is true whether it is attractive to ordinary people or businessmen. Even ordinary cultivators are not willing to come to a city-state where they may be in danger at any time. That's why it is said that if a city-state wants to prosper, strong force is the first element. What's wrong? Why did you all stop? When Jin Dazai saw the bombing airship appearing, he was also shocked and panicked. But then I thought about it. Currently, there are 2 heroic-level experts guarding Yuanshan City. If Guku and Zidian Jiao couldn't withstand it, then it would be useless even if he panicked. So Jin Dazai quickly forced himself to calm down and pretended to be inscrutable. This is a good opportunity to test it out. Boss Jin, aren't you worried that the sudden appearance of a huge thing in the sky may threaten the safety of Yuanshan City? One of the more courageous businessmen asked after hearing what Jin Dazai said. There is nothing to worry about. Since I have chosen to live in Yuanshan City, I will naturally have confidence in Yuanshan City. Jin Dazai said righteously. Then he added silently in his heart, especially when there are 2 powerful heroes in Yuanshan City. With Jin Dazai's character, how could he risk his life? So how can we have confidence in Yuanshan City? If you have confidence, you also have confidence in Guku and Zi Yun. However, in the eyes of these businessmen, Jin Dazai's image immediately changed. Boss Jin is indeed loyal and courageous, I admire you. Boss Jin's feelings are so noble, I can't compare to him. For being able to believe so much in the place where he was born and raised, Boss Jin is truly a role model for our generation. The compliments poured in. But this does not reduce the panic among these businessmen. Although the benefits are good, for an unsafe city-state, one's own life is more important. Businessmen are like this, they are extremely bold when faced with potential dangers. But if you let them face danger directly, they will become as timid as mice. There is no need to say more to compliment me. Yuanshan City faces many dangers. If you want to withdraw, you can withdraw now. Don't worry, I won't care even if I quit, because I don't want to force others to face danger. Jin Dazai sighed, shook his head, and said unceremoniously. In the past days, Jin Dazai had heard many such compliments, so he knew very well that these words were meaningless. If you really believe it, it only means that you are stupid. And thinking about the words Qi Lo left before, Jin Dazai understood that the implication was to find some reliable people for himself. The grass on the wall, that is swaying in the wind, cannot be left behind. Therefore, Jin Dazai did not dare to neglect, and simply took this opportunity to screen. Although Jin Dazai did bully the weak and fear the strong, he still knew who should be loyal to and whose team he should stand on. Having self-awareness is a very important thing. Otherwise, Jin Dazai would not be the first to kneel down and beg for mercy on the city wall. After Jin Dazai sighed, all the businessmen looked at each other. Then a thin-looking businessman came out and said, "Boss Jin, as you know, I only run a small business and am from a small household. I really can't stand the trouble." "Well, I know, don't worry, I won't care." Jin Dazai raised his eyes and glanced at the sky. After thinking about it for a moment, he remembered that he seemed to have quite a lot of property in the surrounding city-states. It's just that the guards are not strong enough, so they can't expand. And this is also a common problem among most businessmen. Weak cultivators are not looked down upon by businessmen because they are not strong enough. And powerful cultivators, because they have no worries about obtaining resources, look down on these businessmen. A vicious cycle is thus formed. The result of looking down on each other is that the merchants go into business, while the practitioners become mercenaries. Give me gold coins and get things done. But it will not be affiliated with a certain merchant, or a certain chamber of commerce or trading house. This also resulted in the fact that most merchants could only be prestigious in their own city-state, but as soon as they left their own city-state, they would start to be blinded. The guard strength is insufficient. The local forces of other city-states are not welcome either. Expanding the industry has become a difficult problem and there is no way out. Therefore, these businessmen are actually no less pursuing power than those cultivators. However, businessmen seek to protect their own industries. The practitioners, on the other hand, pursue their own power. Otherwise, the improved laser light would not be so popular among these businessmen. It is precisely because they cannot recruit strong practitioners that these businessmen start to think about other types of power. And the improved version of laser light that even ordinary people can use is the first choice. However, it is impossible for these businessmen to risk their own lives in pursuit of an improved version of laser light. What's more, they don't live in Yuanshan City. So Jin Dazai understood and agreed to their request to withdraw. When they saw that what Jin Dazai said seemed to be true, the businessmen immediately rushed to speak. "Boss Jin, it's not that I don't have confidence in Yuanshan City. It's just that my business is small and profits are small, and I can't afford such a big risk. And I, Boss Jin, am really sorry for wasting so much of your time." "Boss Jin. There are many businessmen who want to withdraw from this cooperation. The coercion exuded by the bomb-dropping airship, although it oppresses these businessmen, will only make them feel a little depressed. But with such a huge body, the feeling is different. Even at such a high altitude, they can feel depressed through their aura, coupled with their huge size. This feeling of depression can easily turn into difficulty breathing. Being targeted by such a powerful warcraft, Yuanshan City is no longer suitable for cooperation. It is definitely a wise move to withdraw now." These businessmen comforted themselves in their hearts. And he was ready to say goodbye and leave this dangerous city-state. "Okay, I understand. Cooperation requires mutual consent. I, Jin Dazai, will never care about this kind of thing." Jin Dazai responded to the withdrawal of these businessmen one by one. There is nothing wrong with being wise and protecting yourself. But it will be difficult to cooperate again after it is safe. Jin Dazai always remembered what Qi Lu said, to make steady progress and not to act too hastily. What I am talking about is that the candidates for cooperation must be trustworthy and reliable, and do not select all the good and bad people in order to grow quickly. Then, these people who quit voluntarily are no longer trustworthy. We can only share the joys, not the hardships. It's okay not to have this kind of partner. Although Jin Dazai didn't know why Qi Lu had these requests, Jin Dazai knew one thing, that is, it was always right to resolutely implement Qi Lu's instructions. So after a series of noises, there were only a few businessmen who still insisted on cooperating. Qi Lu, who was still in the sky, didn't know that when he took Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen to see the bomb-dropping airship, he could also clean up the trash on the wall. But even if he knew about it, I'm afraid Qi Lu would just laugh it off. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. After being shocked by the size of the bombing airship, Bu Yuyan immediately showed interest in the manned room. Then go in and take a look and familiarize yourself with the control of the bomb-dropping airship. Qi Lu opened the door of the bombing airship pod and sent Bu Yuyan and Xia Wen inside. Then when he turned around, he saw Ziyun with a curious face. Why are you here? A behemoth with such powerful pressure suddenly appeared above the distant mountain city. How can I feel at ease if I don't come up to take a look? Ziyun spread her hands and said with interest. The eyes looking at the bombing airship were also full of novelty and hope. The Dragon Clan has always been interested in treasures, and this is indeed true. I couldn't feel the breath of life from the bombing airship, and it could also emit such majestic pressure. If it wasn't a treasure, what else could it be? And it is such a powerful treasure. Mr. Qi, what on earth is this? After watching for a while, Ziyun asked aloud. Speaking of which, the Dragon Clan's view of treasures has always been to collect them rather than use them. Maybe it's vanity. But can dragons be vain? This should be a problem. There's only one bomb-dropping airship. It's not for you. Don't even think about getting one. Qi Lu glanced at Ziyun's eyes and knew what she was thinking, so he immediately dismissed her thoughts. But if you are really interested, you can go in and have a look. Also. Ziyun nodded, accepted Qi Li's invitation, and then followed her into the manned room of the bomb-dropping airship. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, who came in first, were wandering around in the passenger room like two curious babies. It is 50 meters long and 42 meters wide, with a total of 3 floors. After reading them all, it actually doesn't take that long. What's more, the bedrooms all have the same appearance and the equipment inside is similar. Just look at one to get a feel for it. The storage room is still empty. So after watching it, you still have to gather in the airship control room on the second floor. Purple. Then, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen met Ziyun. The two little girls were so nervous that they were almost speechless. My name is Ziyun, you two can just call me Sister Ziyun. Ziyun glanced at Qi Lu, and then said kindly to the two little girls. This sentence caused Qi Lu to take a deep look at Ziyun. How old is this purple lightning dragon? She even has a child. How dare she call herself sister? It seems that the issue of age is a secret that cannot be told for women, no matter what race they are. It's okay. It's okay for you to treat Ziyun as a big sister. As long as you didn't cause trouble, you'll actually get along with her just the same. Qi Lu obviously didn't want to mention this issue. Lest Ziyun turn around and fall out with him. Sister Ziyun. Bu Yuyan called out cautiously. Ziyun responded with a smile. The scene was very harmonious for a time. You'd better not rush to get in touch with each other first, and quickly familiarize yourself with the control of the bomb-dropping airship. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and broke this harmonious scene seriously. The control of the bomb-dropping airship is actually not difficult. Because of its low level of intelligence, the control method has to be simple. In terms of movement control, there are only 5 types: forward, turn, rise, fall, and advance. There is no back option. Because the power source of the bomb-dropping airship is at the tail of the airship's airbag, retreat is not supported. If you want to retreat, you can only use the steering wheel to make a big turn. However, in terms of attack control, it appears to be much smarter. The system absorbed the experience of building energy fluctuation detectors and produced a magic version of radar that can effectively assist the bomb release port and rail gun in aiming at the target. Therefore, generally speaking, bombing airship attacks will not fail. If so, it must be because the people on the bombing airship didn't control it well. It's pretty awesome. Ziyun followed, listening to Qi Li's explanation. She couldn't help but praise him. A railgun capable of penetrating an entry-level hero-level warrior. For this alone, a bomb-dropping airship is already a sky-high price. And considering Qi Li's character, it is absolutely impossible to target him without aim. Therefore, Ziyun might even have to hide in front of the railgun of this bomb-dropping airship. Of course, there is only one store, there are no other branches. Qi Li said humbly, and naturally took credit for dropping the bombing airship. System, ahem, host. Quiet. I still have business to attend to. Qi Li had a smile on his face, and then he stopped the system's voice in his mind. Since you are almost familiar with the control method of this airship, you should have an idea of who should be selected to enter this airship. Then let's do the last thing in the airship this time. Qi Li clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the two of them. Then he quickly walked to the center console of the airship control room, turned on a button, and then pulled out a microphone from the center console. This is? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Li's movements with some confusion. This is called courtesy before fighting. It is a traditional virtue. This microphone is used to shout to you. Qi Li explained and then handed the microphone to Bu Yuyan. The shouting device is an indispensable thing on the bombing airship. It integrates communication, negotiation, intimidation, etiquette and other functions into one, and is an important item used to whitewash one's face. But this time, Qi Li gave in to Yuyan's words, just to let the people staying in Yuanshan City know who the owner of this bomb-dropping airship was. Then the news will start to spread outward with the wind. It was continuously transmitted to other city-states, making people in those city-states curious, then shocked, and then frightened. This is how fame is built. If you want to compete with the casting hall, you can't be timid, but you have to make a splash. This, do you want me to say it? Bu Yuyan understood the meaning of the shouting, so she looked at Qi Li in disbelief. Whoever speaks out now will have the reputation. In the future, when other people mention bombing airships, they will talk about this person. This is what is called justifiable. Of course, I don't need an airship, but you do. Qi Li smiled and then pointed at the center console. In front of the center console of the airship control room is a large piece of almost completely transparent glass that extends to the back of the pod, allowing a panoramic view of things outside the bomb-dropping airship. On the front glass, there is a special screen that displays exactly the target detected by the magic version of the radar. It can be used to assist attacks, and can also be used to enlarge the detected target and project it onto the glass. Bu Yuyan could clearly see the situation in Yuanshan City through the screen. You can also see the panic and anxiety of the residents of Yuanshan City. Hey, hey. Bu Yuyan nodded, took the microphone, and began to test the sound effects without a teacher. The loudspeaker successfully transmitted Bu Yuyan's voice, shrouding the sky above Yuanshan City. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone who heard these sounds. Did you make a sound? Speaking? That thing in the sky actually spoke. It's the language of the human race. Who's on top? It should be our compatriots from the human race. Could it be some strong man passing by? What is that giant thing in the sky? Just a few words to test the sound effects immediately aroused countless speculations. Everyone was paying attention to the movement of the bombing airship, and none dared to look away. Because they couldn't be sure what the bomb-dropping airship suspended in the sky was, and they couldn't be sure whether this behemoth would pose a threat to Yuanshan City. The businessmen gathered outside Jin Dotsai's manor were even more breathless. Then he raised his head in fear and looked at the sky. The richer you are, the more you cherish your life. When faced with danger, these businessmen are definitely some of the most vulnerable people. Life and death are destiny, wealth is in heaven. Jin Dazai also looked at the sky with a pale face and murmured to himself. Hello fellow residents, tourists, and practitioners of Yuanshan City, my name is Bu Yuyan, and I come from the Bu family of Yuanshan City. Just when everyone was panicking, the sound from the bombing airship came down. This tone, which was like self-introduction, made everyone's eyes widen. The Bu family was in Yuanshan City. After the wave of monsters attacked Yuanshan City, they became famous. Naturally, there are not a few people who know Bu Yuyan. However, after hearing this shout and introducing themselves, they were surprised to find that the Bu Yuyan from the Bu family they knew in the past seemed a bit simple. No one had ever thought that sitting in such a huge ship would be people from their distant mountain city. Shocked. What followed was joy. Because the people in the sky are from Yuanshan City, then at least they will not pose a threat to Yuanshan City. Where I am now is in this bomb-dropping airship sailing over Yuanshan City. This bombing airship will be used to protect the Bu family and the forces that cooperate with the Bu family in the future. Bu Yuyan stood in front of the center console, watching the news about Yuanshan City on the big screen while continuing to shout. In this shouting, Bu Yuyan introduced herself to the Bu family in Yuanshan City. And it's not the Fian City Bu family. This shows that what Bu Yuyan represents is only herself, not the entire Bu family. And this is the promise Bu Yuyan made when she discussed with Qi Lu before, that she would only participate in Qi Li's plan on her own behalf. As the shouting continued, the residents of Yuanshan City slowly relaxed. The previous panic was just because they didn't know the details of the bomb-dropping airship. When such a powerful enemy suddenly appeared in the sky above Yuanshan City, anyone who saw it would be panicked. However, now, after learning the ownership of the bomb-dropping airship, the panic naturally disappeared. Instead, there is surprise and the joy after the surprise. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, people are in awe of strong men, regardless of race, who can take to the sky. Just like in the world of technology, it is not uncommon to rely on various tools to fly into the sky. But if in the world of science and technology, someone can rely on their own strength to share gold with gravel, break mountains and rivers, then they can also be respected by others. Because this is a powerful symbol. And in the distant mountain city, someone possesses such a powerful treasure. Of course, it is worthy of joy and should even be respected. It's Bu Yuyan. Great! Li Xongrong, who was standing at the window of the study room of the city lord's mansion, had a hint of joy on his face. Although Li Xongrong didn't know what the bomb-dropping airship was, he could tell it from the pressure released by the bomb-dropping airship. This is definitely an extremely powerful treasure. Even if it is only used to protect the Bu family, as long as it is suspended above Yuanshan City, it is a deterrent to outsiders. And it is a deterrent that is right in front of you all the time. However, it is not the same as other people's joy. The businessmen who were staying outside Jin Dazai Manor before they had to Mito leave felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They froze in place, with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open and unable to close for a long time. Impossible, this is definitely fake. The Bu family of Yuanshan City, such a powerful treasure actually belongs to the Bu family of Yuanshan City. The only one who cooperates with the Bu family now seems to be Boss Jean. How could it be? How could this happen? Boss Jean, I said that before. The businessmen who had been talking about wanting to quit a moment ago were already regretting it so much that their intestines were about to turn green with regret. The plot reversed too quickly. If I had persisted for another 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes, it would be completely different. But now, it's all over. Even if he and others were willing to shamelessly request Jin Dazai's cooperation again, Jin Dazai would probably not agree. I have long said that I have confidence in Yuanshan City, but you still don't believe it. Jin Dazai calmly wiped the sweat from his palms on his clothes, then snorted and said disdainfully, since you have no confidence in Yuanshan City and the Bu family, then come here, see the guests off. Please get out those who want to withdraw, and don't let them interfere with what we need to discuss later. Jin Datsai looked at the bomb-dropping airship in the sky, straightened his back, and spoke confidently. Just clean out those with evil thoughts. There is no need to worry about offending anyone. This is the confidence brought by strong strength, and it is also the confidence that Jin Datsai has never had before. Go ahead and make money by being friendly. This time we, Lao Jin, are on the right team, that is, we want to take absolute dominance in the cooperation. Only Mr. Qi and Miss Bu can make me, Lao Jin, surrender. You guys are all bad chickens. Jin Datsai thought with excitement, and his offer Qi Lu became more and more profound. Jin Datsai didn't want to delve into what a bomb-dropping airship was. But Jin Datsai knew that with the strength of Bu Yuyan and the Bu family alone, even if they were given another 10 years, they might not be able to come up with such a powerful treasure. Therefore, this bomb-dropping airship must have been built by Qi Lu. The residents of Yuanshan City don't know this. Doesn't Jin Datsai also know this? As long as we firmly follow Mr. Qi, we, Lao Jin, will surely soar into the sky and become the next Bu family. Jin Datsai looked at the bomb-dropping airship in the sky with longing, and secretly made up his mind. What's wrong with being a dog? As long as you can get such a powerful power, don't you just be a dog? Don't the meat and bones taste good? Boss Jin, can you really not give us another chance? Hearing Jin Datsai say the word "see off guests," one of the businessmen gritted his teeth and asked. Yes, Boss Jin, just give us another chance. Yes, we will definitely not hesitate this time. Other businessmen quickly followed, echoing, and begging Jin Datsai to give them another chance. Because after seeing the strength of the Bu family, these businessmen knew that as long as they could climb the high branch of the Bu family, their Rizito greatness would definitely be just around the corner. There is no doubt about this. But Bu Yuyan was hard to find, so looking for Jin Datsai became the only option. Opportunity? Didn't I give you a chance? It's just that you gave up this opportunity yourself because you were afraid of danger and only wanted to gain, not to lose. Jin Datsai scolded him coldly, then sneered, and then said, "Come here. See a visitor out." After shouting in front of the center console, Bu Yuyan pointed the magic radar at the manor area. Then I saw Jin Datsai scolding the group of businessmen. Is the fox pretending to be the tiger? Qi Lu glanced at the screen, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said loudly, I thought you would settle the score, but I didn't expect you to keep this guy here. Women all like to hold grudges. Qi Lu didn't deal with it because he wanted to leave it to Bu Yuyan to establish his authority. Who knew that Jin Datsai seemed to be doing pretty well now? Mr. Qi, although Jin Datsai tends to bully others and is a bit arrogant and domineering, he is still very capable. Bu Yuyan smiled and then answered Qi Li's words. Domestic dogs were also tamed from wild wolves. As long as you obey, wouldn't it be more comfortable to be driven by multiple people than to deal with it directly? Businessmen, don't worry so much, think more about your opponent's residual value, and it's better to use it for your own use than to waste resources. Sounds like a shady boss who is exploiting his employees. Qi Lu shook his head, knowing that Bu Yuyan was taking the overall situation into consideration. As Bu Yuyan said, being able to turn the enemy's power into one's own power is considered powerful. Otherwise, according to the legend, Zhao Zilong took Zhuge Koming's order and used a cavalry as a general, plus 7 infantry, to capture more than a dozen cities and expand the number of infantry to hundreds of thousands. How is it done? Isn't it just to persuade the captives to become the strength of their own army? Although it is a legend, there is always something we can learn from. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, as long as you can control it. Qi Lu waved his hand, skipped the topic, and then continued, since you have shouted, my purpose this time has been completed. I have told you all about the plan. How to execute it, just go ahead and do it. It would be better to leave the matter of fighting against the Foundry Hall to Bu Yuyan. Qi Lu doesn't have the leisure to engage in intrigues. When the Bu family is almost developed and it's time to start a fight with the Zhuwu Palace, Qi Lu can just go and provide military assistance. As for before that, Qi Lu felt that it would be better for him to rest peacefully. Eating and waiting to die is the way to go. As for those intrigues and world domination, that's too tiring. Well, Mr. Qi, please rest assured. Since I have promised to help you fight against the Foundry Palace, I will never back down. Bu Yuyan nodded solemnly, looking at Qi Lu with firm eyes. I'm not afraid of you shrinking. Qi Lu smiled, then opened the door of the bomb-dropping airship's manned room, preparing to leave directly. Then he heard Bu Yuyan calling him. Wait a minute, Mr. Qi, I remembered that my father sent a letter before, saying that Yan Lin of the Yan family was killed in Fian City. Judging from the wounds, it should have been done by a powerful practitioner. It's just that both the Yu family and the Yan family have denied this. Bu Yuyan said hurriedly as if she suddenly remembered this matter. Yan Lin? Dead? Of course, Qi Lu still remembers the person in charge of the Yan family who was sent to Yuanshan City. He was plotted once by Yumu through the tide of monsters, but he was lucky and didn't die under Ziyun's claws. However, although this guy survived the disaster, he did not have any future blessings. He was actually killed by someone else in Fian City. Come to think of it, maybe Yugi, who left this world earlier, missed him. Did both the Yu family and the Yan family deny it? Then it seems that what happened to Yan Lin was indeed not their fault. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he spoke with great certainty. It is true that both the Yu family and the Yan family had motives for taking action when Yan Lin was killed, in order to ease the relationship between the two families. But he would never be stupid enough to take action at a time like this. At this point in time, Yan Lin's death will only make the Yan family more certain that what Yumu did in Yuanshan City was under the instruction of the Yu family. If we want to take action, we have to wait until this matter has passed the limelight before we take action. Then, there was only one person Qi Lu could think of who would take action against Yan Lin. It's the hero-level strongman from the casting hall. It's not hard to guess. Because the last time a wave of monsters attacked Yuanshan City, the reason was precisely because that hero-level strongman sneak attacked the purple electric spirit dragon, causing the spirit dragon egg to be lost. Only Yuanshan City will be attacked by the wave of monsters. There are not many people who know the cause and effect. Yumu may be one of them, but he has already been eliminated by Li Songrong's order from the city guards. Then Yan Lin, who returned to Fian City, was another person who knew the cause and effect of the incident. So it is conceivable that someone would come to your door. Because the hero-level strongman from the Foundry Hall has met Yumu and Yan Lin. It was probably this side that made the heroic-level strongman recall the incident, so he set off to find Yan Lin, and after asking about the wave-off monsters, he took action to silence him. You must know that in order to cast the Jade Plate, the casting hall will notably start with the purple electric spirit dragon. After not getting the cast Jade Plate from the Zidian forest, Yuanshan City was another target. Or, the Bu family. However, only Qi Lu could think of this matter. Because apart from Yumu himself and Yan Lin, only Qi Lu, who had used Soul Search on Yumu, knew about Yumu's acquaintance with the heroic strong man in the Foundry Hall. It is absolutely impossible for other people to think of this matter. Then the case will be solved now. Qi Lu frowned, took a deep breath, and then said, something may happen to the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Fian City. What? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu with astonishment, wondering where this sentence came from. In the mansion of Zhuwu Palace. Duan Wenxin paced slowly in the room with his hands behind his back. At the bottom of the steps, a young man was kneeling on the ground, lowering his head respectfully. It was the hero-level strongman who had attacked the purple lightning dragon before. "Why did you come to see me this time?" Duan Wenxin asked, slowly and in a low voice. The young man failed the mission last time, so he went to receive the punishment. After finally recovering, he ran out privately. Fortunately, the casting hall's control over hero-level powerhouses is actually not strict. After all, although the Palace of Foundry is powerful, a hero-level strongman is not a weakling. As long as he does not violate the rules of the Palace of Foundry and runs out privately, it is not a big deal. Reporting to the Palace Master, my subordinates went out this time to find the people who escaped from Yuanshan City when Yuanshan City encountered a wave of monsters last time. According to what he said, the purple lightning spiritual dragon appeared in Yuanshan City and handed a black jade plate to a man. And that man seems to be from the Bu family. The young man quickly answered Duan Wenxin's words. The black jade plate on the purple lightning spirit Jiao must be a cast jade plate. Duan Wenxin pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head and said solemnly, "I really didn't expect that the purple lightning spirit Jiao would actually hand over the jade plate to others. It seems that strange beasts are just strange beasts after all, and they didn't understand the subtleties of casting jade plates at all. How could something that could be contained by the purple lightning spirit dragon be of ordinary quality? Moreover, treasures like jade plates are rare in the world, unless they are something like a heart mirror. But does the purple lightning spirit Jiao need something like a heart guard? The Bu family, is it another force that has suddenly risen? Why haven't I heard of it?" After thinking for a while, Duan Wenxin frowned again. Because in Duan Wenxin's opinion, the person who can make the purple lightning dragon hand over the cast jade plate must be a peerless strong man who can shock a party. Otherwise, you are not qualified to take things from the hands of the purple electric spirit dragon. However, Duan Wenxin searched through the memories in his mind and couldn't think of one that fit the characteristics of the Bu family. After all, it is rare to see a big family-type force. A force that can produce unparalleled power cannot be an unknown person. Therefore, Duan Wenxin couldn't figure out for a while what kind of influence this Bu family was. Reporting to the Palace Master, the Bu family is just a big family in Fian City. It has jointly established the Fian Chamber of Commerce with the Yu family and the Yen family. There is nothing powerful about it. The young man saw the confusion on Duan Wenxin's face, thought about it, and finally told him the information. "What did you say? The Bu family is just a family in the Chamber of Commerce?" Duan Wenxin raised his eyebrows, stopped pacing, and looked at the young man with stern eyes. "It's really ridiculous. Could it be that our casting hall can't even comprehend a Chamber of Commerce? For such a majestic behemoth as the Foundry Hall, a mere Chamber of Commerce is nothing more than a joke. No matter how large a Chamber of Commerce is, it is essentially a collection of businessmen. Even if you spend some gold coins and hire some guards. But compared to the Zhuwu Palace, saying that they are nothing but local chickens and tile dogs is just praising these chambers of commerce. For the Foundry Hall, any Chamber of Commerce is just an ant, not even qualified to look up to the Foundry Hall." But now, Duan Wenxin actually heard such news. In Zidian Lingjia's opinion, it is better to hand over the cast jade plate to a Chamber of Commerce than to hand it over to the casting hall. How could this not make Duan Wenxin angry? The young man said nothing at the bottom of the steps, letting Duan Wenxin above him become furious. Since the guy who got the jade plate is from the Bu family, then don't blame him for being ruthless in the casting hall. Duan Wenxin quickly suppressed his anger, then glanced at the young man and said slowly, "You are very good. If you can get the jade plate back, you will have made a great contribution this time. Now, go check out the details of the Bu family, and then go to the Bu family to get back the things that belong to my casting hall." "Yes, Palace Master." The young man lowered his head and quickly left the hall. In the bombing airship, Bu Yuyan was looking at Qi Lu with a puzzled look. Mr. Qi, you just said that something was going to happen to the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Fian City. What happened? Bu Yuyan never thought about Qi Li's sudden words. Yan Lin's death should be caused by someone from the Jiu Hui Palace. Qi Li did not hide anything and told all his guesses. The relationship between the people on the bomb-dropping airship and the casting hall is basically at an unadjustable level, so there is no need to hide it at all. Needless to say, Ziyun naturally. As for Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, from the moment they agreed to join Qi Li's plan, they were already mortal enemies with the Foundry Hall. Since they are mortal enemies, the more they know about the casting hall, the better it will be for Bu Yuyan and the others. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight without danger. I didn't expect that Yan Lin could be involved in so many things. Bu Yuyan said in amazement, not doubting what Qi Li said at all. Because the plan mentioned by Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan before was caused by the enmity between the Jiu Hui Palace and the Purple Lightning Spirit Jiao. In other words, the grudge between the Purple Lightning Winged Dragon, the predecessor of the Purple Lightning Spirit Dragon, and the casting hall involves the Purple Lightning Spirit Dragon. However, the source of the hatred between the two, the cast jade plate, unexpectedly fell into Qi Li's hands. So after the hatred expanded to Qi Lu decided that if he didn't do anything, he would just destroy the Foundry Hall. That's why I found Bu Yuyan. This is the origin of the whole plan, Qi Lu made it very clear. And after Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan cooperated, Bu Yuyan actually belonged to Qi Li's side. Therefore, the enmity between Qi Lu and Jiu Hui Palace could easily involve Bu Yuyan. This is why Bu Yuyan was only shocked, but not surprised after hearing Qi Li's plan. So what do we do now? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu at a loss. Although I had already decided to fight against the Palace of Foundry, things really happened before my eyes, but I didn't know what to do. After all, the casting hall is a behemoth, and the power it possesses is still too strong. It's so powerful that it makes people fearful and confused. Don't be too anxious. In Yan Lin's view, I am also a member of the Bu family, but in the eyes of the Jiu Hui Palace, the Bu family is just a small force not worthy of attention. So even if the casting hall takes action against Fian City, it won't send out very powerful cultivators. Qi Lu comforted Bu Yuyan, and then analyzed it out loud. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? If the Foundry Palace takes action against a Chamber of Commerce established by ordinary people and sends out such a strong force, not only will it be difficult for itself, but it may also be ridiculed by other forces. Laughing at their cowardice, they went back as they lived. Because Yan Lin didn't know what Qi Li's strength was, it was absolutely impossible for the Jiu Hui Palace to calculate Qi Li's true strength into the Bu family's strength. And the most important point is that the casting hall has not received any news about what happened in the Zidian forest. Qi Li said, remembering this matter again. 5 hero-level experts all died in the Zidian forest, and they had not yet obtained the jade plate. If the casting hall knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy with anger. It's just that it hasn't been long since Tong Wu and others fell into the Zidian forest. Unless there is such a thing as a life lamp in this world, otherwise, the casting hall must not have received the news yet. Therefore, there is still room for maneuver in Fian City. Before the mission in Zidian forest got the exact result, Fian City was temporarily safe. Because the ultimate goal of the casting palace is just to obtain the casting jade plate, not to destroy a certain force. Of course, Ziyun is different. The casting hall and the purple lightning pterodactyl are feuding, so their attitude towards the purple lightning spiritual dragon is naturally not getting better. If it can be resolved, it will definitely be resolved smoothly. So, since Fian City is still safe for the time being, facing the possible attack from the Upper Jiu Hui Palace, we can naturally wait for work. Take the bombing airship and go back to Fian City to give the people in the casting hall a surprise. Qi Li said word for word. Since we want to fight against the Foundry Palace, we must start by building a reputation. As long as the Foundry Palace fails in Fian City's reputation will quickly spread to surrounding city-states. Then it started to spread further afield. Once you have a reputation, the next thing is easy. With the support of strong enough power, the Bu family can rely on the various commodities provided by Qi Lu to continuously expand the scope of influence, and then weaken the influence of the casting palace. Eventually replaced it. The alternation of forces is sometimes as simple as that. As long as it completely loses its influence, it is equivalent to disappearing. Then the store in Yuanshan City. Bu Yuyan's face showed a little worry. Don't Jin Datsai like prestige? Just let him take care of it. In fact, you'dn't have to take care of so much. You have to learn to take care of people, not things. Sheila said casually. Those who manage people work hard, and those who manage things work hard. The bigger a force becomes, the more managers should learn to delegate power, as long as they can identify the right people. If you do everything yourself, you may end up dying of overwork. But, I don't trust them to manage it. Bu Yuyan shook her head and said in a low tone. It seems that the affairs of the Fian Chamber of Commerce have had a considerable impact on Bu Yuyan. Even the three major families who once established the Fian Chamber of Commerce are now able to plot against each other and engage in intrigues. How could Bu Yuyan safely hand over the power in her hands? If you have any worries, you have to remember that as long as the power is in your hands, no matter how those people bark, they are just clowns. Sheila shrugged, just tried to persuade him, and stopped talking. Whether to work hard or work hard depends on personal choice. Too much persuasion will be counterproductive. It's enough for Qi Lu to say what he said. As for the rest, she has to let Yuyan think about it herself. Things will be very simple after that. After discussing some details in detail, Bu Yuyan took back the storage ring from the bombing airship, and then began to prepare for returning to Fian City. Naturally, the bomb-dropping airship intended to be used as a surprise cannot be taken out too early. Jin Datsai was really happy when he got the store in Yuanshan City and temporarily managed it on his behalf. But after being looked at by Qi Lidua, Jin Datsai's joy suddenly cooled down, and he returned to a trembling, nodding, and bowing look. The most important thing for people is to understand their own position. Obviously, Jin Datsai did a pretty good job at this point. At least, Jin Datsai knew clearly that if you drink soup, you must have the consciousness that you can only drink soup. Don't fantasize about things that are impossible to happen. It is meaningless. This is probably the biggest reason why Bu Yuyan did not go to Jin Datsai to settle the score. Those who are ambitious will not be allowed to stay. But wallflowers can still be used appropriately to squeeze out some residual value. It's finally been dealt with. I don't know if a month will be enough to get this plan on track. After Qi Lu returned to the inn, he immediately lay down on the soft bed. After a tiring day, you have to take a rest. But sometimes, you can't rest just because you want to. Just when Qi Lu lay down and closed his eyes, preparing to take a nap, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. System, host, I wonder if you have finished your business. Why did you come to me again? Do you have something serious to do this time? Qi Lu didn't even open his eyes, but he replied in his mind, saying, if you want to say that the bombing of the airship is your credit, then don't say anything. Previously, Qi Lu took responsibility for the origin of the bomb-dropping airship as a treasure. Then he dismissed the idea that the system wanted to speak out. Unexpectedly, this two-stroke system could wait until this time to speak again. This shows that this guy's patience has indeed increased a lot. System, host, does this system seem so superficial? Regarding Qi Li's question, System immediately felt that System's personality was insulted, and he immediately asked a question. Be more confident and remove the word like. That's not like it. It's just a superficial system. Qi Lu answered without hesitation. Not only did I not feel that I was wrong, but I felt confident. System. Host, you. Originally this system wanted to tell you good news, but what you said really made this system very sad. Good news? Qi Lu didn't pay attention to the hypocritical cry of the system, and raised his brows and opened his eyes suddenly. Are you sure it's good news for me too? This question is absolutely the essence. Most of the time, the good news from the system's mouth is indeed good news for the system, but for Qi Lu, this is not necessarily the case. Qi Lu, who has been taught many lessons, has learned well now. Whether the news is good or bad, you still have to make your own judgment after hearing it. As for what the system says, I believe half of it at most. System, that's right. Maybe you, host, will think it's good news. When asked by Qi Lu, the system's thinking was indeed led astray. He was too lazy to cry to Qi Lu, but his tone seemed a little lacking in confidence. Speak out first and listen. Qi Lu silently held his forehead with his hand, feeling his head hurt a little. This guy in the system is born in the year of the magpie, reporting good things, but not bad things. No, to be more precise, it should be that whether you are happy or sad, you will treat it as good news. Unless the second stroke system itself suffers, that's bad news. System, here's the thing, host, do you still remember those fragments of the ancient souls? Of course I remember this. Qi Lu was stunned for no reason, and then thought about it for a long time before he remembered it. Those were fragments of ancient souls extracted from the ancient warhammer fragments of the dwarves in the northern mountains. The system said that it was possible to repair the ancient remnant soul, but it might take a long time, so Qi Lu didn't care about it. I still remember the beginning. But as time went by, I forgot about it. If the system hadn't mentioned this matter today, Qi Lu probably would never have thought of such a thing in his life. Wait a minute, you suddenly mentioned this matter now. Could it be that yours stirred the ancient remnant soul? After finally remembering this matter, Qi Lu felt that the system suddenly brought up the issue of ancient remnant souls, and it might not be as simply as imagined. If the ancient remnant soul is restored, the information recorded in the ancient remnant soul and the secrets about the ancient times will definitely be a priceless treasure. This is what the system and Qi Lu agree on. If there is a possibility of repairing the ancient remnant soul, this is why we must try it. Because the secrets of happiness in ancient times are definitely not something that can be measured by money. System, of course not. It's a bit hard to say, but this system really tried its best. System, it's just that there is no memory in the ancient remnant soul. Even if it is repaired, no information can be read. Qi Li's eyebrows immediately raised. There is a lot of information revealed by the system in these few sentences. At least one thing is that the ancient remnant soul seems to have been repaired a long time ago, but because there is nothing in the ancient remnant soul, the system has never mentioned this matter. System, host, you have to believe this system. It is absolutely not my intention not to tell you this. System, it's just a blank ancient remnant soul, which means nothing to you at all. Therefore, this system adheres to the principle of not delaying the host's time and will not disturb you, the host. These words are reasonable and well-founded. Qi Lu had to admire the system's sophistry in his heart and could not refute it. When it comes to speaking nonsense and confusing right and wrong with your eloquence, you are indeed at your best. Qi Lu smacked his lips and didn't know what to say, so he could only praise the system meaningfully. System, the host has received a reward. It can be seen that this Urbi system is indeed not very able to understand the meaning of these idioms. Since you specifically mentioned this matter, you definitely didn't mean to tell me that the ancient remnant soul is actually a blank ancient remnant soul. Qi Lu thought about it again and again, and felt that it would be better to bring the topic back. System, of course, host, do you think this system will be such a boring system? Facing the same rhetorical questions as those a few minutes ago, Qilu was silent for a long time before speaking out. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Just be more confident. Sometimes, speaking politely, for a system with low IQ, it is praise. System, forget it, if I don't tell this stupid host like you, you won't be able to realize the wisdom of this system at all. System, the important thing this system wants to talk about this time is actually that not long ago, this restored ancient remnant soul was integrated with the cast jade plate. What did you say? Qilu suddenly sat up from the bed, wondering if he had heard wrongly. The ancient remnant soul and the cast jade plate merged? What happened after that? Has the function of the cast jade plate been damaged? Are the ancient remnant souls still useful? Qilu asked, quickly. This kind of thing is really unexpected. Who would have thought that the ancient remnant soul could be fused with the cast jade plate? The two things have no intersection at all. What is the reason for the fusion? System, after testing by this system, it was found that the function of the cast jade plate has not been damaged, but the ancient remnant soul has been completely absorbed by the cast jade plate, so it no longer exists. Does that mean I lost a piece of ancient remnant soul? Qilu summarized what the system said. System, host, please pay attention to your wording. It should be that this system has lost an ancient remnant soul. Pooh. Qilu spat without hesitation, and then said earnestly, System, you have to understand what the relationship is between the two of us. Do we still need to distinguish each other? What's yours is mine, isn't it hurtful to tell the difference so clearly? This kind of education is of great benefit. At least it will save Qilu a little effort when trying to fool the system in the future. System, host, please stop talking. Let's discuss business. That's fine, as long as you remember this sentence, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Qilu nodded and signaled the system to continue. System, it always feels like something is wrong. System, but aside from that, this system says this is good news. That's because the cast jade plate seems to have some new functions after absorbing the ancient remnant souls. Really? What are the new features? Qilu suddenly became interested. The cast jade plate is a good thing. If some new functions can appear, it will not be too bad. System, according to the test results, among the new functions of the cast jade plate, the most important one is called the condensation of faith. Listening to this name, it must be another function that can help me collect the power of faith. When Qilu heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. System, unfortunately, host, the function of faith condensation is exactly the opposite of what you imagined. It is a function that swallows the power of faith and condenses it into a cast jade plate. What the hell? Qilu choked on the system's words and almost choked to death on his own spit. Devour the power of faith? So what is the use of this function? Is there a way to remove this function? Qilu asked with hope after finishing coughing. System, host, you are really good at joking. Of course there is nothing we can do about it. Then if you say a hammer, this can also be called good news? Qilu's mood suddenly dropped. It seems that the previous guess was indeed correct. Whether the news mentioned by the system is good or bad can only be judged after the specific content is revealed. It's simply news about the cat abuse expert, Shuemumu. System, host, don't be discouraged. The function of faith condensation does require the power of faith to be swallowed, but this is only one of the effects of this function. System, another effect is that the host can gain the power of faith from all transactions in this world. System, there is no single collection limit for the power of faith, nor is it restricted to transactions at vending points, nor is it restricted to using gold coins for transactions. What did you say? Another effect. Qilu's depressed mood was instantly washed away, replaced by a face full of surprise. If you only look at the previous effect of the function of condensation of faith, then what the system said is indeed bad news. But looking at the latter effect, that's not necessarily the case. Although the system is very complex to explain. But in short, in one sentence, as long as the function of faith aggregation exists, then all restrictions on collecting the power of faith will disappear. As long as it is a product taken from the dedicated purchasing channel in this world. No matter how you trade, you can gain the power of faith. And there is no collection limit. It will be convenient now, and the plan to fight against the Foundry Palace can be greatly accelerated. The previous restrictions due to shipping speed are now gone. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You should be the first to say something like this. Qilu immediately relaxed, then thought for a while, and then asked in his mind, what about the speed at which this faith-condensing function divorced power of faith? Although it can rely on the concentration of faith, it can greatly speed up the collection of the power of faith. But if the function of faith condensation devours the power of faith too quickly, then the gain outweighs the loss, and it is better not to use it. System, this, if there is no error in the detection of this system, the power of faith that the faith condenses and swallows seems to be half of the power of faith collected by the host. Half. Sheila leaned back and took a deep breath, but didn't spit it out for a long time. But then I thought about the help brought by the concentration of faith. After all restrictions were lifted, Sheila gathered the power of faith 10 times faster. So even if half of the power of faith is swallowed up, it doesn't seem to matter. This account is still very easy to calculate. So Chilo quickly sat up straight again, and the expression on his face calmed down. It's better to make $10 and have $5 taken away by others than to only make $1. What's more, according to the introduction of the system, the power of faith swallowed up by the condensation of faith can still be condensed in the cast jade plate. This is equivalent to saving money. It's just that the money saved may not be able to be withdrawn. But what does it matter, as long as it can get the most benefits for yourself? But, system, let me hear you tell me, with the function of faith condensation, the power of faith that has been swallowed up will be condensed and formed in the cast jade plate. What is going on? After Qilu was overjoyed, he returned to the previous topics. Since the aggregation of beliefs is a function that has more advantages than disadvantages, then the good side must be clarified, and the bad side must also be clarified. Otherwise, I will be fooled by this function in the future and there will be no way to deal with it. System, to be honest, this system is not very clear about the specific effects. This. After Qilu heard the words, he was silent for a while, then he slowly spoke and said slowly, "This is not your first time working on the system. If you have anything to say, just tell the truth. Have I ever despised you because of your lack of ability? No. System, this system now seriously suspects that you are slandering, but no evidence can be found. System, but since the host has said so, let this system tell the truth. The power of faith swallowed up by the aggregation of faith seems to be reshaping the ancient remnant soul." What? But didn't you say that the ancient remnant soul has disappeared? Qilu asked in surprise. After the ancient remnant soul and the cast jade plate were fused, only the cast jade plate remained. The ancient remnant soul had been completely absorbed by the cast jade plate. But now according to the system, this is not the case. System, to be precise, the ancient remnant soul has indeed disappeared, but disappearing does not mean that it cannot reappear. System, and what this system said is that the ancient remnant soul was absorbed by the cast jade plate. In other words, if the cast jade plate is willing, it can reshape the ancient remnant soul. There is such a thing. Qilu was immediately stunned, and then asked a little strangely, since we're now going to use the power of faith to reshape the ancient remnant soul, why did we absorb the ancient remnant soul before? And what is the connection between the cast jade plate and the ancient remnant soul? System, this, this system is not very clear either. Fine. In fact, Qile never expected the system to give answers to questions that required the use of his brain. Qile was just asking himself the question just now. It's just that sometimes, when you talk about the problem, the ideas in your mind will become clearer. So after asking himself, Qile closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, then slowly opened his eyes and said aloud, "System, do you think it is because this ancient remnant soul comes from the ancestors of the dwarfs?" System, host, what do you mean? For those things that require thinking, the system will always show a state of insufficient IQ. So Qile didn't pay attention, but explained a little bit. Although the dwarves are a race in the northern mountains, they are not Unikito the northern mountains. And in terms of blacksmithing skills, even if the ancestors of the dwarves are called the ancestors of blacksmithing skills, it is actually not an exaggeration. The world where Qile is now is a world that believes in the god of forging, so the cast jade plate must also be a treasure that came into being. Therefore, it is not so strange to merge with the ancient remnant souls of the dwarf ancestors. Because what the two have in common is their belief in forging skills. That is based on the rules of this world. Yes, that's the rule. When Qile said this, he emphasized the word. The fusion of the ancient remnant soul and the cast jade plate is not only a coincidence, but also a product that appears under the corresponding rules. If it were another ancient remnant soul, this situation probably wouldn't happen. Furthermore, I suspect that the ancient remnant soul was not absorbed by the cast jade plate, but was consciously fused with the cast jade plate for the purpose of reshaping itself. Otherwise, what use would the cast jade plate have with the power of faith? Qile continued, his tone low and solemn. If this guess is true, it would be terrible. However, it is impossible for a blank ancient remnant soul to still have consciousness, so logically speaking, this should be a coincidence. System, host, this system thinks you are right. Regarding Qile's analysis, the system had no other ideas except applauding. Because it's so hard to think about this kind of thing. I don't even know if what I said is right, but you already know? Qile was a little helpless with this system where he was ignorant and only knew how to clap and shout and wave flags and cheers from the side. I think about how to take advantage every day, but I don't know how to think more about it. Don't you know that thinking more is good for your physical and mental health? Wait, if that's really the case. The remnant souls of ancient times can use the power of faith to reshape themselves, so if we do this, does it count as competing with the god of forging for the power of faith? Qile suddenly thought of this question. In the past, Qile always felt that the power of faith was an illusory thing. The gods you believe in may also be illusory things. But now it seems that this is not the case. In this unscientific world, there seems to be no problem if a few more gods come out, and it does not violate the rules of the world. System, host, did you just think of this problem now? This tone seemed quite surprising. You have known about the existence of gods for a long time, but you have never told me about it. You damn Irby system, do you want to murder me, the host? When Qile heard this, he became furious. I just stayed in the shop, eating and waiting to die, and I didn't know how happy I was. As a result, he was deceived into this world by the system to collect the power of faith, and he was still fighting for things with a god. How could he then eat and wait for death in the future? System, this system thought that you would think of this after entering the battlefield of immortals and demons. Qile was stunned by the system's words and was speechless for a moment. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be the same. Even if there is a battlefield between immortals and demons, it seems that the gods should not be imaginary. After all, Qile had seen it in the purchasing channel of the immortal and demonic battlefield, and after seeing that huge battlefield, his perception of power had reached a new level. Even immortals and demons have existed, so gods should also exist. Or, it existed. Yes, maybe the god of forging is dead, who can say for sure? Qi Lu thought about it carefully and suddenly became enlightened. God does not mean immortality. Even a piece of heaven and earth has the possibility of being destroyed, let alone an individual. The name of the god of forging does not sound strong at first glance. He was just a logistics worker, and he might have been killed in a certain battle among the gods. Yes, that must be the case. Qi Lu nodded seriously, comforting himself in his heart. There is no other way. We have already done everything to collect the power of faith, so we can't say we should go back now. It's better to be optimistic and think on the bright side. Besides, isn't there still a system? If the system isn't afraid, then what should Qi Lu be afraid of? If it doesn't work, just let the system take over. System, host, you are really good at talking. I am overflattered. Qi Lu bowed his hands in greeting, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then skipped the topic. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, System, can you monitor the progress of the remolding of ancient remnant souls? System, okay, it's very simple. That's fine. Don't be careless this time. Remember to report to me the progress of the reshaping of the ancient remnant souls at any time. I would like to see if this means casting a jade plate, or if the ancient remnant soul still has this consciousness. Qi Lu nodded, and then gave the order in a serious tone. If reshaping the ancient remnant soul means casting a jade plate, it means that the rules of this world have completely accepted this ancient remnant soul. And he wants to direct the power of faith into this ancient remnant soul. This also means that the former god of forging may have fallen, so this situation occurs. Because this ancient remnant soul comes from the ancestor of the dwarves, the powerful man who was once known as the first forging master of the dwarves. It fits the rules of this world quite well, and also meets the requirements of a new god of forging. That is, forging skills. So this is good news for Qi Lu. Because the former god of forging fell, and the new god of forging was reshaped with the help of Qi Lu, the benefits to Qi Lu are self-evident. It will definitely be recognized by the world. Moreover, it can also be more convenient to collect the power of faith. But if the action of reshaping the ancient remnant soul is controlled by the remaining consciousness of the ancient remnant soul itself, so Qi Lu's behavior at this moment is tantamount to collaborating with this ancient remnant soul to rob the god of forging of the power of faith. This is offending a god. Then this must be out and out bad news. Being rejected by this world is a small problem, but if you are still hated by the god of forging, and even hunted down, then it is a big problem that outweighs the gains. So Qi Lu is quite serious about this matter. Because even if you offend the god of forging, you can prepare early if you know it earlier. If you run away early, at least the loss will be smaller. System, don't worry, host, this matter will be taken care of by this system. Okay, then it's time to expand our business with peace of mind. Qi Lu nodded, and then the expression on his face changed and returned to his calm look. Reshaping the ancient remnant soul is not an easy task, and it will definitely take a long time. At least it can't be something that can be completed in 3 to 5 days. So during this period, Qi Lu still doesn't need to worry about anything. Since it is still uncertain whether the future results will be good or bad, it is better to gather more power of faith now. This is the business. At least when the result is bad news, how much stop loss can be done? So in the next few days, Qi Lu ran around the city-states surrounding Yuanshan City like a market survey. Then I spent my free time researching how to supply the goods. After all, now that there are no restrictions on collecting the power of faith, controlling the market and attracting the most customers has become the top priority. Doing business and selling things is not about selling more, the better. Use various marketing methods to cultivate customer loyalty and let these customers think of you when they buy something. That is the most important thing. That is brand and reputation. 10 people coming to buy something only once is completely different from 5 people coming to buy something every day. As long as the customer's loyalty increases, the power of faith can be continuously collected instead of killing the goose to obtain the eggs. And on the days when Qila ran to surrounding city-states. In the mansion of Jiu Hui Palace, Duan Wenqin kicked the copper stove next to the steps to the ground, and smashed it into pieces with a bang. All 5 hero-level experts fell into the purple lightning forest. Are all your people trash? Or are you just a bunch of trash? Duan Wenqin questioned the people at the foot of the steps angrily. In the Hall of Foundry, several hall masters in charge of resources and combat were standing below, facing Duan Wenqin's question, not knowing how to respond. Because they really can't explain it. These were a total of 5 hero-level experts. Their target was an injured purple electric spirit dragon, and they also brought with them the base pillars of the square dragon locking formation forged by Duan Wenqin. But they all fell into the Xidian forest, and no one came back. Not even a single message came back. Not to mention that Duan Wenqin would be so angry about this matter, even the hall masters were so ashamed and angry that they were ashamed of themselves. The majestic casting hall can't even handle a purple electric spirit dragon. If this was spread, it would definitely be ridiculed by people from other forces. Don't say anything? Then you are really capable. Duan Wen smiled in anger, looked at the people with a cold face, and said coldly. My lord, if it's just a purple lightning dragon, it's absolutely impossible to defeat 5 heroic level warriors, so I suspect that someone else is involved in this matter. One of the hall masters standing below came out and spoke bravely. Others? You mean, there are others who also know the use of cast jade plates? Duan Wenqin's eyes lowered slightly, and his gaze suddenly became much sharper. Yes, it is. Under the fierce gaze of the hall master who was coming out, big beads of sweat immediately appeared on his face. Yeah. Duan Wen responded non-committally, and then his voice suddenly calmed down and he said slowly, how is the investigation of the Bu family's affairs? Anger, just to shock. There was also a lot of competition for power in the Jiu Hui Palace, so Duan Wenqin didn't think he would be able to sit safely. The person who coveted the throne beneath him was watching him from the dark. Waiting for the moment when Duan Wenqin makes a mistake, he then takes action to seize this throne that represents great power. Therefore, no matter how angry he is, Duan Wenqin will not lose his judgment. Since there has been such a big misjudgment here in Xidian Lingjiao, let's start from the other side. As long as the cast jade plate can be brought back, the prestige brought back will at least ensure that Duan Wenqin's position will remain stable for decades. This is why Duan Wenqin is so anxious. It is impossible to control such a huge force without strong enough prestige. Just the title of being the #1 forging master certainly has prestige, but it cannot truly convince the public. Reporting to the palace master, we have found out everything. Another hall leader immediately stepped out and bowed his head to answer. The current head of the Bu family is Xing Xingkong. He currently lives in Fian City and is also the current president of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The Fian Chamber of Commerce was jointly established by 3 families, the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family. The business scope covers 17 city-states centered on Fian City. After investigation, no heroic cultivators were found. And according to the news coming back, the current Fian Chamber of Commerce seems to be not harmonious internally. The information reported was very detailed, probably because he wanted to make up for his mistakes. Whether the Fian Chamber of Commerce is in harmony or not has nothing to do with our foundry hall. It's just a small chamber of commerce. What kind of trouble can it cause? Duan Wenqin sat back on the throne representing the master of the casting hall, lowered his head slightly, and hid the expression on his face. Sent people to ask the Bu family about the whereabouts of the cast jade plate. If you don't want to speak, no one will care if this small chamber of commerce disappears. The extremely cold words came out of Duan Wenqin in an understatement. For a small force, to the foundry hall, it can be destroyed with a wave of the hand, and there is no need to worry about anything. Duan Wenxin was also killing the chicken to scare the monkey. When warning those with evil intentions in the casting hall, Duan Wenxin was not old yet, and now he was equally decisive in killing and letting them put aside their evil thoughts. Yes. The hall leader who came out to introduce the situation immediately took the order and retreated. This matter is here for the time being. Let's disperse now. However, I don't want anything to go wrong this time. Duan Wenxin leaned on the throne, looked at the hall masters who were about to leave, and said coldly, "Don't worry, Lord Palace, this mission will never go wrong." On the other side, after Bu Yuyan finished preparing, she also embarked on the road back to Fian City. This time, it was much more comfortable than the last time I came to Yuanshan City. Those who escorted Bu Yuyan back were still old friends from the Hammer Mercenary team. It's just that this time, the Hammer Mercenary team has already developed a fierce reputation, so basically no blind bandit dares to provoke them along the way. And those monsters that were accidentally encountered were eliminated without causing the slightest panic. It was calm all the way. Bu Yuyan even stopped at several city-states on the road and went in to check the situation of the Bu family in these city-states. These city-states are different from Fian City and Yuanshan City. The Bu family, Yu family, and Yan family are still evenly matched. Unless it's the city-states around Yuanshan City that have a lot of gold and property, the Bu family may have the upper hand. Otherwise, the Bu family's own strength alone would still be invincible against the combined efforts of the Shangyo family and the Yan family. The development of the Bu family is still too slow. Bu Yuyan did not stay in these city-states for too long. After ascertaining situation, she immediately set off and left. Moreover, Bu Yuyan also knew that the main reason why the Bu family had the upper hand in several city-states around Yuanshan City was because of the improved laser light. Tyrannical power is the root that ensures the stable development of the Bu family. As for Jin Datsai's property, that's just a head start. As long as Bu Yuyan cuts off cooperation with Jin Datsai, then within half a month, Jin Datsai's property will be gradually cannibalized by the local force off those city-states. For businessmen, this is what it is. Only by holding powerful power in your hands can you deter those with evil intentions. Otherwise, no matter how big the business is, it will only be a bigger piece off fat. It's just that the delivery speed of the improved laser light is really too slow. Because there are too many restrictions on purchasing. Therefore, during these days, Bu Yuyan could only radiate the power of the Bu family in the distant mountain city to several surrounding city-states. Further away, the number of improved laser beams cannot keep up. Without enough force, the consequences of reckless expansion are naturally self-evident. This is also the reason why Bu Yuyan only cooperates with Jin Datsai for the time being. After all, with the current number of improved laser beams, it is difficult to supply the Bu family alone. One more Jin Datsai would be the limit. And cooperation must give priority to supply. But Bu Yuyan still needs to rely on the attractiveness of the improved laser to drive the other industries of the Bu family to develop together. Therefore, it is impossible to digest all the improved laser light internally. You still have to set aside part of it for sale. Therefore, the number of improved laser lights seems to be somewhat stretched. Because not every customer who wants to buy an improved version of laser light is willing to make a special trip to Yuanshan City. In Yuanshan City, merchants may be the main force in buying improved lasers. But in other city-states, the mercenary teams are the largest customer group of the improved laser light. Faced with such a rare and powerful treasure, it must be obtained. As for gold coins, there is no shortage of them for some powerful mercenary teams. A mercenary team that is short of gold coins must be weak. As for the powerful mercenary team, they basically run missions between various city-states. This is equivalent to a living advertisement for the improved version of laser light. As a result, mercenaries and merchants in city-states further away also knew about the existence of the improved laser light. The result is that improved lasers are increasingly in demand. Therefore, whether to use it to enhance the Bu family's own strength or to sell it, we need to find a balance point. After all, the improved laser light is not immune to damage. It is impossible for the system to bless such a cheap product with the characteristics of never wearing out. Therefore, the improved laser's emission tube and energy storage gem will become more and more broken as time goes by. Specifically, the efficiency of energy storage gems in storing magic power will become increasingly lower, and the power of the magic light bullets condensed in the launch tube will become weaker and weaker in comparison. The combat power it can provide will become less and less. If you want to get a better experience, you can only replace it with a new and improved version of the laser. This is also one of the reasons why the improved version of laser light is scarce. Things are more valuable when they are rare. Not so good things can be made good, not to mention that the quality of the improved laser is so high. Therefore, in those city-states, outside the Bu family's shops, there was basically an uninterrupted line of customers looking to buy improved versions of lasers. This also seriously hindered the Bu family's continued expansion. What a headache. Bu Yuyan was sitting in the carriage, thinking about these problems, and couldn't help but feel a little bored, so she reached out and rubbed her eyebrows. If you want to compete head-on with the Jiu Palace, you will have no chance of winning if you don't develop quickly. Once the founding hall discovers some signs, with the Bu family's current strength, if they want to fight against such a behemoth, they will definitely lose. Maybe even be uprooted. But, having come this far, there is no turning back. What's more, the current situation is that the Jiu Palace may take action against the Bu family first, so Bu Yuyan must find a way to fight back. And not only must we fight back, but we must fight back beautifully. Miss Bu, Fian City has arrived. While Bu Yuyan was thinking, Tai Hu's voice came from outside the carriage. Fian City is the territory of Fian Chamber of Commerce, so there is none for an interrogation of Bu Yuyan's caravan when it comes back from outside. Even the city lord of Fian City doesn't really want to offend the Fian Chamber of Commerce, and the same goes for the city guards guarding the city gate. Although in the eyes of the casting hall, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is just a small and unpopular force. But in Fian City, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is the only one. We're finally here, thank you for your hard work. Bu Yuyan opened the car curtain and took a look before speaking out. Miss Bu, you're welcome. It's not like we don't accept gold coins. Whether it's hard work or not is a small matter. Tiehu joked with a smile. However, this kind of thing is rare for Tiehu. Although the mercenaries laughed and cursed, they were all for their own people. When facing outsiders or employers, they tend to look serious. That way it looks dignified and makes it easier to negotiate the price. But after going through so much, Bu Yuyan can be regarded as an old employer off the Hammer mercenary team, so Tai Hu can feel more relaxed now. Then I'll go back to the Fian Chamber of Commerce first. Captain Tiehu, please help yourself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bu Yuyan said goodbye. The caravan was followed by Bu family's clerks and servants, as well as specialized coachmen. The task of the Hammer mercenary team was only escort. Now that we have entered Fian City, escorts are naturally no longer needed. If Bu Yuyan is in danger in Fian City, then the entire Fian City may be overturned by Bu Yuyan. Miss Bu, wait a moment, or let me send a few brothers to take you back. Now that you are suddenly successful, I am worried that the villains of the Yu family and the Yen family may take action against you, and then something big will happen. The internal struggle within the Fian Chamber of Commerce is no longer a secret, and it is not surprising that the Tiehu Guild knows about it. Although Bu Yuyan's cooperation with Qi Lu brought huge benefits to the Bu family. But in terms of strength, Bu Yuyan is still an ordinary person. When he was in Yuanshan City, Guku was watching over him, so he didn't have to worry about any evil hands. However, Fian and Yuanshan City are different. This is the headquarters of Fian City, and it is also the city-state where the Yu family and the Yan family are the most powerful. So if the Yu family or the Yan family really sent dead soldiers to intercept and kill, the possibility of Bu Yuyan being in danger is not low. Captain Tiehu is still thoughtful about this matter. In that case, I'll trouble you. Bu Yuyan thought for a while and felt that it was not impossible. Because the Bu family has now begun to move forward steadily and develop rapidly, which is supported by Bu Yuyan alone. After Yan Lin returned to Fian City, he must have reported this situation to Tuan Qianshan, the head of the Yan family. Therefore, among the ways to prevent the Bu family from rising again, getting rid of Bu Yuyan is definitely the first choice. No trouble, no trouble. Tiehu waved his hand, then turned around and shouted to the team members behind him, "Give a few brothers and follow Miss Bu back to Fian Chamber of Commerce, so as not to be underestimated by Miss Bu." This is intended to build momentum for Bu Yuyan. It is not uncommon for merchants to hire mercenary teams or cultivators to provide protection. So it's not surprising that Tiehu did this. It's not only out of friendship, but also out of friendship with Bu Yuyan. Starting from the cooperation with Qi Lu, the Bu family, no, it should be said that it is Bu Yuyan, and it is just around the corner to soar into the sky. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is the instinct buried in the bones of living things. Even the single-celled paramecium has this instinct. Therefore, it is normal for Tiehu to choose to befriend Bu Yuyan. In the Hammer mercenary squad, several members soon came out, and they were all members whose combat capabilities were at the forefront of the Hammer mercenary squad. Each of these team members carried an improved version of the laser on their backs. After greeting Bu Yuyan, they protected the carriage. "I will stay in Fian City these days. If anything happens to Miss Bu, just ask someone to come to me at the tavern of the Mercenary Guild." After Tiehu arranged these things, he left with the remaining team members. When building momentum, you also need to pay attention to rules. With fewer people, the deterrence is not enough. If there are too many people, then it is not building momentum, but contempt. So Tiehu wouldn't let the entire mercenary team follow him, that would be too stupid. Let's go back to Fian Chamber of Commerce. After Bu Yuyan watched Tiehu and others leave, she said something to the driver of the carriage. The caravan immediately took action again. This time back to Fian City, although Bu Yuyan is not exactly a honkaminj in fine clothes, it is not too far off. You know, in Yuanshan City, all the forces of the Yu family and the Yan family have been cleared out, leaving only the Bu family alone. This is definitely a huge credit. With this premise, it would be easy for the Bu family to transfer from Fian City to Yuanshan City. Because there is no such thing as being untenable. And not only Yuanshan City, but also several city-states around Yuanshan City, all the big and small forces inside are trying to curry favor with the Bu family in order to buy an improved version of the laser. This situation is not much better than that of the Bu family in Fian City. Therefore, the reason why Bu Yuyan's return to Fian City is not considered coming is mainly because there is no way to bring back these achievements. It cannot be shown in detail, but it makes people feel shocked intuitively. But this news has already spread throughout the Bu family. You know, who would be willing to leave their hometown unless they have no choice? The Bu family wants to transfer its foundation to Yuanshan City, not because of the aggressiveness of the Yu family and the Yan family. But things are different now. The Bu family's victory in Yuanshan City is a good start. It is also a sign that heralds the rise of the Bu family. So when Bu Yuyan's caravan returned to Fian Chamber of Commerce, they were welcomed by everyone from the Bu family. In Bu's family, both adults and children stood on both sides of the road with smiles on their faces, welcoming Bu Yuyan as she got off the carriage, and then came forward to congratulate and please her. He made such a great contribution to the Bu family. Even if Bu Yuyan is born as a girl, the position of the next head of the family is a sure thing. Therefore, no one in the Bu family dared to neglect, and everyone regarded Bu Yuyan as the next head of the family. Yuyan, welcome home. Thank you for your hard work in Yuanshan City these days. Xing Kong strode out of Fian Chamber of Commerce and came to Bu Yuyan. He looked up and down at Bu Yuyan to see if she was injured anywhere. It's not hard, father, these are what I should do. Bu Yuyan said very modestly. He doesn't take credit, but he is very confident. The few mercenaries following Bu Yuyan also looked at the people around them with indifferent eyes. The mercenaries who have been killed for a long time have their own evil aura, especially after experiencing the wave of monsters. The evil aura is even worse. Without saying anything, it was a shock. The members of the Yi family, who had never even left Fian City, were intimidated, and some did not dare to approach. But in my heart, I felt more and more emotional. Thinking about Bu Yuyan's fate, I was filled with envy. When he looked at the mercenaries again, the eyes he looked at Bu Yuyan also became awe-inspiring. That's the benefit of strength. With such a big battle, no matter how much the Yu family and the Yan family hate Bu Yuyan, they cannot take action at this time, otherwise they will wait or be torn apart by the angry Bu family. No matter what, it's a good thing to be back. There will be a flowing banquet at the Bu family's main house tonight, and everyone will come over to eat. After Xing Kong said this, he took Bu Yuyan to the study. Xiaowen was left standing outside alone, pouting with an unhappy look on her face. However, even if Xiaowen was Bu Yuyan's personal maid, she was too embarrassed to disturb the conversation between father and daughter, so she could only wait outside. The rest of the Bu family naturally dispersed after welcoming Bu Yuyan. Just waiting to come over in the evening and have a good meal. With the flowing water banquet, eating brings excitement and atmosphere, and it has little to do with whether you eat or not. Walk to empty den. Zhuokong asked Bu Yuyan about the situation during this period, sometimes nodding, sometimes approving, and in the end, he asked meaningfully. Yuyan, tell your father honestly, what is your relationship with that Mr. Qi? Being courteous for nothing is a big problem. Xing Kong didn't think there was anything in the Bu family that could attract the attention of a young master with a hero-level strongman as his butler. So the first thing I thought about was whether Mr. Qi might be interested in Bu Yuyan. If it is true, then the Bu family can be considered to have climbed a high branch. Bu Yuyan will also fly up the branches and become a phoenix. At that time, the entire Bu family will become enlightened because of Bu Yuyan alone, and the chickens and dogs will ascend to the sky. Father, Mr. Qi and I are just partners, you don't have to think too much about it. Bu Yuyan recalled Qi Li's attitude and sighed silently. Falling flowers have feelings, flowing water has no intention. With the status of Mr. Qi, even if he is willing, I am afraid that others will not look down on him. Bu Yuyan thought silently in her heart. Is that so? Walking Kong was obviously a little suspicious, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he comforted, actually, it's not bad to be a partner. Take your time, don't be too anxious. This is also a hint. Since falling in love at first sight doesn't work, let's follow the strategy of long-lasting love. If we stay together often, there will always be some sparks created through friction. Father, needless to say, Mr. Qi is not the kind of person you think. He is more like a gentleman. Although he is a little loose, he is really upright. Bu Yuyan understood what Xing Kong said, so she shook her head slightly and spoke aloud. A handsome gentleman, he just has what Bu Yuyan wants. It's just that the identity gap is really too big. Sometimes, it's always difficult to talk about this kind of topic. Okay, then as a father, I don't care about this. But I believe that my daughter can definitely be worthy of anyone. Zhuokong said with a smile, but did not specify who it was. Father, what are you talking about? In this case, I will go out first. Bu Yuyan looked at Xing Kong, hesitating again and again, but still did not tell her about the fight against the Foundry Hall. Since you just joined the plan, don't involve the Bu family anymore. After all, the Bu family is still too small. Even if the Foundry Hall might take action against the Bu family first, it will be of no benefit to let Zhong Kong know about it in advance. Because no matter how prepared they are in advance, the Bu family cannot beta opponent of the Zhiwu Palace. If I had known about this earlier, it would have only increased my worries. It was only after successfully repelling the Zhiwu Palace that the people of the Yi family built up confidence and felt that the Zhiwu Palace was not invincible. At that time, it was time to bring the Bu family into this plan. Now, just wait and see what happens. What's more, the fact that the Bu family is not prepared does not mean that Bu Yuyan is not prepared, it just cannot be said in advance. Because Bu Yuyan couldn't guarantee that everyone in the Bu family would be united. If the news leaks out, that would be the worst-case scenario. So using this incident to explore the background of the entire Bu family can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Fian Chamber of Commerce has been established for so many years, and the three major families have already penetrated each other. Otherwise, why would the three major families, the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family, almost all know each other's ins and outs and have nothing to hide? Well, then you should go and rest first. Ping Kong responded to Bu Yuyan's words and waved. After opening the door of the study room and waiting for Bu Yuyan to come out, Grey Leopard, who was waiting outside, came over immediately. What's wrong? Bu Yuyan glanced at Grey Leopard and asked in surprise. Even if you are a guard, there is no need to act like this and wait outside specially. This is the main residence of the Bu family. If someone could hurt Bu Yuyan in this place, the Bu family would probably be destroyed. Miss Bu, when you were staying in the study just now, someone seemed to be eavesdropping outside. The energy fluctuation detector showed a weak signal. Grey Leopard leaned over and whispered. The energy fluctuation detector is a good thing. Although it is not a particularly expensive thing, among ordinary people, there are definitely not many people who can recognize this thing. So no one noticed Grey Leopard's gauntlet at all. Yeah, I know. When Bu Yuyan heard the words, she narrowed her eyes slightly and responded quietly. This is to be expected. Such a big thing happened in Yuanshan City, which caused the Yu family and Yan family to be evicted from Yuanshan City. Now that Bu Yuyan has returned to Fian City, it would be strange if the Yu family and the Yan family didn't send someone to monitor her. Do we need to take action to arrest people? Grey Leopard couldn't quite understand Bu Yuyan's emotions, so he asked aloud. It doesn't matter. Let them look at it for a while. It will be different in a few days. Bu Yuyan waved her hand and rejected Grey Leopard's suggestion. The three major families in the Fian Chamber of Commerce are entangled. If they want to defeat the Yu family and the Yan family in one fell swoop, they must use the power of thunder. This kind of petty quarrel will only alert the enemy. It wouldn't be good if the other hidden people lurking in the Bu family were hidden. I understand, I will remember the appearance of those guys. Grey Leopard understood what Bu Yuyan meant, nodded and laughed. If you want to clean up this kind of darkness, you have to clean it up all at once. Otherwise, the nausea will be stuck in your throat and you will feel uncomfortable no matter what you do. In Yuanshan City, Qi Lu returned to the Bu families and after conducting market research in the surrounding city-states. Qi Lu is not sure what the situation is in Fian City now. However, Qi Lu still believes in the combat effectiveness of the bomb-dropping airship. It should be no problem to deal with several elementary heroes at the hero level. So I didn't think about things over there. Instead, he began to put together a sales plan for the products. At present, the products in Qi Li's hands are only improved lasers, energy storage gem sets, and 3 launch tubes. In terms of variety, there really aren't many. So you may still have to rely on the quality of your products to retain customers. System, host, good news, great news, do you want to hear it? Just when Qi Lu was thinking hard, the system suddenly popped up. The rough voice, that was deliberately simulated, had the smell of an old trumpet, which made Qi Lu feel reminisced. It hasn't been long since your last good news. Are you lying to me? Qi Lu looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said silently in his mind. The last piece of good news turned into a competition with the gods for profit, and if you were not careful, you would lose yourself. I just hope that this good news about the system is no longer fatal news. System, look at what you said, host. This time it is really good news. After the efforts of this system, the 4 basic pillars you handed over to this system have been studied. Oh? Then what new thing did you research? When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately became interested. Those 4 foundation pillars are used to form the foundation pillars of Thiefaway Dragon Locking Formation. Although this quadrilateral locking dragon formation is just that for Qi Lu, the 4 foundation pillars are a completely new forging idea. System, of course we have researched some good stuff. System, this time, after learning from and improving the system, it successfully developed several new products, which are given to the host afterwards. Is there such a good thing? Showing your courtesy for nothing. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and frowned, suddenly feeling that things were not that simple. System, host, please don't think of this system as a profit-seeking system, okay? The power of faith swallowed by the cast jade plate is actually. System, no, this system is generous by nature. Hearing the sudden interruption of the system, a sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of Qi Li's mouth. Sure enough. Once this 2-stroke system gets carried away or starts to argue with arguments, its original shape will appear. No wonder a few days ago, when the system was asked how much power of faith it would need to swallow up the faith-gathering function of this cast jade plate, the system hesitated. It turned out to be a lie. It's just that Qi Lu was so surprised at the half-share ratio that he forgot to ask about it. Who would have thought that the system would take the initiative to mention it again? Therefore, it is indeed true to say that a thief has a guilty conscience. With the relationship between us, does the system still need to lie to us? Is there ever a time when I didn't give you what you want? Are you right? Qi Li's eyes sparkled and he began to follow the seductive pattern. So if you want anything, just say no. Lying will only hurt the trust between us, right? If you realize your mistake, tell me honestly, how much of the 50% of the power of faith that the cast jade plate swallowed up did you account for? Qi Lu tried his best to persuade calmly, but in fact, his heart was about to blossom with joy. Anger? Non-existent. To be honest, Qi Lu has already figured it out. The relationship between oneself and the system is more like good brothers who are at each other's throats and lose each other. Whoever loses wins and whoever loses is actually like that. Anyway, one wins and one loses. If the system loses money, Qi Lu will not make any profit. Unless it was due to Qi Lu. Therefore, the power of faith, which Qi Lu held in his hands, was of little use, but Qi Lu preferred to use it to fool the system. And now is a good opportunity. As long as the system is made aware of its losses, Qi Lu can successfully deceive and reap benefits. System, host, do you really think so? Of course, what is the relationship between us? We are as close as brothers. Qi Lu said very seriously. System, then, this system will tell you the truth, 20%. This was said with some hesitation, and it could be heard that the system seemed to have some regrets. It's only 50% in total, and you've only spent 20%? You're pretty good, but it's still a little lower than I thought. Qi Lu thought the system had eaten at least 25%, but he didn't expect it weighs only 20%. It seems that there is still salvation. However, the purpose of devouring the power of faith on the cast jade plate is to reshape the ancient remnant soul. So what is the use of holding the power of faith? However, Qi Lu doesn't actually care how much power of faith the system covets. What Qi Lu is more concerned about is why the system needs so much faith power. For Qi Lu, the power of faith is just to open up the channels for purchasing goods in the fairy and demonic battlefield and purchase goods from there. Perhaps new functions will appear in the future. But so far, this is the only one. System, for upgrade. Upgrade? Qi Lu thought the system would start a lengthy discussion, but he didn't expect it to be so concise. System, yes, if this system wants to break through more restrictions and advance to a higher level, it must use enough power of faith. System, and the power of faith can also accelerate the research process off the system and unlock more new functions. So that's it. It seems I may have misunderstood you. Qi Lu felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose, but also wanted to understand something. It seems that this inexplicably stingy and money-grubbing system, like his host, also needs to be upgraded. No wonder the current system is completely different from the dull system of the past. Although there is not much difference in personality, in terms of intelligence, they are really far apart. It can be seen that this system should have been upgraded many times. It's just that when upgrading in the past, all that was needed was the energy provided by the spiritual crystal, so this guy was very willing to spend every penny. But now, pure spiritual crystals can no longer meet the conditions for system upgrade. So this guy started thinking about the power of faith. Very simple reason. But if the system didn't say anything, Qi Lu probably wouldn't think about it at all. If this is the case, you should have told me earlier. If the power of fate is not enough, I can give you another 10%. After Qi Lu figured it out, he said it quite generously. If the system can be upgraded quickly, Qi Lu can also benefit, so why not? System, thank you very much, host, for your kindness, but this system does not consume the power of faith as fast as you think. System, but if you really want to give it to the host, this system will be very happy to accept it. Upon hearing these two words, Qi Li's eyebrows suddenly raised. Because there is a lot of information revealed in the words. First, there are limits to system upgrades. It does not suffice when all the required energy is in place, but must be done step by step. It seems that there should be a cap on gaining experience points. Of course, this is just a metaphor, to make it easier to understand. The second is that the system itself seems to be able to store the power of faith. Or maybe you can use the cast jade plate to store the power of faith, and the capacity is not small. And this third one. That is, this second stroke system can still play hard to get tricks. Could it be that the intelligence has been upgraded again? There weren't so many routines before. Qi Lu still understood the character of the system. There was no such thing as reservation, so the excuse he used to evade him must be to play hard to get. Look, noble. However, this kind of routine left over from Qi Li's play is of no use to Qi Lu. Since you don't want it, forget it. It just saves money. Qi Lu pretended to be regretful and said, quite regretting that the gift was not delivered. System, wait a minute, host, who said this system can save the power of faith that it doesn't need and cannot consume. System, if this system rejects the host's kindness, wouldn't it hurt the host's heart, so this system should reluctantly accept it. I'm not sad. Why should I be sad? Isn't this just to erect an archway after doing all that? Qi Lu spat in his heart, and then continued, you are willing to save me some faith, but it's too late for me to be happy. How can I be sad? System, no. Host, how can you take back the gift you gave me? Listening to the angry voice of the system in his mind, Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and a teasing look appeared on the corner of his mouth. This year's system isn't working very well. With just these few words, this guy couldn't hold on even before he started exerting any force. Okay. If I say it's for you, I'll give it to you. I won't take it back, stop yelling at me here. After Qi Lu got the victory he imagined, he stopped making trouble with the system. When it comes to the overall situation, a system that is greedy for money cannot be compared with Qi Lu. So in the final analysis, it's probably because Qi Lu doesn't value these things very much. Faith is as powerful as money. When the number reaches a certain level, it is just a set of data. No matter how much it doesn't make much sense to Qi Lu. But where are the new products you just said you wanted to give me? Take them out and show them to me. Although he is not interested in the power of faith, Qi Lu is still quite interested in new products. System: the host can go to the store manager's back end to view it and take it out at any time. The system that got what it wanted spoke happily with a sense of joy in its voice. Qi Lu ignored the system's emotional changes and quickly opened the store manager's back end. In the dedicated purchase channel, there are indeed several new products in the product details. It's a pity that the option of dropping bombs on airships did not appear. It seems to be an orphan indeed. However, Qi Li's focus still falls on those new products. Blazing Cross, Magic Core version. After being inserted into the ground, it automatically expands to form a blazing field with the cross as the center, covering a radius of 50 meters. In the realm of flames, the owner of the flame cross will temporarily gain the power of flames, adding flame damage to each of his attacks, and there is a small chance of triggering a burning effect. It is indeed a product improved based on those 4 pillars. When Qi Lu saw this first new product, a look of understanding appeared on his face. The biggest feature of the 4 base pillars of the Sifeng Dragon Locking Array is that it divides the magic array, and then uses a special technique to engrave it on the 4 base pillars, so that they can be closely connected with each other and quickly deploy when necessary. You know, under normal circumstances, setting up a magic circle requires a lot of time and a lot of magic cores, which is very troublesome. Moreover, after the magic circle is arranged, it cannot be changed at will. You can only calculate the lack of intention based on intention. Otherwise, it is used for defense and will not be revealed under normal circumstances. However, the arrangement of the square locking dragon formation using magic pillars broke this embarrassing situation. With the base pillar as the core, the magic power or fighting spirit in the body of the person guarding the base pillar is directly used as the energy source for arranging the magic array, thereby quickly setting up the array. And as long as the base pillar is there, it can be moved anywhere. It's extremely convenient. Therefore, Qi Lu estimates that this function should be studied systematically. After all, magic circles and the like are really of no use to the system. If necessary, the system can produce a bunch of magic arrays that are dozens of times more powerful than the 4-way dragon locking array at any time. It's just not necessary. Therefore, convenience has become the main direction of system research. And this flaming cross is the best interpretation of convenience. It only needs to be inserted into the ground and it will automatically unfold, which is convenient and trouble-free. If it is no longer needed, just pull it out again, and the cross will be put away automatically, without any other unnecessary steps. It couldn't be more convenient. Moreover, the system also took into consideration that the user may experience exhaustion, loss of magic power or fighting spirit, etc., and also made the flame cross into a magic core version. This means that the user does not need to provide energy, as long as the magic core is placed in the cross. When the energy in the magic core is exhausted, just replace it with a new one. It can be said to be very humane. And the most important thing is that the flame cross has no restrictions on its use. Like the improved laser light, even ordinary people who cannot practice can use it. Anyway, the energy to unfold the cross is provided by the magic core and has nothing to do with the user. And in the field of flames, the power of flames can also be blessed on ordinary people, and it will not be weakened by the change of the user strength. Completely taking the advantages of convenience, practicality, and versatility to the extreme. It's really amazing. It's just a new product that appears to expand the customer base. Qilu had to applaud to express his praise. If the improved laser light is for long-range fire support, then the Flame Cross was born for those melee classes. Qilu, who was extremely interested in this new product, didn't want to rest. I directly used the empty boots and came to the distant mountain forest, intending to test the power of the new product here. The shape of the flaming cross is similar to that of an ordinary cross, but it is smaller. Compared with Qilu, he is even shorter. Probably for the convenience of transportation. After all, the expected customer base of the blazing cross also includes ordinary people. It is really inconvenient to make it too big. As for the weight, it is much lighter than expected. Qilu estimated that it was only the weight of a child. As long as he was a normal adult, it would be basically effortless to carry it on his back. There are also a large number of formation patterns engraved on the surface of the flame cross. Most of them are used to lay out the magic array patterns, but there are also a few ancient runes mixed in. Qilu guessed that this small amount of ancient runes might be the key to the flaming cross. Let me see how powerful this new product is. After Qilu observed it for a while, he raised the flaming cross and prepared to pierce it into the ground. However, after seeing the real thing, Qilu was actually a little skeptical. Because everyone knows that the bottom of the cross is square, not conical. It's not that simple to insert it directly into the ground. So this should be considered a small shortcoming. However, when Qilu stabbed the flaming cross down, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a force at the bottom of the flaming cross that directly broke the ground. Then he stood firmly on the ground. Sure enough, when it comes to the development of new products, the system still has nothing to fault. The moment the flaming cross pierced the ground, those formations suddenly emitted a burst of blazing light, and the flaming field also expanded. A power of fire that was probably at the peak of the professional class blessed Qilu. Not bad. I didn't expect the power of this flame to be unexpectedly powerful. Qilu felt the power of the flames blessing his body carefully, and couldn't help but praise it. Regardless of how powerful the professional class is at its peak. However, this power of fire is incidental damage, and the power that blesses the user of the flame cross will not change until the energy of the magic core is exhausted. It is equivalent to every attack being carried with the power of a full-strength strike from a cultivator at the pinnacle of the professional class. Moreover, the accompanying attack is still flame damage, and may also have a banning effect. This is quite scary. For practitioners at the master level, the improvement may not be that huge. But in the realm of the working class, with the flaming cross, it is simply invincible. It can even threaten practitioners at the master level. Especially this flaming cross, ordinary people who cannot practice, can also use it. This means that if an ordinary person possesses the cross of flames, he is equivalent to a professional practitioner in the field of flames. Completely ignoring talent, qualifications, and potential. This is simply a magical tool for those who want to practice, but are not qualified enough. After all, those true artifacts would not have any lower requirements for their own strength and realm. It's up to you to choose the owner of the artifact. On the contrary, a treasure with no restrictions like the Blazing Cross is the most suitable treasure for those who want to practice but do not have the qualifications. The only drawback is that although the power of fire can strengthen the user of the flame cross, it will not strengthen the physique. Therefore, even if ordinary people possess this kind of powerful power, it will not take long for them to collapse from exhaustion. But what does it matter? Physical fitness can be practiced. But if you don't have the qualifications to practice, then everything will stop. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Qilu nodded involuntarily, and then prepared to pull up the flaming cross. But at this time, Qilu discovered that a circle of golden light emerged where the flame cross pierced the ground. Then, Qi Lu pulled out the flaming cross from the ground without any effort. Huh? What's going on? Qi Lu felt that the circle of golden light was not some kind of decoration. System, host, that circle of golden light is used to detect the identity of the user, because only the user of the flame cross can pull out the flame cross, and no one else will succeed. It turns out that this function still exists. You should be thoughtful in developing new products. Qi Lu praised sincerely. After all, specializing in the arts is not just for fun. The system and Qi Lu may seem to be a little out of their wits. However, when it comes to developing new products, Qi Lu cannot even catch up with others. As soon as the flaming cross is pulled out of the ground, it will automatically retract the flaming domain. This is both a convenience and a disadvantage. Because during the battle, what if the opponent pulls out the flame cross? Wouldn't something happen? Qi Lu hadn't even thought of it at first. Who knew that the system had anticipated this situation and added features to prevent it from happening? It seems that I am really only suitable to be a store manager. Qi Lu spread his hands. Although he was mocking himself, his tone seemed very happy. Isn't it a dream life to be a store manager who can eat whatever he wants and live a relaxed life? What else is there to be dissatisfied about? What kind of bike do you want? System, however, too much power can destroy the flame cross. Just before Qi Lu finished laughing at himself, the system said another sentence. I can understand. Qi Lu was silent for a while, before speaking. The flame cross is not a real artifact. In the final analysis, it is just a mass-produced product made by the system. It is not strange to be destroyed by those overly powerful forces. On the contrary, it is more incredible that it cannot be destroyed. But these are minutiae. After all, someone with the ability to destroy the blazing cross would probably not be able to fight against someone who uses the blazing cross. It's more important to look at new products. Thunder Cross, Magic Core version. After being inserted into the ground, it automatically expands to form a thunder field centered on the cross, covering a radius of 30 meters. In the thunder field, a bolt of thunder will fall every 10 seconds, randomly attacking an enemy in the thunder field. Another cross. Moreover, this cross is even more powerful, as it does not require the user to do it themselves. As long as the enemy is in the thunder field, he will be struck by lightning. It can be called the first weapon in the list of lazy weapons. The automatic attack setting does not need to be too cool. This is too awesome. Seeing this, Qi Lu had to sigh that the system's brain circuit was really too powerful. Fully consider the needs of various customer groups. Because for things like fighting, if you don't have special training and several years of hard work, even if you have strong power, you may not know how to use it. Therefore, although the flame cross can bless the user with the power of fire, but in the end, the user of the flame cross must go into battle in person to face the enemy. This is quite unfriendly to those wealthy businessmen who have been pampered all year round. But the Thunder Cross is different. It fundamentally eliminates the problem of letting the user take action, as long as he hides within the coverage of the Thunder domain. If the enemy dares to come in, they will be struck by lightning. It can be said to be one of the necessary weapons for self-defense when traveling at home. Moreover, the Thunder Cross, like the Flame Cross, is driven by the energy of the magic core and has no requirements on the user's strength. As for things like magic core, you can only buy them with gold coins. That is not a problem at all for those wealthy businessmen. The only drawback may be that the range covered by the Thunder domain of the Thunder Cross is not as large as the range covered by the Flame domain of the Flame Cross. The difference between a 50-meter radius and a 30-meter radius is almost 3 times. After some emotion, Qi Lu also experienced the power of thunder released by Thunder Cross. It is roughly as strong as the primary level of a master. However, it is not stable, and occasionally it will fall to the strength of the peak level of professional class. But this is enough for those wealthy businessmen. After all, these shrewd guys will not offend those strong men who cannot afford to offend them, unless they suffer a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. Then the price of this weapon, which is tailor-made for wealthy businessmen, can be set higher. Qi Lu touched his chin and thought in his heart. The pricing of new products is a debatable issue. It needs to be determined based on the function of the product and the customer group, rather than being as arbitrary as the system and setting it however you want. Anyway, those wealthy businessmen don't care about their money when it comes to their own life safety. After all, there are only a very small number of people who want money rather than their lives. So Qi Li's eyes continued to drift downwards, wanting to see if there were any new products. Then I discovered that there is indeed a third kind. Soul-locking pillars. The connected soul-locking pillars will block all the energy inside, creating a space where fighting energy and magic power cannot be used. Friendly reminder, the more soul-locking pillars used, the higher the energy limit that can be blocked. The function of the third new product also surprised Qi Lu. Blocking the internal energy and creating a space where fighting energy and magic power cannot be used. This function can be used in too many places, especially in some important facilities and buildings. The usefulness of this soul-locking pillar is simply too great. Moreover, Qi Li's first reaction was to those people who were in high positions but had low level and low strength. It is estimated that after knowing the function of soul-lock pillars, they will buy a lot of them and then surround their residences to prevent assassination. The effect of this soul-locking pillar is much stronger than those of the guards. Since you are stronger than me, I will use the soul-locking pillar to block our strength, and then rely on the advantage of numbers to defeat you. Because for things like assassinations, dozens of people would never come at one time. That would not be called an assassination, but a forceful attack. With everyone's power blocked, victory must be based on numbers. So this is another product designed for the vast number of people with low strength, but rich family background. While you can earn a lot of gold coins, you can also ensure the largest customer base. After all, there are always only a few powerful practitioners. But for a wealthy young man with low strength, that's not much at all. And the number of ordinary people who are unable to practice is even greater, simply countless. So in order to collect more power of faith and earn more gold coins, whether it is Qi Lu or the system, the first demand for the customer group is definitely not that small group of strong people. But it will be those young men who have a lot of money, but suffer from not having the products they like. This is the buying group with the strongest purchasing power. The other buying group is those wealthy businessmen and mercenaries who are not strong and have a low level. As for most ordinary people, to be honest, the quantity is indeed there, but the financial resources are really worrying. After all, no matter how low Qi Lu sets the price, it cannot be that low. Because these products are not designed for the public. As for combat supplies, what do ordinary people buy them for? The positioning of the product must be more accurate, as this is not an everyday product. The new products come to an end when they see this. There are only these three types for now. However, their respective functions cover a wide range, including combat, defense, and control. Then the most important step is pricing. Qi Lu muttered to himself enthusiastically. Since there is no single collection limit for the power of faith, it is okay to set the prices of these new products a little higher. Although Qi Li's ultimate purpose is not to earn many gold coins. But letting others take advantage of you is not a happy thing. The target customer group of the Blazing Cross is mainly mercenaries and practitioners who are not very strong. After all, wealthy businessmen will not go into battle in person. They cherish their lives very much. Therefore, the price of the Flame Cross can be a little lower, so just set it at 300 gold coins. Compared with the improved version of laser light, the flaming cross is naturally much more expensive. One of the reasons is that the improved laser light is originally a special offer. 100 gold coins is actually a bargain price, so it has no reference value. The second is that the uses of the flaming cross and the improved laser light are actually a little different. The combat power possessed by the improved laser light is, after all, just a foreign object. But the power of fire obtained in the flame field is a real power that empowers the user himself. So if you really want to calculate it, 300 gold coins is still a very low price. Qi Lu set this price after careful consideration and it is quite reasonable. However, the price of the second new product, the Thunder Cross, will not be so low. The function of the Thunder Cross is biased toward defense, and it does not require the user to take action at all. It can be said to be quite suitable for those wealthy businessmen, as well as those young men who only know how to tote, drink and have fun, but have no power to tie a chicken. The biggest feature of these customers is that they have no shortage of gold coins. So when Qi Lu sets a higher price, he will naturally not be polite. The Thunder Cross is directly priced at 500 gold coins per hand. I believe Noon will find it too expensive. If you find it too expensive, you don't have to buy it. When Qi Lu opens a store and does business, the most important thing is your willingness to do so. Of course, this is a nice saying. To put it bluntly, if you want to buy it, but if you don't buy it, don't buy it. Is it possible that such a good product will miss you as a customer? But Qi Lu would not say this openly. Because if he said it, he would be chasing away guests, and Qi Lu was not bored to that level yet. As for the last new product, the soul-locking pillar, Qi Lu discovered several interesting points after studying it for a while. That is the connection range of the soul-locking pillar, which is actually limited. If two soul-locking pillars want to be connected together, the maximum length cannot exceed 10 meters. If it exceeds, the soul-locking pillars will disconnect. The soul-locking space will naturally collapse. Therefore, if you want the soul-locking space to cover a wide enough area, the number of soul-locking pillars required is definitely not a small number. This is one of them. The second thing is the upper limit of the energy that the soul-locking space can block, that is, the realm of the cultivators that can be blocked, which is closely related to the number of soul-locking pillars. The higher the level and strength of the cultivator who wants to block, the more soul-locking pillars are needed. The more cultivators are blocked in the soul-locking space, the number of soul-locking pillars required will also increase accordingly. Moreover, the soul-locking pillar is different from the first two crosses. The soul-locking pillar is a consumable item. Unlike the Flame Cross and Thunder Cross, energy can be provided by replacing the filled magic core. Once the energy contained in the soul-locking pillar is used up, it must be replaced with a new one. This is the most powerful place. To be honest, this was something Qi Lu only knew after being reminded by the system. The fact that the soul-locking pillar is a consumable is truly amazing. Therefore, in terms of pricing, Qi Lu feels that it is better not to set the price of the lock pillar too high. After all, if you buy this thing once, it will be a lot. It is impossible to buy 1 or 2 sticks. So after thinking for a long time, Qi Lu made a decision. The soul-locking pillar cost 50 gold coins each, which was considered a very affordable price. Now that the price has been set, then, it's time to find the benefits of the system. System, come out. Qi Lu shouted unceremoniously in his mind. Because this time Qi Lu was not fooling the system, but actually gave the system 10% of the power of faith income, so he had to change something to feel comfortable. This is called reciprocity, and it is a means to make the relationship between the two better. System, what's the matter? Host. After receiving the benefits, the system was still very attentive and ran out without even making Qi Lu wait. It's something, of course it's something. I gave you so much power of faith before, and it was a sustainable income. Don't you think you should give mesamething to make up for my losses? What Qi said was quite reasonable. In the past, I only dared to cheat cautiously, but this time I can finally be an uncle for once. System, what the host said makes sense. How about the system give you a simulated robot? System, and the host can choose its appearance. This promise is so refreshing. One thing made Qi feel deeply, that is, what does it mean to be rich? No, the one who gets the benefits is the uncle. Is it the same strength as Goku? Qi was quite satisfied with the gift, so he asked. Goku has already reached the high-level realm of hero level. Therefore, if the strength of the new simulation robot is the same as that of Goku, it will be acceptable. System, host, please rest assured. After careful research and improvement of this system, the new simulation robot can reach the peak of hero level. The new simulation robot is even more powerful. In other words, the system's attainments in ancient runes are much higher. It seems that the cast jade plate brings more benefits to the system than imagined. Okay, I'll accept this gift. Qi nodded, and then began to discuss the appearance of the new simulation robot with the system in his mind. In the choice of appearance, first of all, exclude male appearance. Even if Qi doesn't care, he still doesn't like a man hanging around behind him. Same-sex repels, haven't you heard? So in the end, the appearance of the new simulation robot was decided to bet head of a girl with a small body, a delicate face, and an insignificant appearance. The so-called great concealment is hidden from the world. Qi doesn't need to show off, so it's better to choose a more low-key appearance. After the system summoned the girl, Qi specially checked the ancient runes that were blessed on the girl's body. It is indeed much more complicated than the ancient runes engraved on Goku's body. Since we have decided to name you Gu, then you will be called Gu Mingyuan. Qi thought for a long time before he came up with this girl's name. Naming is really not something Qi is good at, so every time he comes up with a name, he has to rack his brains to think of it. Yes, master. Gu Mingyuan lowered his eyes slightly and lowered his head in response. The title of Qi comes from the same lineage as Goku, and it seems that it was ordered by the system. And due to the need to cover the ancient runes on the surface of the body, even if Gu Mingyuan is a girl, she is still dressed in a deacon's outfit, with a bow tie and white gloves. But Goku's bow tie is a bow tie. But Gu Mingyuan's bow tie is a flower that cannot be named. Now you go back to the store to find Goku. I will come to you when I have something else to do. Qi looked at Gu Mingyuan with great interest, and then let Gu Mingyuan leave first. Unlike Goku, who has the responsibility of guarding the vending point, Gu Mingyuan does not have any preset responsibilities, so he can be at Qi's disposal. It's just that Qi can't think of any place where Gu Mingyuan needs to be used. So I asked her to go back to the store first. Time passes like this day by day. Before Bu Yuyan came back, Qi didn't put new products on the shelves for the time being. Anyway, the crowd for the improved laser light hadn't passed yet. There is no rush to launch new products. In Fian City, Bu Yuyan actually spent a few days full of compliments. Even Xiaowen was fawned over by many people. The Yu family and the Yan family regarded Bu Yuyan as a thorn in their side, and tried every means to collect information about Bu Yuyan and Qi just to get rid of it quickly. But among the Bu family, Bu Yuyan is the most popular person. Everyone is deliberately trying to please her, knowing that Bu Yuyan will definitely become the next head of the Bu family, so they spare no effort. However, this situation changed slightly on this day. Because on this day, a group of uninvited guests came to the Bu family. I would like to ask some of you, why did you come to my house so menacingly? Xing Kong stood at the door of the Bu family's main house, with a sullen face, and asked in a deep voice the man standing at the door of the Bu family's main house. Behind this man, there were many people following, all of whom looked at Zongkong with a joking look on their faces. The main residence of the Bu family has long been blocked by these guys. And such a big movement also alarmed the entire Fian City residents. You know, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is definitely the only one in Fian City, and other forces have no room to survive. Therefore, the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yen family, these three major families, definitely attracted much attention in Fian City. And now, the main residence of the Bu family has been blocked by a group of people of unknown origin. This is definitely big news in Fian City. There are not a few people paying attention to this matter. Yu Qiyuan from the Yu family, Yen Qianshan from the Yen family, and the city lord of Fian City, etc. Even the residents of Fian City were watching the excitement of the Bu family from a long distance away. So the mood of walking empty is certainly not much better. This kind of thing would damage the Bu family's face. You are the current head of the Bu family. What is your name? Bu. The leading man raised his head halfway, looked at Zongkong with a condescending look, and said jokingly. Walking is empty, brother sure. A person following the man warned. That's right, it's just walking empty. This name is really hard to remember. The man spoke slowly, and did not take Xing Kong Kong seriously in his words at all. Instead, he continued to talk a little to himself, Xing Kong Kong, right? My name is Shirgui. From the Foundry Hall. As soon as the man Shirgui finished introducing himself, there was an uproar in Fian City. What a huge force the Foundry Palace is, I'm afraid no one who is paying attention to this matter is aware of it. One of the most gigantic beasts in the world, it looms large and no one can shake it. And it is so unbelievable that such a powerful force, whose name can make people tremble in their hearts, actually came to Fian City. Shirgui could clearly see the shock and astonishment of those in Fian City. But Shirgui had no interest in taking care of it at all. The Palace of Objects is extremely powerful, so it is impossible to act secretly. Therefore, when the news came to Fian City, Shirgui had no intention of hiding it at all, and just blockaded the main house of the Bu family in an upright manner. It is natural that it will attract attention. But what does it matter? Even if these guys notice, what's the use? For the casting hall, even Fian City is just a place where ants gather. Doing things secretly will make those big forces look down on the Foundry Palace. It is better to kill the chickens and scare the monkeys openly. Jiu Hui Palace. When Xing Xingkong heard this name, his heart was also turned upside down. This name was so loud that it was impossible for Xing Kong not to know it, but just because he knew it, he was confused. Because the Bu family and the Jiu Hui Palace have nothing to do with each other anyway. Then why did this guy come to Bu's house? The Bu family members standing behind Xing Xingkong also had faces full of horror and shock. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the Foundry Hall in the famous town of Sifong. The Palace of Foundry came to Fian City and came to our Bu family. What exactly do you want to do? Looking at their appearance, they must be here to cause trouble. How can we, the Bu family, be so virtuous and capable as to make the Foundry Palace Bekamizo angry? No, it can't be. When did the Bu family offend the casting hall? When the Bu family members thought of this, their legs suddenly began to tremble violently. Several people could not stand still and knelt directly on the ground. Because as soon as the people from the Jiu Hui Palace came over, they blocked the main house of the Bu family without saying a word. This person is not here to cause trouble for the Bu family, is he still egoist? This is interesting. The Bu family has offended the Jiu Hui Palace. That's really asking for your own death. Yan Qianshan looked at this form and could naturally guess what was going on. Fian Chamber of Commerce has internal disagreements and the Bu family suffers. Of course, the Yen family takes pleasure in the misfortune. And Yojia is naturally no exception. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I originally thought it would take a long time to gradually erode the Bu family, but in the end, the Bu family actually pushed themselves to a dead end. After Yu Qiyuan learned the news, he opened a jar of wine on the spot. Once the Bu family falls, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will naturally fall into the hands of the Yu family and the Yan family. So Yu Qiyuan not only wanted to drink and celebrate at this time, but also had a big feast after the people from the Zhuwu Hall left. Master Shirgui, I don't know why you came to Bu's house this time. If it is my Bu family who is at fault, then I am here to apologize to you all. Xing Kong swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling tone. Facing a behemoth like the Shangzuwu Palace, it is normal to lack confidence. Unless you are a naive young man who is not familiar with the world, fear is a normal situation. The prerequisite for being neither humble nor arrogant is the equality of one's own strength. However, the Bu family is just an ant in front of the casting hall. If the casting hall wanted to, it could easily wipe out the Bu family without any effort at all. So it's strange that Kong can become so angry while walking. Pure Kong Kong. Patriarch, don't be so nervous. If your Bu family is willing to cooperate, of course our casting hall will be reasonable. When Shirgui mentioned the word head of the family, his tone gradually became contemptuous. It was obviously just a joke in a joking tone. After all, the head of the Bu family, a small force that was completely insignificant, could not be ranked in front of the casting hall. So how could Shirgui seriously call Xing Kong the head of the family? However, even with such a disdainful tone, Xing Kong could only smile apologetically. In order for the Bu family not to be wiped out by the casting palace, no matter how angry they are, they must not show it. This is the helplessness caused by the gap in strength. Of course, Master Shirgui, if it is something that our Bu family can do, we will naturally try our best to cooperate. Walking with a smile on his face, he answered Shirgui's words. The members of the Bu family who were standing in the house of the head of the Bu family also nodded their heads, fearing that if they were a step too late, they would be targeted by the casting hall and cause trouble for themselves. That's good. Shirgui nodded, and then said slowly, the thing is like this, I heard that someone from your Bu family took something from my foundry hall. If you return it to the foundry hall, we will not delve into this issue anymore. But if you persist, then I will have no choice but to ask your Bu family to disappear. At the end of Shirgui's words, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. This was used to prove that what he said was not a joke. How is this possible? How could anyone in our Bu family dare to take things from the foundry hall? Lord Shirgui, this must have been a mistake. Bu Xingkong couldn't think of anyone in the Bu family who was brave enough to take the things from the foundry hall. This is no longer about grabbing food from the tiger's mouth. They are completely robbing the Lord of Hell's Book of Life and Death. But not everyone is that monkey. People who dare to think like this will usually die without a burial place. Made a mistake? Shirgui smiled contemptuously, and then said disdainfully, you should have heard of the name Bu Yuyan. According to the mission issued to Shirgui by the Zhuwu Palace, the name of the person mentioned in it was Bu Yuyan. Because Yan Lin only knew Bu Yuyan and didn't know Qi Li's name. So what Shirgui returned to the Bu family to look for was naturally Bu Yuyan. What? This name was like a bolt from the blue that struck Zhong Xingkong on the head, causing his eyes to turn black. Bu Yuyan, how could it be her? Looking at your expression, there should be this person in the Bu family, right? Then I'm not wrong. Hand her over and let her take out her things. I can forget about it otherwise, today should be the day when the Bu family disappears. Shirgui half squinted his eyes, with contempt on his face, but a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. To Shirgui, the destruction of the Bu family was just a matter of chance. A force that doesn't even have a hero-level powerhouse is just an ant that can be crushed to death in front of the casting hall. No, it's impossible. There is absolutely no way Yu Yan would do such a thing. There is no way I would hand Yu Yan over to you. Walking Kong gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. The respect for Shirgui has completely disappeared at this moment. It's really great that the Foundry Hall is looking for Bu Yuyan. Yan Qianshan had been paying attention to the confrontation between the Foundry Hall and the Bu family. After learning about the disappearance, the smile on his face could not be concealed. In the news sent back by Yan Lin, the reason why Bu Yuyan was able to prosper in Yuanshan City was because she cooperated with a man called Mr. Qi. And the Bu family's opportunities came from this. So even if the Zhuwu Palace is not targeting the Bu family but Bu Yuyan, the effect is actually the same. The situation is now very clear. The Bu family is finished. It seems that the next step is to start taking action against the Bu family. The Fian Chamber of Commerce will eventually fall into my hands. The jar of wine Yu Qiyuan opened earlier was almost finished. After the news came back that Shirgui is looking for Bu Yuyan, Yu Kaiwan asked his servants to serve him 2 big dishes. And outside the Bu family's main house, after Shirgui heard Xing Kong Kong's words, an extremely dangerous smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't pay? I have to say, you are really brave, much more than I expected. Shirgui said in a cold voice, and his body began to exude a faint evil aura, which made people feel scared. However, walking in the face of this evil aura, even though his face turned pale and his legs began to weaken, he did not retreat even half a step. There is no way Yu Yan would do such a thing. I will not comply with your request. Xing Kong persisted in protecting his daughter, even if he had to face the Foundry Palace to do so, he would not hesitate. Because Xing Kong is not only the head of the Bu family, but also a father. No matter from the perspective of a father or the perspective of the head of the Bu family, it is impossible for Xing Kong to hand over Bu Yuyan. What's more, Xing Kong didn't think that Bu Yuyan would have anything to do with Zhuwu Hall. Whether she will do such a thing is not up to you. You just need to hand her over and let me deal with it. Shirgui twisted his neck and stared. The aura of the hero-level realm burst out, slamming into Walking Kong. Puff. A mouthful of blood spat out from the pedestrian's mouth, and the person flew out and hit the ground. This was because Shirgui deliberately withdrew his strength, because he wanted to keep Walking Kong alive. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not be able to withstand the explosive momentum of a powerful hero. Boom! The violent momentum centered on Shirgui and spread to the surroundings, covering most of Fian City in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt a stagnation in their chests, as if a huge boulder was pressing down on them. The ones further away are slightly better. But those residents who came a little closer to watch the excitement were blown away by the violent momentum on the spot, and then fell to the ground hard. A haze of panic and fear suddenly covered the sky above Fian City. This is a genuine heroic level powerhouse. If there were no special circumstances, the residents of Fian City would probably never see a powerful person of this level in their lifetime. The Grandmaster level is already the existence they need to look up to. However, now, there is a hero-level strongman coming to show his power. Teases how they cannot be frightened. Although Fian City is still a large city-state, there is also a Fian Chamber of Commerce, which covers more than a dozen city-states. But in the eyes of a hero-level powerhouse, such a point battle is nothing at all. Without enough power to protect it, no matter how big a Chamber of Commerce becomes, it is just a piece of fat on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered by others. Even if Shirgui is only at the beginning of the hero level, that is completely enough. Tell me now, do you want to hand it over or not? Shirgui raised his head halfway, looking down at Xing Kong, who was pale and bloodshot at the corners of his mouth, and asked proudly. Strength is Shirgui's biggest reliance. Although the realm of the primary hero level is not at the forefront in the casting hall, in a small place like this, it is enough to crush everything. Damn it, how can you be so strong? Walking Kong struggled to get up from the ground. The severe pain radiating from his body made every breath a little difficult for him. Because every breath involves the injuries on the body, making the pain even more intense. Master, if it doesn't work, just hand over the eldest lady. Yes, head of the family, if it is really the eldest lady's fault, then she should be responsible for it herself. Master, make a decision quickly. Do you want to bury the entire Bu family here? If handing over the eldest lady can bring peace to the entire Bu family, then you should do it. Head of the family, you can't be confused at this time. At this moment, everyone in the Bu family changed their faces. From the beginning, Bu Yuyan's flattery after she returned to Bu's house, to her current condemnation, disgust and avoidance, as if they could be stable for the rest of their lives as long as they handed over Bu Yuyan. But they never think about it. If Bu Yuyan hadn't stepped forward, the Bu family would have been in Fian City now, facing the joint efforts of the Shangyou family and the Yan family, and it would have been almost difficult. It was the news from Yuanshan City that spread back to Fian City that made Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan fearful of the Bu family. It also gave the Bu family a chance to breathe. The cooperation between Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu is also an opportunity for the Bu family to rise. It's a pity that the Bu family members can't see these things. They only see danger that Bu Yuyan brings to them. So I couldn't wait to hand over Bu Yuyan to ensure my own safety. Maybe selfishness is the instinct of some people. It is these people who are short-sighted. I only wanted temporary peace, but I never thought that if Bu Yuyan was gone, would the Yu family and the Yan family, who were watching eagerly from the sidelines, let the Bu family go? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. You. Hearing the advice of the tribesman standing behind him, his hands were shaking even as he walked. If it weren't for Bu Yuyan, who of you losers could be the leader of the family? You can only see your own interests, but not the contributions of others. Because of you guys, that the Bu family is suppressed by the Yu family and the Yan family. Now you finally have an opportunity to make the Bu family soar into the sky, and you actually want to give it away with your own hands. No wonder the Bu family is declining more and more. This is simply not a problem that one or two people can solve. Look, the head of the family, Shirgui said with a sarcastic smile on his face, as if he was watching a farce. Even people in your family have said so why should you? Why are you so persistent? Although your Bu family has done some bad things, Zhuwu Palace is still generous after all, so please don't make things difficult for me anymore, okay? Shirgui half squinted his eyes, bloodthirsty light flashed continuously, and the aura erupting from his body became even stronger. A majestic pressure gathered in Fian City, constantly breaking through the psychological defenses of the Bu family members. It also made the residents of Fian City dare not even breathe. Report back to your lord. At this moment, a member of the Bu family with a deer head and mouse eyes stumbled out of the gate of the main house of the Bu family, came to Shirgui, and spoke cautiously. Bu Yuyan, she ran away. She is not in the main house of the Bu family now. What did you say? Shirgui frowned, looked at the person in front of him, and said, do you know what the consequences will be if you lie to me? I know, of course I know, but Bu Yuyan is really not in the main house now. I have already searched for her just now, but I can't find her even after searching everywhere. The Bu family member said with fear. It can be seen that he wanted to find Bu Yuyan first and then capture her to take credit. It's a pity that I didn't find it. You. Damn guy. You are betraying. Walking Kong staggered and took a step back. He was so angry that he almost lost his balance, and his heart was even more furious. He never expected that such a person would appear in Bujiu, that he could be so selfish and so stupid. Could it be that if the Bu family fell, how much better would you be? Betrayal? For a family that is about to be destroyed, there is no need to talk about betrayal. This is called being wise and protecting yourself, and it is the wisest choice. When Hui heard this, he immediately sneered and said. Then he turned to look at the Bu family member and said, "You did a good job. Now I give you the power to find Bu Yuyan. After that, you will get the rewards you deserve, including the Bu family. They will all be yours." "Yes, sir." This member of the Bu family was praised by Shirgi, and his face flushed with excitement. Looking at Bu Kong's expression, he also became arrogant. Seizing the opportunity and replacing the walking emptiness is definitely what this insidious villain wants to do the most. And now, it is the opportunity that we have been looking for. The other Bu family members looked at this man with eyes that were neither angry nor condemning, but envious. That's right, it's just envy. Because they seemed to have seen the hope of sitting on the throne of the Bu family head, but they missed the opportunity because they and others were not decisive. That's why I feel so envious, thinking that it would be great if I could be more decisive. These eyes were all seen by Xing Kong. Although the anger in his heart was soaring to the sky, the bottom of his heart was as cold as if he was frozen in an ice cube. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. There is no sense of family honor. Very good, I like the look in your eyes. Go ahead and look for Bu Yuyan. Whoever can help me get back the things from the casting hall belongs to the head of the Bu family. A look of amusement and a hint of joking appeared on Shirgui's face. Direct killing was no longer interesting to Shirgui. On the contrary, playing was more interesting. You still have to kill your heart to kill people. Shirgui's words immediately made the members of the Yi family excited. Power is fascinating, and no one would think that a powerful hero would make a joke, so this sentence must be true. Now, everyone is on the same starting line. They all have the right to compete for the throne of the head of the Bu family. No. Walking Sora closed his eyes. At this moment, Xing Kong only hoped that Bu Yuyan could escape from Fian City and never come back again. Facing the last hero-level strongman, the Bu family really had no power to fight back. Boom! But at this moment, bursts of roaring sound suddenly came from the sky. The sound was so loud that it instantly spread throughout Fian City, attracting everyone's attention. Also included were Shirgui and others. What is that? The huge airship suspended in the sky made Shirgui frown slightly, and a flash-off surprise flashed in his eyes. Because Shirgui felt a little bit of pressure from the huge airship that was not weaker than his own, which made him a little wary. The residents in Fian City also looked at the sky in astonishment. Naturally, the size of the bomb-dropping airship needs no elaboration. And that vague pressure was completely different from the momentum Shirgui exploded, and it was even more shocking. Although the residents of Fian City are still unable to feel the difference between the two pressures, where exactly are they? But the sense of oppression brought by one type of pressure and two types of pressure are completely different. Just like a 100-kilogram stone pressing on you, and a 200-kilogram stone pressing on you, will it feel the same? So the moment the bomb-dropping airship appeared, the panic and fear in Fian City intensified, and almost everyone trembled uncontrollably. No one knew whether this huge airship that suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend. They could only pray in their hearts, hoping that the troubled Fian City would not be destroyed. No way, what on earth is that behemoth? Yan Qianshan, who was paying close attention to this matter, naturally saw the bombing airship immediately, and his words could not conceal his shock and astonishment. There was also an ominous premonition in my heart. Gudong. Yu Qiyuan swallowed hard and did not lift the wine jar in his hand again. What on earth is this? What's the reason for suddenly appearing in Fian City? Questions lingered in Yu Qiyuan's mind, making him completely lose the idea of continuing to eat and drink. This kind of change is not good news for Fian City. Ahem. Hello to all the residents of Fian City and those who came from afar from the casting hall. I am Bu Yuyan, the Bu Yuyan you are looking for. At this time, people in Fian City were panicking and making constant speculations. On the bombing airship, a voice suddenly came out. A short self-introduction sent the entire Fian City into an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at the bomb-dropping airship suspended in the sky in confusion. Did you just hear that? Yes, we all heard it. She said she was the eldest lady of the Bu family, Bu Yuyan. Oh my God, where did she get such a big airship from? I feel like my heart is aching just looking at it. The residents of Fian City were shocked. They were talking about the bombing airship with their faces full of disbelief. Who is Bu Yuyan? Her popularity in Fian City is no less than that of the Bu family itself. Many people have benefited from her. Therefore, the appearance of bomb-dropping airships becomes even more shocking. No. No way, how is this possible? After Yan Qianshan heard this self-introduction, he almost fell from his chair to the ground. The look towards the bomb-dropping airship also turned into one of horror. Boom! The wine jar fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces. However, most of the wine splashed onto his trouser legs, but Yu Qiyuan did not react at all. Yu Qiyuan just looked at the bomb-dropping airship suspended in the sky with a dull expression on his face. The hand that was holding the wine jar also began to tremble slightly. However, soon, Yu Qiyuan seemed to be comforting himself and said to himself, "No, it's just an airship. It can't be the opponent of a hero-level powerhouse. Yes, that's it. It's just an airship that I got from somewhere. It's absolutely impossible to defeat a hero-level powerhouse, absolutely. Because heroic heroes are invincible in Yu Qiyuan's mind. And there are actually not a few people who have this idea. The realm of hero level is an existence that they need to look up to, a powerful and unparalleled existence. Therefore, they may be shocked, even frightened, and panicked by the appearance of bomb-dropping airships, but they are definitely not optimistic about it. Especially those members of the Bu family who wanted to replace Xing Kong Kong. They kept telling themselves that hero-level powerhouses were invincible and that Shigui could not lose. Because once Shigui loses, then these people will definitely die without a burial place. Betrayal, no matter which force it is unforgivable. This is even more true for ambitious people. Once discovered, clean it up immediately. Among them, the one from the Bu family who came out first was the worst, and his face had long been pale with fear. He was looking at Shigui with his whole body trembling, and said, "Sir, you are the strongest, right? Of course." Shigui snorted coldly, looking very dissatisfied with the questioning meaning in this sentence. However, Shigui knew that this was not the time to trouble these ants. Now that Bu Yuyan herself has appeared, she can still complete the task and get back the cast jade plate. You guys stay here and I'll go meet that guy for a while. Shigui gave instructions to the other people in the casting hall, and then walked in the air. He soon arrived in the sky and started a confrontation with the bomb-dropping airship. In the manned room of the bomb-dropping airship. The airship control room on the second floor is surrounded by almost transparent glass. So Shigui could easily see Bu Yuyan standing in front of the center console through the glass, looking at him with an indifferent expression. "Are you from the foundry hall?" Bu Yuyan asked coldly. Bu Yuyan didn't have a good impression of the Zhuwu Palace in the past, but now, she only has disgust. Aggressive and indifferent to life. Bu Yuyan was sure that if she had appeared a little later, the guy in front offer would definitely be able to destroy the Bu family without mercy. Before that, all this guy did was just playing like a cat playing with Amuyus. In order to achieve the goal, the means may be justified. Are you Bu Yuyan? Since you know that I am from the Zhuwu Hall, you should know that your Bu family is nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the Zhuwu Hall. Putting the cast jade plate in your hands will only bring disaster to you and the Bu family. Shigui stared at Bu Yuyan closely and said in a deep voice, so I hope you can be more sensible and hand over the cast jade plate honestly. Maybe you can preserve a trace of blood for the Bu family. A cast jade plate? Oh, it turns out that thing is called a cast jade plate. Bu Yuyan frowned slightly, and then quickly thought of Qi Lu, so she did not deny it. Because Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu are now in the same spirit, whoever holds the casting jade plate is actually the same, and both have to face the casting hall. So there is no need to deny it at all. The cast jade plate is indeed in my hand, but I don't want to give it to you, because you don't deserve it at all. Bu Yuyan counterattacked without showing any weakness. Now that others are bullying me, should I still put my face in front of others and let others beat me? Isn't that ridiculously cheap? You. Bu Yuyan's words made Shi Gui stand still, and then said angrily, aren't you afraid that the Bu family will be destroyed? Or do you think you are qualified to compete with the casting hall? The Palace of Foundry? Heh, do you think you can represent the Palace of Foundry? Since you dare to go to the Bu family to act wild, you must be prepared to pay the price. I don't care who you are, you can't even think about leaving Fian City today. Bu Yuyan snorted coldly and had no intention of talking to Shi Gui properly. Because the purpose of Bu Yuyan's return to Fian City this time was to surprise the Foundry Hall, and not to come back specifically to greet them. Therefore, if you want to fight, you must strike first. In battle, there is not so much morality to talk about. Have you taken aim? Bu Yuyan asked without squinting. All right. Grey Leopard from the Hammer Mercenary team replied with excitement. This was the first time in Grey Leopard's life that Grey Leopard had seen such a powerful treasure like a bomb-dropping airship. He didn't expect to be able to control it with his own hands. It would be strange not to be excited. Emission. Bu Yuyan ignored Grey Leopard's excitement and said with a cold face. Okay, launch. Grey Panther shouted and pressed the launch button. The rail gun, which had been ready for a long time, only heard a subtle buzz and a flash of white light. In the next moment, before the white light in the railgun's launch tube disappeared, a bright red blood flower bloomed on Shi Gui's body. Puff. The extremely compressed magic light bullet directly penetrated Shi Gui's chest, without giving Shi Gui any time to react. The railgun's extremely fast firing speed was evident at this moment. Ahem. A pool of blood splashed out of Shi Gui's mouth as Shi Gui coughed. A look of disbelief appeared on Shi Gui's face, and the next second, Shi Gui tightly covered the wound on his chest and stepped back. What kind of weapon is this? How can I not even react to it? The severe pain in his chest reminded Shi Gui that what just happened was not a dream, but something that really happened. However, the truth is always the most unexpected. The railgun carried by the bomb-dropping airship was so powerful that Shi Gui was horrified. But Bu Yuyan didn't intend to explain. When dealing with enemies, talking too much is obviously not a good quality. It is better to let them die full of doubts. Grey Leopard, are you aiming? Bu Yuyan looked at Shi Gui's face with horror and asked aloud. Of course. With the help of this thing called thunder, radar, aiming is really easy. Grey Leopard quickly replied. In fact, Bu Yuyan was already ready when Shi Gui and others arrived near Fian City without any concealment. The bomb-dropping airship is too large, so naturally it cannot be taken out in Fian City. So Bu Yuyan left the Bu family one step ahead and came to the outside of Fian City. The Grey Leopard was specifically called over by Bu Yuyan to help control the bomb-dropping airship for the attack. Although with the assistance of the magic wand radar, it is not difficult to aim the railgun and the bomb release port, but when it comes to accuracy, it is better to have a veteran with combat experience. That's why Bu Yuyan didn't let Xiaowen, who was standing aside and eager to control the railgun. Instead, let Grey Leopard, who is extremely skilled in playing with the improved version of laser light, come to help. After all, they are all aimed at, and there must be something in common. Then continue. Bu Yuyan gave the order. Okay, railgun, fire. Grey Leopard shouted extremely excitedly, and then pressed the launch button. This is attacking a hero-level powerhouse. With Grey Leopard's strength and talent, if there was no bombing airship, I'm afraid he would have to look up to heroic heroes for the rest of his life. Do you still want to fight against heroic heroes? It was just a dream. Therefore, Grey Leopard cherished this opportunity very much and was naturally very excited. If Grey Leopard could still defeat this hero-level powerhouse, Grey Leopard could brag about it for the rest of his life. The two railguns suddenly flashed a white light along with a slight buzzing sound. Oops! When he saw the white light coming on, Shu Jiu Hui realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. The railgun's firing speed is definitely no joke. Unless it is predicted in advance, it is impossible to dodge with Shu Jiu Hui's strength. Dookie condensed object, shield. Open. Boom. A shield condensed from fighting spirit appeared in front of Shu Jiu Hui, and then shattered in the next moment. The high-compression magic light bullet penetrated Shu Jiu Hui's body as expected. It came out from behind, bringing with it a splash of blood. What did I see? A powerful hero was actually defeated. I am definitely dreaming. I am definitely dreaming. How could something like this happen? Is that airship a treasure with terrifying power? Bu, the eldest lady of the Bu family, is that the treasure owned by the eldest lady of the Bu family? The people in Fian City were shocked. The shock in my heart is beyond words. The position where the bomb-dropping airship floats is not very high, so even if the confrontation between the bomb-dropping airship and Shu Jiu Hui is not clear from the ground, the general plot can be barely discerned. It is this general plot that makes people even more unbelievable. In their minds, the nearly invincible hero-level powerhouse was about to lose, and he lost to an airship they had never seen before. More importantly, this airship is a treasure owned by the eldest lady of the Fian Qingbu family. With such a powerful treasure, doesn't it mean that Fian City will be higher than the surrounding city-states from now on? Among them, the happiest thing is that walking is empty. Looking at the expressions of those Bu family members who harbored illusions, Bu Xingkong was extremely happy. The emergence of bomb-dropping airships made walking hollows even more exciting. Yu Yan can finally take charge of her own business. It seems that it's time to hand over the huge Bu family to her. Xingkong sighed silently in his heart, and then glanced coldly at those ambitious people, already deciding their fate in his heart. This kind of white-eyed wolf should be eliminated without leaving a trace. The Bu family has no place for them, and even Fian City cannot accommodate them. A betrayer should live in despair for the rest of his life. You must know that the most despairing thing for people is not death, but that they can never see the future and live in darkness forever. However, it was completely opposite to Xingkong and the ordinary residents of Fian City. When they saw that Shu Jiu Hui might be defeated by the bombing airship, Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan's hands and feet were cold, their hearts were chilled, and their clothes were immediately soaked with cold sweat. Because if Shu Jiu Hui is defeated, then Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan can be sure that Bu Yuyan's next target is the Yan family and the Yu family. After the Bu family has such terrifying power, there is absolutely no possibility that the Yan family and the Yu family can resist. I didn't expect that I and others had been calculating for so long, and yet they were still so vulnerable in the face of absolute power. Thinking of this, Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. But more than anything, there is still fear and uneasiness. If the Yu family and the Yan family are gone, then where will they go? Probably they will be cleaned up together. As the current heads of the Yu family and the Yan family, if the family disappears, the best outcome for them is to be under house arrest for a lifetime and then die alone in a small courtyard. Never take a single step in your life. However, in most cases, they are buried with their families. Otherwise, it's better to escape. If you can't, just escape. As long as you're not in Fian City, there will always be a day when you can make a comeback. Yan Qianshan stood up from the chair, no longer as calm as before, and even less gloating about his misfortune. Now, all that's left is anxiety and panic. Yan Qianshan didn't want to die yet, so when he saw that the situation was not good, he knew that he had to leave Fian City, otherwise, he might never be able to leave. In other words, Shigui can win this battle. Then the family that will be destroyed will be the Bu family. This is the last hope and the result that Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan are waiting for. However, these two people are old foxes, and naturally, they cannot put their own safety above a battle with an unknown outcome. So Yu Qiyuan's decision was the same as Yan Qianshan's. Pack your things first and be prepared to leave Fian City. Once you are sure that Shigui is defeated, leave immediately and never stay. No matter how humiliating it is to run away, as long as the green hills remain, there will be no need to worry about running out of firewood. As long as Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan are still alive, then the Yu family and the Yan family have a chance to make a comeback. No matter what the people in Fian City think. Anyway, Shigui, who was confronting Bu Yuyan in the sky, was not feeling well now. With the railgun's terrifying firing speed, as long as it was aimed, Shigui had no way to avoid it and could only be beaten passively. Moreover, the body-protecting fighting energy is useless in the face of high-compression magic light bullets. Shigui has tried it many times. His own defense has no effect at all in front of the railgun of the bombing airship. It can only be a waste of his fighting spirit. Damn it, where did she get such a powerful treasure? Looking at such power, I'm afraid even the Lord of the Palace wouldn't be able to build it in just a few years. Shigui looked at the bombing airship in front of him and thought in his heart. But if Qilu knew this, he would probably laugh and say that it was just a matter of flattery for several years. If you don't know how ancient runes should be engraved and want to build a bomb-dropping airship, you are kidding. Not to mention railguns, a product of magic mixed with high technology. If no one had given guidance, Duan Wenxin would not have been able to create it even if it had taken decades, let alone years. What should we do now? That behemoth must have a weakness. In fact, Shigui had some intention of retreating in his heart. But when he thought about his mission, Shigui felt that he still had to work harder. Since defense doesn't work, let's attack. So this time, Shigui didn't wait for the railgun to fire again, and rushed directly towards the bombing airship, as fast as lightning. Since we can't defeat the bomb-dropping airship, just get rid of the person controlling the bomb-dropping airship. A sharp long knife appeared in Shigui's hand. People in the foundry hall are never short of weapons. Because if there is a lack of weapons, it will be a shame to the foundry palace. The only difference is the quality of the weapon. Obviously, the casting hall also values hero-level powerhouses very much, so the weapon Shigui owns must be of high quality. Although it is still not as good as Tongwu, who was able to get a steel knife forged by Duan Wenxin himself. But after being attached with fighting spirit, the destructive power displayed by the long knife in Shigui's hand was still astonishing. The sharp blade flashed with cold light, as if it was about to tear the space apart. The sound of breaking through the sky was whimpering, like a sharp roar. Along with the violent momentum, it dispersed the few clouds in the sky. The terrifying pressure swept over. Even the residents of Fian City, who were far away on the ground, could feel the extreme oppression caused by Shigui's sword. It can be seen that the power contained in it is huge and the fighting spiritus majestic. Breaking the mountain. Shigui didn't mean to test this sword at all, he just tried his best to attack it. Shigui had already been seriously injured under the previous railgun attack. There were wounds pierced from front to back in several places on his body, and the blood spurting out made Shigui's face look very pale. If he tests again now, I'm afraid there will be no chance to take action next. Boom. The roaring sound that broke through the air suddenly intensified, like bursts of thunder, roaring and slashing towards the bomb-dropping airship. This momentum immediately shocked the residents of Fian City. Then he was in awe. Is this the power of a hero-level powerhouse? It's so terrifying. He can cause space to tremble with just a few moves. The majestic pressure was so oppressive that people could hardly breathe. While in awe, Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan had another emotion. That's surprise and ferocity. This sword will definitely kill Bu Yuyan. This is a majestic hero-level strongman, how could he lose to those heretical things? This is a thought shared by Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan. Although they did not know Shigui, they had the idea of sharing Will and Woe at this moment. If Shigui wins, then the Yu family and the Yan family will share the food and the Bu family, and everyone will be happy. If Shigui is defeated, then Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan will have no choice but to flee for their lives. As for the Bu family, that is the real rise, and they are not a force they are qualified to get involved in at all. However, in the control room of the bombing airship, Bu Yuyan stood quietly in front of the center console, watching the incoming attack with cold eyes. The expression on her face did not change at all. Even Xiaowen just watched quietly. On the contrary, the gray leopard on the side was so frightened by the slash that his face turned pale. "Bu, Miss Bu, this. Calm down, it's okay. The bombing airship is not as fragile as you think." Bu Yuyan stopped Gray Leopard stammering, then spoke calmly and comforted him. "This is out of trust in Chila. Otherwise, how could the eldest lady Bu Yuyan, who was unable to leave one door or step forward, go into battle to face the enemy in person? Disasters always make people grow. All disasters that don't kill you will only make you stronger. Bu Yuyan is like this. From a weak woman who would be so frightened that her legs would become weak when she encountered bandits, to now she can face a hero-level strongman without changing her expression. This is growth. Once you get used to seeing life and death, you will become calm. Don't hide? Then wait to die. One knife, break the mountain." Shigui looked at the bombing airship with a ferocious expression, and also looked at Bu Yuyan, expecting to see panic on her face. That would make him feel a lot better. Unfortunately, Bu Yuyan's expression remained unchanged, as cold as a piece of ice. Boom! The terrifying slash hit the bomb-dropping airship heavily, causing a roar that resounded across the sky. The huge power was released with the blade, and it struck hard on the pod of the bomb-dropping airship, which looked quite terrifying. However, the momentum is so huge. The expression on Shigui's face gradually changed from surprise at the beginning, to surprise, and then to panic at the end, and then even the hand holding the knife started to tremble a little. Because at such a close distance, Shigui could see clearly. Outside the pod of the bomb-dropping airship, a magic barrier appeared, blocking his slashing attack. The all-out blow just now did not cause even a trace of damage to the bomb-dropping airship. No. This is impossible. Shigui's voice had an unnatural sharpness, which was caused by extreme fear and disbelief. This is a full blow from a hero-level powerhouse. Even if he is only in the primary realm of hero level, he is still a genuine hero-level powerhouse. It couldn't even cause any damage. Where did this bomb-dropping airship get its treasure? To be able to be so powerful that it's terrifying. Nothing is impossible, Gray Leopard, prepare. Bu Yuyan seemed to have expected it, so she didn't care about the fear on Shigui's face. She waved her right hand and woke up the Gray Leopard, who was still in surprise. Ah, yes. After Gray Leopard woke up from his surprise, he quickly responded. Then immediately began to adjust the position of the railgun, and then aimed at Shigui. Don't think that you can't aim once you get close to the bombing airship. When designing a bomb delivery airship, the system would not have such obvious loopholes. The bomb release port really cannot attack close targets. But the attack range of the rail gun is front, rear, left, right, plus the 5 directions below, all places that can be detected. There is no such thing as being unable to attack. As for the top of the bomb-dropping airship, you just need to keep raising the altitude, isn't it? Whizzing. After taking aim, the magic light bullet in the railgun was immediately launched. The strong impact accompanied by severe pain made Shao Shu Jiu Hui wake up from the shock and horror, and he quickly retreated. This is terrible. How could such a powerful treasure fall into her hands? No wonder the Bu family dares to go against the Jiu Palace. It turns out they have something to rely on. Shao Shu Jiu Hui retreated while thinking, and then a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. No, I can't stay here any longer. I have to report this matter to the police. This kind of big thing is not something Shao Shu Jiu Hui can handle. It must be reported to Duan Wenqin. Therefore, Shao Shu Jiu Hui already had the intention to retreat and began to look for an evacuation route. As for the other people who came to Fian City from the Jiu Palace this time, they were not important at all. If a hero-level powerhouse is lost, even the casting hall will feel physical pain. But losing some practitioners who are not very strong, with the strength of the casting hall, they don't care at all. Once it's gone, it's gone. There are a lot of these cultivators who are not strong and have low realms in the casting hall, and there are still a lot of people who want to join the casting hall. They all came for the abundant resources of the casting hall. But if you want to get it, you must be prepared to pay, so the casting hall will never feel sorry for these guys. Bu family, right? Just wait. Shao Shu Jiu Hui's face was livid and he roared angrily. It won't be long before the casting palace will send real strong men to Fian City to crush your Bu family. Shao Shu Jiu Hui left these harsh words and fled Fian City in a hurry. Only the stunned residents in Fian City were left, as well as Thetis-believing looks everywhere. Escape, escape, escape? No way, that's a hero-level strongman, and he actually escaped. How is this possible? I didn't expect the eldest daughter of the Bu family to be so powerful. The Bu family is so mighty. It seems that the Bu family is really going to rise. I hope Fian City will get better as well. Yes, even the powerful heroes have escaped, so what do we have to fear? The Bu family is mighty. Fian City is mighty. The residents of Fian City were shocked and unbelievable at the beginning, then suddenly enlightened and surprised, and finally proud of themselves. This process changes quickly. It can be said that at this moment, the Bu family's reputation in Fian City has reached its peak. As long as no accident occurs, it is impossible for another force to compete with the Bu family in Fian City. However, for the Yu family and the Yan family, there was a sudden chill that went straight to the bottom of their hearts at this moment. Bu Yu Yan won. So from now on in Fian City, there will no longer be a place for the Yu family and the Yan family. Rather than taking action and clearing themselves out, Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan consciously began to run away. The preparations have been made long ago. Most of the belongings were left behind, and he was dressed lightly. He didn't need to bring many people with him, and he didn't even need to notify other tribesmen. He only had to bring his confidants. Then just sneak out of Fian City. As for the remaining clan members, they can stay in Fian City and serve as bait. The power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce has spread to more than a dozen city-states. Even if there are internal disagreements, the Fian Chamber of Commerce exists in name only. But the power that has been developed will not change. It's just that the strength of the Yu family, Yan family, and Bu family needs to be calculated separately now. Yet this is enough. Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan understood very clearly that what they gave up was just the power of Fian City. Among other city-states, although the strength of the Yan family and the Yu family is far inferior to that of Fian City, as long as there is fire, there is hope. One day, I can make a comeback. In the main house of the Bu family, the group of Bu family members who were plotting evil were already paralyzed on the ground. Looking at the bomb-dropping airship suspended in the sky, his eyes were full of despair. There was no thought of resistance at all. That is a treasure that even a hero-level powerhouse can only flee when faced with. How can they compete with such a treasure? By dreaming? But Xing Kong, who still had a trace of bloodshot eyes at the corner of his mouth, was overjoyed at this time. The Bu family has endured it for so many years, and today it's finally to Mito come forward. It's great, this is really great. Xing Kong sighed from the bottom of his heart. Today's events, with Shigui's escape, everything has become a foregone conclusion. What needs to be done next will become extremely simple under the watch of the bombing airship. With the assistance of the magic version of the radar, the railgun can achieve precise strikes, and there is no possibility of accidental damage. So no one had the courage to resist, they were all frightened by the bombing airship. Help with matters in Fian City. After Bu Yuyan gave this order, her feet softened and she fell onto the armchair. It is impossible to say that you are not nervous when facing a powerful hero. After all, not long ago, the most powerful practitioners Bu Yuyan had ever seen were only at the master level. As for the hero level, it is a completely different realm from the grandmaster level. But Bu Yuyan knew in her heart that when facing the enemy, she could never lose in terms of momentum, so she held on. Now that the battle is over, I naturally feel a little exhausted. Aren't you going to chase me? Grey Leopard asked, curiously. There is no need to chase. Things in Fian City are more important. The bomb-dropping airship must be used here to intimidate. Bu Yuyan shook her head and explained a little. If the bombing airship is not there, there is no guarantee that those guys will not jump over the wall in a hurry. Moreover, when facing a strong hero who insists on escaping, it is impossible to catch up with the speed of a bomb-dropping airship. Even if this hero-level strongman has been seriously injured, it is still the same. Because the original intention of the bomb-dropping airship was to fight and defend, instead of chasing. However, this shortcoming was not considered a shortcoming, but Bu Yuyan wisely did not mention it, but just used the reason that Fian City needed to be shocked. If one less person knows about this kind of thing, it would be better if one less person knows about it. Otherwise, facing guerrilla tactics, Bu Yuyan would have a huge headache even if she had a bomb-dropping airship. By the way, the people monitoring the Yu family and the Yen family should still be there. Bu Yuyan, who was sitting on the armchair to rest, suddenly remembered this question and asked aloud. After knowing that there was a secret buried in the Bu family, Bu Yuyan asked the people from the Hammer mercenary team to help monitor the main residence of the Yu family and the Yen family. There is no need to monitor them very carefully. All you need to know is where Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan are. Because as long as these two people are dealt with, the Yu family and the Yen family will be completely in chaos. Fight for power and profit, and divide the industry. The greed in human nature will destroy these two families and turn them into a piece of loose sand in a short period of time. Don't worry, Miss Bu, our Hammer mercenary team is absolutely safe in everything we do. Grey Leopard patted his chest in assurance. If a group of cultivators cannot even monitor the movements of a few ordinary people, then it is better to abandon their cultivation as soon as possible and go home to farm. That's good. With their personalities, it's impossible for them to stay in Fian City and wait for death. Bu Yuyan said slowly. It can be seen that Yuyan was very dissatisfied with the successive plots by Yu family and the Yen family. It's just that due to his strength, he has never been able to explode. In fact, when it comes to strategy, Bu Yuyan is not bad, she just seems a little immature. After all, being born into such a family background, if he really had a simple personality, he probably wouldn't be alive now. So before preparing to summon the bombing airship to surprise the foundry hall, Bu Yuyan also predicted the reactions of Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan. Now that I'm back in Fian City, I won't let you run away. It's time to put an end to the Fian Chamber of Commerce's affairs. Bu Yuyan said slowly, but did not continue to look at the center console. Only Xiaowen watched with bright eyes, because she felt that her eldest lady was becoming more and more powerful. Go back, and report this matter to the lord of the palace. Shigui's face was extremely pale, and he was breathing heavily, making a sound like a broken bellows. The power of the high-compression magic light bullet was too great. Even if Shigui escaped by chance, he would still be seriously injured and his combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Fortunately, magic light bullets are designed to destroy, not corrode. Therefore, Shigui can also use Do Qi to temporarily seal the wound and prevent the continued loss of blood. As for healing, it is still impossible for such a wound that penetrates from front to back to be completely healed in a short time. It is a good thing to be able to protect the wound from expanding. Hey, isn't this Shigui? How did it become like this? Is there any powerful person still sitting in Fian City? Just when Shigui's consciousness was a little blurry, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a man with a somewhat feminine face suddenly appeared in front of Shigui. Wearing a black robe, this man looked a bit fierce. Su Hengxiang? Why are you here? Shigui looked shocked when he saw the person coming, and he blurted out questions. This man with a soft face, named Su Hengxiang, is quite famous in the casting hall. At the intermediate level of hero level, one can be ranked at the forefront in the casting hall, based on strength alone. It's just that this person never accepts missions and acts very secretively, but when he takes action, he is thunderous, and the ones he kills are all-powerful enemies. There are at least a dozen heroic level strongmen who died in his hands. It can be said that many people in the casting hall are afraid of this guy. Be wary of his strength and the ferocity of his attacks. I came here naturally to meet you. I wonder if you can get the jade plate. Su Hengxiang narrowed his eyes slightly and asked aloud. I see. After hearing Su Hengxiang's explanation, Shigui breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to have a strong person who is stronger than yourself to support you will naturally make you feel more at ease. Just being asked about the cast jade plate made Shigui blush a little. There is no other reason. Not only did Shigui not get the cast jade plate, he had not even confirmed who had the cast jade plate. Now that I was asked, besides embarrassment, I only felt ashamed. I was about to go back to report this matter. The Bu family is not as simple as we thought. We all underestimated the Bu family. Shigui said hesitantly, as if he was making excuses for his failure. Oh? How do you say this? A strange smile appeared on Su Hengxiang's face. He looked at Shigui and asked aloud. The words sounded concerned, but there was an unusual meaning in the tone. It's just that Shigui's was in embarrassment and panic and didn't notice the weirdness. When I was asked, I only gave a few explanations. The Bu family owns a huge airship, and I don't know where it got the treasure. It is not afraid of attacks from hero-level powerhouses, and its destructive power is extremely shocking. Shigui exaggerated to cover up his defeat. If the enemy is so powerful, it's not that I'm unwilling to do my best, but that I really don't have enough ability and strength. So, the wounds on your body were caused by that airship? Su Hengxiang looked at Shigui with a playful smile. The blood has dried up, but the wound is not so easy to heal. So even if Shigui wanted to hide it, he couldn't. However, there is no need to cover up injuries of this level. Instead, they should be displayed openly, which can also prove what Shigui said. That means the enemy is simply too powerful. In this case, at least part of the responsibility for the failure of the mission can be attributed to the members who collected the intelligence, so as to reduce the punishment they will receive. Yes, I didn't expect that the Bu family would have such a powerful treasure in their hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Shirgui sighed, then looked back in the direction of Fian City. This place is already quite a distance away from Fian City. Presumably that lucky guy Bu Yuyan won't chase her. It seems that your mission has failed, and the jade plate is still in the hands of the Bu family, right? Su Hengxiang didn't pay attention to Shirgui's defense, but summed up slowly. This is, yes. Shirgui choked at Su Hengxiang's words, a stern look flashed in his eyes, but still nodded and admitted. This kind of thing cannot be avoided. No matter whether the mission is successful or failed, it needs to be recorded after returning to the foundry hall. Just having the window paper pierced directly made Shirgui feel a little embarrassed. I already understand the general situation. Then your remaining value can be considered used up. Su Hengxiang's tone was still calm and indifferent. But he seemed to have said something terrible unintentionally, which shocked Shirgui. He suddenly looked up at Su Hengxiang and asked sharply, "What do you mean by this? What does it mean that the remaining value has been used up?" Saying these words undoubtedly hurt Shirgui's heart. However, Su Hengxiang didn't care at all. He looked at Shirgui, who was in trouble, and said with a half-smile, "What do you mean?" "Of course it means literally." Su Hengxiang slowly pulled out the thin sword from his waist, half squinting his eyes, and his tone gradually became dangerous. Sometimes, the value of someone disappearing forever is greater than being alive. Do you understand? Shirgui. As soon as these words came out, a ray of light suddenly flashed in Su Hengxiang's eyes, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. What did you say? What do you want to do? Ah. Puff. Shirgui stepped back in horror, but in the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Immediately afterwards, a thin sword came out from his chest and appeared in front of his eyes. The patterns carved on the sword are very beautiful, and after being stained with blood, it looks even more charming. The ferocious fighting spirit tore Shirgui's heart into pieces. A stream of bright red blood also overflowed from Shirgui's mouth and dripped on the ground. Why? Shirgui opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of confusion. The brilliance that was just used to prove that Shirhui was still alive was dissipating bit by bit from his eyes. Because Duan Wenqin cannot be allowed to get the cast jade plate, at least before he comes down from the throne of the palace master, he must not be allowed to get the cast jade plate. While Su Hengxiang answered, he drew out the rapier from Shirgui's back. Bang! Shirgui, who lost his support, fell to the ground. If the heart is completely shattered, even a strong person cannot survive, let alone a hero. So Su Hengxiang didn't have the slightest worry. It turns out that you are the great elder, and we were all deceived by you. After saying these words intermittently, the light in Shirgui's eyes completely disappeared and turned into a dead silence. After confirming that Shirgui's aura had completely disappeared, Su Hengxiang dealt with the remaining matters with an indifferent expression, destroying the corpse and removing traces of it, as cleanly as if Shirgui had never appeared. After the matter was over, Su Hengxiang looked at the place where Shirgui fell before, with a sneer on his face. Even if you guessed that I am the great elder, so what, the dead cannot speak. Just take this secret and disappear quietly. Su Hengxiang is indeed the great elder of the Jiu Palace. And coming here to wait for Shirgui is not to meet Shirgui, but to intercept and kill Shirgui. Whether Shirgui got the cast jade plate or not, it didn't matter to Su Hengxiang. Because Su Hengxiang's purpose was just to prevent Duan Wenqin from getting the jade plate. Apart from that, if he could get the jade plate in his pocket, it would be a surprise. And the reason why this happens is simple. That is, Duan Wenqin, the great elder of the Jiu Palace, and the master of the Jiu Palace, are not on the right track. The reason lies in the fact that the two men's blacksmithing skills were equal to each other. It was only Duan Wenqin who opportunistically defeated the great elder of the Foundry Palace and obtained the throne of the palace master. Therefore, the great elder of the Jiu palace has always been very unwilling to accept it, feeling that he should not lose. Because of this, he has been coveting the position of the palace master. And this time the appearance of the cast jade plate is the best opportunity. If Duan Wenqin is allowed to obtain the jade plate of cast objects, then all the plans of the great elder of the cast object palace will come to naught. Because Duan Wenqin can consolidate his prestige by obtaining the cast jade plate, so as to suppress all those with rebellious intentions. But what if the elder of the casting hall gets the jade plate of castings? Then Duan Wenqin's prestige will be greatly reduced, and the great elder of the Jiu palace will be able to take advantage of the situation and raise his arms. By then, there will be chaos in the casting hall. The great elder of the foundry hall only needs to use the foundry jade plateau recruit power, and he can reunify the foundry hall and gain supreme power. So Shirgui couldn't go back. Duan Wenqin can't let Duan Wenqin know about the Bu family's situation. Because every time the task of retrieving the cast jade plate failed, Duan Wenqin's prestige would be damaged. When the master of the casting hall loses his prestige, it will be much easier to overthrow him. Let the cast jade plate be placed at your Bu's house for the time being. When the time is right, I will go and pick it up in person. Su Hengxiang took one last look in the direction of Fian City, and then disappeared. This is to use the power of the Bu family to weaken Duan Wenqin's power. When snipes and clams fight, the one who wins is always the fisherman. Inside Fian City, the terrifying power displayed by the bomb-dropping airship made ordinary residents cheer for joy. For the residents of Fian City, the Bu family is a force belonging to Fian City. The stronger the Bu family is, the safer Fian City is. So naturally I am very happy. But compared to the joy of ordinary residents, the Yu family and the Yan family were gloomy and gloomy. If the Bu family gains power, it will naturally be difficult for the Yu family and the Yan family. And the most important thing is that after the battle in the sky, the members of these two families suddenly discovered that their heads had disappeared. At this critical moment of extreme crisis, the head of the family disappeared. This means that the absolute backbone is gone. It is self-evident what will happen next. Even for an ordinary rich man, his children can turn against brothers and relatives to fight for family property. That's not to mention the Youjia and Yanjia, whose industrial scope covers more than a dozen city-states. There are quite a few people in the clan who covet these industries. And this does not include the other forces coveting these two families. As long as they can tear off a piece of meat, it will take them a lot of time to digest. However, these actions cannot begin until the Bu family makes a decision. Because no force dares to challenge the Bu family at this time, it would be an act of seeking death. What's more, even if you don't eat meat, even just drinking some soup is enough for them to benefit a lot. At this moment, in the main courtyard of the Bu family, a large number of people were kneeling. After helping the Bu family handle matters and suppressing the various forces in Fian City that were ready to move, Bu Yuyan also returned to the main residence of the Bu family. At this time, he was standing in front of the courtyard, looking down at the people kneeling on the ground. Xiaowen and Grey Leopard were followed behind. Beside Bu Yuyan stood with a proud face, but had no intention of stepping forward. This is giving up the throne to Bu Yuyan, so that Bu Yuyan can naturally become the head of the Bu family. So Bu Yuyan did not refuse. Because Bu Yuyan also knew in her heart that she was the one who cooperated with Qi Lu, not the Bu family, so Bu Yuyan becoming the head of the Bu family was a better choice for the Bu family. So Bu Yuyan, who stood in front of the courtyard for a long time, finally spoke. The Bu family is in catastrophe. Not only do you not think about living anying with the Bu family, sharing weal and woe, but you want to wait for the Bu family to be destroyed and get a share of it. You are really kind. The Bu family doesn't need people of your kind. In just a few words, the fate of the Bu family members kneeling in the yard was decided. These guys who relied on the power of the Bu family to show off their power, after being expelled from the Bu family, there were many people to deal with them. Giving in to Yuyan and doing it herself only made her own hands dirty. No, don't, miss, we were wrong, please, don't drive us away. We were really wrong, miss, please be merciful and don't drive us out. We will never do this again in the future. We are all members of the Bu family. Please forgive us this time for the sake of our fellow clansmen. The Bu family members who were kneeling in the yard burst into tears and began to beg after hearing these words. With their abilities, without the support of the Bu family, they would probably have to wait for death. Moreover, over the years, they have relied on the care of the Bu family to cause trouble and act recklessly in Fian City, and those small forces dare not speak out. If you are kicked out of the Bu family, you will really have no chance of survival or death. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? What are you still standing for? Why don't you take action and drive them all out? Bu Yuyan glanced at the guards standing around the yard and said coldly. Yes. The guards were startled by Bu Yuyan's momentum and responded quickly, then dragged out those who were still pleading. Just like throwing away garbage, it was thrown outside the Bu family's main house. Let all the big and small forces that are paying attention to the Bu family know clearly that these guys are the people who were expelled from the Bu family. And the rest of the tribe, you, have done a great job. After Bu Yuyan watched coldly as those crying guys were dragged out, she raised her head and looked towards the back of the yard. There were also a group of people kneeling there. It's just that the kneeling method of these people is different from the previous ones. These people all kneel on the ground. This kind of kneeling is not a confession, but an oath of allegiance. Although there were many white-eyed wolves among the Bu family when they came to the foundry hall, there were also many people who were willing to live and die with the Bu family. These tribesmen are the backbone of the Bu family. Even when facing death, he will put the honor of his family first and would rather die than surrender. And this race of people refers to those people kneeling on the ground in the yard. Bu Yuyan also admires these people very much. If a family does not have cohesion and its members have no sense of honor, then the family will never be able to grow. Bu Yuyan knows this, so she appreciates these clan members who are willing to share weal and woe with the Bu family. For those of you who are willing to believe in the Bu family, your abilities will be brought into full play and your names will be highlighted. The Bu family needs you. Bu Yuyan sincerely promised. Thank you, miss, for your grace. All the Bu family members bowed their heads and thanked them with great momentum. The stronger the family, the higher the status of the clan members. Everyone knows the truth that everyone will be prosperous and suffer losses. But in the face of the threat of death, not many people can persevere. Therefore, Bu Yuyan cannot chill the hearts of these people. As for the rest, Miss Bu, our captain is already here, right outside. The gray leopard who was following him suddenly came to Bu Yuyan's side and whispered a reminder. Really? Bu Yuyan was a little surprised by the mobility and execution of the Hammer mercenary team, so she was stunned for a moment and then continued, then let's escort them in. Yes. Gray Leopard responded and quickly left the yard. Within half a minute, the members of the Hammer mercenary team came in escorting two people. Then a mercenary roughly kicked the two people who were escorted in behind the knees, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Two heads of the family, long time no see. Bu Yuyan looked at the two people expressionlessly and spoke. These two people were Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan, who wanted to escape Fian City. But how could the two people who had been targeted by the Hammer mercenary team escape Fian City for a long time? When you were plotting against me, you probably never thought that you would have such a day. Bu Yuyan asked slowly, seeming to be sarcastic and recalling. If she hadn't encountered bandits on the way, I am afraid that Bu Yuyan would not know Qi Li's identity now, but would still be struggling in the distant mountain city. I can only say that time is also fate. I really never thought that one day I would be taught a lesson by a little girl with better luck. Yan Qianshan was held down by the mercenaries on his shoulders and couldn't get up at all, so he could only kneel on the ground and talk. But in his tone, he was not reconciled. It's a pity that the decades-long foundation of my Yojia family can be overturned in this way. Yu Qiyuan gritted his teeth as he spoke. In their eyes, Bu Yuyan was just a nouveau riche who got a powerful treasure by luck. Luck? Bu Yuyan smiled lightly. The gray leopard who followed him sneered at Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan's swords. In Gray Leopard's view, it was not so much luck, but rather the fact that Bu Yuyan's good deeds were rewarded. After all, when she met Qi Lu in the distant mountain forest, Bu Yuyan resisted all opinions and asked Qi Lu to accompany the caravan, thus saving the day every time. If this were placed on the Yu family and the Yan family, I'm afraid the ducks in their mouths would fly away. Let a traveler of unknown origin enter the caravan? Don't even think about it. So there is indeed an element of luck. But what's more important is Bu Yuyan's character. Whether it's luck or something else, it's an indisputable fact that the Bu family won. Bu Yuyan didn't care about Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan's unwillingness. Kindness is just Bu Yuyan's character, not Bu Yuyan's instinct. When her family is threatened, Bu Yuyan also knows what to do. It is impossible to lead the Bu family to continue to grow and develop with blind kindness. The farce of the Fian Chamber of Commerce has been going on for a long time, so it should end now. The history of the Yu family and the Yan family ends here. Bu Yuyan just waved her hand and made a conclusion on how to deal with it. As for who will deal with it, there are naturally many people. Once Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan fell, the Yu family and the Yan family existed in name only. The connections between those dozen city-states will also disappear with the disappearance of Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan. The remaining scattered Yu family and Yan family are no longer a threat at all. They can only wait to be annexed by the Bu family. Other forces are also staring at these two big pieces of meat. As soon as the Bu family lets go, they will come up and bite them all. After the matters between Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan were settled, Bu Yuyan no longer had to worry about the remaining matters. So Bu Yuyan invited people from the Hammer mercenary team to discuss something together. That's the person who controls the bomb-dropping airship. The person who owned the bombing airship was Bu Yuyan. But the bomb-dropping airship cannot be controlled by consciousness, so we can only recruit other people to control it. The Hammer mercenary team is a very suitable candidate. The strength is good, the two parties have had many cooperation experiences, and they are familiar with each other. And one thing is very important, that is, the Hammer mercenary team is the first group of people to come into contact with the improved version of laser light, and they will be able to master the control of the bomb-dropping airship much faster. In particular, the Grey Panther has already tried how to control the railgun. The shocking feeling is really unforgettable. So I also made this suggestion to Bu Yuyan. Conduct a bomb-dropping airship? Let us go? Tiehu naturally knew what the bombing airship was referring to, so he was a little surprised when he was asked about it. That is a treasure that can rival a hero-level powerhouse. If there is no chance encounter with a treasure of this level, Tiehu probably will never come into contact with it in his life. Of course, if Captain Tiehu can join Bujia, I think we should be able to cooperate very happily. Bu Yuyan said with a smile. Miss Bu thinks highly of us. It is our honor. Of course we will not refuse to be able to control such a powerful treasure with our own hands. Thank you very much for Miss Bu's invitation. When Tiehu heard this, he naturally agreed. Because Tiehu could clearly see who was standing behind Bu Yuyan. Qi Li's identity is not yet clear, but just what he can guess is enough to shock Taihu. Moreover, there is a hero-level strongman in Yuanshan City, who was pointed out by Qi Lu to protect Bu Yuyan's safety within the scope of Yuanshan City. This kind of treatment is simply unprecedented. As for fighting against the Foundry Hall, To be honest, Tiahu didn't really care. If you want opportunities, but are unwilling to take risks, how can such a good thing happen? Do you really think that you are the son of destiny? Now, with such a good opportunity before him, how could Tiahu give up? So after agreeing to Bu Yuyan's words, Tiahu made it clear to the other mercenaries in the Hammer mercenary team. The results obtained were all within Tiahu's expectations. No one wants to quit. What a mercenary wants is blood and bravery. If you don't even have the courage, then don't be a mercenary. It might be more appropriate to be a businessman instead. The life and death of our Hammer mercenary team is now in Miss Bu's hands. Tiahu laughed boldly and said this, but he didn't look worried at all. Don't worry, Captain Tiahu, you won't be disappointed. Bu Yuyan said seriously. At this point, the members of the bombing airship have been recruited. Boom! Another heavy iron stove was kicked to the ground and then smashed into pieces. In the mansion of Jiu Hall, Duan Wenxin was furious. Another heroic cultivator has disappeared, and he disappeared in such an unknown place. What do you do for food? If even one Bu family can't handle it, has our casting hall declined to this point now? Or do you mean that you don't pay attention to this matter at all? A mere chamber of commerce can capture our people. What are those people collecting intelligence doing? I will be punished severely. Do you hear me? Punished severely. Duan Wenxin had an angry look on his face, pointing at the hall masters standing below the hall and yelling curses. Several consecutive failures have reduced Duan Wenxin's prestige to a precarious level. So Duan Wenxin had to do something to make his position more stable. Otherwise, you may be pushed into the abyss by others at any time. Lord Hall Master, this is not a mistake by the intelligence personnel. It's just that the Bu family was really just an ordinary businessman family in the past. One of the hall masters was a little angry and said something out loud. Who could have imagined that a mighty hero-level man would capsize in the gutter and fall into such a place? I don't want to hear that excuse. I didn't know before, so go check it out now. If there are any more mistakes, you will all go and receive the punishment. Do you understand? Duan Wenxin snorted coldly and said in a cold tone. The previous severe punishment of those who collected intelligence was a warning and suppression. It is also sharing the pressure. The prestige of the palace master cannot be damaged, so it is natural to attribute the failure of the mission to others. And now that the hall master is willing to come out and talk back, it also gives Duan Wenxin an opportunity to use the problem to his advantage and lead the resentment in the casting hall to other people. Yes, Lord Palace Master. The hall master who spoke out lowered his head, accepted the order, and bowed back. Now that the task of attracting hatred has been completed, it's time to do what you should do. Loyal subordinates can always solve problems for the palace master at such times. And you guys, don't stand there all the time. Think carefully about why such a simple task fails so many times. After Duan Wenxin scolded the hall leader who contradicted him, he looked at other people. The tone was equally cold, but a little less angry and a little more majestic. If you can't sit still in this position, there are plenty of people willing to take your place. Don't think about living a muddle-headed life every day. The casting palace doesn't need useless people who can only dawdle. Those who deserve to be reprimanded should always be reprimanded. As the master of the palace of objects, Duan Wenxin cannot compromise. If the people under his command are not good enough, then a new group will be replaced. There are many people coveting the position of these hall masters in the casting hall. Because the higher the status, the more resources can be obtained and the more manpower can be deployed. Few people can refuse the sweetness of power. Moreover, this kind of job change is quite common. As long as the most important positions in the Jiu Palace are not turbulent, it will not have any impact on the development of the Jiu Palace. Palace Master, please calm down. This time we have indeed underestimated the enemy. this will never happen again in the future. Master of the palace, please give us another chance. We will definitely bring the cast jade plate back. Hearing Duan Wenxin mention the issue of dismissal, several hall leaders immediately began to apologize sincerely. In the casting hall, it was Duan Wenxin's decision to deal with several hallmasters. Others would not risk offending Duan Wenxin by intervening in such matters. I hope so. This kind of thing will never happen again. Duan Wenxin's face was cold and he spoke in an indifferent tone. If this kind of failure really happens again, then all the hall masters in front of them will be pushed out to bear the resentment and anger in the casting hall. Otherwise, those behind the scenes will not give up. Okay, all of you, let's go. Duan Wenxin also had a headache when he thought about this problem, so he waved his hand and dismissed several hall masters in the hall. Duan Wenxin was well aware of the disagreement within the Jiu Hui palace. It is impossible for any big force to be of the same mind. Even those big families will have internal fights. Power and wealth can make brothers turn against each other, not to mention that the cohesion of the object palace is not a strong force in itself. The power gathered relies on the names of a large number of blacksmiths and forging masters, plus countless training resources and forging resources. Changes in internal forces are all too common. Therefore, sitting on the throne of the master of the casting hall, Duan Wenxin is actually not very stable, and he still needs to be careful at all times. There may not be many people peeking behind Duan Wenxin's position. But the strength of everyone who dares to peek into the throne of the palace master cannot be weak. But Duan Wen didn't expect that these guys would actually hinder him in the matter of casting jade plates. Who could it be? The things contained in the cast jade plate are treasures belonging to the forging master. Whoever can obtain them will be able to advance rapidly in their forging skills. But this secret should only be known to me. Duan Wenxin was thinking in his heart. Duan Wenxin learned about this incident by accidentally reading through a broken ancient book. And after knowing this, Duan Wenxin burned the ancient book, so there should be no reason for others to know the secret of the cast jade plate. The news that Duan Wenxin announced to the outside world was that the cast jade plate was a sacred object in the casting hall. It is a treasure left by the god of forging to the forging hall. Just because of some accidents, the cast jade plate was left behind. Now that the cast jade plate is brought back to the casting hall, it can be regarded as returning to its original owner. In this way, taking back the casting jade plate can be regarded as a master's achievement, and it can bring a lot of fame to the casting palace. Let the world know that even the god of forging is willing to give holy objects to the forging hall. That would further confirm his identity as the spokesperson of the god of forging in the Palace of Forges. Therefore, this matter is a good thing for everyone in the casting hall and should not be stopped. Unless that guy wanted to pull me down, then take out the cast jade plate and sit in my current position. Duan Wenxin was so shrewd that he quickly figured out the key to the problem. Bringing the cast jade plate back to the casting palace will indeed bring a lot of fame to the casting palace, but it can also bring a lot of fame to the person who retrieves the casting jade plate. And if these reputations were given to someone with a similar status to Duan Wenxin, it would be enough to impact his position as the palace master. The answer to that question is almost ready to come out. Duan Wenxin slowly tapped the armrests of the chair with her fingers and muttered slowly to herself. Great Elder. Yuanshan City, inside the vending point. Qila looked at Bu Yuyan in surprise and said, "You came back quite quickly. Have you finished handling the matters in Fian City?" "It's been dealt with." Bu Yuyan nodded, and then briefly told what happened in Fian City. Of course, the experience of using the bomb-dropping airship was also truthfully stated. "I thought they would underestimate the enemy, but this style is a bit too arrogant." Qila couldn't comment on Shirgui's behavior. There are always things that use one's power to bully others, and the casting hall itself is such a force. The essence of the cast jade plate should be a treasure that the world has condensed on its own, but the cast palace has to be taken as its own. Moreover, he had to find a legitimate excuse, saying that the casting jade plate was originally something from the casting hall, but was accidentally left out. Isn't this just a matter of setting up an archway? Of course, Qilu had only heard of these things not long ago, so he naturally sneered at them. Anyway, it's all about grabbing hard, and the competition is about whose fist is bigger. You still have to have a teacher to make a name for yourself. To be honest, Qilu is really disgusted with this kind of thing, and naturally doesn't like to see it in the casting hall. In the past, it was just an opposition in terms of positions, but now it is really a different way. But if you put that heroic cultivator back, it is also a hidden danger for you. Bomb-dropping airships always have shortcomings. Qilu touched his chin and said while thinking. Qilu really just learned from Bu Yuyan that the bomb-dropping airship was not very fast. Because Qilu didn't control the bombing airship and left it directly to Bu Yuyan, he really didn't know these details. But having said that, the question of whether it is fast or not needs to be compared to be obvious. Compared with the hero-level powerhouses, bomb-dropping airships do chase a lot. But compared with those master-level practitioners, the speed of the bomb-dropping airship is several blocks ahead of them. It is precisely because of this that when Bu Yuyan returned to Yuanshan City this time, she actually came back in a bomb-dropping airship. The city-states passed along the way scared the residents. But this can be regarded as a disguised form of showing off. If the Bu family wants to expand, it can't just be in the name of doing business. The tyrannical power must also be shown openly in order to deter those young people with evil intentions. Only with kindness and power can people develop a sense of awe. Mr. Qi, actually it's good enough to have a bombing airship. You don't need to think about other things for me. Seeing Qi Li's thoughtful look, Bu Yuyan hesitated for a moment before speaking out. Bu Yuyan is well aware of Qi Li's care for her. So she accepted Qi Li's kindness again and again, and made Bu Yuyan understand that she might not be able to repay her debt in this life. In this life. Thinking of this, a touch of tenderness suddenly appeared in Bu Yuyan's eyes when she looked at Qilu. Then it quickly turned into a blush on the face. Huh? Why did your face suddenly become so red? Are you okay? Qilu, who was still thinking about the problem, suddenly caught a glimpse of Bu Yuyan's crimson face and asked immediately. No, it's okay. Bu Yuyan waved her hands quickly, and then wanted to cover her face. But after thinking about it, he put his hand down. It's okay. Qilu nodded. Bu Yuyan's demeanor just now reminded Qilu of Yushir involuntarily. I don't know what the situation is like in the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains. This damn barrier gate has to be cooled down for a month before it can be used. Qilu has complained about this countless times. But it is of no use at all. The cooling time will not change anyway, not even 1 minute will be lost in a month. Master. You came just in time. Qilu, who was still touching his chin, suddenly lit up when he heard this familiar voice. Let's get to know each other first. This is my partner, Bu Yuyan. This one is another employee in my store, named Gu Mingyuan. Qilu looked at Gu Mingyuan approaching and naturally introduced her identity to Bu Yuyan. They all have to get to know each other anyway, and it's better to get to know them sooner rather than later. Employees. Bu Yuyan couldn't help but glance at Gu Ku, who was standing not far away, and didn't know what to say in Qi Li's introduction. If my guess is correct, this girl named Gu Mingyuan should not be too weak. To be able to treat a strong man of this level as an employee, what kind of family background does this have to have? Hello, Miss Bu. Gu Mingyuan greeted Bu Yuyan solemnly. This is probably a common problem with simulated robots. They always do things in a rigid manner, giving people a very rigid feeling. However, there was nothing Qi Lu could do to improve this situation. After all, among the ancient runes, there are no emotional runes. However, there are runes involved such as souls, but such runes are of little use on simulated robots. "Hello, Miss Gu." Bu Yuyan immediately returned the salute. With Qi Li's status, he might not care about Gu Mingyuan, but Bu Yuyan has self-awareness and knows that she can't. So Qi Li looked at Bu Yuyan's fearful look from the side, but it didn't matter much. Only after the greetings were finished, did he speak out and continue, "Okay, you don't have to be too formal. I introduced Gu Mingyuan to you just so that she can protect you personally. Is this so, ah?" "What?" Bu Yuyan responded subconsciously, and then quickly realized that something was wrong. "Protect yourself personally?" After coming to her senses, Bu Yuyan suddenly looked at Gu Mingyuan and stared at him for a long time. This is a girl with a very delicate face. She cannot be said to be very good-looking, but she has an elegant temperament. With her slightly thin figure, paired with her deacon uniform and white gloves, she looks very capable, giving people a very serious and rigorous feeling. It's just that when the girl disappears into the shadows, she seems to have disappeared, making it difficult for people to notice. "It's good to protect my young lady personally, but why? I feel a little unhappy." Xiaowen, who was following Bu Yuyan, pouted inexplicably, and suddenly there was a premonition that she was about to fall out of favor. "Xiaowen, what are you thinking about?" "No way." Bu Yuyan quickly noticed Xiaowen's change in mood and immediately said with a smile. Although Xiaowen is Bu Yuyan's personal maid, the two of them have grown up together. Although there is a difference in dignity, things like feelings are different. As close as sisters, that's pretty much it. "Yeah, I know." Xiaowen replied wistfully. There will always be conflicts between personal maids and personal bodyguards. Especially when Gu Mingyuan puts so much pressure on Xiaowen, it's strange that Xiaowen's mood can be so high. However, Qi Lu won't care about this kind of thing, so let the girls slowly get along with each other. If Gu Mingyuan can be regarded as a genuine girl. Gu Mingyuan, you should have heard just now. From today on, you will be responsible for protecting Bu Yuyan's safety. Qi Lu glanced at Gu Mingyuan. This sentence is actually giving an order. After all, the simulation robot produced by the system is indeed strong, but has a dull personality. The ancient runes blessed on them only make them stronger and more like real people. But in terms of personality, it's okay not to mention it. "I understand, Master." Gu Mingyuan bowed to accept the order, then came directly behind Bu Yuyan and disappeared into the shadows. The movement was so fast that if they hadn't known it in advance, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen might not have noticed that there was an additional person behind them silently. And it's hidden in the shadows, so you can't find it unless you look for it. This is too troublesome for you, Mr. Qi, Bu Yuyan thanked her somewhat at a loss, then looked at Qi Lu for a while, and then looked back at Gu Mingyuan who was hiding in the shadows. "I said, don't be so reserved. If you cooperate with me, I will naturally protect your safety. If you come into contact with my cooperative relationship, then I will naturally take back all these things." Qi Lu interrupted Bu Yuyan's words and said very seriously. Protecting the safety of agents is a very necessary thing to do. Because Qi Lu doesn't want to travel back and forth to this world again and again to deal with matters related to vending points. That's a waste of time and seems a bit silly. Master Qi. But when Bu Yuyan heard these words, her heart suddenly felt full of emotion. With such great strength and such an outstanding family background, he is not arrogant at all, but rather takes care of others. Bu Yuyan realized that she might have fallen. However, there is nothing wrong with falling for Qi Lu. Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. What Gu Ming is willing to be responsible for is only your safety. She will not take action in other matters. Qi didn't notice the change in Bu Yuyan's eyes at all. He just said and added one more sentence. The meaning of this sentence is to say that Yi Yuyan should not think about using Gu Mingyuan's hand to do domineering things. Qi himself is not a domineering person. Naturally, I don't want people around me to bully others. Don't worry, Mr. Qi, I know what to do. Bu Yuyan heard the implication of Qi Li's words and was not surprised, but responded naturally. Very good, then let's talk about new products. Qi Li said slowly. Regarding new products, Qi Li currently only plans to provide 3 types of flame crosses, thunder crosses, and soul-locking pillars. As for the energy storage gem set and various launch tubes, Qi Li plans to wait until the market for improved lasers is basically saturated before selling them. Because the combination of emission tube and energy storage gemstone, strictly speaking, should be an upgraded version of the improved laser light. Therefore, before the market for improved lasers is saturated, these 2 types of products will be released. That would completely fail to maximize profits. Although Qi Li is trying to gather the power of faith, he is by no means a person who kills the goose to get the eggs and fishes in the dry lake. The improved version of laser light itself is a good thing that is in short supply. Before the market is saturated, there is no need to use higher-level versions to impact the market of improved version of laser light. On the contrary, these 3 products, the Flame Cross, the Thunder Cross, and the Soul-Locking Pillar, can open up new markets. So after this conversation, Qi Li was talking most of the time, while Bu Yuyan was listening. Learn about the detailed features of new products. I have never heard of the functions of these 3 new products. Can this type of treasure really be forged? When Bu Yuyan heard the last part, she couldn't help but cover her slightly open mouth in surprise with her hands. In this world, among the objects created by blacksmiths, maybe there are some artifacts with strange functions. But those things are basically side tracks, what others often call side tracks, and cannot be brought to the forefront. Most of the artifacts created by blacksmiths are used in battle. Among them, weapons or armors that carry fighting spirit and magic power in order to exert more powerful combat effectiveness are the largest types. Also the most popular type, including a variety of weapons, staffs, shields, and the like. The second category is artifacts used to assist combat. For example, it is used for functions such as reconnaissance, exploration, and concealment. But no matter what, these utensils all have a common characteristic, that is, they must be in the hands of practitioners in order to be effective. Because these artifacts require fighting spirit or magic power to use. However, none of the 3 new products Qi Li brought out this time had this demand. Even more convenient than the improved laser light. The improved laser light energy storage gem still needs a magician to replenish its magic power. But these 2 items, the Flame Cross and the Thunder Cross, are directly used magic cores and do not require the help of practitioners at all. And the Soul-Locking Pillar is even more powerful. Disposable products do not require anything to provide energy at all. They can be used as soon as they are purchased, and they can be replaced directly when the energy is exhausted. What is this concept? These 3 new products are simply changing Bu Yuyan's perception of the weapons created by blacksmiths. Is this going to completely abandon the cultivators? Because after having the Flame Cross, even ordinary people can have the power to hunt monsters and hunt magic cores to be self-sufficient. Although the process is dangerous, the rewards are definitely huge. This is completely competing for jobs with those practitioners. How can this kind of thing not shock people? Of course the functions of these products are real, and they are in the store now, they just haven't been taken out yet. Qi Li was not surprised by Bu Yuyan's attitude. Because this kind of product that subverts conventional cognition will be questioned in itself. After all, a person's cognition is not so easy to change. But as long as someone tastes the sweetness, the speed of spread will also be unparalleled. In particular, these new products fit well with merchants. You know, merchants were born for the purpose of exchanging what is needed. Such good things can definitely spread to various city-states as quickly as possible through their hands. There is no doubt about this. Power, especially strong power, is always desirable. I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, I was a little out of control just now. It's just that the new products this time are really too strong. No, I should say, the appeal they bring to me is really too great. Although Bu Yuyan had calmed down, her face was still filled with wonder. If nothing else, let's just say that the defensive capabilities of this Thunder Cross will definitely make countless people who can afford this product flock to it. After all, there are only a handful of powerful practitioners. Most people are still struggling on this path, and there are even more people who are not even qualified to embark on this path of cultivation. Therefore, when facing such a powerful weapon, it is impossible not to be tempted. It doesn't matter. It's a good thing that new products are attractive. Don't worry too much. Chi Lu waved his hand, and then continued, and besides these new products, I have another thing to tell you. What's going on? From now on, all purchase restrictions on goods will be relaxed, and there will not be as many requirements as before. What? When Bu Yuyan heard this, she was surprised at first, and then felt ecstatic. Because the restrictions mentioned by Chi Lu are definitely Bu Yuyan's biggest headache. There are still so many restrictions on doing business. If it weren't for the fact that the quality of the improved laser light is really excellent, so that those customers can willingly accept these requirements. If it had been any other store, I'm afraid it would have closed down long ago. But even so, it also had a great impact on the speed at which Bu Yuyan expanded her business. But now, all restrictions have been relaxed, and the happiest person is naturally Bu Yuyan. If we want to compete with the Foundry Hall, I would be a little worried if development speed is not faster. Chi Li said with a solemn expression. Originally, Chi Li's plan was to show up in front of the casting hall after the Yi family had developed to a certain level. In this case, even if the Zhuwu Palace wants to deal with the Bu family, it will not help. It's just that now, it's too early for the Bu family to be exposed in front of a casting hall. If Bu Yuyan had not released that Shigui before in Fian City, it would have made the casting hall suspicious of the Bu family's strength, thereby delaying development. Chi Li thought the same way before. It's a pity that people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations, and plans cannot keep up with changes. Therefore, Chi Li must also help the Bu family speed up their development. And it was Chi Lu who arranged for Gu Mingyuan to go to Bu Yuyan specifically in order to prevent the Foundry Hall from taking action against Bu Yuyan. Otherwise, a bomb-dropping airship would be enough to deal with most situations. Master Chi, don't worry. If these restrictions are relaxed, these products will become famous faster than you can imagine. This isn't Bu Yuyan talking nonsense, it's the fact. When a product is in a monopoly position and the quality is so high, it is difficult to think about whether it will become popular. What's more, the products Chi Lu brings out have no requirements for users at all. As long as you know how to use it and can afford the gold coins, even a child can use it. This is simply too friendly for those wealthy businessmen. Although businessmen are said to value profits over separation, strictly speaking, among those wealthy families with no shortage of money and food, who wouldn't accept a concubine? Who doesn't have a bunch of kids? From this point of view, Chi Lu was surprised by Jin Datsai, who had always been a loner. After all, as long as Jin Datsai is looking for him, there are many people in Yuanshan City who are willing to come to him. However, this guy doesn't seem to be interested in these things, and he only thinks about how to expand his industry. But leave aside this special case. Most wealthy businessmen do not have many wives and concubines at home, but they certainly have many children. Because you have children, you can continue your bloodline. Otherwise, what is the use of earning so many gold coins and building such a big foundation? 100 years later, it will not be a handful of less. The lifespan of such a thing, even if it is a powerful person, is only 1,000 years at most. Not to mention these ordinary people. Therefore, even for the sake of their children, wealthy businessmen and even some well-off families will rush to buy these products like crazy. Especially the Thunder Cross and the Soul-Locking Pillar. For ordinary people, it is simply a self-defense weapon. There is no need to buy too many. 2 or 3 Thunder Crosses are enough to protect the safety of the whole family. Just wait for the durability to run out and remember to replace it in time. It is impossible for a product that is priced in gold coins to have the property of never wearing out. Otherwise, how would Qi Lu collect the power off faith? That's all I have to say, I'll leave the rest to you. Qi Lu said very freely. Qi Lu still has no doubts about Bu Yuyan's business talent. In the Fian Chamber of Commerce, he helped the Bu family fight against the Yu family and the Yan family for so many years. If he didn't have any ability, he would have been eaten to the bone without even leaving any bones. Now, the Bu family is the only one left in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Now that the internal obstacles have been eliminated, it's time to break through the external obstacles. Please feel free to leave it to me. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu seriously, and then nodded vigorously. The hint of admiration in his eyes can only be buried deep in his heart. Because Bu Yuyan clearly knew that with her current status, she was not worthy of Qi Lu at all. If nothing else, just looking at the 2 powerful heroes standing next to her can clearly show the gap between them. But it does not matter. After getting such an excellent opportunity, Bu Yuyan believed that she would be able to catch up with Qi Lu little by little. Even if Qi Lu is always left behind, as long as he can see Qi Li's back, that his hope. After there are no purchase restrictions, the speed of distribution is indeed faster than imagined. After all, Qi Lu underestimated the acceptance and enthusiasm of people in his world for these products. But think about it, for a group of guys who believe in the god of forging, anything that can be forged is acceptable. Qualifications may limit ordinary people's forging skills, but they cannot limit imagination. The products presented by Qi Lu may surprise or even shock people, but they will never make them feel weird. Because in essence, whether it is a flaming cross, a thundering cross or a soul-locking pillar, the principle lies in the use of fighting spirit or magic power. But how exactly does it work? Does it have anything to do with ordinary people? In a technological world, do people who use mobile phones need to know how to make mobile phones? Impossible. As long as it is good, there is no market for it. Especially for such powerful weapons, buy more. Even if you don't use them now, you will be able to use them in the future. So under Qi Li's miscalculation, he suddenly discovered that even if there were no purchase restrictions, the shipping speed seemed to be a bit slow. The reason is that there is only one vending point. In other words, there is only one warehouse that supplies goods, and no matter how fast the delivery speed is, it is just that. And Gu Kahui has always been guarding Yuanshan City for this reason. No matter what happens, Qi Lu cannot let outsiders do the supply warehouse matters, and he will not even let others know about it. System, is there any way you can build more vending points? If that doesn't work, just build a few more warehouses. Qi Lu, who couldn't think of a good way, naturally made up his mind in the system. When you are in doubt, there is no quantum mechanics in this world, so you can only look for the system. System, host, this system really can't help you with this matter. Aren't the benefits enough? Qi Lu immediately replied. System, what does this have to do with benefits? Host, please don't slander the innocence of this system at will. This system is upright and has clean hands, so how can it be possible to reap benefits? It's almost the same for 2 meals and a drink. You'd better tell me the specific reason. Qi Lu has a lot of experience in communicating with a system that is so narcissistic. The first one is to dig out key information from the conversation. Otherwise, you will be led astray at any time. System, actually, the reason is very simple. Setting up automatic vending points is the function of the barrier gate, and the warehouse is the building that comes with the automatic vending points. System, if you want to add a vending point, there are only two ways. One is to upgrade the barrier gate, but this system is not currently able to .hat. With this two-stroke system, it's really satisfying to admit your difficulties. Is this the so-called new rejection method of exposing one's shortcomings and retreating in order to advance? That's really awesome. Qi Le thought silently in his heart, feeling more and more that this stingy system was losing face. System, the second method is for this system to personally communicate with the will of heaven and earth in this world, but Qi Le can guess the rest even if the system doesn't say it. The will of heaven and earth in this world has been wiped out, so how can we still communicate with a hammer? Is there no other way? Qi Le still wants to fight for it. System, not yet. TSK. Qi Le sighed involuntarily, feeling that this matter was really difficult. It is true that Qi Le does not need to worry about the distribution of goods, but the supply of goods still has to be taken care of by Qi Le. Otherwise, Qi Le wouldn't have to worry so much. The shipping speed of a warehouse, no matter how fast it is extremely powerful if it can supply it to 20 city-states and ensure that there is no shortage of goods. Not to mention the goods supplied by Qi Le are in short supply. There is no need to worry about sales at all. So let alone 20 city-states, even if there are 10 city-states, they have to work hard to supply, otherwise it will not be enough. But what good can 10 city-states do? It is no exaggeration to say that there must be at least dozens of city-states under the command of the Jiu Palace, and this is a city-state that is fully controlled. As for the city-states affected by the power of the casting hall, there are at least hundreds of them. One of the biggest behemoths in the world today is no joke. In the current situation, if the Bu family wants to compete with the Jiu Palace, it is still far away. In a real battle between major forces, it is completely not enough to simply compete with the strength of the top experts. After all, this is not a martial arts competition. Just compete with one Ortwo, and that's it. You must know that after the great power is broken, the resources, industries, and cultivators attached to them that are left behind will take time and enough strength to digest. If you are not strong enough, you can only give others an advantage. Because no matter which major force collapses, it is a once-in-a-lifetime event. When something like this happens, no one wants to be left behind, and everyone will want to get a piece of the pie. However, when the party that destroys this big force has enough power, that would make other forces only dare to drink soup, but not eat meat. That's why Qi Le helped Bu Yuyan develop the Bu family quickly. Otherwise, Qi Le could just go and get rid of the master of the casting hall. Why go to all the trouble? Isn't it just to invest in a behemoth that is unique in the world, so that you can save some worry when selling things? That's right, in the final analysis, Qi Le's purpose remains the same. It's just that the process is a little more complicated. Ahem. Just when Qi Le frowned and looked melancholy, a slight cough suddenly came from his mind. However, this coughing sound did not sound like a cold, but seemed to attract Qi Le's attention. System, is this the sound you made? Qi Le was stunned for a moment, then asked, tentatively. Although Qi Le had long been used to the sudden sound in his mind, the sound this time was obviously different from the system. Instead, he looked a little older. System, the host, as you think, is not. Qi Le was startled, and suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up. Qi Le thought this sudden coughing sound was coming from the system, so he just asked. But now that he was denied by the system, Qi Le immediately felt a little unsafe. A voice that can avoid him and the system's perception and appear directly in his mind. It takes a powerful person with terrifying strength to do this. At least in terms of realm, it is already crushed. System, but host, you don't have to worry, because this system already knows what the sound is. Just when Qi Lu was looking around on alert, the system's voice rang again. And he also brought some news that could make Qi Lu feel a little more at ease. If you know, please tell me quickly, I'm almost scared to death. Qi Lu wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and said with lingering fear. This was the first time Qi Lu had encountered this kind of thing, and he had to be nervous to show respect. After all, there are really not many situations that can make Qi Lu nervous now. System, I don't know, host. Do you still remember the jade plate? Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm not Alzheimer's, can I still remember this? Qi Lu replied contemptuously. System, as long as the host remembers it, the source of this sound is actually the ancient remnant soul that was reshaped from the jade plate. What the hell? Qi Lu was really shocked now. How long has passed since the time when the remnant soul of the ancient world began to be reshaped? How could it be completed so quickly? The function of the power of faith is a bit too powerful. System, host, you have become uneducated again. Reshaping and reshaping successfully are completely different concepts. I was just too surprised and didn't react for a while. After being reminded by the system, Qi Lu also reacted. The difference between reshaping and reshaping successfully is indeed huge. Just like a brave level cultivator and a strong level master, they have also embarked on this path, but can their strength be the same? Although it is very difficult to reshape the ancient remnant soul, compared to completely restoring the strength of the ancient remnant soul, the difficulty is not even a bit different. As for the current situation, it depends on what the system wants. It should be the cast jade plate that reshaped the ancient remnant soul, but the strength remains to be discussed. But why did the ancient remnant soul make a sound this time? Qi Lu asked again. This has never happened before. System, well, to be honest, this system just found out that this thing can actually talk. Oh? Did it turn out that the system didn't know about this at all? Qi Lu felt a little more balanced. At least it proved that he and the system were still on the same level and had not been surpassed by this guy. Then what should we do next? Qi Lu has never encountered this kind of thing, so now he can only ask the system honestly. This is a fine tradition, so don't be ashamed to ask. System, don't be too anxious, host. The reborn ancient remnant soul seems to have its own consciousness. Although it is very weak, it should be able to communicate. Can you communicate? That's the best. Qi Lu was afraid that he would not be able to communicate. If he misunderstood the meaning, there would be problems. And more importantly, even if there is a problem, Qi Lu may not know where the problem lies. Ahem. Another coughing sound came. It's just that this time the coughing sound is much clearer, and one can clearly hear the age and vicissitudes in it. It's like a voice from ancient times. Well, this description seems to be correct. Please, can you hear me? After Qi Lu heard this voice, he immediately started communicating to see if could find out the details of this ancient remnant soul. Who is calling me? Qi Li's question quickly received a response. It's just that the tone of this response was rather indifferent, as if it didn't contain any emotion. And he was aloof, with a sense of contempt for everything. Qi Li raised his eyebrows. Although he was a little unhappy with the tone, he still said patiently, "It's me calling you." "Who are you? Why are you calling me?" An indifferent voice soon sounded and questioned Qi Lu. This made Qi Lu scratch the back of his head, and then asked the system in his mind, "Is this guy really a reshaped ancient remnant soul? Why does he speak in such a weird tone?" System, logically speaking, it should be correct. You know it's logical, but in this situation, we can't look at it logically. Qi Lu suddenly had a headache. With this tone, it is really difficult to continue communicating. System, this. Forget it, I guess you don't know what to do if I ask you. I'd better do it myself. Qilu interrupted the system, and then continued to communicate with the ancient remnant soul. My name is Qilu. If my identity is correct, I should be regarded as your benefactor. If this guy is really the remnant soul of the ancient times that has been reshaped, then what Qilu said is not wrong. This is because the ancient remnant soul was reshaped from the cast jade plate with the help of the power of faith, and the source of the power of faith is Qilu and the system. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the term benefactor. Benefactor? Be bold. However, the indifferent voice immediately shouted angrily, seeming to disagree with this statement. What the hell? Qilu was so overwhelmed by this sentence that he didn't know how to speak. There is no way to communicate. From the beginning, this guy has always had a condescending attitude. He even calls himself I. What kind of era are these titles? But for an ancient remnant soul, this is probably normal. Do you know who I am? How dare you claim to be my benefactor here? This guy who called himself I ignored Qilu's mood and continued to question. But his tone was as condescending as ever, and everything in his words was contempt for Qilu. Who the hell are you? How the hell do I know? Qilu, who had always been easygoing, was angered and said a lot of elegant words on the spot, but fortunately he restrained himself in the end. You are indeed an ignorant young man, so I will tell you. I am the will of this world. The guy who calls himself I said it proudly, and his tone was even more arrogant and arrogant. Heaven and earth, will. Qilu was stunned and subconsciously wanted to ask the system. Because in the past, everything that came into contact with the will of heaven and earth was the system, Qilu had never cared about this issue. System, host, don't look for this system. This system really doesn't know. I guess you don't know either. Qilu asked subconsciously, but he didn't really have any hope in his heart. If the system knew about it, it would have told it long ago. How could it wait until now? So if you want to get the answer, you still have to start with this extremely arrogant guy. You claim to be the will of heaven and earth, so I don't know what your name is? Qilu put the system aside, and then began to ask about this guy who claimed to be the will of heaven and earth. Although Qilu doesn't quite believe it in his heart, let's just leave it at that for now. The name of the will of heaven and earth is consistent with the name of this world. Of course, sometimes it doesn't work. After all, the will of heaven and earth itself will not realize the name of the world it controls. My name is Zhu Bao. The proud voice soon sounded. Cast treasure, cast treasure? It looks more high-end and classy than castings. Qilu took out the cast jade plate that was temporarily stored in the system with his backhand, then stared at the cast jade plate and asked, then what ability do you have to be so proud? Since the ancient remnant soul is reshaped from the cast jade plate. Then this so-called will of heaven and earth should also be in the cast jade plate. Ability? How dare you question my ability? As expected, the sound this time did not appear in Qilu's mind. But it can still appear directly in Qilu's ears. From this point of view, the guess is not wrong. This self-proclaimed casting treasure will of heaven and earth is indeed in the jade plate of castings. In that case, Zhu Bao should be transformed from the remolded ancient remnant soul. But what is the principle? We have to continue testing. Of course I'm not questioning you, but I may not have seen much of the world, so I want to broaden my horizons. You, sir, have a lot, so I probably won't mind. Qilu naturally caught Zhu Bao's words. As the will of heaven and earth, it is natural to be arrogant. Qilu does not care about such trivial matters. I see. I see that your attitude is sincere, so let me show you my power. Zhu Bao felt quite comfortable with Qilu's compliments and immediately said it was no problem. It seems that this guy is indeed a new will of heaven and earth. Qilu also confirmed this incident. As long as the will of heaven and earth is born a little longer, it will not listen to compliments. It simply despises everything. Those with insufficient realm cannot even think of sensing it. Let alone talking, it's just a dream. Boom. However, before Qi Lu could think about it, he found that the world he was in was shaken violently. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginably vast coercion suddenly appeared between the heaven and the earth, like a tsunami, covering the sky and earth. The momentum was so great that it was shocking. Soaring up into the sky, shaking down the earth. Wherever the pressure reached, no one could stand, they all knelt on the ground, trembling. This is the pressure of the peak power level. Qi Lu could clearly sense how terrifying this pressure was. Because Qi Lu had borrowed the power of this level from the system when he was in the northern mountains, so he knew it clearly. At the peak of the powerhouse level, one can completely control the world around them. Those who are not in the same realm will never be able to withstand it. Even if Zhu Bao is just a new will of heaven and earth, it can still possess such terrifying power. It is indeed a tyrannical will that can only be born by condensing the power off this world. At this moment, Qi Lu had nothing to doubt. Because in this world without the destiny of heaven and earth, apart from the will of heaven and earth itself, it is impossible for any other cultivator to possess this level of power. Only Qi Lu is an exception. However, even if he borrows the power from the peak of the strong level, it won't take long for Qi Lu to collapse. It is absolutely impossible to do it with such ease as Zhu Bao. Fortunately, the treasure was created just to demonstrate its power, so there was no intention to hurt anyone in this vast coercion. Otherwise, the place where this pressure is shrouded would probably be littered with corpses. I have seen your powerful power. Please take this power back. After Qi Lu sighed in his heart, he quickly said to Zhu Bao. Qi Lu, who possesses the psychic shock skill, is not afraid of this vast pressure, but others are not. Even if Zhu Bao itself does not mean to hurt anyone, this terrible pressure has lasted for a long time, and the damage caused unconsciously is not something ordinary people can bear. As long as you know, my strength is definitely not comparable to that of juniors like you. Zhu Bao followed the words and restrained his pressure, but still spoke arrogantly. But this time, Qi Lu felt that this guy was still a bit arrogant. The peak power of the strong level, let alone in this world, even in the northern mountains, can walk sideways. System, I can now confirm that this guy really is the will of heaven and earth in this world, but the situation still seems a little wrong. After confirming his guess, Qi Lu immediately called the system. System, what's wrong? Strength is too strong. Qi Lian answered concisely. If a remnant soul from the ancient times could be so powerful, what kind of monster must he have been during his lifetime? Therefore, it stands to reason that there should be no connection between the will of heaven and earth and the remnant souls of ancient times. System, host, I wonder if you have ever thought about it. In fact, this is the result of the power of faith? The power of faith? Wait, it makes sense to say so. An idea flashed in Qi Li's mind, his eyes lit up, his thoughts became active, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. The cast jade plate is a treasure condensed from this piece of heaven and earth. In Qi Li's original guess, the cast jade plate was most likely the seat of the will of heaven and earth, but it was later discovered that it was not. However, Qi Lu now has new speculation. That is, the casting jade plate is actually a prop used to select new seeds of the will of heaven and earth. The ancient remnant souls fit perfectly with the rules of this world, so they were selected by the casting jade plate, absorbed and then reshaped, condensing into the will of heaven and earth. This makes sense. In this process, the power of faith replaces the function of the destiny of heaven and earth. In that case, wouldn't the power of faith be a treasure of the same level as the luck of heaven and earth? When he thought of this, Qi Lu immediately looked at the cast jade plate suspended in front of him and asked tentatively, "Do you need the power of faith?" "What do you mean by need?" "The power of faith belongs to me. All creatures in his world should believe in me." Zhu Bao said it very domineeringly, with a very confident tone. Okay, confirmed. This guy really uses the power of faith as the destiny of heaven and earth. When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately confirmed his idea and told the system about the matter. Because this is indeed a bit rare, Qi Lu is not sure that there will be no problems with the will of heaven and earth that grows in a unique way. System, although this matter is unusual, the host does not need to worry too much. Judging from the current situation, nothing bad has happened. I know there's nothing wrong yet. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, thinking and speaking at the same time, so his speech was a little slow. Honestly, before this, I thought a new forging god would be born in the jade plate of castings. After all, gods need the power of faith. But the appearance of Zhu Ba was really beyond my expectation, so I'm not sure now whether the god of forging has died. In this case, the competition for the power of faith will change from 2 parties to 3 parties. Qi Lihi system, Zhu Bao, and the god of forging. From this point of view, one thing is certain, and that is that the god of forging is not the will of heaven and earth in this world. He might even be a plunderer of this world. Having said this, Qi Li's face had become quite solemn and serious. When the system came to this world, it told Qi Li that the will of heaven and earth itself would not give up the last piece of destiny, leading to its own annihilation. Unless there is a strong person who takes the initiative and deliberately seizes this last piece of luck. And now that I think about it, the one with the greatest motivation is probably the god of forging. Because a truly strong person will not believe in gods. But the will of heaven and earth will instinctively derive the destiny of heaven and earth, thus giving birth to strong men in disguise. At this point, there is a fundamental conflict between the god of forging and the will of heaven and earth. They are natural opposites in terms of stance. However, the will of heaven and earth is only the product of the extremely condensed instinct of this world. Although it has the instinct to survive, it is not aggressive. But gods are different. They are different from the will of heaven and earth. They not only have instincts, but also their own thoughts and various desires, and they will take the initiative to eliminate their enemies. So, it's very possible. Qi Li came to a conclusion. System, hey, host, your imagination is quite strong, you can even think off such a thing. What I call logical thinking and reasoning ability, okay? If you don't understand, you can tell me first, and can you please stop praising others? The corner of Qi Li's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The boasting ability off this 2-stroke system really hasn't changed at all. It's the same as before, sloppy. Fortunately, Qi Li was used to it and didn't worry too much. Instead, he continued, however, it is a good thing for us to understand that the god of forging and the will of heaven and earth are not one. System, good thing? Isn't there another opponent? With the system's low IQ, the best one can think of is that casting treasure also requires the power of faith, so the 2 sides should be enemies. Since there is an additional enemy, and it is such a powerful enemy, how can it be a good thing? That's why I said you are ignorant and incompetent. Qi Li took the opportunity to retort the system's mocking words to him, and then continued to explain, the so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend. The relationship between the will of heaven and earth and the god of forging is not harmonious, so don't we have the same purpose as him? The god of forging once plotted against the will of heaven and earth in this world. So now Zhu Bao will come to snatch the power of faith, and Qi Lu is more willing to believe that this guy is taking revenge on the god of forging. Restore your own strength, by the way. Everything in the world will hold grudges, but the way of holding grudges is different. If Qi Lu can bring Zhu Bao over as an ally, then when the god of forging comes to trouble him, he won't have to panic so much. Just let the 2 old rivals fight first, while Qi Lu follows behind to take advantage. System, yeah, why didn't this system think of this? Host, your brain is really good. Accompanied by the system's sudden realization, there was also Qi Lu's slightly contemptuous voice, this is just because your brain is not working well. Do you still need to speak for the wisdom and martial arts of this host? However, the system did not refute this time. Instead, it was a little excited. System, then what should we do next? It's very simple, just watch me trick it into lameness. Chila said confidently. Everyone wants to do something like picking up bargains. Needless to say, the system is stingy and greedy for money, and Qi Lu is certainly one of them. So Qi Lu cleared his throat slightly and said to Zhu Bao, who was still full of arrogance, I also think you are right. The power of faith in this world should belong to you. That's natural. I really didn't misjudge you. Zhu Bao responded naturally and immediately regarded Qi Lu as one of his own. Newborns always want to be recognized by others. Even if it is an unruly guy like Zhu Bao, it is even the will of heaven and earth in this world, but as long as its spiritual intelligence still exists, it is a newborn. At least there's not much difference in personality. Of course, if this guy retained his previous memories, that would be a different matter. However, currently, this has not happened. So Qi Lu can still cheat with confidence. It's just that, although I have always felt this way, there is a thief who is unwilling to hand over the power of faith and tries to rebel against you. Moreover, this thief also tries to snatch the power of faith that should belong to you. Qi Lu told lies, without blinking an eye. The expression is extremely sincere, and the tone is even more sincere. The difficulty of the performance is worthy of 5 stars. What are you talking about? There is such a thief. How dare you ignore me? Say, who is this thief? I want to meet him in person. Hearing this, Zhu Bao became furious and shouted loudly. Although the method of provoking a general is simple, it is especially effective for a guy like this who doesn't know much about the city and thinks highly of himself. Qi Lu was not surprised by Zhu Bao's reaction, so he immediately said, it's just that the thief is very powerful, I'm afraid. Qi Lu deliberately didn't say the next words. But Zhu Bao just has no city, and he is not stupid. After listening to the first half of the sentence, he can certainly guess what Qi Lu wants to say in the second half. So he immediately said proudly, there is nothing to be afraid of. No matter how strong the thief is, how strong can he be? Can he be stronger than me? Of course not. You are the will of heaven and earth. Of course those bold thieves cannot compare with you. Qi Lu was not stingy with his compliments. Anyway, he didn't need gold coins to say good things. If you can use a few kind words to push out the cast treasure and confront the god of forging, it will be a huge profit. That's right, in that case, you can tell me boldly, who dares to disobey me? Zhu Bao said domineeringly. I can't say that he is arrogant, but he feels that he is a little too proud. But what does this have to do with Qi Lu, because this is what Qi Lu wants? Then let me tell you, this bold thief, who claims to be the god of forging and has taken away your faith, is really abominable. Qi Lu pretended to be indignant and said, through gritted teeth. It was as if he could feel the same pain as Zhu Bao, and feel extremely sad for it. God of forging? I remember this name. Where is he? Zhu Bao repeated it, obviously stunned for a moment, and then asked again. Qi Lu noticed this momentary pause, and then realized that the title God of Forging might be hidden deep in Zhu Bao's subconscious. That would confirm Qi Li's guess even more. There must have been an intersection between the God of Forging and the will of heaven and earth in this world, but whether it was grudge or enmity is unclear. But Qi Lu felt that the possibility of enmity was far greater than that of kindness. So when faced with Zhu Bao's question, Qi Lu answered truthfully. I don't know where the god of forging is, but I know that he is indeed plundering the power of faith. And he has always regarded the power of faith as his property. Even if we didn't look for him, he will probably come to us. When Qi Lu said this, he still left some room. After all, Qi Lu doesn't know whether the god of forging has died, so the god of forging may not appear. Qi Li's wooing of Zhu Bao was just a precautionary measure. What you said makes sense. If you don't know the situation and act rashly, it will waste my time. It's better to wait for work. After Zhu Bao heard this, he said with great agreement. In that case, you might as well stay with me for the time being so that we can coordinate with each other in time. Qi Lu made another suggestion. I feel very relieved that you can consider me so thoughtfully, so I'll do as you say. Zhu Bao thought for a moment and agreed to Qi Li's suggestion. He had a good will of heaven and earth, but suffered from no experience in communicating with others, and was eventually fooled by Qi Lu. How about it, system, have you learned it? Qi Lu asked proudly in his mind, while putting away the cast jade plate carrying the cast treasure. System, the old fox is indeed an old fox, he is just awesome. Hey, I'm kindly teaching you my unique skills, why are you still scolding me? Qi Lu was unhappy when he heard this. What does old fox mean? Can wit and cunning mean the same thing? If you don't know how to praise others, don't praise them. Even the good things you say can be distorted. There is really nothing wrong with saying that this Irby system is ignorant and incompetent. System, host, you can't say that. The system detected this word in your mind, it, is indeed used to praise a person for his scheming. After all this time, you still haven't figured out the difference between being resourceful and cunning? Qi Lu immediately forgave this system with insufficient IQ. Sometimes it's really boring to compete with this kind of guy, because there is a difference in vocabulary recognition between the two, so it is certainly difficult to communicate. Forget it, don't mention this anymore. Qi Lu waved his hand, interrupting System who seemed to want to say something. Then he changed the topic and said, you said before that if you can talk Toth will of the world in this world, you can set up more vending points. Is it true? System, it's just possible. Then try your best. I think this guy is pretty easy to talk to. Of course you have to follow what he says. Qi Lu nodded, indicating that he would let the system go and try. Although Zhu Bao is a bit arrogant, it is his natural aura. With this capital, why not be more arrogant? The will of heaven and earth can be broken and cannot be humiliated, and only by being arrogant can it be unstoppable. If one is submissive, then this world will probably be doomed. However, I don't know whether to say that the system and Zhu Bao share the same goals, or that the system is quite talented in negotiation. It won't take a moment until the sound from the distant system disappears. System, host, the negotiation has been reached, and automatic vending points can now be added. So fast? What did you tell him? Can he promise you to share the power of his faith? Qi Leke still remembers Zhu Bao's attitude towards the power of faith. Quite determined. If the system directly told Zhu Bao about this, it would be much more serious than pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. What's more, judging from the amount of power of faith collected by opening vending points, it is not pulling out teeth from the tiger's mouth, but cutting the flesh from the tiger's body. If he could avoid being bitten by a tiger, he would be a really cruel person. System, I didn't say anything. I just asked it if it wanted luck from heaven and earth. If so, I would agree to a few conditions of this system. It's that simple? Qi Lu was stunned. System, it's that simple. The tone of the system is quite certain. It seems that it is not an intentional attack, but it is indeed the case. Yes, I was so distracted just now. Why did I forget that for the will of heaven and earth, the fate of heaven and earth is the most important thing? Qi Lu slapped his head and suddenly thought of this matter. Obtaining the power of faith should logically be an act of revenge for Zhu Bao. Although the power of faith is indeed useful for casting treasures, judging from the needs, the priority of the luck of the world must be higher than the power of faith. Okay, no matter what, the most important thing is done. Qi Lu thinks it's better not to pay too much attention to the process. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. The system is still much better than stooges, and it is normal to help with some mistakes and omissions. Now that the problem of automatic vending points has been solved, next, Wayne to start selling a large amount of goods outside. Thinking of this, Sheila felt inexplicably excited. Then, by the way, the system and automatic vending points can be added. What about the simulation robots guarding the store? Why don't you help arrange them? Sheila suddenly thought of this question. If there is no strong enough person to guard it, there is no guarantee that someone will not take the risk. After all, some practitioners don't like to follow the rules that much. System, host, you have so many demands. You don't care? That's fine. Anyway, it's you who lose, not me. Sheila shrugged and said, quite casually. Although Chi Lu will definitely share the loss of the vending point, but this kind of problem is a matter of who feels more distressed. So clearly, the stingy system loses. System, wait a minute, this system didn't say it doesn't care, but the host needs to provide half of the energy to create the simulated robot. But if you lose, and the system still doesn't want to take all the losses. Okay, deal. Sheila said it very boldly, with a victor's look on his face. In fact, if Sheila didn't know how to make a simulated robot or how to bless ancient runes, then Sheila would have wanted to build it himself. After all, if you want to distribute goods, the most important thing is the shipping warehouse, and there must be no problems. Sheila couldn't leave this matter to anyone else, so he had to let the hardworking and uncomplaining simulation robot do it. In this way, all the preparations have been made and everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. As the scope of supply continues to expand, the Bu family's influence covers more and more city-states. Chi Lu only needs to be responsible for finding a suitable city-state and setting up a vending point. Those newly manufactured simulation robots are naturally inferior to Gu Minju in terms of strength. After all, they are mass-produced and are certainly different from the special versions. But compared to Gu Ku, it's not much different. What's interesting, however, is that, to a stereotypical degree, these guys seem to be cut from the same mold. Basically, being expressionless is a necessary skill, and the tone and speed of speaking are also as if they are programmed. The only difference is probably the appearance and voice of these guys. Because it is not appropriate to make them all have the same appearance. And with the continuous establishment of new vending points, Bujia's expansion speed has become faster and faster. And a little bit. When the Foundry Palace attacked Fian City, Bu Yuyan took the opportunity to screen out all the people with evil intentions in the Bu family, and those who remained were all trustworthy clan members. Therefore, in the process of the Bu family's power expansion, there were not so many troubles. Otherwise, those fights for power and overt and covert fights would be annoying to death. However, the Bu family members in Fian City have indeed been screened, but the people in other city-states have not been screened yet. And Bu Yuyan didn't want to be delayed by these things at this time. So we can only choose to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. After several severe rectifications, the Bu family's development, although fast, has been quite stable. In the entire Bu family, no one dared to make trouble, and no one was arrogant or domineering. Because all the powerful combat power is in the hands of Bu Yuyan. All positions of power are in the hands of trusted tribesmen. As for those tribesmen who have not yet gained trust, they are all sent to the grassroots level, to see the effects. Those who are arrogant and domineering will not be able to hold power. Those who bully others will not be promoted. Those with evil intentions will be expelled directly. During this process, forces large and small continued to come and surrender. Because they have the products provided by Qi Lu, the resources the Bu family has are actually no worse than those of the Zhuwu Palace. And for those cultivators who are not strong enough, the attraction is even higher than that of the casting hall. After all, in the forging hall, if you want to obtain the good weapons created by the forging masters, you must have enough contribution points. However, where can practitioners with insufficient strength provide contribution value? Therefore, once the Bu family rose to prominence, various small and medium-sized forces flocked to it. Isn't it nice to have high-quality weapons that can be bought with gold coins? You have to do something based on contribution value. However, Bu Yuyan was extremely strict in censoring those forces that surrendered. Past bad deeds are the first threshold for review. Any force that has too many bad deeds will be rejected and will not be accommodating. Bu Yuyan hoped that the Bu family she led would be a decent family, not a place where filth and evil spread. So the requirements for those vassals who surrendered were the same. In this process, the shock brought by the bombing airship also helped a lot. At least there is no force that has the intention of directly dealing with Bu Yuyan. Because from the moment they saw the bombing airship, they knew that this idea was impossible. However, during the period of rapid development of the Bu family, the casting hall seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. He seemed to turn a blind eye to the Bu family's rapid expansion. Seems quite strange. This is also something that puzzles Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. Could it be that the foundry hall suddenly became more generous? But if you think about it carefully, you will know that it is impossible. The prestige of Jiu Hui Palace has been established for a long time. After so many years of prestige, it was not just once or twice that he used his power to bully others, but suddenly he became more honest, which was not normal at all. What's more, there is a dispute between the Bu family and the Jiu Hui Palace. Therefore, this kind of silence does not make people feel at ease. Instead, it makes people feel a sense of urgency that a storm is coming. Is it a conspiracy? Or, infighting? Qi Lu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said this slowly. Infighting? Bu Yuyan's feelings about this word are obviously more profound. The Fian Chamber of Commerce collapsed due to internal strife. Although Yuyan had no regrets about the outcome, she would never forget it. The power dispute is far more complicated and cruel than imagined. Compared to the Jiu Hui Palace, the Bu family is just an insignificant role. Compared to taking down the next step, the temptation to control the Foundry Palace is obviously greater. Qi Lu said, quite firmly. This is not an analysis, but an explanation. Qi Lu didn't know exactly what was going on inside the Jiu Hui Palace, but he could tell something from their movements. Seeing the rise of the Bu family without taking any action, they were either waiting for the opportunity or unable to take action. Because from the perspective of the casting hall, the cast jade plate is still in the hands of the Bu family. So there is absolutely no such thing as neglect. As long as the casting palace wants to take away the casting jade plate, it must come to find the Bu family instead of being silent like now. Then think further. The Bu family is really not a challenging opponent for the casting palace, so the idea of waiting for the opportunity is naturally self-defeating. Just like a hunter going hunting. If you are hunting wild boars, you naturally need to be fully prepared, but what if you are hunting rabbits? In the eyes of the casting hall, the Bu family is actually not much different from a rabbit now. The biggest difference is that it is just a stronger rabbit. So, the final conclusion comes out. It must be that the Jiu Hui Palace cannot spare any time to deal with the Bu family. The most likely reason for not being able to take action is internal fighting. After all, the only way for such a powerful behemoth to keep them busy is internal fighting. As for other forces, even if they can shake the Foundry Palace, they probably won't do such things to cause trouble for themselves. Because if you are not careful, it may be a disaster. But even if there is internal fighting, it's impossible for the casting hall to be as quiet as it is now. Bu Yuyan was still a little confused after listening to Qi Li's explanation. Normally, that's true. Qi Li nodded slightly, confirming Bu Yuyan's question. Even if two hunters were fighting, it would be impossible for a rabbit to escape. But what if the two hunters don't know whether they are hunting a rabbit or a deer? Then the situation is different. Fear and vigilance will make people tend to use safer means to solve problems, but they will also make people miss opportunities. Having said this, a smile appeared on Qi Li's face, and he said slowly, "So, if my guess is correct, the heroic cultivator you let go last time should not have returned to the casting hall, and was intercepted." "What? Who would be so bold as to intercept and kill a cultivator at the heroic level?" Bu Yuyan was startled by Qi Li's words, and then reacted suddenly in the next second. "Could it be? It seems you are not too stupid. Internal fighting is always cruel. For your own benefit, it is natural to undermine your opponent's strength." Qi Li shrugged and rested his elbows on his knees again. "So, what are we going to do next?" Bu Yuyan's eyes became a little confused and she asked subconsciously. "Next, the Bu family should be prepared, because the casting hall will not remain silent forever." Qi Li said lightly with a smile on his face. The attack on the foundry hall was a challenge for the Bu family, but not for Qi Li. Because Qi Li will not stay in this world forever, nor can he always help the Bu family deal with all kinds of troubles. So from the beginning, Qi Li never thought about using his own power to fight against the casting palace. What Qi Li plays is just a role of providing goods. If the Bu family wants to truly become a behemoth and be number one in the world, then these trials are the only way to go. After all, in the future, it is very likely that more hostile forces will appear to challenge the Bu family. At that time, Qi Li was unable to help. Simulation robots are rigid and inflexible. It is possible to let them guard a store, but it is still too difficult to let them open a store. So Qi Li needs Bu Yuyan to help open the store. It also requires the Bu family to truly grow up. Rather than just hiding behind Gu's simulated robots, dominating and bullying others. So next is the challenge that the Bu family is about to accept. If my prediction is correct, the person who will attack you this time should not be Duan Wenxin. Qi Li added another sentence at the end. Shirgui was intercepted on the way back to the foundry hall, so Duan Wenxin will definitely be suspicious of the Bu family's strength. But those who intercept and kill Shirgui will learn the true strength of the Bu family. So they are not afraid of the Bu family, but just don't take the Bu family seriously. Then, in the disputes within the foundry hall, if it comes time to use the foundry jade plate, the first one to take action against the Bu family will definitely be the party who knows the strength of the Bu family. The foundry hall is a mansion built in the shadows. Unlike the palace master's mansion where Duan Wenxin is located, this mansion is much more low-key. And the person staying in this mansion is naturally not the master of Zhiwu Palace, Duan Wenxin, but the Great Elder of Zhiwu Palace. Great Elder, Duan Wenxin has been gaining authority in the Zhiwu Palace for a long time, and there are not many people willing to choose us. Su Hengxiang stood in the hall, lowered his head slightly, and announced his arrival. There is an undercurrent surging inside the casting hall, and anyone with a little bit of experience will naturally be able to tell that something is wrong. So choosing to take sides has become a normal thing. Unless you want to do nothing for the rest of your life, you can choose to be neutral and not help each other. No matter who wins or loses, they will not care about this group of wallflowers. However, it is impossible for the resources in the Foundry Palace to be tilted towards these guys anymore. So if you still want to stay in the casting hall, you must make a choice. If you succeed, you will be a meritorious official. If you fail, you will be eliminated. As the palace master, Duan Wenxin is of course the best choice. Even though Duan Wenxin's prestige in the casting palace has declined due to repeated failures to retrieve the cast jade plate. But the palace master is still the palace master after all. Even if his prestige decreases, it cannot be compared to others. Therefore, the great elder of the Foundry Hall must take the initiative and draw in all the forces that may be leaning towards his side. After all, the difference between the status of the great elder and that of the palace master is only half a step. It is actually not an exaggeration to say that they are evenly matched. Just being equal in status does not mean that they are equal in prestige and power. The name of the palace master will always be more legitimate than that of the great elder. Unless the palace master is gone. I understand. It's just a pity that we can't touch that guy Duan Wenqin. The great elder of the foundry hall raised his head halfway, and did not look at Su Hengxiang. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, the elder opened his eyes, and slowly looked at Su Hengxiang. Go and get the cast jade plate back. We need to use our last bargaining chip to overwhelm Duan Wenqin. The great elder spoke very slowly, as if every word was the result of long thought. Yes, I understand, great elder. Su Hengxiang bowed slightly, responded, and then disappeared into the darkness. Only the great elder was left sitting in the hall, looking at the door of the mansion, lost in thought. Since your prestige is still there, I will use this last bargaining chip to shatter the remaining prestige of yours. 3 more days have passed since Qi Li's reminder. Although Bu Yuyan was more vigilant because of Qi Li's reminder, and the Bu family was also prepared. But the expected attack did not occur. The Bu family is still developing rapidly, and the scope of its influence is changing with each passing day, which makes the surrounding forces, large and small, amazed. This also made the Bu family relax their vigilance. But it was at noon today. Bu Yuyan was in the study room, flipping through the various documents that had been sent to her since the Bu family began to expand. A member of the Bu family suddenly broke in, with a look of panic on his face, and said breathlessly, eldest lady, something happened. Because Bu Yuyan has only taken over the power and responsibilities of the head of the family, and has not officially succeeded as the head of the Bu family. Therefore, the Bu family's name for Bu Yuyan has not changed yet. Don't be so panicked. What does this look like? Bu Yuyan raised her head, looked at the Bu family members who had barged in, frowned and asked, what happened? Please tell me. Yes. The Bu family members swallowed hard and tried their best to calm down their breathing. Then he quickly said, a large number of cultivators suddenly appeared in the surrounding city-states and began to attack our Bu family's property. And all the forces that cooperate with us and belong to us are within their attack range. What? Bu Yuyan was shocked, and then reacted immediately. These should be the actions of the casting hall. This is a comprehensive attack on the Bu family. The current situation is just the beginning. I understand, please exit first, and remember to comfort those who are attacked. After thinking about it, Bu Yuyan immediately waved her hand and turned away the person. No matter how much internal fighting there is in the foundry hall, it is still the most powerful force in the world. There are ways to deal with the Bu family who are just about to rise. The Bu family started out as a businessman and were originally bound to the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Now, even if it suddenly rises by relying on cooperation with Qi Lu, it still lacks a lot of foundation. Especially in the aspect of cultivators, there is no comparison with the casting hall. So being pressed and beaten is normal. It's just that the casting hall suddenly made such a move, it felt a bit like draining the bottom of the cauldron. Listing all forces that cooperate with and affiliate with the Bu family as targets of attack will undoubtedly make other forces think more carefully before joining the Bu family. And where is the name of the foundry hall? Those forces that are optimistic about the Bu family are undoubtedly working against the Zhuwu Palace. Not everyone has such courage. What a headache. Bu Yuyan couldn't help rubbing her eyebrows. Although she had previously thought about how to deal with it after the Zhuwu Palace took action, Bu Yuyan was still a little at a loss when things came to a close. Because the current overall strength comparison between the two is not of the same magnitude at all. If a fight really breaks out, the Bu family will undoubtedly be at an absolute disadvantage. The only advantage of the Bu family is probably that the Zhuwu Palace is still fighting among themselves, but the Bu family is Bu Yuyan. Someone, go call Tiehu and the others. Bu Yuyan knocked on the table, and the tribesmen who were guarding outside the study immediately ran out after answering. Soon, Jiu came to the study. "Miss Bu, is there anything you need to tell us this time?" As soon as Jiu entered the door, he saw Bu Yuyan's solemn face. He immediately realized that something big might be going on, so he asked quickly. "Do you know that the Bu family's property was attacked?" Bu Yuyan asked first. "I just heard about it." Jiu nodded and responded. "That's good. Now I need you to take the bombing airship to help the city-states that are most seriously attacked, and then take the opportunity to clear your power and recruit those forces who are willing to join the Bu family." Bu Yuyan continued. Tyrannical power is always one of the best recruitment conditions. It was only after the rise of the Bu family that the bombing airships never showed their power again except for a small battle in Fian City and the Jiu Hui Palace. Therefore, most of the forces that came to surrender to the Bu family did not actually know the combat effectiveness of bomb-dropping airships. What Bu Yuyan wants to do now is to promote the combat effectiveness of bomb-dropping airships. Let those guys know that the Bu family also has strong power, so there is none to fear the intimidation of the casting palace. After all, the Foundry Hall is a fairly loose organization. The tendency of resource allocation is quite serious. After weak practitioners enter, they are used as cannon fodder. It's not as free as the Bu family. Therefore, after Shanwei passes, the fear of the Foundry Hall will surely weaken a lot. "Okay, I'll go right away." Jiu also knew the seriousness of the situation, so after receiving the order, he immediately walked out. Bu Yuyan was left alone in the study to continue thinking. Since the casting palace has decided to take action, it can never be just such a simple attack. Just attacking a few city-states is not in line with the character of the Foundry Palace. Bu Yuyan guessed that the Jiu Hui Palace would definitely attack other city-states in the future. All the city-states covered by the Bu family could not escape the clutches of the Jiu Hui Palace. The purpose is to force Bu Yuyan to hand over the cast jade plate. Although this meaning was not stated clearly, it was not difficult to guess it with Bu Yuyan's wit. Because the information about bombing airships is on the surface. Therefore, in order to avoid this huge threat, acting separately is the best way to deal with it. After all, no matter how powerful the bombing airship is, there is only one. Faced with dozens of city-states being attacked at the same time, there was nothing they could do. And the meaning conveyed by the casting hall is this: if you don't want the Bu family to disappear, then hand over the casting jade plate honestly. But Bu Yuyan still had nothing to do. Because there are too few practitioners that the Bu family can mobilize now. We can only take one step at a time. Bu Yuyan, who couldn't think of any good ideas after thinking for a long time, could only wait for the situation to change. The bomb-dropping airship has been dispatched, and now we can only wait for the results. After starting from the casting hall. In the past few days, among all the city-states that have been attacked, the Bu family's industry has suffered heavy losses. The big and small forces close to the Bu family were not much better off either. They were all on the attack list of the Jiu Hui Palace. Many industries were also destroyed. There were countless casualties. Although Bu Yuyan wanted to continue waiting to see if there would be any improvement. But the situation no longer allows it. If we wait any longer, I am afraid that the little power that the Bu family has finally developed will be destroyed. After all, the bombing airship's various rescue efforts were only a drop in the bucket. And those big and small forces that are still waiting and watching are even more afraid of the Bu family's recruitment. He was afraid that if he accidentally got involved with the Bu family, he would be attacked by the casting palace. After all, the tyrannical behavior of the Jiu Hui Palace has not happened once or twice. Everyone knows that this behemoth has never been easy to talk to. Therefore, no one wants to challenge the majesty of the casting hall and bring trouble to themselves. After all, his skills are inferior to others, so he can only swallow his anger. Therefore, those large and small forces that originally wanted to get close to Bu family, or had already started to get close to the Bu family, began tossing away from the Bu family. It adds fuel to the current situation of the Bu family. How do you feel, Miss Bu? Do you still like the gift from the casting hall? Just when Bu Yuyan was sitting in the study and thinking hard, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. The sudden sound made Bu Yuyan's eyebrows jump in shock, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. Then he replied with an expressionless voice, "Is your style of conduct in the casting hall so sneaky?" "Of course not, Miss Bu, I'm just worried that I'll scare you." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the study. This man's face was somewhat feminine, and he was dressed in black robes. His eyes narrowed slightly when he looked at Bu Yuyan, as if he was smiling or looking at her. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Hengxiang, from the Foundry Hall." "Then you should know my name very well, so I won't introduce it. I wonder what is the purpose of your appearance here today?" Bu Yuyan asked in a bad tone. Anyone whose property is attacked like this will not be in a good mood. What's more, the number of casualties is even more shocking. That's why Bu Yuyan clearly expressed her dissatisfaction, because the conflict between the Bu family and the Zhuwu Palace has long been irreconcilable. He simply didn't even bother to save his face. It's very simple. As long as Miss Bu is willing to hand over the cast jade plate, our people can withdraw immediately. Su Hengxiang said with a smile. Obviously, the previous attack on the Bu family was just a show of force. The meaning of the expression is, if the Bu family is unwilling to compromise, then the Zhuwu Palace can make the Bu family disappear at any time. This is definitely not a joke. Moreover, the Zhuwu Palace also used this power to prove this matter. "Are you just here to make jade plates?" Bu Yuyan was a little annoyed and couldn't help asking angrily. "Certainly." Su Hengxiang nodded and answered naturally. "Then do you know how many people have been killed by your unprovoked attacks?" Bu Yuyan said through gritted teeth. "What does that have to do with me? In order to cast a jade plate, no matter how much you pay, it is worth it. This is just a warning." Su Hengxiang said it word by word, without any guilt in his tone. What does it mean to treat human life as nothing? This is called treating human life as nothing. In the eyes of the casting hall, as long as you can get what you want, other people's lives don't matter at all. That's it, I understand. Bu Yuyan's tone gradually became colder. It's good that you understand. If that's the case, then hand over the cast jade plate. It's not something that your Bu family is qualified to own. Su Hengxiang said disdainfully, his tone full of contempt for the Bu family. No, what I want to say is that the Forging Palace has been domineering for so many years. It has to take action to clean up all forces that dare to disobey itself. It also claims to be the spokesperson of the god of forging. But I understand now, you are not worthy. Bu Yuyan said coldly. If he cannot tolerate the existence of anyone who disobeys him, then his magnanimity must be too small. For what you want to get, do whatever it takes to get it. For this reason, no matter how many lives are destroyed in the process, there will be no hesitation. This kind of power is simply a scourge. Bold. Is the Foundry Hall also something you can discuss? Hearing this, Su Hengxiang's expression changed, and with an angry shout, he attacked Bu Yuyan. His right hand formed a fist and he punched out. The violent momentum instantly shattered the walls of the entire study room. If this punch hits Bu Yuyan, then it is no surprise that Bu Yuyan without any cultivation will never be able to withstand this blow. However, there is no chance of this happening. Gu Mingyuan. But he heard Bu Yuyan shout loudly. In the study room, a figure flashed past, like a flash of black light, pausing in front of Su Hengxiang. Puff. Then in the next second, Su Hengxiang flew out and hit the ground heavily. a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the corridor outside the study red. How is it possible that there is such a strong person protecting you by your side? Su Hengxiang looked at Bu Yuyan in horror, completely confused as to why a strong man of this level would come to protect an ordinary person with no cultivation. And with the power of the Bu family, it is impossible to recruit such a powerful person. The strong men who can knock back Su Hengxiang with one blow are the ones at forefront even in the casting hall. There is no reason at all. Nothing is impossible, it's just because there are too many examples of Your Highness Zhu's evil hands. Bu Yuyan stood up and said with a cold face. Qila kept Gu Mingyuan with Bu Yuyan just to prevent this kind of thing from happening. It is too common for a force like the Zhuwu Palace to use its power to bully others. If you don't take precautions, you will be underestimating the enemy. In other words, you trust the other person's character too much. The jade plate of castings will not be handed over to you, and the Bu family will never admit defeat. The scourge of the casting hall should have disappeared long ago. Bu Yuyan ignored Su Hengxiang's ugly expression and continued talking. Negotiations broke down. Completely opposite. But Bu Yuyan didn't care. She restrained the Bu family members and screened out the big and small forces that surrendered, just because she didn't want her subordinates to become like the palace of objects. He uses his power to bully others, is arrogant and domineering, and regards human life as nothing. As long as there is anything that is not to your liking, eliminate it first. He also claims to be the spokesperson of the god of forging. It really puts the god of forging to shame. People in this world believe in the god of forging. Therefore, I would never believe that the god of forging would have the character of the forging hall. Bu Yuyan is naturally like this. Gods should be tolerant, love the world, and be willing to sacrifice, otherwise they have no right to accept faith. Although Bu Yuyan has never seen a god, in her imagination, this is the quality a god should have. But if Qilo heard this, he would probably laugh. If the god of forging was tolerant, he would not plot against the will of heaven and earth. There would be no Zhu Bao now. However, Qilo didn't know what Bu Yuyan was thinking, so Bu Yuyan probably would know about the casting of treasures. But Bu Yuyan's words made Su Hengxiang feel extremely angry. Ever since the Zhuwu Palace gained such a prestigious reputation, no one has ever dared to despise the Zhuwu Palace so much. Because those who despised it have gone underground. The once illustrious reputation has now become a brilliant and fierce reputation, making all the big and small forces in the world dare to be angry but dare not speak out. But this is the most powerful deterrent in the world. Good, very good. Su Hengxiang stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner Ofi's mouth. The look he looked at Bu Yuyan also became extremely cold. A mere Bu family dares to go against the Zhuwu Palace. I hope you will not regret today's wrong decision in the future. Because this huge Bu family was destroyed by your one thought. After Su Hengxiang said this with a ferocious smile, he immediately turned around and left. Because after a brief fight with Gu Mingyuan, Su Hengxiang discovered that he could never be the opponent of that unknown strong man. The pressure and threat brought to him by that unknown strong man were simply too great. One more minute left here is one more minute of danger. Then let's wait and see. Bu Yuyan looked at Su Hengxiang's disappearing figure and said tit for tat. If Bu Yuyan hadn't been able to command Gu Mingyuan, she would have even wanted to keep Su Hengxiang in this place forever. Revealing one's trump card is really a taboo in a battle. Fortunately, after Gu Mingyuan knocked Su Hengxiang away with one blow, Hedis appeared into the darkness and did not let Su Hengxiang remember his appearance. In this case, it should also make the casting hall fearful. After getting confirmation from Gu Mingyuan and knowing that Su Hengxiang had left, Bu Yuyan turned around and looked around the walls of the study. They were all shattered and there should be no way to repair them. Hey, the decoration of your study is quite unique. Just when Bu Yuyan was considering whether to change the study room, Qi suddenly appeared in front of Bu Yuyan. Looking at the environment in the study room, he was amazed. The decorating tastes of this person and others are indeed different. At least Qi couldn't appreciate this broken style of decoration. Mr. Qi, please stop teasing me. People from the casting hall have just arrived. Bu Yuyan was obviously relieved when she saw Qi arriving. Her feet softened and she sat on the chair behind the desk. Is that so? Sure enough, the residual aura is still very obvious. Qi said with a smile. Su Hengxiang had just left not long ago, and he had taken action before. With Qi perception, how could he not have sensed it? The previous words were just teasing to make Bu Yuyan relax. When people are nervous, their thinking will always fall into a rigid state. Hey, Mr. Qi, you should be aware of the current situation of the Bu family, right? So what should we do now? Facing the attack from the Zhuwu Palace, Bu Yuyan was already a little helpless. Now Qi Lu appears here, giving Yu Yan a target to complain to. The gap between the two is really too big. There is no better way to defeat 10 guilds with one force. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are empty words and useless. I heard your heroic words before were quite good, and I thought you had already thought of a solution. Qi had a slight smile on his face, and he didn't forget to make a joke at this time. It is always necessary to relax before a battle, because a tense mentality at all times will only lead to deformed movements and command errors. Pressure can certainly bring motivation to people, but more often than not, mistakes are made under heavy pressure. And this kind of mistake, even if it is small, can be fatal at some point. I just felt that the Bu family could not give in to such a person no matter what. Bu Yuyan smiled slightly, but judging from her expression, she should have relaxed a lot. It's just that the casting hall that is pressing down on the Bu family is like the sword of Damocles hanging over Bu Yuyan's head, making it difficult for people to truly relax. Okay, then I won't joke. Qi felt almost relaxed, and his expression suddenly straightened. It's not a problem for the Bu family to be beaten passively all the time. It's time to fight back. Let the Foundry Hall see where the Bu family's confidence lies. However, the human heart is always truly revealed in times of crisis. The attack we suffered this time was considered incidental. Qi has always looked down on those outsiders. People are always responsible for their own actions. Once a choice has been made, there is no reason to go back. Reining in from the brink and wavering are completely different things. Qi will not look down on those warriors who are willing to abandon darkness and turn to the light, but he will definitely look down on those villains who follow the crowd. Disasters always filter out those who are not determined, and those who remain are the mainstay. Mr. Qi, if possible, I don't want to use this method to screen people's shirts, because it is too cruel. Bu Yuyan knew that what Qi said was right, but she still couldn't bear it. After all, in the attack on the casting palace, the casualties among the Bu family members were also extremely heavy. When something unfortunate happens, you have to think on the bright side. Qi shrugged and said noncommittally. 2. Bu Yuyan didn't know how to evaluate this optimistic thought, so she could only nod her head. A day is spent happily, and a day is spent sad. So, sometimes, I really can't be optimistic. Of course, I know you are not this kind of person, so there is no need to force it. I came here this time to bring you some new products. Qi waved his hand, stopping what Bu Yuyan wanted to say with a tangled look on his face, and started to introduce the products he brought this time. That is, the energy storage gem set and the launch tube set that have been stored in the warehouse. Originally, Qi wanted to wait for a suitable time before taking out these things. But now the Bu family is in such a catastrophic situation. If we don't take it out, I'm afraid the Bu family will be wiped out. Energy storage gem set and matching launch tube. Bu Yuyan slowly digested Qi Li's introduction to new products, and her eyes looking at Qi Lu became brighter and brighter. All the products in the energy storage gem set are all worth 100 gold coins each. As for the launch tube, the handheld type is 100 gold coins each, the city defense type is 300 gold coins each, and the destruction version is 800 gold coins. 1 gold coin. If it's used against the Forge Palace, it's half price, huh? Your eyes look a little strange. As Qila spoke, he noticed Bu Yuyan's shining eyes. I always find the emotions in it a bit strange. No, I was just thinking that this new product should be able to relieve the Bu family's current predicament. Bu Yuyan was startled by Qi Li's words and waved her hands quickly. Although there was longing for Qi Lu in her eyes before, she still didn't say it out because of Bu Yuyan's character. Really? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Qi Lu was keenly aware that something was wrong, but after thinking about it, he still didn't go into it further. Instead, he continued, I have introduced the new products here. I think you should have an idea of what to do. Now, go and prove that Bujia is no worse than Jiwu Palace. Well, with these things, the current dilemma is no longer a dilemma. Bu Yuyan nodded seriously and said confidently. Now that the Jiwu Palace has caused so much commotion, the Bu family only needs to repel the invading cultivators from the Jiwu Palace. No matter how difficult the current predicament is, the fame it will bring to the Bu family will be huge. Confidence is a good thing, so I'll leave first. Qila smiled slightly, then turned and left the uniquely decorated study. Qila has already given whatever help he can. Since the number of cultivators that the Bu family can dispatch is insufficient, Qila will use other methods to make up for it. The city defense type launch tube and the destruction version of the launch tube can erupt with far more power than the improved version of laser light. As long as the cultivators of the foundry hall are kept out of the city state, they are just a group of living targets. Especially the destruction version of the launch tube. If you want to exert the strongest combat effectiveness, you must spend a lot of gold coins. One attack is an energy storage gem. Not everyone can afford it. However, the benefits are definitely higher than imagined. Because cultivators below the heroic level will definitely die if they are hit by the attack of the destruction version of the launch tube. Qila wanted to see the life of a cultivator for 100 gold coins. How many people can come to die in the casting hall? As for the hero-level strongmen in the forge hall, are they really the simulation robots that Qi Lu placed in the vending point to guard the store, and are they just decorations? The purpose of this battle is to build up the reputation of the Bu family. Let all the big and small forces in this world know that a new behemoth is rising. This will attract more talents and strong people to join the Bu family, allowing the Bu family to truly rise and rival the Jiwu Palace. As for now, everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. And this east wind is the next battle. Yuanshan City, as the first city-state in the rise of the Bu family, naturally received double the attention of the Jiwu Palace. It is just one of the main battlefields for the Bu family to fight against the Foundry Hall. In the battlefield of Yuanshan City, it was the Bu family that suppressed the casting hall. This was one of the reasons why the Bu family could endure until now. As long as the backbone remains and hope remains, a family will not fall so easily. In the Bu family, the backbone is Bu Yuyan. And hope is the two city-states where the Bu family began to rise, Yuanshan City and Fian City. It happened that the Bu family had the upper hand in all the battles between these two city-states, and even made the cultivators of the casting hall breathless. Because in Yuanshan City, besides Du Ku, there is also Ziyun living there. The combat power of the purple lightning dragon is no joke. Just a dragon's power can suppress those cultivators who are not strong enough and have insufficient realm to tremble, not to mention how much combat effectiveness they can exert. It would be a good thing if you don't run away. Even if a hero-level expert from the casting hall came in person, it would be useless. Not to mention whether he can defeat Ziyun. Even though he defeated Ziyun, Guka's strength was at least 10 times stronger than Ziyun's, or even more. If you want to win the battle, there is basically no such possibility. In Fian City, bomb-dropping airships are always suspended in the sky. Since there is no point in going around to rescue people, then just guard one off the city-states and be done with it. It can also be used as a base for the Bu family to counterattack. In addition, although there is no shortage of heroic-level experts in the casting hall, their deployment is not as convenient as imagined. What's more, many hero-level strong men can't afford to bully the weak like this. So after so many days of attacks, the Bu family could barely breathe. It's just not sure how long I can breathe. This is what everyone thinks. Those big and small forces that are paying attention to this matter feel that it is only a matter of time before the Bu family is defeated by the Palace of Foundry. I feel that the Bu family's current stubborn resistance is completely meaningless, and they are just lingering on. Even a small number of Bu family members came up with this idea. But now, it's different. Just this new day. Hey, why are you walking towards the city wall again? I have long advised you not to make such unnecessary resistance, but you still don't listen. It's a pity that you will die here at such a young age. When the Bu family members were heading towards the city wall, a fat man said something sinister behind him. The attacks on the Foundry Palace are always carried out openly and not sneakily. Zhu Wudian acted domineeringly and extremely arrogantly, and didn't care about other people's opinions at all. So the same is true for the attack on the Bu family. They come here every day during the day, destroy everywhere, and then leave at night. Because the casting hall wants its opponents to feel fear and taste irresistible despair. He was so conceited that he didn't even bother to make a sneak attack. That's why the Bu family members were given the opportunity to prepare. Of course, it also gave other forces the opportunity to laugh at the Bu family. Just like this fat guy. Shut up. The Bu family members suppressed their anger and turned around to shout. What? You're not as skilled as others, and you don't allow others to say a few words? You don't even look at who your opponent is, so you're just stubbornly resisting here. You losers, do you really think you are the opponent of the Foundry Hall? When the fat man saw that this Bu family member dared to talk back, he immediately laughed at him. Immediately, many people around him followed suit. What should be ridiculed should be ridiculed. Watching others' misfortune reflects your own luck. This is human nature. The Jiu Palace has accumulated prestige for a long time, and after all, only a handful of people are optimistic about the Bu family. The Bu family who replied was not popular enough. Just as he was about to go down and argue, he was pulled back by the people around him. Okay, the eldest lady didn't send us the new weapons just for us to show off. That's right. There's nothing to talk about with these guys. While talking, all the Bu family members who came over walked to the city wall and waited quietly for the attack of the casting hall. The city lords of these city-states will not care about this matter, and naturally neither will the city guards. Because the goal of the casting palace is very clear, that is, the Bu family's industry and those forces that dare to get close to the Bu family, not to destroy the entire city-state. Therefore, these city lords are also willing to perform this convenience and are happy to not have to get involved. After all, there are many examples of mortals suffering when great gods fight. Stand back, everyone, stand back and watch the excitement, so as not to get hurt. You dare to say something back to them, but I want to see here how they were defeated miserably at the hands of the Foundry Hall. Hey, brothers, how about we make a bet and guess how long the Bu family can hold on to the city wall? Okay, I guess 2 hours. It's been a long time, I guess an hour at most. Then I'll guess 40 minutes. All the forces that were not optimistic about the Bu family were hiding in Thessaly state and talking sarcastically. The eyes looking at the backs of the Bu family members were full of disdain. Fighting against the casting hall, isn't that asking for death? With these thoughts in mind, these people who were waiting to watch the show stayed in the city-state, together with the Bu family members on the city wall, waiting for the people from the casting hall to arrive. To be honest, if there is any advantage to the foundry hall, that is, the time when the attack started was quite accurate. Not long after, smoke and dust filled the sky in the distance. The cultivators belonging to the casting hall all roared with excitement and rushed towards the city gate. In order to show that he would not interfere with this matter, the city lord did not even close the city gate. Facing this massive team of cultivators, all the Bu family members standing on the city wall took a deep breath. The time between the two sides is not short. But when the Bu family had the upper hand, it was too rare. And most of the time, they are crushed one-sidedly. After all, the gap between the two sides in the quantity and quality of practitioners is really huge. But this time, the situation is different. Everyone listen. Get ready. Following a loud shout from a Bu family member who looked like the leader, a handful of city defense-type launch tubes and destruction version launch tubes were immediately taken out. And next to every Bu family member are boxes of energy storage gems. All of them. Don't be polite, give me a hard beating. Yes. Having been feeling aggrieved for such a long time, watching the compatriots around me sacrifice in front of my eyes, it is impossible not to be angry. So now that I have the opportunity, of course I have to vent it out properly. The people on the Bu family's side fought out gold coins one by one, but what they returned from the foundry hall were lives. Bang bang. Boom. The first to attack was the destruction version of the launch tube. After all, the installation of the city defense-type launch tube is more troublesome, so the destruction version of the launch tube can only be used in the front line. However, although Bu Yuyan has already had people warn these tribesmen, but the power of the destruction version of the launch tube still made the Bu family members' eyes widen, and their mouths were so shocked that they couldn't close their eyes for a long time. No way. Using the energy storage gem as ammunition, it is fired directly, and the terrifying destructive power caused instantly annihilates the target into dust. Moreover, within a radius of 500 meters, it was like a dead zone, and no one could survive. A layer of the ground was cut away directly, as if that layer of ground never existed before. Destruction launch tube, just like its name. As long as the attack comes out, it means destruction. The appalling power immediately stopped the practitioners in the casting hall. It even scared those guys who were staying in the city-state, waiting to see Bu family's jokes, to their knees. What it is? What just happened? What kind of attack caused such terrible destructive power? Did I make a mistake? When did the Bu family possess such terrifying weapons? Then the time we guessed just now doesn't count. What time? What happened just now? No, nothing happened. A group of wallflowers quickly changed their tune and quietly retreated, fearing that the Bu family would settle the score with them. Although they are still sure that the Bu family is not the opponent of the Zhuwu Palace. But in this city-state, they are no match for the Bu family. If the Foundry Hall hadn't taken action against the Bu family, then they wouldn't be so arrogant when they met the Bu family, and it would be normal for them to be submissive. Comfortable. The weapons the eldest lady gave us are really powerful. The Bu family members standing on the city wall felt proud this time. The flame cross is a melee weapon, and the thunder cross is a defensive weapon. They are of little use against large numbers of cultivators like the Foundry Hall. As for the soul-locking pillar, it is a self-cutting of the meridians. So in summary, the improved version of laser light is still easy to use. It's just that the power of the improved laser light is still a little smaller, and it is really effective against those stupid monsters. After all, the intelligence of Warcraft is not very high. But when used to attack cultivators, it still lacks some flavor. However, this time, the city defense-type launch tube and the destruction version of the launch tube that Bu Yuyan specially set aside were many times more powerful than the improved version of laser light. Needless to say, the destructive version of the launch tube is named after its destructive power, which naturally highlights its power. Then the outstanding function of the city defense-type launch tube is the terrifying suppressive power. The city defense launch tube, which requires the installation of 10 energy storage gems in order to be activated, has a suppressive power that the improved laser cannot match. The terrifying launch speed and violent power can block all enemies. Stopping on the city wall, the cultivators who were guarding the casting hall were unable to move forward. In this battle, the Bu family fought with pride. But here at the casting hall, things were starting to get really messy. What's the biggest difference between Bujia Chai's casting hall? Number of people? Not really. The largest number in the Bujia Chai casting hall should be the number of cultivators, not the number of people. There are as many ordinary people as the Bu family wants who cannot cultivate. So in the final analysis, what the Bu family lacks most is hard power, the hard power to protect their own industry. Previously, it was not possible to bridge this gap with improved laser light alone. But now, with the addition of city defense-type launch tubes and destruction version launch tubes, as long as the Bu family is willing to throw gold coins in, the combat effectiveness can completely make up for it. War is always about resources and logistics. The Bu family started out as a businessman, so there was absolutely no shortage of gold coins. What's more, the goods obtained from Qi Lu are selling so prosperously, maybe they don't make much money even after spending it. So now, Bu Yuyan's confidence came back. Because of the characteristics of the casting hall, there are no ordinary people within the scope of this behemoth's recruitment. But the Bu family didn't care. Even ordinary people, with a little training, holding a city defense launch tube, and a box of energy storage gems, can still beat those practitioners to the point where they can't hold their heads up. This is the advantage of Bujia. None of the artifacts forged by the blacksmith masters in the casting hall can be used by ordinary people. Damn it! Where did those guys get the weapons in their hands? In the residence of the great elder of the casting hall, a roar of suppressed anger came out. Su Hongxiang stood in the hall with his head lowered, quietly listening to the great elder's roar. The internal injuries caused by Gu Mingyuan's palm had not yet healed, so Su Hongxiang naturally would not talk nonsense. Because Su Hongxiang can't guess how many trump cards Bu Yuyan still has. Damn it, if this continues, we won't be able to get the cast jade plate from the Bu family. That guy Duan Wenxin must have noticed it by now. The great elder quickly calmed down after being angry. There is an undercurrent surging in the Zhuwu Palace. The great elder is aware of it, and Duan Wenxin is also aware of it. Sitting on the throne of the palace master, if you still can't see these things clearly, you may not even know how you died. But in the past, the great elder had always been hiding in the dark. But taking action against the Bu family now would be equivalent to exposing oneself in front of Duan Wenxin. Therefore, it is impossible for the great elder not to be anxious. Because once this matter is delayed, the cast jade plate may have to be used as a wedding dress for others. Duan Wenxin would not be lenient on such matters. Moreover, as the master of the casting hall, it can be said that he is justified. Otherwise, the great elder would not have asked Su Hongxiang to go directly to Bu Yuyan for negotiations while putting pressure on the Bu family. Unfortunately, the result of the negotiation was not what the great elder wanted to see. The Bu family's counterattack was too fierce, and Bu Yuyan's trump card was hidden too deeply. It wasn't until the moment Su Hongxiang took action that Gu Mingyuan struck back. Before that, Su Hongxiang didn't even notice that Bu Yuyan was accompanied by a strong man who was far more powerful than him. Just such an oversight caught Su Hongxiang off guard. Even the current situation of the great elder of the casting hall has become a bit difficult. Great elder. Su Hengxiang wanted to say something. But what he wanted to say was interrupted by the great elder's wave. No need to say more, I know what the situation is now. That guy Duan Wenxin might be waiting to see my joke. Wait until I am defeated at the hands of the Bu family, and then he can clean up the mess. This is very apt. The men and horses in the hands of the great elder of the Zhuwu Hall are far less than what Duan Wenxin can mobilize. Therefore, casting jade plates is the key to using small things to make big things happen. But if Su Hengxiang and others were defeated by the Bu family, not only would they not be able to get the jade plate back, the elder would also be left alone from now on. At that time, it would be easy for Duan Wenxin to destroy an elder who had no power in his hands. And with the help of the great elder's men, he found out the strength of the Bu family. It's so easy to use your strength to kill two birds with one stone. But even so, the great elder of the casting hall had to go ahead and do it. It will never be a smooth road to get the throne of the hall master. Danger and opportunity coexist. Let me go, great elder. Now that I know the Bu family's trump card, I won't miss it again this time. Su Hengxiang heard the sound of the string and knew its elegant meaning, and immediately stepped forward to ask for orders. You have never let me down, and you won't let me down this time. Since the Bu family is unwilling to compromise, the previous intimidation ISISless. Just wipe out the Bu family and then look for the cast jade plate. It is well known that the Zhuwu palace ignores other forces. As the great elder of the casting hall, he is naturally no exception. Now that he has guessed his situation, he knows that he may be forced by Duan Wenxin to have no way out. Then why not give it a try? In the past few days, the offensive in the foundry hall has become more and more fierce. Bu Yuyan rubbed her eyebrows, put the report in her hand on the desk, then stood up and stretched her body vigorously. Sitting for long periods of time can lead to poor blood circulation, which isn't good for the body. These days, in order to coordinate the affairs of the Bu family, Bu Yuyan only rested for 3 or 4 hours almost every day, and the rest time included the time for necessary things such as eating. For those practitioners with strong spiritual power, it might be slightly better. But Bu Yuyan is not a cultivator, she is just an ordinary person. You should learn to give some of the power in your hands to a few trusted people, instead of carrying it all yourself. Qi Lu walked into the study, slowly, and saw the tired look on Bu Yuyan's face at a glance. Carrying it like this all the time is too much of a burden on the body. If Bu Yuyan really takes care of everything, the day will not be far away when she becomes ill due to overwork. Of course I know, but isn't this a special period? There are too many things to deal with. After Bu Yuyan saw Qi Lu appear, the tired look on her face softened a little, but there was a sense of helplessness in her tone. If the head of a family cannot find even a few people he can trust, then the family will probably be doomed. What's more, it was under the circumstances that Bu Yuyan had cleaned it up ruthlessly. Almost all the rebellious people were cleared out, and even if there were a few fish that slipped through the net, they did not dare to show their faces. Going against the general trend of Huang, isn't that looking for death? Even though the Bu family is not as good as the foundry hall, it is really just a matter of course to deal with these miscellaneous fish. It's just as Bu Yuyan said, special times require special treatment. In such a critical moment, even if Bu Yuyan is just the president, there are many matters that need to be dealt with. If he really wants to put everything on Bu Yuyan, he might not even have to sleep. What's the current situation of the Bu family? Qi Lu expressed concern. This is not a casual question, but to judge the next situation based on the current situation. After all, Qi Lu helped the Bu family to such an extent and then gave up all of a sudden. Qi Lu himself felt reluctant to let go. We can still hold on for the time being, but the attack in the casting hall is becoming more and more fierce. This is really not good news. Bu Yuyan shook her head, with a slightly worried look on her face. Although relying on the new weapons provided by Qi Lu, he was able to temporarily withstand the attack of the casting palace, and even gave in Toth family members to feel proud. But Bu Yuyan knew very well that the foundry hall that the Bu family faced now was not a complete foundry hall. But he is just one of those guys who covet Duan Wenxin's throne. It simply does not represent the true strength of the casting hall. It can even be said that even less than half of the Zhiwu Palace's total strength has not been exerted. But he could also force the Bu family into such a situation. But now, the offensive power of the Zhiwu Palace has been strengthened, which means that the Zhiwu Palace will really start to exert its strength. Then it is unknown whether the Bu family can withstand the next offensive. That's my guess too. It seems that the Foundry Palace doesn't want to let go of the Bu family. Qila narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. From the very beginning, Qila never looked down upon the Foundry Hall. However, Qila can only rely on guessing as to the true strength of the casting hall. After all, without that power, all his trump cards would be exposed, which would only make him die faster. Especially for a behemoth like the casting hall, there are so many trump cards that it's hard to guess. So when Qila faced this matter, he also had quite a headache. It is indeed powerful to defeat 10 guilds with one force. But Qi Lu is only one person after all, and when facing the Foundry Palace with such a huge scope of influence, he is unable to do anything at all. If you don't handle it well, you will face a crazy counterattack from the casting hall. By then, the foundation that was finally built may be destroyed in one day. Unless Qi Lu can stay in this world forever. But that's impossible. But based on my inference, the master of the Palace of Foundry probably hasn't taken action yet. That guy Duan Wenxin is probably still watching this matter coldly. Qila did not pause, but continued. There was an undercurrent surging in the Zhiwu Palace, and Duan Wenxin's best way to deal with it was to just sit on the sidelines. As long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, no one in the Zhiwu Palace can shake Duan Wenxin's position. Therefore, it is impossible for Duan Wenxin to come out to help at this time. Unless one of the parties is at an obvious disadvantage and is about to lose, Duan Wenxin will use his identity as the master of the casting palace to clean up the mess. This is the quarrel between the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman wins. The rebels and the Bu family who are currently fighting in the Zhiwu Palace are the snipe and the clam, and Duan Wenxin is the fisherman watching from behind. When Bu Yuyan heard the words, she also understood the meaning of Qi Lu's words. In other words, no matter who wins or loses in this battle, Duan Wenxin will be better off, right? The first time he commanded his family to fight, he had to face such a powerful opponent. It is impossible not to be nervous. After all, the span of this matter is too huge for Bu Yuyan. From the rich young lady to the commander of the casting hall, these two unrelated identities appeared in the same body. For ordinary people, it would be nice not to be overwhelmed by this huge pressure. Who can be like Bu Yuyan now, and still have a back-and-forth fight with the Zhiwu Palace? That's not necessarily the case. Qila smiled, with a confident look on his face. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole follows. Who can be sure that it will be the oriole? Qila said pointedly. Could it be that Mr. Qi, you? Bu Yuyan's eyes suddenly became extremely bright when she looked at Qi Lu. If there is something that has supported Bu Yuyan to persist until now, then there is no doubt that it is Qi Lu. Because Bu Yuyan firmly believes that no matter what, Qi Lu will always stand behind her. That's why we can be fearless and move forward courageously. Of course it's not me, but new products will arrive soon. During these days, you should buy as many magic cores as possible. Qila shook his head, then smiled slightly and nodded again. If ordinary people want to fight against cultivators, even if they rely on the products provided by Qi Lu, magic core is one of the indispensable sources of power. And the magic power in those energy storage gems. To be honest, during the battle, there was no time for the magicians to inject magic into the energy storage gems. So they are basically treated as disposable items and thrown away after use. Because when the energy storage gems leave the warehouse, the magic power inside is fully charged. Otherwise, the Bu family wouldn't be able to hold on now. Okay, I understand. Bu Yuyan nodded, and then immediately issued the order. All the idle members of the Bu family immediately went to buy magic cores. There was no limit on the number, the more the better. For Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan can be said to have unconditional trust. Therefore, Bu Yuyan will do her best to fulfill Qi Li's request. Even if you don't know what these requirements do. Then let's do this for now. If the casting hall only has this little power, it won't be proud for long. Qi Li smiled mysteriously, then turned and left the study. Only by using the Bu family to attract the power of the Jiu Palace bit by bit can we better capture the Jiu Palace in one fell swoop. It's a bit ruthless, but that's what war is. Compassion does not command troops. What's more, the longer the stalemate between the Bu family and Jiu Palace continues, the greater the reputation of the Bu family will become. The greater the reputation of the Bu family, the greater its attraction to their large and small forces. In the short term, that may be a bad thing, but in the long run, it's a good thing. It is impossible for a family that is about to rise without going through hardships. The flowers in the greenhouse will only burst at the first touch. System, I must have a lot of power of faith. After Qi Lu left the study, he immediately asked a question in his mind. The solution to the Bu family's current situation lies in the hands of the system, not Qi Lu. System, it's okay. Listening to the ambiguous answer, Qi Lu immediately knew something in his mind. Of the 10% of the power of faith, the system took 30%, the caste treasure took 30%, and the remaining 40% was left in Qi Li's hands. So the system's answer is nothing more than this guy's perfunctory words. So I'm going to unlock new products now. Do you have anything to recommend? So Qi Lu ignored the system's answer and continued to ask. System, what do you recommend? New products are randomly selected. Seeing Qi Lu ignoring him, the system immediately replied. It was considered a polite rejection of Qi Li's request. No, you'd better use this answer to deceive yourself, but you can't deceive. Qi Lu waved his hands quickly, expressing disbelief. There are many things that are done behind closed doors in the hands of the system, but they are never exposed openly. This is the tacit understanding between the two. So Qi Lu didn't believe what the system said at all, but continued, now you have seen the situation of the Bu family. If the Bu family is gone, there will be no customers in the vending point. This is stating a fact. Once the Bu family falls, the vending point will naturally be taken over by Jiu Palace. And with the greedy character of the casting hall, the products in the vending point may no longer be able to flow out of the casting hall. By then, there will be no other customers, and the point of setting up a vending point will be gone. How many weapons can the foundry hall alone absorb? System, what? Host, you didn't lie to this system, did you? There is such a thing. Qi Lu was speechless. There was no way to fake this feeling of surprise. At least there's no way to disguise it so perfectly. In other words, this Irby system is really unaware of such serious consequences. System, that's not okay. We must prevent this from happening. Before Qi Lu could open his mouth to persuade, the system's righteous voice rang out. Just as Qi Lu expected, when faced with damage to its own interests, this stingy system will never be vague and will definitely safeguard its own interests. Otherwise, Qi Lu would not mention this issue. Yes, we need to prevent this situation from happening, but the problem now is that the Bu family is not strong enough to fight against the casting palace, so I came to you. Qi Lu moved him with emotion and Shao with reason, and he quickly understood the system. System, tell me, host, what are the conditions for the new product you need? Of course there are requirements. First of all, the user's strength requirements must be very low. Qile said immediately. There is an urgent shortage of cultivators in the Bu family, so this requirement must be met. Otherwise, even if new products are introduced, there may not be much talk about how people can use them. System, okay, are there any more? The promise was quick. The other one is, of course, the stronger the combat effectiveness, the better. Is it up to me to say that? Qile said unceremoniously. System, this, as long as the host can put in the corresponding power of faith, it's no problem. Although the system agreed this time, there was a slight hesitation in the process. It seems that it meets the requirements, but there are not many types of products to choose from. After all, this is a world of fighting spirit and magic, and it is still difficult to meet Qile's requirements. The last one is the issue of energy. If possible, we need to try to avoid those types of energy that require practitioners to provide them. Qile continued. Since it is intended for ordinary people to use, it is natural to do it as thoroughly as possible. Energy is a big problem in most situations. It is also a problem that must be solved. Therefore, Qile simply threw this question directly to the system. System, this request allows this system to think about it. Okay, think about it more, but please do it as soon as possible. Qile did not urge him, but reminded him slowly. Then he continued to wander around the streets of the city-state, quietly waiting for a reply from the system. Later, Qile found a tea house, went in and drank tea while continuing to wait. It has to be said that even if there is a war going on outside the city-state, but in the city-state, those who should open a store still have to open a store. In order to survive, they have to do this. Not long after, Qile received a response. System, this request is acceptable. Are there any other requirements? Gone. Qile shook his head. Most of the requirements for new products can be attributed to these 3 items, so there is no need to limit them with other details. System, okay, then this system will solemnly recommend this new product to you. It only requires 1,000 units of faith to unlock it. How much faith is needed? Hearing this, Qile almost lost control and spit out the tea in his mouth. They didn't even say what the new product was, but just said 1,000 units off the power of faith. Do you really think that you, the host, picked up the power of faith? Even if it was picked up. But with 1,000 units of the power of faith, doesn't it take a lot of effort to pick it up? System, host, 1,000 units of the power of faith. The products of this system are always worth the money, so please don't worry. I know your products are worth the money, but I really can't rest assured. Qile waved his hands repeatedly, saying that he couldn't bear it. Value for money means that the value of the product itself is worthy of the price. But there are no regulations on the function of the product, so who knows what the system will come up with. System, host, please trust the judgment of this system. If this new product is not what you need, this system will return the power of faith to you. Hee. Faced with the system's promise, Qile could only respond with these 2 words. Can things that fall into the hands of the system be spit out? That's really rare in the world. But when things came to this, Qile had no other choice, so he could only choose to trust the system. Since you said so, then take these 1,000 units of the power of faith. Qile endured the pain and spoke out. System, received. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a new product, a combat mecha. What the hell? Qile was shocked. Combat mecha? Did this Urbi system actually replicate the mechas in the mechanical bull forest? But that kind of mecha with shoulders resistant to laser light is not very useful when facing practitioners. So, Qile, who had been thinking for a long time, opened the store manager's backstage with complicated emotions. Combat mecha, a mecha developed using high-strength composite metal as a skeleton and blessed with a large number of ancient runes, specifically for close combat. Equipped with weapons, a laser lightsaber, enhanced with high-temperature fusion and armor-piercing magic, a tower shield, enhanced with the magic of immovable mountains and sharp thorns. Types of energy that can be used: fighting spirit, magic power, magic core, the remains of monsters, and the remains of practitioners. This is actually a melee-type mecha. Is this just? Qilu looked at the detailed information about the combat mecha in the backstage of the store manager, and his heart suddenly surged. I believe that every boy who lives in a technological world has thought about one thing. That is, one day, if you have the opportunity, you must fly a Gundam. This giant robot is simply a favorite among boys. Although Qilu has passed that age, his interest in these giant robots still exists. Take it out quickly and take a look. Qilu took out a combat mecha without hesitation. The next moment, a mecha about 5 meters high appeared in front of Qilu. Although it is much smaller than the giant robot Qilu imagined, this does not affect Qilu's mood. The sharp-edged appearance exudes a tough temperament. The shimmering luster of the metal frame is intimidating. The manned cockpit, located on the body of this combat mecha, is tightly protected. However, although the appearance of the combat mecha is full of technology, in Qilu's view, it still looks quite crude. After all, the system just borrowed the appearance and operation method of the mecha. The system doesn't know the underlying principles. Therefore, the ancient runes engraved on this combat mecha were so complicated that Qilu felt a little dizzy just by looking at them. And the most powerful thing is that this time the ancient rune system is not blessed on the combat mecha. Instead, they were carved directly on these metal skeletons. Then a layer of defensive metal shell was used outside to wrap these ancient runes. In this way, the power of ancient runes can be maximized. It is simply an advanced application of puppet magic. Because in the final analysis, combat mechas are still for ordinary people, not practitioners, so the combat effectiveness of the mecha itself is extremely important. This is also the best product that the system can find based on Qilu's requirements. If you don't learn from the weapon models in the technological world, for a while, you really can't think of anything better. And the weapons carried by this combat mecha. A laser lightsaber was placed on the side of the mecha. But for now it's just a hilt. After being filled with energy, you can use the hilt to release a laser lightsaber. It also comes with 2 gain-type magics, high-temperature fuse and Jingjian armor piercing. 1 fire magic and 1 gold magic. As for the shield, it is equipped on the back of the combat mecha and can be removed when needed. The built-in immovable mountain magic and thorns magic are both high-level defensive magic. It can be said that in order to meet Qilu's requirements, the system has spent a lot of money. There must be no shortage of energy to maintain these 4 magics. While thinking about it, Qilu began to study the energy source of the combat mecha. Fighting spirit, magic power, magic core, the broken body of a monster, and the broken body of a cultivator. Of course, it goes without saying much about the first 3. The combat-type mecha has its own energy loading port. Just inject fighting spirit and magic power directly into it. The same goes for the magic core, just throw it in directly. But the latter 2 energy sources are a bit strange. System, what does this broken body of a monster and a broken body of a cultivator mean? Qilu asked with some confusion. System, of course it means literally. System, shortly after the death of warcraft and cultivators, when the energy contained in their bodies has not been dissipated, the combat mecha can automatically collect the energy contained in these bodies. System, this function will run automatically and does not require the driver to activate it, but it requires the mecha to get close to it. When Qilu heard this, he was immediately shocked and speechless. What kind of black technology are these? What does it mean to feed war with war? What does it mean to become braver as you fight? This function of the combat mecha is really perfectly explained. This mecha is truly worthy of its name. It was indeed built for combat. In this case, the energy demand will become much more friendly. The larger the scale of the battle, the stronger the combat effectiveness that the combat mecha can exert, and the stronger its ability to continue fighting will become. I just don't know how powerful the combat mecha can be, otherwise it would be difficult to price it. After the shock, Qilu remembered this important thing again. Combat-type mechas are different from ordinary weapons. The standards for evaluating combat effectiveness are quite vague and must be determined through actual combat. And the requirements for the driver's operating skills are quite high. When piloting a combat mecha, the gap in combat effectiveness between a highly skilled person and a novice may be an insurmountable gap. Then why don't I just try it myself and find out? Qilu slammed his palm and said to himself in sudden realization. This is piloting a mecha, which can be regarded as fulfilling one of Qilu's previous dreams. With this in mind, Qilu immediately sat in the cockpit of the combat mecha. From the outside, the cockpit does not seem to be small, but after Qilu came in, he realized that the space inside was not large, almost just enough to accommodate one person. On the top of the cockpit, there is a helmet. In the direction of the hands, there is also a grip pole each, and there are 2 pedals under the feet. There are no sci-fi operation light curtains, or those messy operation buttons. The interior of the cockpit gives Qilu a feeling that it even looks a bit crude overall. But after sitting in, Qilu discovered that the cockpit was quite comfortable. As the hatch closed, the helmet on top of the cockpit was automatically put on Qilu's head. Then a prompt sound appeared in Qilu's mind. The driver is asked to hold the steering column and place both feet on the control pedals. It turns out there are operational instructions. Qilu sighed in surprise, then put his feet on the pedals as he was told, and then held the handles on both sides with his hands. The next moment, a curtain of light appeared in front of Qilu's eyes. Immediately afterwards, an extremely clear picture appeared before his eyes. Qilu knew that this picture was fed back from the perspective of the combat mecha. And along with this picture, the control method of the combat mecha was also fed back. This control method is quite simple, almost equivalent to direct control using consciousness. It's just that the system took into account that ordinary people's mental strength is too weak, so it provides 2 auxiliary driving devices, the steering column and the control pedal. Qilu only got a little familiar with it, and he was able to use his fingers like an arm. Moreover, after becoming familiar with the control method of the combat mecha, Qilu also discovered that the breadth of the images fed back by the combat mecha was quite large, and can provide hazard warnings. In an emergency, the combat mecha will also automatically evade to avoid fatal attacks. The intelligence of this combat mecha is far beyond my imagination. Qilu sat in the cockpit, feeling increasingly surprised. To be honest, Qilu thought the system was genius before. Especially when it comes to developing new products, he is truly a genius. But Qilu really didn't expect that the system could develop so many technological weapons by relying on the memories buried deep in his mind. Although it is a product of the combination of technology and magic. But this creativity is quite worthy of praise and recognition. But thinking of this, Qilu's mind suddenly moved, and he seemed to understand the purpose of the system. That is, robbing believers. In this world that believes in the god of blacksmithing, all the artifacts created by blacksmiths and blacksmith masters are for the use of cultivators. Blacksmiths have always looked down upon ordinary people. Therefore, the artifacts they created never considered whether ordinary people could use them. But the products brought out by the system are different. From the first improved version of laser light to the current combat mecha, every one of them is a weapon that ordinary people can use. Naturally, the more believers there are, the better. And the number of ordinary people is much higher than that of cultivators. So from the very beginning, the target of the system seemed not to be those cultivators, but to the largest number of ordinary people. This is really a big game of chess. System: hey, host, what are you thinking about? Playing chess? This system has never thought about these things. Well. Chi Li's thoughts were interrupted by the system's words, and he was suddenly speechless. I originally thought that the system was working, but now it seems that this guy is still the second-term system whose IQ is in arrears. I guess the current situation is all a mistake. But it's okay, it's all moving in a good direction anyway, so there's no problem if things go wrong. System: hey, it turns out this system is so powerful. That's right, host, aloft, this is a big game played by this system. As a result, just when Chi Li wanted to say something to ease the embarrassment, the system's voice came out first. There was quite a bit of smugness in his tone. Shut up, idiot, and don't peek into my thoughts. Chi Li couldn't help but cover his forehead and rub his temples. It seems that in addition to being greedy and stingy, this two-stroke system also has some great achievements, but in terms of IQ, it is a bit hard to talk about. But no matter what, now that the robbing of believers has begun, then be sure to follow through. It doesn't matter even if it's done accidentally, as long as Chi Li has realized it, then this matter is on the right track. So, next, you still have to experience the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha in actual combat. This thing is one of the things that the Bu family uses to deal with the casting hall, so it cannot be ignored. Just in time, the attack on the casting hall is coming soon, so let's try our hand at them. In the past few days, the attacks in the foundry hall have become increasingly fierce. Even if the Bu family members are equipped with city defense-type launch tubes and destruction version launch tubes, they are still somewhat stretched. Because these long-range weapons all have a common problem, that is, they cannot be approached. Especially when the people who use these weapons are ordinary people with low strength, this problem is magnified to the limit. Once you get close, you will become defenseless. Therefore, there are only two situations left in the battle between the Bu family and the Jiu Hui Palace. Or, the Bu family members suppressed the cultivators in the Jiu Hui Hall so much that they couldn't even raise their heads and couldn't get close to the city wall at all. Or, the defense line of the city wall was broken through, and then was destroyed by the casting palace, destroying all the Bu family's property, and leaving no one alive. It can be seen from this, that the casting hall has begun to act cruelly. Different from the previous show of force, this time, the Jiu Hui Palace really planned to destroy the Bu family. Those big and small forces who discovered this situation, especially those who had ridiculed the Bu family for overestimating their capabilities, immediately became happy. Because as long as the Jiu Hui Palace wins, they will no longer have to worry about the Bu family's revenge and have trouble sleeping and eating. Gloating about misfortune, sarcasm, and adding insult to injury seemed to be the natural abilities of these guys. The members of the Bu family were sitting on the city wall, holding various launch tubes in their hands, silently waiting for the attack from the foundry hall. They have heard too many sarcastic words. In the past, they were still in the mood to refute, or even give those guys a beating for the sake of the Bu family's dignity. But now, these Bu family members have become accustomed to it. Annoying flies are always inexhaustible. There is no point in arguing with these guys. Only by slapping them hard on their ugly faces, with victory after victory, can they calm down. What time is it now? Are the guys from the casting hall here? A member of the Bu family who was leaning against the guardrail of the city wall and taking a nap asked immediately after opening his eyes. Not yet, but it should be soon. The person next to me replied. At this time, no one dares to relax. Because now, it is different from before. In the past, the purpose of the casting hall was just to give the Bu family a show of strength, so as to force Bu Yuyan to hand over the casting jade plate during negotiations. Therefore, there is room for victory in the battle, so as not to kill them all. However, now, the casting hall has become murderous. Then once the defense line on the city wall is broken, there will be no way out, and no one from the Bu family in this city-state will survive. You haven't come yet. Damn the casting hall. I really don't understand why they are targeting our Bu family so much. After taking a nap for a while, the Bu family members stood up and cursed, then took out the dry biscuits they had brought with them, soaked them in cold water and ate them. When war could break out at any time, hot meals were out of the question. I can only eat dry food to fill my stomach. Who knows, maybe they can't stand the rapid rise of our Bu family. Such a powerful force can actually look down upon the good things of others. It's a shame that I thought about joining the Foundry Hall before. I was blind at that time. The Bu family members who were standing aside and eating dry biscuits immediately echoed. Considering the prestige and reputation of the casting hall, it is normal for people from the former Bu family to be eager to join it. Water flows to lower places, and people go to higher places. After all, let's not mention the strength of the previous Bu family. Just like a sheep meets a tiger, does the sheep feel that it can compare with the tiger? If given the chance to become a tiger, do you think a sheep would be willing? The answer is yes. But now, in the eyes of the Bu family, the strength of the Bu family can be compared with that of the Foundry Palace. Therefore, the Foundry Hall has become a simple enemy. There is really no comparison between tigers and sheep. But between tigers and lions, this is not necessarily the case. Since you are already a lion, why do you want to become a tiger? Can't you just use your own strength to defeat the tiger in an upright manner? Brothers, get ready for battle, those guys are coming. While these Bu family members were eating dry biscuits and talking, a shout rang out, which immediately made their faces serious. It's finally here, brothers. I don't know if there will be another time for this kind of battle. Shut your crow mouth, we will definitely win. If this battle can be won, then I will take my wife and apply to be transferred back to Yuanshan City. I heard that it is the safest place. Can you please stop saying such things at a time like this? It sounds weird. After a few relaxed jokes before the battle, everyone entered a state of preparation for war. All energy storage gems are loaded and ready to attack at any time. Smoke and dust filled the sky rising from a distance, and accompanied by a rumbling sound, it swept towards the city-state, covering the sky and the sun. The cultivators affiliated with the casting hall did not scream or roar. He just remained silent and quickly attacked the city-state. No one in the Bu family made a sound at this moment, just waiting quietly for the attackers from the Foundry Hall to approach. Until it enters the attack range of the City Defense Launch Tube and the Destruction Launch Tube. Brothers, beat me hard. A loud shout rang out, followed closely by the roar of the City Defense Launch Tube. Countless magic light bullets shot out from the City Defense Type Launch Tube in a continuous stream, almost forming a belt of light. This is the suppressive power of the City Defense Launch Tube. The light belts formed by the magic light bullets intertwined together, like agent net that could not be broken through, covering the incoming cultivators, suppressing them and making it difficult for them to move. At this moment, the roar of the Destruction version's launch tube also sounded. The violent sound portends destruction. Such terrifying destructive power is a perfect interpretation of what a destructive version of a launch tube is. Coupled with the terrifying suppressive power of the City Defense Launch Tube, the cultivators in the casting hall were unable to advance even half a step for a while. He was even beaten to the point of retreat. The Great Elder really guessed it, so let's stop hiding it. But at this moment, among the practitioners in the casting hall, a guy who looked like the leader took out a wooden stick as thick as an arm from his arms. On this wooden stick, a large number of extremely complicated magic formations are engraved. You can tell at a glance that it is not a simple artifact. Following the leader, many others also took out wooden sticks of the same style. Then he threw it on the ground, and then stepped into the ground with one foot. Then his body stopped moving and stayed fixed at the place where the wooden stick was. Mountain shield. Open! The leader clasped his hands together and shouted angrily. At the next moment, a magic shield tens of meters high rose from the ground and appeared in front of everyone in the casting hall. All attacks from the city wall were blocked outside. Oops, it's a defensive magic circle. Among the Bu family members, there were also knowledgeable people who recognized the function of these wooden sticks at a glance. This kind of portable magic circle is nothing unusual. But it is a real rare object. It's one thing to know, but it's another thing to see it with your own eyes. The Shield of the Mountain, as you can tell just by the name, is definitely a defensive magic circle, and it is also a high-level defensive magic circle. The city defense-type launch tube, which had been invincible before, suddenly lost its effect in the face of the Royal Mountain Shield. Even the attack of the destruction version of the launch tube could not break the Shield of the Mountain. It could only make this huge magic shield shake continuously, but there was no crack. Something big has happened now. The faces of the Bu family members on the city wall suddenly became extremely ugly. In the previous battles, they relied on long-range weapons such as city defense launch tubes to suppress the practitioners of the casting hall outside the city wall. So I subconsciously ignored this issue. That's what the Foundry Hall is famous for, forging. Portable magic arrays can play an extremely important role in most situations, and even have the final say. It's just because it's difficult to make, so the output is very small. However, now, the Jiu Palace has taken out this trump card and immediately withstood the attack of the Bu family members. And just use this method and advance step by step. Then the city wall, this line of defense, will definitely fall. Very good, the defensive power of the mountain shield cannot be broken through by unorthodox weapons like yours. The next group is ready to push the mountain shield forward. However, this idea had just appeared in the minds of the Bu family members, and the leader of the casting hall had already begun to issue orders. The people from the casting hall came here this time, but they brought 2 sets of the Royal Mountain Shield portable magic array. As long as they are arranged alternately and push forward until they are closito the city wall and reach a certain distance, these long-range weapons will be useless. Just like the magician class, never let the warrior class get close. No matter how powerful the attack from the destroy launch tube is, it must have enough distance to be used. Damn it. It's really over now. The foundation of the casting hall is really too deep, and there is such a thing. Now we must send someone to tell the eldest lady about this matter, otherwise, other city-states will also be attacked by the casting palace in his way. The rest of us should prepare to fight to the death. Of course, even if I die, I have to drag a few people down to support me. The Bu family members on the city wall had different expressions, but without exception, no matter how desperate they were, they never thought of escaping. Even if they used foul language to cover up their panic, no one took a step back. This is the foundation and backbone of a family. Everyone was ready to sacrifice and waited for the practitioners from the casting hall to approach. Since the Royal Mountain Shield cannot be broken, let's trade our lives for lives when they attack the city wall. With the power of the destruction version of the launch tube, although there may be nothing that can be done against the Shield of the Mountain, it is more than enough to attack the cultivators who have stormed the city wall. Following the huge magic shield, it slowly approached the city wall. Everyone's hearts were lifted up. But at this moment, a voice with a hint of approval sounded on the battlefield. I didn't expect that you guys are quite brave and worthy of praise. Before he finished speaking, a nearly 5-meter-tall combat mecha fell from the sky and landed outside the city wall. The sudden appearance of a combat-type mecha immediately stunned everyone in the casting hall and the Bu family. Because mechas absolutely do not exist in this world. Such a strange object certainly arouses curiosity. What is this? Do any of you know it? People in the Bu family are asking this question. The leader of the casting hall was also asking this question. But without exception, the answers they received were all shaking their heads, indicating that no one knew. The combat mecha is a high-tech weapon. Of course you idiots won't recognize it. Qilu was sitting in the cockpit of the combat mecha. Through the light screen provided by the helmet, he could see the outside scene. He could even zoom in at fixed points. Naturally, he noticed the doubts on these people's faces. But Qilu was not interested in explaining it to them. Because this time, Qilu just planned to use the people from the foundry hall to test the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha. The portable magic array, the mountain shield, isn't it? The level is not as shy as the last 4 dragon locking array. Of course, Qilu also noticed the giant magic shield not far away in front of him. So I subconsciously explored it. Then I discovered a new function of the combat mecha, item analysis. The magic shield of the mountain shield is a purely defensive magic array. Its defense power can reach the primary level of a hero. It can repair itself by absorbing earth elements. Amazing. Looking at the line of words that suddenly appeared on the light screen in front of him, Qilu couldn't help but admired it. This function of the combat mecha undoubtedly makes up for the lack of perception of ordinary people. Of course, it can also make up for the shortcomings of those practitioners who don't know how to use their perception at all. After all, the cultivators in this world really cannot be complimented in terms of perception. But the role of perception in battle is unquestionable, and it can be said that it can influence the situation of the battle to a great extent. Therefore, having combat-type mechas can greatly complement this aspect. It is equivalent to improving combat effectiveness in disguise. This is really a little surprise. Qilu sat in the cockpit, controlled the combat mecha, and took a step back, then reached out and pulled out the laser lightsaber. Buzz. The hilt of the sword suddenly buzzed. A ray of white light immediately extended from one end of the sword hilt, and then quickly solidified, turning into a giant lightsaber that was 4 meters long. It said that it's a giant lightsaber, but that's for ordinary people. For a combat mecha that is nearly 5 meters tall, it is a normal size. What is this? Is this guy a new race? Probably not. I have never heard of any race that looks like this. Then what is he bringing out now? The look of astonishment on the faces of the Bu family and the cultivators of the foundry hall became even more obvious when they saw the combat mecha taking out the laser lightsaber. Because of the laser lightsaber, they didn't recognize it either. And the most important thing is that even if it is the same type of weapon, they have never seen it before. So I don't even know what a laser lightsaber is. So, for a while, no one knew how to react when faced with this metal doll that suddenly appeared. Everyone froze in place. No one came to stop me, so let's use this shield to try the power of the laser light sword. Qilu could clearly see the shock on the faces of these people, so he didn't even bother to take off the shield and directly raised the laser lightsaber. Boom! The combat-type mecha has a power device blessed with ancient runes. As soon as you step on it, the ground will be shattered. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and the cracks on the ground were spreading around like spider webs. The violent power pushed the combat mecha forward, like a black light. In just an instant, he arrived in front of this huge magic shield, and the laser lightsaber that was raised high also slashed down. Come here and accept the high-tech attack. Don't talk about fighting, just be civilized. Boom. Crack. The violent impact was mixed with a sound that sounded like something was breaking. In the ears of those who caught this sound, it was like a sudden thunder, making their heartbeats slow down by half a beat. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the laser lightsaber struck hard at the shield of the mountain. Then, in the midst of countless incredible sights, cracks slowly appeared where the mountain's shield and the laser light sword came into contact, and began to spread rapidly outward. Broken. Broken? What kind of monster is this? It actually shattered the shield of the mountain. The cultivators in the casting hall were horrified after seeing this scene. And on the backs of these cultivators, there was a swish, and a layer of cold sweat broke out, soaking the backs and spines. Shock, consternation, fear, all kinds of emotions are intertwined and spreading out. The practitioners in the casting hall knew exactly how strong the defensive power of the magic array of the shield of the mountain was. It would be difficult for an ordinary hero-level powerhouse to break this magic shield with one blow. But to be so vulnerable in front of this metal doll is like a dream. However, this dream is actually happening before my eyes. How could it not be shocking? The destructive power has been confirmed. The peak destructive power of the combat mecha's attack is probably between the beginning of the hero level and the intermediate level of the hero. Because the defensive power of the magical shield of the mountain shield is around the beginning of the hero level. The combat-type mecha can create cracks in the shield of the mountain with one sword, but it cannot completely destroy it. This proves that the destructive power of this all-out sword only exceeds that of the primary hero level, but the excess is definitely not much. So we can roughly guess it. After Qi Lu confirmed this, he was a little shocked. To be honest, Qi Lu had already overestimated the combat effectiveness of combat mechas. But unexpectedly, after the test results came out, Qi Lu discovered that he still underestimated the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha. Because according to normal circumstances, it would be good if the combat type of mecha could honestly crush the Grandmaster level mecha. Facing a hero level powerhouse head-on, Qi Lu still had no hope. However, the truth will always surprise people inadvertently. Since the attack power has been tested, the defense power will not best. Qi Lu originally wanted to take out the shield from the back of the combat mecha, but after thinking about it carefully, he gave up the plan. The so-called best defense is offense. As long as the opponent can't attack you, then you don't have to defend yourself. And according to Qi Li's estimation, the defensive power of this combat mecha is probably at the same level as its attack power. Because the laser lightsaber is blessed with two buffing magics, its destructive power reaches such an astonishing level. The shield that comes with the combat mecha is also blessed with two magics, and they are also high-level defensive magics. Immovable as a mountain, earth magic can greatly enhance defense, and will also prevent targets blessed with this magic from being repulsed. Thorns and thorns, metal magic, can also greatly strengthen the defense, and when attacked, it can also sputter out metal thorns to fight back. The value of these two magics is only higher than that of high-temperature fusion and Gengjin armor breaking. So Qi Lu didn't bother to test it. After all, Qi Lu has never developed a hobby of giving it to others for such a long time. Rather than being beaten passively, Qi Lu prefers to take the initiative to attack. You guys standing on the city wall, I almost broke the magic shield, what are you doing standing still? Are you waiting for the enemy to come to your face? Qi Lu shouted dissatisfiedly at the Bu family members who were still immersed in shock, then raised the laser lightsaber in his hand, controlled the combat mecha, and killed the cultivators in the foundry hall. The peak destructive power of combat-type mechas is indeed between the beginning level of hero level and the intermediate level of hero level. But the destructive power he can usually display is probably only at the level of the primary hero level. Maybe a little worse. But this is completely enough. The reason why hero-level strong men are respected is not only because of their powerful strength, but also because of their scarcity. Even if the Foundry Palace is rich and powerful, it will not send out hero-level experts arbitrarily when dealing with the Bu family. One is because it is more wasteful. The second reason is that the number of hero-level powerhouses is simply not enough to take care of so many city-states. At most, a hero-level strongman from 5 or 6 city-states could be sent to take care of it. Otherwise, Yuanshan City and Fian City would not be so safe. This is also the reason why Duan Wen's heart beat violently, and he started to tiptoe when he killed 5 powerful heroes at once in order to capture Ziyun. Because 5 hero-level experts are not a small number for the casting hall. Even if Duan Wenqin is the master of the Palace of Objects, he will be questioned if he blindly pushes these top combat powers out to die. Even impeachment. Therefore, with the advent of combat-type mechas, the threat from the Foundry Palace will be minimized. Under the control of ordinary people, these combat-type mechas may not be a bleedo deal with those genuine, heroic-level powerhouses. After all, not everyone can have such superb operating skills as Qi Lu. But it is more than enough to deal with master-level practitioners. In this way, there are combat-type mechas nearby and improved laser beams and other weapons far away. As long as they are coordinated properly, it will definitely be a seamless combination. The only problem is that it takes time to train the pilots of combat mechas. Otherwise, you won't be able to operate much at all. After all, the gap between the upper limit and the lower limit of the knowledge of combat is really too big. Just like Qi Lu now, controlling the combat-type mecha among the mana cultivators in the casting hall, he is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable. As long as you take action, you will definitely see blood. The energy collection device of the combat mecha almost never stops. This is the result that occurs when the combat effectiveness of combat mechas is maximized. If ordinary people were allowed to control it, it might not take long before they would be restrained by the practitioners of the casting hall. In a life-and-death fight, they may not be the opponents of combat-type mechas. But to contain this kind of thing, as long as the gap in strength is not a crushing chasm, it can be done with combat skills and combat experience. Needless to say, there is no need to elaborate on the gap in combat experience between cultivators and ordinary people. This is why pilots of combat mechas must first undergo training. Rather than letting an inexperienced pilot take a combat mecha into battle and then being trapped among the enemy, Qi Lu would rather not release the combat mecha. Because every combat mecha left outside will bring huge trouble to the Bu family. The Kuribu family cannot afford so much trouble. That metal doll is here to help us. Quick, follow his attack route and attack. Attack with all your strength. The Bu family members, who were shouted awake by Qi Lu, immediately launched a fierce attack on the Foundry Hall. Magic light bullets once again covered the battlefield. Under Qi Li's miraculous control, the combat mecha was like dancing a waltz. With every move, all enemies around him fell to the ground. The movements are elegant, but the shots are extremely precise. Every action has a very clear goal, and no action is wasted. See blood when you strike, and take lives when you strike back. Qi Lu is explaining one thing to these practitioners at this moment, that is, how terrifying it is when combat skills reach their peak. And the most terrifying thing is that even the combat mecha is so huge. But the people in the casting hall could not touch the edge of the combat mecha at all. Every time they missed it, the price was their own lives. The laser light sword was swung like a scythe that summoned spirits. The cultivators in the casting hall were defeated one after another, leaving them unable to fight back. It wasn't until the last person retreated that Qi Lu took back the laser lightsaber and put the hilt back into the slot. Why did it end so soon? It's rare that I have such a good opportunity to control the mecha to fight. What a shame. Qi Lu smacked his lips with some regret, then looked back at the city wall, and left without saying hello. This time I came here just to test the power of the combat mecha. So I won't do any unnecessary things. Metal doll. The battle report from the front line came to Bu Yuyan's hands faster than expected. In the study, Bu Yuyan looked at the battle report in her hand with an obvious look of joy on her face, and slowly turned over it. Mr. Qi, is this metal doll the combat mecha you mentioned? After reading the battle report in her hand, Bu Yuyan raised her head and looked at Qi Lu, who was sitting aside drinking tea. Your tea doesn't taste very good. Qi Lu put down the teacup in his hand and pretended to think about it for a moment before speaking out. Well. Bu Yuyan was caught off guard by Qi Li's answer and froze there. This tea is the best tea in the Bu family. Isn't it delicious? No, actually I don't know how to drink tea. All tea doesn't taste good to me, so don't worry too much. Qi Lu saw the astonishment on Bu Yuyan's face and added calmly. There can be a few young people who like to drink tea. It's hard to taste the sweetness and bitterness in it, so it's better to leave it for later. So, don't make me tea anymore. Qi Lu added one last sentence. Because Qi Lu didn't understand where making tea was a way of treating guests, he always served tea, regardless of whether the guests wanted to drink it or not. You had a glass of Feijai happy water, didn't it smell good? Okay. Then Mr. Qi, this combat mecha. Bu Yuyan was a little confused by this leap of thinking and could only respond indifferently. You said combat-type mecha. That's right. I drove it to the front line, noticed the mecha's combat effectiveness. Qi Lu finally returned to the topic and nodded. In other words, is this combat mecha a new product that will be available immediately? After Bu Yuyan heard that her guess was confirmed, she immediately became excited. According to the battle reports coming back from the front line, that combat-type mecha can be said to be 1 against 1,000, and its combat power is absolutely shocking. If they had this kind of weapon, the Bu family would not have to be afraid of the casting hall. New products are indeed new products, but combat-type mechas are different from previous products. They have very high requirements for drivers. Qi Li's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly dousing Bu Yuyan's excitement. Very high, how high is it? Bu Yuyan asked a little uneasily. If even Qi Li said the requirements were very high, then this requirement was definitely not much lower. Therefore, it is better to make mental preparations as early as possible. Not only can you control the mecha like an arm and use your fingers, but you must at least be able to use basic combat skills completely proficiently. Qi Li didn't need to think at all and spoke directly. Basic fighting skills are something that every cultivator must learn. It is something that must be learned even if it is a waste made of medicine and a medicine jar with zero combat experience. If not, then it's really just a waste of brute strength. When you meet other cultivators, you have no choice but to be slaughtered. That's not to mention learning other martial arts or magic. I'm afraid that if I learn a new martial arts skill and use it forcefully, I will only dodge my waist first. Does it take a long time to learn these things? Bu Yuyan asked nervously. As a standard ordinary person, it is normal to not know what the basic fighting skills of a practitioner are. So Qi Li didn't mean to look down upon it. Instead, he touched his chin and pondered for a moment before replying, this thing depends on talent and time. What about the shortest one? Bu Yuyan hurriedly spoke out. Because what the Bu family lacks most now is time, and they simply can't afford to wait. After all, if the Foundry Hall is willing to give the Bu family time, then even if there is no combat-type mecha, the Bu family may not be afraid of the Foundry Hall. But the problem is that the casting hall has now begun to act cruelly. The Bu family doesn't have much time to use. The shortest time is just 1 day. This time, Qi Li didn't think about it and blurted out the answer. The basic fighting skills are not complicated, it just doesn't take long to learn. However, the difficult thing is how to become proficient and achieve perfection. Because basic combat skills are the foundation. Basic things are always easy to learn, but hard to master. Just like language, it is not difficult to learn how to speak and how to choose words and sentences. But how many people can really study a language in depth? And after in-depth research, how many people can understand it? Just 1 day? Great! It's a pity that Bu Yuyan doesn't understand these things. When she heard Qi Li say 1 day, she immediately showed an expression of surprise. Don't be too happy too early. There are many people who have no talent and need to learn for 10 days and a half. Qi did not hesitate and immediately broke Bu Yuyan's fantasy. But 10 days and a half month is considered the limit. Even if you are doing radio gymnastics, you should have learned it after such a long time. What's more, these basic things are not as complicated as broadcast gymnastics. This is just like learning weapon techniques. There are always only a few basic movements. For example, knife skills. The basic movements are roughly chopping, slashing, stabbing, smashing, tapping, chopping, lifting, cutting, and piercing. It doesn't take long to learn these basic movements. And almost all sword skills are extended from these basic movements. But if you want to truly master these skills, it cannot be done overnight. It must take time to hone. However, special circumstances require special treatment. It is impossible for Qi Lu to ask those Bu family members to practice basic combat skills to the point of proficiency in a short period of time. That is simply unrealistic. It would be nice to be proficient. 10 days and a half month, I don't know if I can last until that time. The surprise on Bu Yuyan's face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into worry. I said, "Are you stupid? Ordinary people don't know these basic combat skills. Can't you just let the practitioners of the Yi family control the combat mecha?" Qi Lu reminded him somewhat dumbfounded. It is true that the requirements for pilots of combat-type mechas are indeed high. However, the requirements for city defense-type launch tubes and destruction version launch tubes are not high. Yes. After being reminded, Bu Yuyan immediately showed a look of realization on her face. "Mr. Qi, you are still thoughtful. It's not a matter of being inconsiderate, it's just that you're too nervous." Qi Lu shook his head and said slowly, "I told you, don't be under so much pressure and relax your thinking, otherwise you will not be an opponent of the casting hall." "Sorry, Mr. Qi, I understand." Although Qi Li's tone was quite gentle, Bu Yuyan still heard a hint of instruction in it. "That's good to know. I have given you the right to purchase combat mechas. Others cannot purchase them for the time being. The price is 5,000 gold coins per unit. In addition, don't let this power spread before you can't control it." Qi Lu clasped his hands together, looked at Bu Yuyan, and spoke very seriously. The more powerful the power, the easier it is to become a double-edged sword before it is fully controlled. While hurting the enemy, it is also easy to hurt yourself. A smart person knows how to prevent this from happening. We also know how to limit the spread of this power. Therefore, Qi Lu hopes that Bu Yuyan will also be such a smart person and not be reckless about the consequences for the Bu family's victory. It wasn't until the number of combat mechas spread to the point where they were beyond control that they finally woke up. By that time, it was too late to regret. After all, when a person has strong power, his ambition will also grow along with it. Qi Lu is not worried about this happening, because Qi Lu has the power to suppress everything, so he has nothing to worry about. But Bu Yuyan can't. Because the Bu family is not that powerful yet, they cannot afford the consequences. I understand that this power must be in my own hands, before I can feel at ease. Bu Yuyan nodded solemnly. Bu Yuyan can imagine the consequences of the proliferation of combat-type mechas. This is probably the reason why Qi Lu only gave Bu Yuyan purchase rights, in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Within a force, the strongest power must be in the hands of the leader. Otherwise, this force will inevitably fall apart in a very short time. Fian Chamber of Commerce is the best example. The Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family are equally powerful, and their scope of power almost overlaps. Therefore, the growing ambitions turned each other against each other. So much so that the Fian Chamber of Commerce fell apart in the end. These things are all things that Bu Yuyan has personally experienced, so Qi Lu believes that as long as she is reminded, with Bu Yuyan's wisdom, she will not make such mistakes again. After all, a fool who makes the same mistake twice is not worthy of cooperating with Qi Lu. I believe you. What you said just now is just a routine reminder. Qi Lu smiled and said very easily. Qi Lu does not intend to participate in the formulation of the next plan. As for how the Bu family should proceed, it would be enough to provide appropriate help and guidance. There is really no need to give step-by-step instructions. The road to rise is never easy. Since the person walking on this road is not Qi Lu, there is no need for him to interfere. Because Qi Lu has more important things to do now. Although you are dealing with the Zhuwu Palace now and think that the Zhuwu Palace may be like this, the background of such a big force is always hard to imagine. So take your time. Only small forces will sway in the wind and rain, behemoths will always be as stable as a rock. Qi Lu stood up, with a gentle smile on his face, and opened the study door. Then the gentle smile slowly disappeared and turned into indifference. Come out, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. If you come here, you must be looking for trouble with someone. Gu Jingwu's voice echoed in the corridor. Bu Yuyan, who was sitting behind the desk, was startled. She quickly stood up and asked, Mr. Qi, is there anyone outside the door? Of course there is, but those who come are not good, and those who are good will not come. Qi Lu said slowly, then stepped back suddenly. Shwa shwa. Several rays of black light flew from the door and struck Bu Yuyan directly. However, he saw the afterimages of Qi Li's probing hands suddenly appearing, their arms flying like horses, intercepting all the black light in the air. This is... The shock on Bu Yuyan's face remained, and she took a closer look after seeing Qi Li's actions. Then he discovered that there were 8 daggers as black as ink in Qi Lu's hand. Although the cold light flashing on them was extremely penetrating, it was difficult to detect. This is the weapon used in assassinations. The dark dagger blended into the shadows, making it impossible to detect it. iPhone was not constantly vigilant. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan suddenly broke into a cold sweat on her back. There was also a little admiration in Qi Li's eyes. It's just a small trick. Qi Lu used a little force with his fingers to crush the dagger in his hand into powder and scattered it at his feet. Then he glanced back at Bu Yuyan and found that she seemed quite calm, so he turned back and said to the door, I told you to come out, do you still want me to invite you? Perhaps Qi Li's method shocked the people outside the door. After a long moment of silence, there was a slight round of applause outside the study. Immediately afterwards, Su Hengxiang walked in with a hypocritical smile. This young hero is very resourceful. Could it be that you are the trump card off the Bu family, the strong man who has been following Miss Bu to protect her? As Su Hengxiang spoke, he glanced at the black powder at Qi Li's feet, and couldn't help but be speechless. The main material for forging the black dagger can be said to be extremely strong. Moreover, a lot of rare materials were added to it, and it took shape after thousands of tempers and engraved with a large number of formation patterns. He was actually crushed by this guy with just the strength of his grip. This kind of strength was simply shocking. At least, Su Hengxiang asked himself that he couldn't do such a thing. Unless you can use grudge. After all, pure physical strength and the power that can be exerted after using Do Qi are 2 completely different levels. Although the strength of a hero-level strongman is tyrannical, but without the use of fighting spirit and magic power. If you have not deliberately tempered your physical body, the power you possess is not as powerful as you imagine. That's why Su Hengxiang was so surprised. Because he was certain that the guy in front of him had definitely trained his body deliberately. So, at the same level, a cultivator who has tempered his body will naturally be stronger than a cultivator who has not tempered his body. Fighting alone, it is definitely a very difficult enemy. This was Su Hengxiang's first thought after seeing Qi Lu. Fortunately, I didn't come here alone today. This was Su Hengxiang's second thought. You mean the bodyguard? No, of course not me. After listening to Su Hingxiang's words, Qi Lu knew that this guy had misunderstood. Of course, Qi Lu also heard from these words the origin of the person in front of him, and he must be someone affiliated with the Foundry Hall. Bu Yuyan, you should know this guy, he looks like he has come to see you before. It's you again. Didn't Gu Ming wish to destroy you with just one pawn last time? Bu Yuyan also saw Su Hingxiang at the door, and her beautiful eyebrows suddenly frowned. The last time I met with Su Hingxiang, it was an unpleasant negotiation. If Qi Lu hadn't left Gu Mingyuan with Bu Yuyan as expected, Su Hingxiang's sudden attack would have succeeded. Unfortunately, Su Hingxiang chose the wrong target. So now that Bu Yuyan mentioned it, Su Hingxiang's face suddenly turned ugly, and his hypocritical smile disappeared. Yes, thanks to Miss Bu, I have tasted the taste of failure. The expression on Su Hingxiang's face became extremely cold, and an evil aura suddenly rose from his body. The number of people who died at the hands of Su Hingxiang was not only a few thousand, but also hundreds, and there were not a few strong ones among them. So with this evil spirit, the temperature in the entire study suddenly dropped by 3 points. Speak properly, and it is not a gentleman's behavior to scare people. Seeing this, Qi Lu smiled slightly and immediately released his aura, dispersing the evil spirit in an instant. The speed was so fast that Bu Yuyan didn't even notice what happened. You dare to ask this young hero what his name is? After the evil spirit was dissipated, Su Hingxiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Lu. In addition to being a little angry, Su Hingxiang also had a probing intention in his actions just now. It's just that Qi Li's reaction speed and strength were a bit beyond Su Hingxiang's expectations. You can't be called a young hero. As for my name, it doesn't matter if I tell you. My name is Qi Lu. I hope you won't forget it. Qi Lu smiled faintly, but a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Qi Lu sometimes does this kind of testing. However, when others come to test him, Qi Leke will not be so happy. Because the strong can only call it temptation when it comes to the weak. The weak can only irritate the strong. Of course, Qi Lu will not be angry because of this, because if the ant bites him, he only needs to reach out and crush it to death. There is no need to get angry. Qi Lu, okay, I will remember it. I will personally carve this name for you on your tombstone. Su Hingxiang sneered and spoke. Because in Su Hingxiang's view, Qi Lu was helping Bu Yuyan, which was tantamount to going against the Zhuwu Palace. And those who oppose the Foundry Palace, even if they are hero-level experts, will not end well. Either be incorporated or buried. Although Su Hingxiang is not sure of defeating Qi Lu alone, Su Hingxiang isn't alone today, so there is nothing to be afraid of. You have to say the harsh words that need to be said. Otherwise, it would weaken the reputation of the Foundry Hall. You can be so kind, so I'd better not ask your name. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, because I don't think anyone will erect a tombstone for you. The implication of this sentence is, you will die without a burial place. I admire your courage, but do you know who you are against? When Su Hingxiang heard this, his expression became even more gloomy. It doesn't matter who you are, because whoever you are, I don't care. Qi Lu glanced at Su Hingxiang, then found a chair and sat down, paying no attention to Su Hingxiang's face, which was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. Even if he guessed that Su Hingxiang came from the Foundry Hall, Qi Lu didn't want to say it. Because as Qi Lu said, it is the Zhuwu Palace, or it is not the Zhuwu Palace, it is actually the same. In this world, there really is no force that Qi Lu can be afraid of. After all, the will of this world is in Qi Li's hands. Although except for the last exchange, Zhu Bao has not spoken out. But Qi Lu is sure that the cast treasure must still be in the cast jade plate, but it has fallen into dormancy for some unknown reason. Good, very good. Miss Bu, don't you care about the people who are in charge of you? Aren't you afraid that his behavior will bring disaster to the Bu family? Su Hengxiang knew that threatening such a stupid young man would have no effect, so he looked at Bu Yuyan again. Because Su Hengxiang didn't know Qi Li's identity, he subconsciously thought that Qi Lu was from the Bu family, but had a special status. Anyway, within the family power, there are people with other surnames, and it is not necessarily necessary that everyone has the surname Bu. For example, for statuses such as honorary elders, you only have a given name, which can be a surname. Bao Jiao, there are several mistakes in your sentence. I need to help you correct them. Bu Yuyan looked at Su Hengxiang without showing any signs of weakness, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Then he spoke firmly. First of all, Mr. Qi is not one of my people, and he is not someone that our Bu family can give orders to. Second, no matter what young Master Qi does, and any consequences, our Bu family is willing to bear them without any regrets. Third, all the disasters in the Bu family come from the casting hall. I think you should know this better than me, right? And the fourth and most important point, Su Hengxiang, please remember that our Bu family is not afraid of any disasters. We are not afraid of any threats. Just come here. Bu Yuyan said these 4 sentences with great force, and her expression was extremely firm. Su Hengxiang was stunned for a long time, before a ferocious smile appeared on his face. I see. It seems that Miss Bu has already made her decision, so I won't persuade you anymore. However, there are a few people, and I still want to introduce them to you. As he spoke, Su Hengxiang clapped his hands gently. In an instant, 4 figures appeared next to Su Hengxiang. They were all dressed in black robes, and their appearance could not be clearly seen. The 5 uninvited guests finally came out. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the armchair, said lightly. With these people's concealment methods, there was no way they could hide from Qi Li's perception. What did you say? When Su Hengxiang heard this, he felt a chill running down his spine and looked at Qi Lu in disbelief. Did he know before that there were 4 people hiding outside? No, this shouldn't be possible. It must be a bluff. If you didn't hear what I said clearly, it must be because your ears are not very good, so I won't say it a second time. Qi Lu crossed his fingers, placed his elbows on the armrests on both sides of the chair, and looked at Su Hengxiang with a half-smile. Now that everything is clear. Qi Lu really wanted to see what this guy could do. It would be a good idea to deduce how much power is hidden in the casting hall. That's a bluff. Su Hengxiang shook his head disdainfully, and then glanced at the 4 people around him. These 4 people, the shadow guards from the Foundry Palace, are the most elite force in the Foundry Palace. In other words, they are the dead soldiers affiliated with the casting hall. Except for a very few people in the Foundry Hall, no one else knew about the existence of the shadow guards. This kind of secret power is one of the trump cards of the casting palace, and of course it is impossible to publicize it. But it is one of the strongest combat forces in the Foundry Hall that has been able to stand proudly in the world for so long. This is also Su Hengxiang's greatest confidence in coming this time. Each of the 4 practitioners from the Shadow Guards possesses greater strength than Su Hengxiang, as well as tyrannical fighting skills. It is the duty of the Shadow Guards to clear all obstacles for the Forge Palace. Even the Great Elder of the Foundry Hall would have to pay a high price if he wanted to dispatch 4 practitioners of the Shadow Guard at once. It can be seen that in order to deal with the Bu family, the Great Elder of the Jiwu Palace really tried his best. Go and get rid of them all. Su Hengxiang raised his hand and pointed, and then issued the order. It is actually very simple to get the command of the Shadow Guards. That is, let the Shadow Guards take over the task and then appoint the commander. The Shadow Guards do not care about the identity of the commander, nor do they care who the commander is. Before the mission is complete, they will faithfully execute every order of the commander without asking the reason. Until the mission is completed, the command authority will expire. The Shadow Guards will also return to the Forge Hall on their own. Whoosh! As soon as Su Hingxiang's order was given, the four people standing beside him were like four black lightnings, rushing towards Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. They made no sound, as if they were mute. The only thing that could be heard in the study was the sound of cracking through the air. So fast. Bu Yuyan could only vaguely see four black shadows flashing, and could not clearly see the movements of the four shadow guards. When he reacted, the black shadow had already appeared in front of him. The black robes covered the faces of the shadow guards. From under the hoods, only a pair of cold eyes could be seen, without a trace of human emotion in them. Some were just cold and killing. With just one look, Yuyan began to feel chills in her heart. After all, Bu Yuyan is just an ordinary person. No matter how good her mood is, she is powerless in the face of this kind of murderous aura that can almost be condensed into substance. Because this is simply not something that can be resisted by a high state of mind. This kind of murderous intent must be resisted with real strength. However, the shadow guards had no intention of giving Bu Yuyan time to react. After appearing in front of Bu Yuyan, they raised their palms. With just one palm strike, Bu Yuyan will be destroyed. The wind howled, and Bu Yuyan looked at the rapidly approaching attack, almost seeing her own death. But in the next moment, the scenery in front of Bu Yuyan suddenly changed. It felt like it was being dragged out by something. Qi, Mr. Qi. Bu Yuyan glanced back and realized that Qi Lu had appeared behind her at some point, grabbed her waist, and appeared next to the window of the study. Feeling the warmth in Qi Li's arms, two blushes suddenly appeared on Bu Yuyan's face. In the study room, the places hit by the four shadow guards had turned into four potholes. There is a thin layer of powder accumulated inside, and when the wind blows, it scatters in all directions. A hero-level strongman's attack does not require the earth to shatter and the situation to change every time. That kind of waste of fighting spirit and magic power is a fool's show-off. Because of the condensed fighting spirit and magic power, it can cause more powerful destructive power. Unnecessary large-scale destruction is actually rare. It's quite fast. The smile on Qi Li's face did not change, and his tone seemed to be teasing, but also seemed to be stating a fact. Because in Qi Li's eyes, the speed of the four shadow guards can really be called pretty fast. Compared with Qi Lu, he is not on the same level at all. My tone was so loud before, but now I'm running away really fast. Su Hingxiang looked at Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan, who ran to the window, and said with a joking face, "I just think the scenery by the window is better." Qi Lu shrugged and said slowly, "Besides, the ventilation here is better, so the smell of blood should be less." Being tough won't save your life. Su Hingxiang snorted coldly and said with a sneer, "Don't worry, Qi Lu, I will personally engrave your name on your tombstone as I said before." "Do it." The people of the Shadow Guard did not respond, but directly responded to Su Hingxiang's order with actions. Four black shadows were like monsters, attacking the two people from four directions. It was obvious that the cooperation of the Shadow Guards was definitely refined, and their attacks complemented each other perfectly. There are almost no blind spots to dodge. "This time, let's see where you can hide," Su Hingxiang said sadly from the side. "If you can't dodge, you can only hit it hard." Su Hingxiang still didn't believe it. No matter how strong Qi Lu is, he can't even think of taking on the attacks of our powerful heroes by himself. And he also has to protect an ordinary person without any cultivation. Such a difficult thing can be accomplished easily without that. It's really noisy. Qi Lu shook his head, and then glanced at the black powder that he had scattered on the ground. That was the dagger used by the Shadow Guards to carry out assassinations. It was just crushed, casually, by Qi Lu. However, it is undeniable that the texture of these daggers is indeed extremely hard, and it can be regarded as an excellent weapon even for hero-level strongmen. After all, they are the most elite force in the casting hall, and the equipment they possess is naturally of high quality. Only when assassinating, the types of weapons that can be chosen are limited. Weapons that are too bulky are too much in the way, so I use daggers. And no other weapons were prepared. Otherwise, in the forge hall, it can be said that the shadow guards have whatever weapons they want, and all of them are of the best quality. Therefore, the 4 members of the shadow guard are now using their bare hands. However, this actually has little impact on strength. Because killing has become an instinct in these guys' bones, and it will not change regardless of whether they have weapons or not. Even when they were approaching Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan, Qi Lu could still see the rich bloodthirsty light from under the hoods of these 4 people. So much so that Bu Yuyan's face turned pale with shock from this bloodthirsty light, and she couldn't even speak for a moment. It is no joke that a cultivator with strong strength and long-term killing ability can kill people just by relying on his momentum. Oh, the gap in strength is really embarrassing. Qi Lu also wants to give Yu Yan more training in actual combat. Now it seems that it is better to take it step by step. Thinking like this, Qi Li's figure flashed. Together with Bu Yuyan, they disappeared. Boom! There was a loud noise, and half of the huge study room disappeared. Under the joint efforts of the 4 practitioners of the Shadow Guard, they were instantly evaporated. How is this possible? The attacks of those 4 people blocked all escape directions. They can't be avoided. Su Hengxiang's expression changed drastically, and his eyes kept searching the room. The 4 members of the Shadow Guard also quickly dispersed, looking for traces of Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. It's just that with Qi Li's ability, if he wanted to hide his aura, with the abilities of the Shadow Guards, he really wouldn't be able to find it. Not to mention Su Hengxiang, whose strength is not as strong as that of the Shadow Guards. However, hiding and hiding have never been what Qi Lu likes to do. Qi Lu just doesn't like to take the initiative to cause trouble. After all, that would make him look very incompetent. But if someone is brave enough to provoke Qi Lu will never be afraid of trouble, but will make those guys regret their actions. What are you looking for? Joking voices rang out in the study, and the figures of Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan also appeared in the middle of the study. There is still some paleness on Bu Yuyan's face that has not faded, but she looks much more relieved. Leaning into the warmth of Qi Li's arms, Bu Yuyan temporarily forgot about the danger. You haven't left yet. Su Hengxiang turned his head suddenly and stared at Qi Lu. The 4 Shadow Guard practitioners, like sharks that smelled blood, rushed over the moment Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan appeared. This is not a place where you, the casting hall, can run wild. Why should I leave? Qi Lu sneered, feeling a little baffled by Su Hengxiang's question. Although I don't know how you avoided the attack just now, but this time, you have no way to escape. Looking at Qi Li's expression, Su Hengxiang felt a surge of anger in his heart. Space magic is still quite rare in this world. Therefore, it is normal for Su Hengxiang and the people of the Shadow Guard not to know the short flash magic. But Qi Lu has no intention of teasing them again. Moreover, the position he was in now was actually a position specially chosen by Qi Lu. Under his feet was the black powder formed by a pile of crushed black daggers. You're right, there is really no way to escape this time. Qi Lu shrugged, and then the sneer on his face gradually subsided and turned into a hint of coldness. However, it should be that you have no way to escape. Before he finished speaking, Qi Li's toes tapped lightly on the floor. The black powder scattered on the ground was immediately shaken up and flew into the air, lingering around Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan like a thin layer of black mist. This? Su Hengxiang suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, the 4 members of the Shadow Guard were already close at hand. Just wait for the next second, and the attack with violent power will hit Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. However, the scene that the Shadow Guards imagined would never happen again. Because Qi Lu took action. The next scene may be a little bloody. If you don't want to see it, you can close your eyes. Qi Lu waved his hand gently while speaking. The black powder lingering around him was like 1,000 arrows shooting out in all directions at this moment. Shwa shwa. The sound of breaking through the sky is endless. Continuous roars sounded in the study. The black powder that flew away was like a dim firework, not bright, but cruel. Qi Li's fighting spirit condensed on the black powder made these seemingly inconspicuous little things indestructible. Even if it penetrates the body of a powerful hero, it can still do so without any stagnation. Blood splattered in the study. As Qi Lu said, this is not a warm picture, but a cruel scene that can make people feel chilled. The black powder shot out to the surroundings was like black mist spreading out. The 4 heroic heroes of the Shadow Guard seemed to have been swallowed up by this black mist, leaving only some blood flowers, but the rest of them had no bones left. No, it's impossible, this is definitely a dream. Su Hengxiang's face had turned extremely pale, and he subconsciously took a step back. His eyes were also full of fear. With just an understatement, the 4 heroic heroes disappeared without a trace, leaving only a little blood to prove their existence. This is more frightening than directly killing 4 powerful heroes. This study room is no longer usable, so we should tear it down and rebuild it. Qi Lu looked around at the shabby study room and let go of Bu Yuyan's hand. Now that the crisis has been resolved, of course we can't continue to hold on to him, otherwise it will be like taking advantage. Bu Yuyan is still a yellow flower girl. Then, Qi Lu looked at the pale Su Hengxiang and said, I have said before, you are the ones who have no way to escape. This is never a place where the casting hall can be arrogant. So what, no matter how strong you are only one person. Su Hengxiang was aroused by Qi Lu, and immediately gritted his teeth and said fiercely, if you want to protect the Bu family from the casting hall, it's just you alone? Are you dreaming? No matter how strong a person's power is, it is limited. Maybe you can look down on the world and be invincible. But it is simply impossible to protect a large force with such a wide coverage by oneself. There are many ways to defeat a force. Force is only the most direct and fastest way, but it is not the only one. You're right. It's not enough for me alone. However, there are some things that are difficult for you to understand after I tell you them, and I don't really want to explain that much to you. Qi Lu looked at Su Hengxiang with an expressionless face, speaking harshly, and his tone was even more indifferent. The purpose of keeping Su Hengxiang was just to ask about the plans of the foundry hall. Otherwise, Su Hengxiang would not have survived the attack just now. As for how to ask, the method is of course very simple. Qi Lu did not think that Su Hengxiang would reveal the plans for the foundry hall easily, and even if he did, it would be difficult to tell the truth from the false. Therefore, it is faster to search for souls directly. You. The reason why you stayed with me couldn't be to tell me these things. However, Su Hengxiang suddenly calmed down after seeing Qi Li's expression. If you run, you will definitely not be able to escape. Su Hengxiang could still see clearly what form it was in. Facing the monster Qi Lu, escaping was just a waste of time. It will also appear cowardly. It's better to face it calmly and still retain some integrity. Of course not. I just think that if you are sensible, you shouldn't hide the plans of the casting hall. It will not do you any good. Qi Lu said as he walked towards Su Hengxiang. Even if it is soul-searching, it can only be carried out after actual contact and making the target lose the ability to resist. Is that really the case? You want to get the news about the Foundry Palace out of me. Su Hengxiang seemed to have expected it. Looking at Qi Lu approaching, a strange smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that you still think of people too simply. What do you want to say? Qi Lu noticed something was wrong and immediately increased his speed. However, Su Hengxiang's aura has changed, and it has undergone earth-shaking changes. become violent and unstable, and fluctuate up and down. Damn, this guy wants to blow himself up. Qilu understood immediately. This is one of the methods used by cultivators to seek death, and it is also a desperate attempt to drag the enemy to death together. But there are really not many people who have the courage to do it. After all, ants still live in vain, let alone humans. Even if there is a glimmer of hope of survival, no one would use such an extreme method to end their own life. Self-destruction requires self-severing of the meridians throughout the body, allowing the fighting energy and magic power in the body to begin to circulate erratically, flowing freely within the body. The pain involved is simply unimaginable to those who have not experienced it. I may have lost this time, but there is absolutely no way the Bu family can win. Su Hongxiang clenched his teeth, and the severe pain made his face extremely distorted and hideous. There were blue veins bulging out on his forehead and neck, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Qilu, I'm waiting for you to come find me. After saying this with a ferocious smile, the fighting spirit in Su Hongxiang's body erupted instantly like an erupting volcano. The violent power spread around. The huge study room turned into dust in an instant, and then was completely annihilated by this force. Oops. Qilu had no time to stop Su Hongxiang's self-destruction. He turned around and hugged Bu Yuyan, and then wrapped the two of them with fighting spirit, blocking the destructive power of this force. However, the terrible impact still knocked the two of them out. The terrifying power spread rapidly around, and everything within the affected area was turned into powder. No building could withstand it, and no human being could survive. Starting from the Bu family's mansion, it spread to half of the city-state before the violent destructive power produced by the self-destruction was exhausted. So powerful and terrifying. Ahem. Qilu raised his hand to fan the smoke in front of him, and then let go of the other hand that was still holding Bu Yuyan. Are you okay? I made a miscalculation this time. I didn't expect that guy Tadar to blow himself up. I underestimated him. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Qi. Bu Yuyan was obviously still a little unresponsive. After hearing Qilu's words, she thanked him with lingering fear. This kind of thing, let alone Bu Yuyan. Even Qilu saw it for the first time. Therefore, it is completely normal for Bu Yuyan to be so frightened that she has not recovered yet. Fortunately, Qi Li's strength was so strong that he could protect Bu Yuyan completely. Otherwise, he would not only be frightened but might even lose his life. It's fine, but it's just that this time, more than one study room was destroyed. Qilu patted the dust on his body and stood up from the ground. Then looking up, you can see that all the surrounding buildings have disappeared, and half of the city-state has been razed to the ground. Several layers of the ground beneath his feet have also been cut away, and it can be clearly seen that the height is inconsistent with the ground in the distance. This is really an incredible attack. It's a pity that a person can only launch it once in his life. Qilu sighed silently in his heart. By the way, I also regretted that I couldn't get the news out of Su Hongxiang's mind. You can tell at a glance that this guy has a high status in the casting Hellland must know a lot. However, this guy's loyalty to the Foundry Palace seems to be as high as his status. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he actually chose to self-destruct. It's really hard to believe. Even if this guy is an enemy. Loyalty. Thinking of this, Qilu suddenly turned his head and glanced at Bu Yuyan. Whether it is for a force or a family, loyalty is always the most important issue. After noticing Qi Li's gaze, Bu Yuyan also realized what Qilu wanted to say. So he quickly stood up and said, although there are not many members of the Bu family who can have such loyalty, there are still many. It's just that the Bu family is growing too fast now, and there is no time to manage this area. This is one of the drawbacks of growing too fast. Loyalty needs to be cultivated. When a person's power grows too fast, it is inevitable that he will be so overwhelmed by this powerful force that he will not be able to see his position clearly. The same is true for a family. The Bu family is now expanding at a very fast pace, which not only enhances the family honor of the Bu family members, but also increases the ambitions of some people. They will not be content with their current status and want more. Without self-awareness, one cannot clearly see one's status. Greed is always endless. But most of the time, greed only brings disaster. In this case, it seems that we need to find an opportunity to rectify it. However, you know this kind of thing much better than me, so I won't guide you. Most of the time, Qi Lu just reminds him. Bu Yuyan knows much better than Qi Lu about how the family operates, so Qi Lu will not interfere in such matters. Well, I understand. Bu Yuyan nodded solemnly. What happened today can be regarded as a reminder to Bu Yuyan, and she realized the importance of loyalty. Su Hengxiang's behavior can be called a dead soldier. But we'll talk about this later. For now, let's deal with the matter in front of us. Qi Lu scratched the back of his head and said slowly, since the Foundry Palace has given us such a big gift, we have to return the favor. Although the tone is light, the murderous intention is strong. Reciprocity is the right way. How can you not return the favor when someone comes to your door? Mr. Qi, what you mean is, do you want to take action yourself? Bu Yuyan understood the meaning of Qi Li's words and immediately looked at Qi Lu in surprise. It's just a return gift. You'd better take good care of the Bu family first. Qi Lu shook his head and said nothing more. But at the end, he took another look at Gu Mingyuan, who was hiding in the dark. The explosion just now was not a very dangerous thing for Gu Mingyuan. He just saw Qi Li's presence, so he didn't show up. After all, in terms of combat effectiveness, Gu Mingyuan is really no match for Qi Lu. Then, I'll leave first. After Qi Lu finished speaking, he flashed and disappeared before his words could be completely finished. Gu Mingyuan, you should still be here. After Bu Yuyan saw Qi Lu disappear, she was stunned for a while, before she asked. I'm always here, Miss Bu. What are your orders? Gu Mingyuan's voice came from the shadows. Although Qi Li's order to Gu Mingyuan was to protect Bu Yuyan. But after the two got along for a long time, Gu Mingyuan would also help with some small things in normal times. Although simulated robots have no emotions, the first step to becoming a real person is to learn how to have emotions. Gu Mingyuan is a special version specially manufactured for the system, which is of course different from other mass-produced versions. There is indeed no such thing as an ancient rune of the emotional type. But the ancient runes used to help oneself learn this type actually exist. However, in ancient times, this type of ancient runes were usually blessed on the practitioners themselves to temporarily strengthen their own understanding. It is truly an unprecedented initiative to be applied to simulated robots by system. It's just that because of the difficulty of engraving this type of ancient runes, even the system has a headache. That's why I only blessed Gu Mingyuan. As for other simulation robots, I can only think about it. After all, this kind of self-learning ancient rune is of little help to combat effectiveness. For example, learning combat skills or something. Does the simulation robot produced by the system still need to learn combat skills? If you say that, don't make Qi Lu Xiao lie down. So in the end, the function of this ancient rune was probably to allow Gu Mingyuan to study people's emotions in his spare time. Take me to the nearest city-state around here. Bu Yuyan thought for a while before speaking out. There is no way to stay in this half-destroyed city-state now. Even for reconstruction, the amount of work is quite large and cannot be completed in a short time. It would be better to find another city-state. Fortunately, Bu Yuyan is now inspecting various city-states, so this city-state is not that important. Otherwise, we will really suffer heavy losses. After arriving in another city-state, the first thing Bu Yuyan did was to start buying combat-type mechas, and then summon the practitioners belonging to the Bu family. Integrate the power of the Bu family and start a comprehensive counterattack. Just as Qi Lu said, the great gifts from the Jiu Hui Palace have been sent over, and it would be too stingy for the Bu family not to return some gifts. So within 2 days, combat mechas were deployed in every city-state where the Bu family was located. And the quantity doesn't need to be too much. In a city-state, it is enough for 3 combat-type mechas to cooperate with each other. This time, with the help of combat mechas, the practitioners of the casting hall were not only unable to break through the defenses on the city wall. Instead, they were beaten back and forth, unable to approach the city-state atoll. It's useless even with the care of a hero-level expert. Because all the hero-level experts sent by the casting hall are only at the beginning of the hero-level realm. Combat-type mechas can completely contain these heroic powerhouses and allow the aftermath of the battle to impact the people in the foundry hall. After all, 3 combat mechas and 1 combat mecha are not the same concept at all. A large number of the branches of the casting hall in various city-states were destroyed, all the cultivators died, and the losses were heavy. The Jiu Hui Palace and the Bu family are at war, and they can't take it for a long time. Duan Wenxin slowly looked at the parchment in his hand, his face as gloomy as water. In the past few days, the branches of the casting palace built in those city-states began to be destroyed by an unknown strong man. Everyone who belonged to the casting hall also died. This is simply a shame. Who can tell me what is going on? After watching for a long time, Duan Wenxin raised his head, his tone was cold, and the anger on his face could no longer be suppressed. It has always been their Jiu Hui Palace that bullies others. When will it be someone else's turn to bully their Jiu Hui Palace? What is happening these days is a shame, and it is a shame that cannot be washed away. Therefore, all the hall masters standing below also lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Duan Wenxin. No way, this is indeed their negligence. They knew almost nothing about the unknown strong man. Because there were no survivors in the destroyed branch of the foundry hall. So there is no way to collect information from this aspect. And the unknown strong man will not do more damage, let alone kill innocent people indiscriminately, only targeting the casting hall. This is to make it clear to the Jiu Hui Palace, I'm going to hit you. This kind of thing would make anyone angry. What's wrong? Are you all mute? Talk. And where are the people who collected intelligence? Are they all dead? Duan Wenxin looked down at these hall masters and asked slowly. With each question, his voice got louder, and by the end, he was almost shouting. Palace Master, the origin of this strong man is really strange. We have searched most of the hero-level strong men, but we haven't found any clues. One of the hall masters said bravely. Really? Then you are really capable. Duan Wenxin sneered, and then his cold eyes fell on the hall master. 3 days, I will give you 3 more days. If there is no result, I can only wish you the best and take care of yourself. As soon as these words came out, the hall master's body trembled obviously. Then he quickly bowed to accept the order and said, I understand, Lord Palace Master. It is self-explanatory as to what the phrase, do one's best means. Duan Wenxin wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As for who will bait a chicken and who will be the monkey, it depends on each person's performance. By the way, what's going on with the Bu family? Of course Duan Wenxin knew about the Bu family and guessed what was going on. But sometimes, if you should pretend not to know, then you have to pretend not to know. Otherwise, how can we use the topic to our advantage? Several hall masters who knew the truth suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. When these gods fight, it is most likely to affect their group of mortals, and they will suffer disaster if they are not careful. What? Do you need me to ask a second time? Duan Wenxin said with a cold expression, his deep gaze slowly scanning the hall masters below. Every hall master who was swept by Duan Wenxin's gaze shuddered involuntarily. The powerful momentum caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on their backs. The long-term peace made these hall masters almost forget that Duan Wenxin was not only the master of the casting hall, but also a powerful hero. And the real strength can definitely be ranked at the forefront in the casting hall. Reporting to the palace master, the decision to attack the Bu family was Matabi the Great Elder, and he secretly mobilized the power of the casting palace, so I didn't have time to tell you. Seeing that Duan Wenxin looked wrong, several hall leaders immediately rushed to tell the story. The hall master of the Zhuwu Hall and the Great Elder were fighting in there, and these little hall masters couldn't afford to offend them. It's better to get yourself out as soon as possible. Great Elder. Okay, that's great. For such a big thing, you actually dare to mobilize the power of the Foundry Palace privately. Does this mean you don't take Duan Wenxin seriously? Duan Wenxin's face straightened and he said angrily. It would be a joke to say that Duan Wenxin didn't know anything about the chief elder of the Zhuwu Palace secretly attacking the Bu family. Does Duan Wenxin know what is going on inside the Zhuwu Hall? Who coveted his position? If Duan Wenxin hadn't noticed at all, he would have been taken down long ago. But at this time, Duan Wenxin had to pretend that he didn't know anything so that he could use the topic to his advantage. Only then can the power of the Great Elder be reduced. Otherwise, if Duan Wenxin knew about this matter before, wouldn't it become acquiescence? Then the wrong decision in this matter will flow back to Duan Wenxin. This isn't the result Duan Wenxin wants to see. The power of the Foundry Hall was mobilized indiscriminately, and it caused such a huge loss. Even his Great Elder will never forgive him lightly. After his anger passed, Duan Wenxin spoke righteously. This is to take the Great Elder to the sword. The target to scare the monkeys has now been found, and there is no better target than the Great Elder in the casting hall. With this knife, it is estimated that no one else will dare to come out and jump around in a short period of time. The Lord of the Palace understands the righteousness and always thinks about the prosperity of the Zhuwu Palace. We will definitely support the Lord of the Palace. We will definitely follow the Lord of the Palace forever. After hearing Duan Wenxin's righteous words, the hall masters standing below understood in their hearts. It's time for me and others to come out and express their opinions. Are you on Duan Wenxin's side or on the Great Elder's side? But in the current situation, if you side with the Great Elder, isn't that asking for your own death? Therefore, the hall masters present spoke out one after another to express their loyalty. Okay, if that's the case, then go and invite the Great Elder over now. Duan Wenxin nodded with satisfaction, and then spoke aloud. These people have already spoken out their words, which is equivalent to standing in line, and there is no chance to go back on their words. Duan Wenxin is not worried about their loyalty, because to get to this point, loyalty is often an empty talk. Interest is the eternal truth. Going for profit and following the trend is the normal behavior of these guys. As for the issue of loyalty, those dead men will take care of it. Yes. Lord Palace Master. The hall masters standing below the main hall immediately bowed to accept the order. Once the words have been spoken and the team has stood, it can no longer waver. Duan Wenxin said these words, which proved that Duan Wenxin was determined to bring down the Great Elder. Since the Great Elder is about to lose power, there is nothing to be afraid of. It would be better to capture him as a certificate of surrender, so that others can show off in front of the palace master, so as not to become the next target to scare others. Seeing the hall masters leaving the hall one after another, Duan Wenxin smiled coldly. It's really ridiculous that you dare to play with such little thoughts in front of me. It's just that the Bu family's affairs really need to be dealt with. Because in Duan Wenxin's opinion, the cast jade plate should still be in the hands of the Bu family, so it must be taken back. Not only to enhance his own prestige, but also to cast the things in the jade plate. Power and strength. Everything Duan Wenxin wanted was in the cast jade plate. So while the great elder of the Foundry Hall had made such a start, since they had already begun to attack the Bu family, the Wenxin didn't want to end it hastily. It would be better to attack the Bu family and get the jade plate back directly. In this way, Duan Wenxin can not only eliminate the threat of the great elder, but also gain a good reputation for himself. The reason is simple. The great elder secretly dispatched the cultivators from the Foundry Hall to attack the Bu family, but they were unable to attack the Bu family for a long time, and even returned with a disastrous defeat. After Duan Wenxin dealt with the great elder, he personally came to the rescue. Doesn't that mean that Duan Wenxin is an open-minded person who can help the great elder of Zhuwu Hall to deal with the mess regardless of past grudges? Facing such a good palace master, what extra requirements are there? Qi Li's revenge continues. Those city-states covered by the power of the casting palace are not living in peace every day. Especially those in the casting hall branch are on tenterhooks every day, not knowing when the unknown strong man will come. However, there is no way to run. Unless the Zhuwu Palace is willing to shrink its sphere of influence, these branches will definitely send people to garrison them. This is also the reason why Qi Lu would choose this method of revenge. Since your casting hall dares to send people over to carry out assassinations, you must be prepared to bear this anger. Qi Lu prides himself on being easygoing, but he has never been a good-tempered person. It is our nature to retaliate. I have dismantled many branches of the Foundry Palace in the past few days. Can you remember it for me in the system? Qi Lu asked, while sitting on the wall of a certain city-state, eating dry food. System, about 70 or 80 seats. 70 or 80 seats, is that just a little bit? It seems we have to keep up our efforts. Qi Lu finished the dry food in his hands in a few mouthfuls, then clapped his hands and jumped off the city wall. Speaking of which, Zhuwu Palace is indeed a big family and a big business. Even these branches occasionally contain some good stuff. So much so that after the system tasted the sweetness a few times, it began to actively urge Qi Lu to find trouble in the Foundry Hall. They are all enemies anyway, so it's not too much to collect some interest now. Stop. Qi Lu, who jumped off the city wall, had just landed when a deep voice came from beside him. There wasn't too much emotion in this voice, there was just pure murderous intent. Qi Lu heard the sound and looked up. I saw 4 people wearing black robes, their faces all hidden in the shadow of a hood. This appearance must be said to be quite familiar. The people from the Shadow Guard arrived a little faster than expected. There was not much surprise on Qi Li's face, as if everything was expected. Qi Lu has not deliberately hidden his whereabouts, so it is not surprising that he was found by the Foundry Hall. However, finding it does not mean catching it. Sometimes, when you find your target, you may just die in vain. The current situation may be the result for the casting hall. The Shadow Guards are sent out to look for people. The Foundry Palace is really willing to spend money. I just don't know if Duan Wenxin will feel beneath the loss is so big. Qi Lu raised his hands, and the Qianji ball immediately appeared, and then turned into a pair of finger tigers, which were placed on Qi Li's fingers. When he fought with the Shadow Guards in Bu Yuyan's study, he took advantage of the small space. And the powder formed after those black daggers are crushed is really useful. That's why Qi Lu was able to kill those 4 guys with one move. But now, there is no such opportunity. The open space outside the city-state is too wide, and intensive attacks can be easily dodged. However, for Qi Lu, it doesn't matter whether he has an advantage on the field or not. After all, hard power is the most important thing. You are the one who attacked the Foundry Hall. Now, come with us, or die here. One of the Shadow Guards seemed to be sizing up Qi Lu, and then spoke aloud. The voice was indifferent, but it seemed natural. With the power of the Foundry Hall, the Shadow Guards are the most elite force in the Foundry Hall, and their words naturally have a sense of arrogance that comes from their bones. This is called confidence. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 shadow guards who were following behind them turned their palms over, and a black dagger suddenly appeared in the palms of each of their hands. This is already ready for battle. As long as Qi Lu says no, the shadow guards will take action directly. Although assassination and assassination are the strengths of the shadow guards are not weak in frontal combat. It was just covered up by the light of the assassination. After all, it is a secret force that handles dirty work. In frontal battles, other practitioners will naturally do the work for them. Under normal circumstances, the shadow guards are not available. But in order to trace the destruction of the Foundry Hall branch, the shadow guards had to be used. Since you said so, come on and let me see your strength. Qi Lu stretched out a hand and hooked his fingers at the 4 members of the shadow guard. Then make fists with both hands and hold the finger tightly. When using weapons to fight, you will feel the pleasure of using weapons. But a fist-to-fist fight will always be more hardy. As far as other weapons are concerned, the Jihu can only be regarded as a weapon that is better than nothing, and its lethality is actually quite limited. Compared with those swords, axes, and hammers, they are really not good enough. However, it also depends on who is using it. Faced with Qi Li's actions, the shadow guards were not angry, or they actually didn't have too many emotions at all. The constant training for killing has long since changed the minds of the shadow guards. The emotions of normal people have long since become extremely rare in the hearts of the shadow guards. Therefore, after receiving the reply of rejection, the 4 shadow guards who chased Qi Lu stopped talking and clenched the daggers in their hands. Then he rushed towards Qi Lu directly. It has to be said that in an open space, the cooperation of the shadow guards is even more terrifying. It's like 4 fighting machines, working together seamlessly. Every time they attack, the 4 of them will advance and retreat together. The superb coordination will block all directions, forcing Qi Lu to fight with them without being able to dodge. 4 people, 8 daggers. Like 8 dazzling black flowers, although tempting, they are deadly. The crisp sound of the finger tiger and the dagger colliding was heard frequently, resounding in the air like bursts of firecrackers, continuously. In the eyes of ordinary people, they can only see 5 rays of light constantly colliding in the open space outside the city wall. It was impossible to see clearly what was going on. Only the 5 people in this battle know what the situation is. Almost every second, Qi Lu had to fight hundreds of times with the 4 shadow guards. No, that's not right. It should be said that every second, the shadow guards took action hundreds of times. But Qi Lu is not. Because Qi Lu needs 1 person to fight against 4 people, the speed of his attacks is several times that of the shadow guards. Thousands of attacks can be completed in just 1 second. And every time Qi Lu takes action, he has a very clear purpose. Test or break into a loophole. In terms of lethality, the weapon Jihu is really not that big in comparison. But when it comes to the speed of attack, Jihu is definitely on the list. As the saying goes, every inch long is strong, every inch short is dangerous. The smaller the weapon, the more dangerous it is for soldiers to move. The speed of taking action is also faster. Qi Lu became more and more comfortable as he fought, his shooting speed became faster and faster, and the force he used became more and more tyrannical. On the contrary, the 4 members of the Shadow Guard became more and more frightened as they fought. Because they found that even if there were 4 of them, they couldn't suppress the guy in front of them at all. The strength is unheard of. Bang! But at this moment, Qi Lu stepped on the ground, which immediately shattered the ground, and several cracks spread towards the distance. The whole land shook violently like an earthquake. I found it, there is a flaw. A smile appeared on Qi Li's face, and the look in his eyes seemed to be saying goodbye. Press back with your right fist, then swing it out suddenly. Goodbye, ordinary punch. Boom. The violent power poured out with Qi Li's punch, hitting the man in black robe in front of him hard. The black robes of the shadow guards have always been something Qi Li has criticized. It's fine now, with this punch everything disappeared. The members of the shadow guard who were hit by this punch were instantly evaporated and disappeared without a trace. However, the violent power did not stop, but continued to explode forward, until it crushed the earth into a huge crack, and then it was exhausted. SS. The remaining 3 members of the shadow guards had a look of horror in their eyes. Although Qi Li didn't see it, he could guess it from the movements of these 3 guys, taking a breath. Global warming is probably due to these guys. I breathe in the cool air here every day. What a terrifying power this is, that it can reach such a level. Just one punch was like tearing the earth apart. At a glance, the cliff in front of us is at least 1,000 meters long, and its depth is even more astonishing. This didn't involve the use of any martial arts, just a simple punch. The shadow guards glanced at Qi Li and immediately confirmed one thing. That is, the strength of the person in front of them is definitely not something they can deal with. This level of power is simply monster level. Although the hero-level warriors are powerful, they are still far from the kind of power that can cause the earth to collapse with just a single movement off their hands. Even if it is a powerful person, it is a bit reluctant. Qi Li just did it. Very well, whose turn it is next? You're welcome, come on. Qi Li let out a breath, then retracted his fist and turned around, charging forward again. In fact, the arrival of the shadow guards was within Qi Li's expectation. Because Qi Li did not hide his whereabouts, it was just so that the Foundry Palace would send people to find him. The reason is to try out his new insights on the shadow guards. That's the burst of power. With just a few movements of his hands, he can have the power of causing landslides and earth-shattering, and the powerful power of collapsing heaven and earth. It is indeed not a power that can be mastered by the heroic level. Even if it is a powerful person, it is actually quite difficult. To be able to truly reach this kind of power and possess such powerful power is the pinnacle of the strong level. Only the pinnacle of powerhouses can turn their hands into clouds and turn their hands into rain. With just a few movements of his hands, he can make the sky collapse and the earth collapse, and he can move mountains and seas. Wanting to destroy a city-state is just a matter of thought. However, the difference between the heroic level and the peak of the strong level is not a chasm, but an endless abyss with no end in sight. In the face of the peak power at the strong level, cultivators at the heroic level are actually not much different from ants. If you really want to use your hands, you can decide the winner with a snap of your fingers. A cultivator at the heroic level has no power to fight back in the face of a peak powerhouse at the strong level. When Qi Li once borrowed the power of the system, he felt the power of the peak power of the strong man level, so he naturally had his own insights. The control and explosion of his own power are of course far beyond the heroic level. And compared to most strong-level powers, it is not far behind, it can even be said to be worse. After all, if those powerful masters do not have enough luck in the world and strong enough cultivation qualifications, they will not be able to reach the peak of the strong realm even if they spend their entire lives. Of course, it is impossible to have the opportunity to feel the power level of the peak of the strong. At this point, Qi Li is much stronger than those powerful men. It's just a pity that in this world, the luck of heaven and earth has completely disappeared, so let alone the peak power of the strong. It is impossible to find even an ordinary powerful person. So Qi Li wanted to practice his skills to digest his own feelings, but he could only choose the taller one among the short ones. As far as the hero level is concerned, the Shadow Guard is a very good opponent. This was also what Qi Li suddenly discovered when Bu Yuyan was approached by Su Hengxiang and the Shadow Guards last time. That's why this scene happened now. While taking revenge on the Forge Palace, he could also lure the people of the Shadow Guards out as training targets. Only Qi Lu could think of such a thing that could kill two birds with one stone. After all, not everyone has Qi Li's strength. Not everyone has the courage to offend the casting hall. Dang dang. The sound of the tiger finger and the dagger colliding continued to sound. It goes on, like a piece of music, but also like a war song, impassioned. Qi Lu did not rush to deal with the remaining 3 practitioners of the Shadow Guard, but used their stubborn resistance to constantly try and digest his own insights. Qi Lu has no shortage of combat skills and combat awareness. But Qi Lu didn't know much about the perception of power levels. Because even if the system can provide the power perception of the peak power of the strong, it will not be available at this time. What's more, in actual situations, the system provides nothing more than atrial space.